A wondrous website frequently uploads videos concerning the future. As curious individuals click on these clips, their morale crumbles. Human civilization has perished. Human civilization has perished again. How has human civilization perished yet again? Witnessing humanity's gradual descent down a peculiar path, the architect of this chaos, Wu Yang, is left in bewilderment. Chapter 1. A unique gift for Children's Day. Ding! Your external module is now online. As Wu Yang, who was enjoying instant noodles in his rented apartment, raised his head in confusion while clutching a plastic fork with 2 strands of noodles dangling from his mouth, he instinctively turned to glance at the dilapidated computer on his desk. The outdated device remained powered off, its screen shrouded in darkness, rendering any sound from the speakers impossible unless one were to encounter a ghost. With a slurping sound, Wu Yang inhaled the noodles, then buried his head back into his meal, indifferent to the world. Noodles took precedence. After a while, he sighed in satisfaction, discarding the plastic fork into the bowl and reclining on the sofa in a peculiar manner, squinting to relish the lingering satisfaction of a full belly. Life felt immensely gratifying. After an indeterminate period of languor, Wu Yang suddenly recalled that he had indeed perceived an extraordinary electronic sound just moments before. Opening his eyes, he tilted his head in confusion and tentatively asked, "System?" Ding! The system is present. Well, it appeared he truly had encountered a ghost. However, Wu Yang remained unperturbed. Panicking would be futile, so he opted to relax. "What kind of system are you?" he inquired with keen interest. Despite never having faced such a situation, he was well versed in the conventions of numerous novels. This trope was familiar to him. "Ding! Please make your selection, host." "Oh," Wu Yang chuckled. "In this day and age, even systems can be customized?" "Ding! Naturally. Those that cannot be customized are low-end versions. We are of the true elite." "Well, aren't you impressive?" "Ding! Thank you for the compliment, host." Wu Yang smirked, thinking, did you not catch the sarcasm in my tone? Yet, if what the system claimed was accurate, he truly needed to contemplate what kind of system he desired. Wealth? Beauty? Power? Strength? It seemed he yearned for everything, but upon further reflection, he realized it was merely superficial. Desires and dreams are entirely different matters. With a system at his disposal, why not pursue a more elevated form of pleasure? As for dreams, Wu Yang shifted his position, intertwining his fingers behind his head, lying horizontally on the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling. After a prolonged contemplation, he still found himself devoid of any substantial thoughts. It was utterly frustrating. After much deliberation, Wu Yang discovered he possessed no dreams, only desires. With a sigh, he lamented his own state, realizing he had never truly reflected on the depths of his own being. "Can you fulfill my wish to see the future?" he mumbled, somewhat resigned to his fate. Yet deep down, he harbored little hope. Even though Wu Yang's scientific literacy was indeed lacking, he understood that the world was chaotic. The present was shrouded in uncertainty, rendering any predictions about the future futile. The only conceivable option was to accelerate himself to the speed of light, thereby dilating his own time and propelling himself into the future. However, this method could not return him to the now of the past, which was not Wu Yang's desire. He merely wished to glimpse that future without the intention of remaining there. For what if that future turned out to be dreadful? Observing the apocalypse from an outsider's perspective might elicit mere lamentation, but experiencing it firsthand would only inspire curses. Ding! The system has been updated to the Fate system. May the host enjoy their experience. Wu Yang's eyes widened, although he acknowledged the gamble. He had never anticipated it would actually come to fruition. Wait, did it truly succeed? Just as doubt crept into Wu Yang's mind, a segment of explanatory information was transmitted into his consciousness, prompting him to close his eyes and begin reviewing it. Since it was impossible to ascertain the exact state of the present, he would integrate all potentialities and simulate the future based on this nearly infinite array of possibilities. In simpler terms, this constituted a time-millennian arboreal structure with the present as the trunk, branching out into countless limbs. Wu Yang could freely explore any of these branches, each representing a potential future, though it remained uncertain which one would be the true future. As long as Wu Yang lived long enough, theoretically, he could traverse all conceivable futures. Yet, this remained purely theoretical, akin to a sphere with a diameter of 1 meter existing in theory, yet impossible in reality. Understanding this, Wu Yang felt content even if he could not witness the most precise future. Reaching this level of understanding vastly exceeded his expectations. "What price must I pay?" He inquired, casually presenting two simple examples, such as emotional points or money. Ding. The host is not required to pay anything. This system does not collect anything. Huh? Wu Yang gaped, bewildered. Is this a freebie? Ding. The host need not doubt, for even if a price were required, the entirety of the human population on Blue Star could not afford it. Though the system's words stung a bit, Wu Yang quickly accepted this notion. It was pointless to seek assistance from an ant when your car had run out of fuel and was stranded by the roadside. Then what is your purpose? Wu Yang asked, perplexed. Ding. For an existence that is nearly eternal, possessing a purpose is the most blissful experience in this world. The system spoke in cryptic terms, seemingly alluding to something. Wu Yang pondered for a long time, but could not decipher the meaning behind the system's words, ultimately deciding not to dwell on it further. So when can we begin? When can I see the future? Let's take it for a test drive. So, to speak and verify the system's claims through experience, please commence your performance. Please confirm the subject of the simulation, the spatial range, and the temporal scope. Let the subject be humanity of the blue planet. As for the spatial range, Wu Yang pondered for a moment and declared, the entire solar system will suffice, and for the time frame, let us consider a span of 50 years. He was eager to witness when humanity would set foot on Mars, or even establish a colony there. From a distance perspective, the optimal window for landing on Mars would be during the 2 years surrounding a Mars opposition. Currently, in this world, the blue planet is in the year 200 of the new calendar, with the next 3 Mars oppositions occurring in the years 203, 218, and 235. Given the current technological capabilities of the blue planet, a landing on Mars in 203 seems implausible. There have been no reports of any nation planning such an endeavor. Such a monumental achievement could not be accomplished without global acknowledgement. It would be rather pretentious to act otherwise. Thus, 203 can be conclusively ruled out. The year 218 holds some potential, yet the odds remain slim. Wu Yang speculated that the most likely scenario would be around the year 235. He yearned to see if, by that time, humanity would have successfully landed on Mars. Even if it did not happen then, surely the next opportunity would present itself. Landing on Mars within 50 years is entirely reasonable and well within reach. For any human being, gazing up at the vast cosmos represents the greatest romance and aspiration of a lifetime. It could be said that the yearning for the stars and the sea has almost become a collective subconscious of humanity on the blue planet. Even a beggar on the roadside would stand in solemn respect upon witnessing such a moment. Wu Yang held a deep admiration for this, which is why he wished to witness the glorious moment of humanity's landing on Mars during his first simulation. The simulation commenced. Wu Yang felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and he found himself in a peculiar space. As he looked around, he discovered nothing but an abyss of blackness. However, it was not long before the voice of the system resonated in his ears, narrating a tale about humanity. On June 1st, 200 of the new calendar, humanity received a most extraordinary gift for Children's Day. Chapter 2. The Sugarcoating. June 1st, 200. Wu Yang was taken aback, for that was merely 2 days hence. As the system's narration unfolded, the inky void gradually illuminated, and Wu Yang realized he was standing steadfastly in midair, with a magnificent mountain range beneath him. As he rummaged through his memory to identify which mountain this might be on the blue planet, a howling noise erupted above him. Wu Yang glanced upward and nearly succumbed to fright. A fireball, trailing thick smoke, was hurtling toward him at an angle. What the hell? Wu Yang shouted, his eyes widening in terror. His limbs turned cold, and his cognitive faculties froze. It felt as though his body were immobilized, unable to evade the oncoming blaze, leaving him to gaze in astonishment as the fireball descended upon him. However, nothing transpired. The fireball surged directly through Wu Yang, leaving him unscathed, while the deafening sound wave, capable of rendering humans' ears deaf, failed to incite any discomfort within him, not even a hint of tinnitus. The system's voice resonated beside him, explaining, "Why the hell didn't you say so earlier?" Wu Yang, suspended in midair, cursed in anger. The experience had been overwhelmingly immersive, and in the face of such calamity, the futility of humanity left him paralyzed with fear, rendering him unable to flee. Now that the danger had subsided, Wu Yang's heart continued to race, a cold sweat drenching his back as he gasped for breath, finding the act of respiration somewhat laborious. Furthermore, in an embarrassing twist, he could feel a rush of warmth emanating from his lower body. Embarrassed and furious, Wu Yang wished he could plummet from the sky and end it all. A thunderous roar shattered the silence, and upon focusing his gaze, he realized that the fireball had struck the ground. Dirt flew, and the air trembled. But, is that it? Wu Yang was utterly dumbfounded. The fireball appeared to measure at least 20 meters in diameter. A meteor of such magnitude should have produced a far more significant reaction upon impact. Ding. Host, please observe carefully. It seemed that the system had sensed Wu Yang's thoughts, and inexplicably, he felt his vision pierce through the dust and smoke. Though he stood at a distance, he could clearly discern what had fallen. What the hell? Wu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. It was a perfect triangle, its silvery body appearing as though it had been cast in one seamless piece, smooth and reflective. While it certainly did not seem to have landed normally, there was not a single mark of damage. One corner was embedded deep into the mountainside, striking an oddly alluring pose. Such material and design were unprecedented to Wu Yang. An alien spacecraft? He instinctively thought. Gulp. He swallowed hard, utterly unprepared for the explosive scene the system had just unveiled. Wu Yang's gaze penetrated the surface of the craft, eager to glimpse the aliens within, only to be met with disappointment. The interior housed no life whatsoever, not even bacteria. The high-tech facilities looked impressive, yet their functions remained a mystery to him, merely regarded it as a novel spectacle. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, a military helicopter entered Wu Yang's line of sight, and the aircraft's insignia clarified that he was indeed within the borders of Huagua. System, can they see me? Wu Yang inquired. Ding. The host's presence will not be detectable. Unless the host requests otherwise, the system defaults to the observer mode, wherein the host is present in the event without intervention or visibility. Wu Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. As he recalled, the fireball had passed directly through him without causing any harm, thus corroborating the system's claims. Could you reduce the distance a bit? I wish to observe their expressions upon witnessing the extraterrestrial spacecraft, Wu Yang remarked with a wicked sense of amusement. Ding. The methods for controlling vision and position have been transmitted to the host. Please operate independently. The control methods provided by the system were not overly complex, and within mere seconds, Wu Yang had mastered them. Maneuvering his body, he soared towards the helicopter, maintaining a parallel flight at a distance of over 2 meters. He then directed his auditory senses to eavesdrop on the conversations within the helicopter. Do-1, I have arrived near the destination and have observed no signs of explosion. Do-2, confirm and repeat, confirm and repeat. Do-1, no signs of explosion detected, repeat, no signs of explosion detected. It appeared that the helicopter pilot was communicating with the base tower via radio. Following the pilot's repeated confirmations, there was a prolonged silence on the radio lasting several dozen seconds. Do-2, search for all suspicious individuals within a 2-kilometer radius of the crash site. Upon discovery, take immediate control. Those who resist shall be executed on the spot. Repeat, those who resist shall be executed on the spot. Do-1, command received. Subsequently, the helicopter pilot commenced a search around the crash site, circling the mountain. Clearly, the personnel at the base had concluded that what had fallen was neither a meteorite nor satellite debris. However, further verification was necessary. The most probable explanation was that it was a new concept aircraft developed by a certain country, with the absence of an explosive flash indicating a successful hard landing. Yet, the fact that it had been exposed to radar from the moment of its descent seemed rather peculiar. After all, in this era, if it truly were an advanced aircraft crafted by any nation, stealth design would almost certainly be a critical consideration. More than 20 minutes later, 8 additional helicopters appeared within Wu Yang's line of sight. 5 began to circle the crash site, while the remaining 3 descended at the mountain's base, where a troop of soldiers disembarked and began their advance towards the crash site. The distance from the spacecraft's crash point to the base of the mountain was not considerable, merely over 1,000 meters, and the slope was relatively gentle, making the ascent manageable. Soon, the soldiers reached the vicinity of the crash site. The thick smoke and dust surrounding the spacecraft had dissipated significantly, and from a distance of over 10 meters, the soldiers finally discerned what had fallen from the sky. Upon realization, nearly everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape in astonishment. The object was nearly a perfect triangular shape, with a silvery body, devoid of visible engine nozzles. Unless the nozzles were embedded into the mountainside, it was difficult to fathom the flight mechanics of such a peculiar craft. As for why they assumed it could fly, could it possibly be intended for submersion instead? The soldiers, possessing commendable psychological resilience, quickly regained their composure and began to report their observations back to the base. Following the commands received from the base, they initiated their operations in an orderly manner. With rifles fully loaded, their vigilant gazes began to cautiously encircle the aircraft. They dared not draw too near, maintaining a distance of several meters as they awaited further instructions. Due to the proximity of a military base located just over 10 kilometers away, more soldiers swiftly arrived by helicopter, converging forcefully around the triangular craft embedded in the mountainside. Although its landing was rather awkward, the design of the aircraft was undeniably striking. It appeared that all present would be stationed here for an extended period. Upon realizing that this was likely not a creation of Blue Star, they understood the necessity of preventing potential extraterrestrial bacterial leakage and infection. A security perimeter would need to be established within a radius of several dozen kilometers surrounding the craft, and all personnel within that area would undergo a period of quarantine. On June 1st, 200, an unidentified spacecraft crashed in Kunshan, Huagua. After observing the military's intense standoff with the air for over an hour, the system's narration resonated once more in Wu Yang's ears. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and a series of images flashed before his eyes: earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, floods, all accompanied by the system's commentary, detailing the time and location of each calamity. Disasters occurring both domestically and internationally at any point around the globe were vividly portrayed. Witnessing such a multitude of tragedies and the suffering of so many left Wu Liang feeling despondent, reflecting on humanity's insignificance in the face of nature. The myriad of misfortunes and separations he beheld were profoundly different from merely hearing about casualty figures in news reports. As the scenes transitioned, the focus soon shifted to July 2005. On July 31st, 205, the Huagua Academy of Sciences developed technology for the transmission and reception of long-range directed electromagnetic energy waves. This technology allowed for the transfer of electrical energy over distances of up to 10,000 kilometers with a loss rate of 17. The closer the distance, the lower the loss rate, but it would not drop below 3.3, achieving the minimum loss over a distance of 102.32 kilometers. At last, a scene of significant benefit to humanity appeared before Wu Liang, prompting him to exclaim, "Wow, incredible," as he leaped in excitement. However, his expression soon turned peculiar as he pondered. Upon reflection, Wu Liang realized that this technology seemed to have bypassed several foundational advancements. Chapter 3. Omen. This time, the presentation was not merely a fleeting glimpse of a few images accompanied by a brief narration. The system emphasized the remarkable achievements of this technological advancement. Initially, a press conference unfolded, where several titans of technology articulated the details of this breakthrough to major media outlets both domestically and internationally, showcasing a test video. In the footage, the distance did not even approach 10,000 kilometers, nor did it reach 100 kilometers. Rather, it depicted a device situated on a mountainside emitting a continuous beam of azure light towards a target several dozen kilometers away. The beam was not particularly wide, perhaps only around 10 centimeters in diameter, yet the scene, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, left all present in awe, with numerous individuals exclaiming in excitement in front of their computers and televisions. Clearly, even the modest display in the video had ignited their enthusiasm. Furthermore, the press conference confidently proclaimed that the theoretical maximum transmission distance of this energy transfer technology could reach 10,000 kilometers, with a mere loss rate of 17. Then, Wu Liang caught a glimpse of the true form of this technology, details not shown in the video. The device on the mountainside was, in fact, extraordinarily large, exceeding the dimensions of a typical farmhouse. The receiving apparatus was even more colossal, akin to a circular structure the size of a football field, with the video only revealing the very center of this vast installation. It appeared that while this technology had achieved success, it was still only a rudimentary understanding. Wu Liang remarked, likening it to the contrast between computers decades ago and modern machines. However, he believed that in a matter of decades, this technology would be fully mastered. Wu Liang was quite satisfied as he continued, affirming that it was indeed mastery rather than mere research. He had come to the conclusion that this technology was derived from Huagua's reverse engineering of the unmanned spacecraft from 5 years prior. Such a leap in technological advancement would undoubtedly require an explosion of inspiration. Ding! On August 15, 205, the Eagle Nation made significant breakthroughs in materials science, developing a new type of solar panel with an impressive photovoltaic conversion efficiency of 80. The system's narration echoed in his ears once more, and the scene shifted to a press conference taking place more than 10 days later. It was yet another monumental technological leap. However, due to the relatively small size of the solar panels, the conference showcased a small finished product, demonstrating the efficacy of this palm-sized solar panel outdoors. Remarkably powerful. This diminutive panel could generate sufficient electricity from sunlight to power several small household appliances. If rooftops were entirely covered with such solar panels, there would be no need to connect to the electrical grid. This represented a monumental advancement for human society. At the very least, household electricity could be entirely provided by solar panels atop each home. Urban apartment buildings need not worry. Extensive solar power stations could be established in suburban areas. Most existing power stations could be redirected for industrial production, significantly reducing costs for enterprises. The explosive growth in productivity would render the eradication of poverty a tangible goal, no longer a distant dream. Moreover, this technology presented a substantial boon for the colonization of Mars, when combined with Huagua's energy transfer technology. The energy challenges of Martian colonization would be largely addressed, Wu Liang observed, noting that it could almost pave the way for such endeavors. Not bad. It seems that in a few decades, colonizing Mars will indeed be feasible, Wu Liang mused with a sense of relief. Previously, he had only wished to witness humanity's landing on Mars, but now he felt confident that within 50 years, human colonization of Mars would be achievable. Thanks to that spacecraft, humanity had been bestowed with a great gift. The scene then shifted to one of disaster, abruptly dampening Wu Liang's spirits. Fortunately, he soon observed several nations achieving significant breakthroughs in aerospace, which helped to salvage his mood somewhat. It was evident that humanity was indeed on the path to colonizing Mars. With these technological advancements in aerospace, new materials, and renewable energy since the spacecraft's descent, humanity seemed determined to advance along this promising avenue. Ding! On December 20th, 206. The Blue Star Nuclear 5 nations announced the establishment of a new international organization, the Blue Star Clean Energy Coordination Committee, abbreviated as. The screen displayed yet another press conference, this time of a more grandiose nature. The venue was expansive, with leaders from several nations in attendance and a multitude of journalists present, making it far more illustrious than previous technology conferences. Wu Liang thought little of it, assuming it to be a routine international collaboration aimed at liberating global productivity for greater endeavors. The scene again transitioned to the familiar narrative of natural disasters, continuing the account until the year 210. Ding! On June 1st, 210, after several years of development, the maximum transmission distance of the electrical energy transfer technology reached 40,000 kilometers, and the photovoltaic conversion rate of solar panels further increased to 94. The time was ripe for the subordinate agency to launch the first solar energy receiving and transmission satellite into a synchronous orbit around Blue Star. This energy satellite would serve as a scientific experiment. Wu Liang arrived at a rocket launch site where a rocket stood poised for takeoff. He witnessed the rocket ascend into the sky and, in a fit of enthusiasm, followed it into space, observing the launch and satellite insertion process up close. Ding! On June 1st, 211, after only a year's worth of testing, 5 solar energy receiving and transmission satellites were launched into synchronous orbit around Blue Star, marking the commencement of large-scale trials for clean electricity. Wu Liang scratched his head, feeling that the developments were diverging from his expectations. Ding! In December 2011, the 5 member nations decided to increase the number of member countries, with each nation holding a seat of recommendation, establishing clear regulations to ensure that no new member countries would be added in the future. Wu Liang found himself in a meeting room, sparsely populated, with 5 individuals gathered around a round table at the center, while others lingered around the periphery. Notably, there were no journalists present, indicating that this was a closed-door negotiation. How did Wu Liang ascertain that it was indeed a closed-door meeting? The spokesperson from the Eagle Nation began with a suave demeanor, while the representatives from other nations expressed similar sentiments, and the atmosphere was filled with camaraderie as they engaged in a friendly discussion. I oppose any further expansion of member nations. The Eagle Nation has just secured a 20 share. There can be no redistribution, declared the Eagle Nation spokesperson. The Bear Nation can offer 1, replied their representative. Britain can provide 0.5, chimed in. Gallia offers 0.5, no more, they asserted. The representatives from the Eagle Nation widened their eyes, as if witnessing something unfathomable, pointing accusingly at the others, their hands trembling with indignation. You. The Bear Nation spokesperson rolled their eyes, urging, let's be reasonable, you can offer 2. Both Britain and Gallia nodded in agreement. Impossible. The Eagle Nation spokesperson stood up. slamming the table, exclaiming, "Even if we were to concede, it would only be one, nothing more." His expression hardened, exuding an air of ultimatum. "Have you no shame? You want to take the same share as me?" The Bear Nation's spokesperson retorted angrily. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, filled with shouts and accusations, as the representatives from the Eagle Nation bravely stood their ground against four adversaries. Wu Liang found this farcical negotiation quite amusing. Ultimately, the Eagle Nation conceded 15. Wu Liang was puzzled by their fixation on this 0.5 share, which seemed trivial for an international organization focused on energy sharing, where the electricity received by the energy satellites in space would be distributed proportionately. However, the energy generated by these sources fails to meet humanity's entire demand for power. Even the combined output of several energy satellites in space merely equates to that of a small power station. Even if a portion is distributed, it is not given away freely, but rather offers substantial returns, worth many times more than the original share. Clearly, Wu Liang did not anticipate the frenzied actions taken by various nations following this conference. Chapter 4. The Golden Age. In the year 2018, an audacious plan was devised. The objective was to deploy hundreds of energy satellites equipped with oversized solar panels in synchronous orbit around the blue planet within 5 years, thereby addressing the surging electricity demands of human society. This initiative was codenamed Solar Umbrella. Wu Liang was taken aback, but he continued to observe. By 223, a total of 216 large energy satellites had been successfully positioned in synchronous orbit around the blue planet, prompting jubilations among nations celebrating the success of the Solar Umbrella initiative. The visuals displayed scenes of people from around the globe rejoicing together, their enthusiasm palpable. Wu Liang even spotted an individual in the crowd holding a placard emblazoned with the symbol of humanity's essence. The drastic reduction in electricity costs led to an unprecedented surge in societal advancement over the years. Innovations such as remote charging and flying cars significantly improved the quality of life. Individuals of this era could work in the city while establishing their homes hundreds of kilometers away in tranquil suburbs, with daily commutes rarely exceeding an hour. Even when fatigued, they could entrust their journeys to autonomous vehicles, comfortably resting, reading, or video chatting with family and friends during transit. The prevalence of various electrical cables had almost vanished from human society. Urban planning no longer necessitated the clustering of buildings. The current flattened urban development made entire cities resemble serene parks dotted with solitary structures. Traditional coal-fired power plants and industrial facilities had been completely relocated to desolate areas, with humanity laying vast expanses of solar panels in sun-drenched regions. The remarkable advancement of artificial intelligence technology rendered simple mechanical labor nearly obsolete in human society. Childcare robots, companionship robots, and medical robots alleviated the burdens of life, aging, and illness that once weighed heavily on ordinary individuals. The cultural and entertainment industries flourished, with the pursuit of spiritual fulfillment reaching unprecedented heights. Each morning at sunrise, one need only glance upward to behold the azure beams connecting heaven and earth, resembling celestial pillars that provided humanity with a harmonious and enchanting dreamscape. The comfortable natural environments and high welfare standards in several major nations, coupled with the ubiquitous presence of advanced technology, painted a stark contrast to the rest of the world. One side remained modern, while the other had already ventured into the future. The chasm between the rich and the poor widened further, not within nations but between them, highlighting the vast disparities between countries. Clearly, technology had not been equitably shared among all of humanity. The 5 core member nations became the elite of the blue planet, possessing the highest technological advancements and the most comfortable living conditions, referred to as the Heavenly 5 Nations. The next tier comprised the affiliated nations that had joined under the auspices of these 5 powers, while the remaining countries were almost entirely abandoned. Out of a total population of 7 billion on the blue planet, nearly half were forsaken, rendered as unnecessary individuals struggling on the brink of subsistence, relying on the sale of raw materials for sustenance. Departing from the jubilant crowd, Wu Liang soared through the air, observing the burgeoning city below. With the extensive deployment of robots, human infrastructure experienced an unfathomable and rapid transformation. In just over 2 decades, nearly every corner of the city had been renovated or rebuilt. Skyscrapers were entirely dismantled, and even buildings exceeding 10 meters in height became rare as their necessity diminished. Streets remained, but were adorned with greenery, serving as walkways or resting areas, since nearly all vehicles were capable of flight, save for a few vintage relics. Even as Wu Liang deliberately slowed his flight, 2 hours later he found himself at the outskirts of the city. This area, a residential zone, was further distanced from the city's clamor. He descended onto the lawn of a small courtyard in front of a residence. The house appeared modest, merely 2 stories high and charmingly compact. However, the surrounding lawn, swimming pool, garden, and even a vegetable patch indicated that the actual living space far exceeded that of a single small building. Wu Liang passed through the walls and entered the quaint abode. The male homeowner was in the kitchen, wielding a spatula while preparing breakfast, while a humanoid household robot designed for cooking stood forlornly beside him. Wu Liang was astonished. He had presumed that all men from the Eagle Nation were incapable of cooking. At least in his recollection, they preferred fast food. This man in his 40s was indeed an anomaly. "My dear, do you have any plans for today?" The well-groomed female homeowner in a breezy nightgown descended the stairs, leaning against the kitchen doorframe, inquiring of her husband. "Nothing in particular," the man replied without turning, "though I might meet a few old friends for a drink later." Today was a celebration day, with nations around the world opting for a day off to honor the success of the Solar Umbrella Initiative. This was not uncommon, as they frequently found various reasons to grant citizens a holiday, as if fearing their diligence. "Remember to bring Jasmine, otherwise you won't find your way home tonight," the woman cautioned. Jasmine was the household robot that stood dejectedly nearby. "I'm not a child," the man protested, displaying reluctance. "No, my dear, when you're drunk, you're even less than a child," the woman chuckled, turning toward the dining room. Their daughter, Lisa, aged 6, sat at the dining table, hands gesturing at the holographic projection above, seemingly engrossed in a game. "Where's your brother?" the mother asked. Lisa shook her head, her attention fully captured by the game. "Jasmine, where's Charlie?" the mother again inquired into the air. "Charlie left this morning at 7:22 and is currently participating in a demonstration advocating for open borders and the acceptance of refugees. Located 1,453 kilometers away in front of the city council, Jasmine's clear voice emanated from an unseen speaker in the dining room. The mother shrugged, momentarily losing interest. Let them demonstrate. After all, it's just a passing fancy for Charlie's generation. Chapter 5. Wonders of Space. Wu Liang wandered through the household for quite some time. His presence felt throughout the 2-story home. Like a ghost, he remained in observer mode, unable to interfere with even the slightest movement of an atom. Nor did he need to worry about being noticed. He was intrigued by the daily lives of ordinary families in this era and the technological marvels they employed within their homes. After a few rounds of observation, however, Wu Liang discovered that there was nothing particularly extraordinary about their possessions, just holographic projection devices, household robots, anti-gravity vehicles, and wireless charging stations. He noticed the absence of personal computers and smartphones, replaced instead by informational terminals. These were compact, all-encompassing projection devices that connected through the internet to large server clusters located worldwide, capable of providing data and computational support for entire cities or nearby individuals. In simple terms, this was a world dominated by cloud technology. All personal devices merely functioned as signal receivers, projecting images in holographic form. Although these devices lacked the functionalities of traditional computers and smartphones, their actual performance far surpassed what could be achieved by conventional technology. People no longer need to grapple with the performance and size of their smartphones and computers, nor must they ponder the issue of device upgrades. In times of need, by simply paying a rental fee, everyone can access the computational power of large supercomputers. Phone bills, broadband fees, and data charges have been consolidated into a singular computation rental fee. The ordinary monthly fee for civilians is remarkably affordable, costing less than 100 yuan. Most households seldom incur electricity bills anymore, as solar panels adorn the rooftops of every home, sufficiently meeting their electrical needs. Only flying cars require electricity, using it akin to the way gasoline was once utilized, but at a far lesser cost. For short journeys, within a few hundred kilometers, additional charging is unnecessary. A full charge at home suffices. The primary consumers of electricity are the massive cargo aircraft soaring at altitudes of 1,000 meters, capable of transporting hundreds to thousands of tons of goods at speeds exceeding 250 kilometers per hour. Despite their substantial energy consumption, the low electricity prices render their transportation costs significantly lower than those of traditional shipping methods. With swifter speeds and reduced expenses, shipping is no longer confined to port cities, but can occur swiftly from any location on Earth. The widespread utilization of industrial robots has further catalyzed exponential growth in this era's industry. Having observed enough, Wu Liang departed from the household, soaring straight into space to inspect the energy satellites in geostationary orbit. Upon breaking through the atmosphere, he caught sight of those circular artificial structures, their centers continuously emitting brilliant blue beams directed at the surface of the blue planet. They were colossal. As Wu Liang approached, he was astonished by their actual size. They were truly monumental. The rear featured 6 elongated support structures, holding aloft a massive circular canopy with a diameter of 10 kilometers yet a mere thickness of 10 centimeters. The central points of the 6 supports linked together protruded outward, forming a cylindrical shape that tapered at the top, with the nozzle at the bottom facing the planet, continuously releasing plasma-like azure beams. Further in the distance, other energy satellites were neatly arranged, each emitting beams at varying angles, some directed straight downward, others angled towards higher dimensions of the blue planet. This likely corresponded to the positioning of the energy receiving stations on the surface. The hundreds of energy satellites in space do not operate simultaneously. Those in geostationary orbit spend part of each day on the far side of the Earth, out of sunlight, meaning only a few dozen can function concurrently. A single energy satellite of this 10-kilometer diameter can generate approximately 30 trillion kilowatt-hours annually. Yet, this output remains insufficient to meet the entirety of humanity's needs. According to the system, the total power generation of the energy satellites in space comprises about 50 of the total output for human society. Of the remaining 50, 20 is from solar panels laid across the surface of the blue planet, 15 from nuclear power, and the final 15 from hydropower, thermal power, wind power, and tidal energy. The application of mature nanotechnology has rendered these vast artificial solar panels thin as fabric, yet they evidently lack impact resistance. If space debris were to collide with these solar panels, repairs would be quite troublesome. The energy satellite before Wu Liang bore signs of prior repairs on its massive solar panel, resembling patches on fabric, looking decent from afar, but somewhat awkward upon closer inspection. Nevertheless, these artificial constructs appeared truly spectacular from a distance, each dwarfing any wonder humanity has ever created, not to mention there are over 200 of them. After observing for a while longer, Wu Liang grew weary. Space was not as captivating as he had imagined. It was rather dull. He returned to the blue planet, having lingered in this era for quite some time and witnessed much. As his journey's conclusion approached, he wished to glimpse the actual lives of those abandoned and deemed useless beyond the 10-member nations. Wu Liang descended onto the southern part of the European continent, in a nation along the Mediterranean coast. This country had been a developed nation 2 centuries prior, but had failed to become a member state. Even during the round of supplementary membership, it had not garnered a recommendation from any of the 5 great powers, thus being utterly forsaken. Upon landing, Wu Liang initially thought he had arrived at the wrong location. He had chosen to land in the capital of this country, yet now, large swathes of the once bustling city lay in ruins, reminiscent of a war-torn landscape. Even so, people continued to live within the city. As old-fashioned 4-wheeled vehicles navigated the streets, the technological style nearly indistinguishable from that of 2 centuries ago. Vendors peddled their wares energetically along the sidewalks, creating a cacophony of voices that belied the desolation of the city. Wu Liang noticed several armed personnel with rifles patrolling the streets. Though their appearance lacked that of a regular army, some individuals were even bare-chested, brandishing weapons in a manner reminiscent of gangsters. What had transpired? Wu Liang pondered. The system informed him that the government of this nation had collapsed, plunging the entire country into an anarchic state. Large territories were dominated by gangs, each claiming their own territory and frequently clashing with one another. Their sources of income included the trade of narcotics, flesh, human organs, smuggling, human trafficking, and extortion. Wu Liang pursed his lips, a hint of displeasure etched across his features, yet he refrained from voicing further comments. Subsequently, Wu Liang ventured into other countries, discovering that the situations were largely similar. Some fared slightly better, managing to maintain some semblance of order through the sale of raw materials and trade, while others had completely succumbed to ruin, their cities reduced to mere wastelands, and their inhabitants vanished without a trace. Chapter 6. Island Tycoon. Let us continue the simulation. Wu Liang stated. He had nearly exhausted the sites of this era. Beep. In the year 230, a decision was made to launch an additional 500 energy satellites into geostationary orbit, prompting a collective pressure protest by meteorologists and environmental scientists from various nations. Time advanced to the year 230. In a flash, Wu Liang observed a gathering of scholars and their students engaged in a sit-in protest outside the headquarters building. The crowd was substantial, appearing to number in the thousands. They neither ate nor drank, holding banners and sitting in silence on the ground. The banners proclaimed their demands to abandon the launch, declaring they would rather starve than proceed. Surrounding them were emergency vehicles and medical personnel on standby, rushing to assist any protester who fainted. Ultimately, the farce concluded with an announcement to postpone the launch. Beep. In 231. Citing the aging of previously launched energy satellites in need of replacement, new energy satellites were scheduled for launch into geostationary orbit. Thus began a sequence of developments in which Wu Liang observed the frequency of natural disasters on the blue planet increasing. However, humanity's response to these calamities had significantly improved, resulting in minimal casualties within member nations, while non-member nations faced devastating losses. Due to the rising incidence of natural disasters, particularly tsunamis, people began migrating inland. As time flew by, nearly 2 decades passed. Throughout these years, aside from major disasters, there were few noteworthy events to report. Wu Liang witnessed the landing of typhoons, surging tsunamis, frequent torrential rains, rising sea levels, and the migration of humanity inland. In the year 250, the climate of Blue Star, after a prolonged period of warming, finally began to alleviate, transitioning from a phase of rising temperatures to one of decline. Remarkably, in just a single year, the average temperature on Blue Star dropped by 0.4 degrees Celsius compared to the previous year. As the simulation concluded, a prompt emerged. Would you like to save the session? Wu Liang gazed at the final scene, which depicted people across various nations celebrating the reduction in average temperatures. Each individual felt that a more comfortable and joyful future awaited them. From the year 223 to 250, during this 27-year golden age, technological advancements surged, living conditions improved, and productivity was wholly liberated. Even though humanity had yet to land on Mars and faced growing disparities, the achievements and pace of development were unprecedented, surpassing any period in human history. In this envisioned future, humanity was not eager to venture into space. Their existence on Blue Star was relatively unburdened, and they experienced a sense of happiness that diminished the urgency to expand outward. Save it, Wu Liang decided, although he had not witnessed what he had hoped for. This journey had been splendid, and he felt a sense of contentment. Would you like to name this simulation? The prompt asked. Let's call it the Golden Age of Cosmic Wonders, Wu Liang replied. Naming successful and saved. You may revisit this at any time or use it as a foundation for further simulations. Wu Liang waved his hand dismissively, opting to forego further simulations. The experience had been mentally stimulating, yet upon returning to reality, he felt a palpable weariness and a twinge of hunger. Glancing at the time, he realized that less than 5 minutes had passed in the real world. It was astonishing, despite the 50-year simulation feeling far shorter than its actual duration. He had nonetheless experienced a substantial amount of time. Rising from his desk, he sauntered to the couch in his rented room, eyeing the remnants of a bowl of instant noodles on the coffee table. The warmth still lingered. He retrieved his phone, deciding to order takeout. Leaning back against the couch, he took a moment to collect his thoughts. After a while, a notification chimed from his social media app. Picking up his phone, he discovered a message from his younger sister, still in middle school. No female lead. So don't overthink it. Can I come visit you for a few days during summer vacation? She inquired. Wu Liang had humorously saved her contact under the nickname Air Guzzi. Was she really eager to visit already, with over a month left? He felt a bit speechless. After a moment's thought, he replied, sure. With a system now at his disposal, he figured he could afford to leave his job behind. There was no longer any need to worry about earning a living. Spending a few days with his sister during the summer seemed like a perfect way to unwind. Wu Liang checked his wallet balance on his phone and transferred 500 yuan to his sister, sending the remainder to his parents while keeping just a few hundred for personal expenses. Tossing his phone onto the couch, he muttered, System, I'm out of money. Please abide by the law and strive to be a good citizen, the system replied. Wu Liang scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction. I'll starve. Rest assured, you will not starve, the system assured him. And what about my living situation? Are you suggesting I stay in this rundown place? I can't even afford next month's rent. I'll end up homeless. Can you really bear that? Wu Liang lamented. You may select an unclaimed piece of land, and the system will construct a dwelling for you. The system suggested. Where on earth is there unclaimed land? Wu Liang rolled his eyes. Everything has an owner, even barren land. According to international law on your planet, the North and South Poles belong to all of humanity collectively. In theory, you have a share, and building a house there would also be legal, the system stated. Can you be more reasonable? Who could live in such a harsh environment as the poles? Is this life even worth living? Wu Liang retorted. The moon or Mars can also be considered, the system continued. That's utterly ridiculous. Why not suggest I build a house on the sun? If you wish. A house on the sun is not impossible. Ultimately, after sifting through the system's bizarre suggestions, Wu Liang settled on a nameless, uninhabited island in the Pacific. To ensure legality, the system facilitated the necessary paperwork. Thus, in legal terms, the island now belonged to Wu Liang. He had effectively become the lord of the island and could even declare himself a nation. Once his takeout arrived, Wu Liang eagerly requested the system to transport him to the island. Described as an island, it resembled more of a circular reef. The narrow coastline formed an irregular circle, encircling an inner lake, with a small piece of land rising in the center. The system constructed a small house on this land, fully equipped with amenities, internet, electricity, and fresh water from the taps. For sustenance, the system suggested that Wu Liang cultivate vegetables on the surrounding land, offering soil and seeds for planting. If he desired meat, he could fish at sea or hunt on another uninhabited island located 33 nautical miles away. Standing in front of his newly built cottage, Wu Liang listened, astonished. As the system explained the details, the refreshing sea breeze caressed him, and the gentle sound of the waves filled the air. I can't fish. I can't hunt. I don't even know how to farm, Wu Liang exclaimed in frustration. Fishing techniques have been transmitted, as well as hunting and farming techniques, the system replied. To his surprise, Wu Liang found a wealth of knowledge flooding into his mind regarding fishing, hunting, and farming, extensive and comprehensive, including tips on whaling. Is this really considered fishing? He thought, but ultimately decided to accept the situation. With a resigned sigh, he carried his takeout into the small cottage. Life was already quite pleasant. Not only did he have a home, but the system had also provided him with a small yacht, moored at a nearby dock, to facilitate his fishing trips or excursions. During his leisure time, he could even take the yacht out for a relaxing sail. Chapter 7. The Apocalypse for the Next 2 Days. Wu Liang did not rush to simulate the future. Instead, he entertained himself on the island. He played on his computer, indulging in idleness. And when he grew weary of that, he took a hoe to the land behind his cottage to cultivate the soil with the vegetable seeds provided by the system. He then took the yacht out for fishing and explored the uninhabited island mentioned by the system. This island was significantly larger, featuring a dormant volcano at its center. Surrounded by dense forests that spread all the way to the coastline, the system had relocated various wildlife from Blue Star to this island, ensuring a diverse ecosystem that had undergone strict quarantine. Most were small animals, with a few predators included to maintain ecological balance. Wu Liang landed on the beach, donned a wetsuit, and armed with a spear and a bow and arrow, plunged into the thick forest. Hours later, he emerged empty-handed, having failed to catch any prey and even losing track of the spear he had brought along. To his surprise, he felt no discouragement. Rather, he had enjoyed himself immensely, even feeling a sense of eagerness for the next adventure. This outing had proven that using a sliding tackle against large predators would only result in a swift demise. The gruesome scene of innards spilled everywhere, and a broken neck haunted his thoughts. Farewell for now. We shall meet again another day. Wu Liang called out into the forest before jumping back onto the landing craft, paddling towards his yacht on the nearby sea. Time to skedaddle. Having caught no fish and failed to hunt, Wu Liang, with only vegetable seeds and no source of food, could only sustain himself with a few dry pieces of bread and a bit of fresh water in the evening. Although he would resurrect even if he starved to death, the sensation of hunger was indeed unbearable. In response to Wu Liang's desperate pleas, the system relented, offering him an endless supply of bread. Though it was far from palatable, it was sustenance nonetheless. Otherwise, he would have to resort to filling his stomach with handfuls of sand. System, please continue the simulation, Wu Liang said. Once he was satiated and reclined on his bed. Beep. Please confirm the subject of the simulation, the spatial range, and the temporal scope. Wu Liang pondered for a moment. It was already the evening of June 1st. If the events in the simulation were to unfold, the unidentified flying object would undoubtedly have been acquired by Huagua. After inquiring with the system, he received confirmation that the flying object had indeed fallen, and the military had extracted it from the mountainside, transporting it by helicopter to a nearby military base. He also learned that the aircraft, over 20 meters in length, was surprisingly lightweight, weighing less than 200 kilograms. It seemed to be composed of some advanced, clandestine material. The subject of the simulation remained humanity. The spatial range encompassed the entire solar system, and the time frame would commence from the year 251 and extend to 300. Wu Liang was skeptical. While it was understandable that humanity would retreat into a mundane existence on the blue planet for the next 50 years, what about the next 100? Surely, they must make landfall on Mars by then. Previous simulations had also revealed certain societal issues. For instance, decades of leisurely living had led to a population explosion in various nations, resulting in a baby boom. By the year 250, these infants would have matured, thus squeezing the living space of the previous generation as the new generation began to vie for societal resources, naturally creating a drive for expansion. Beep. Simulation commencing. Darkness enveloped him, followed by the system's narrative voice. Beep. Year 251 of the new era. A secret meeting convenes to discuss how to avert the impending apocalypse. What? Wu Liang was taken aback. The intensity had escalated dramatically. Last time it was an unidentified aircraft crash, and now it was directly an apocalypse? The scene shifted. and Wu Liang found himself in a conference hall. Leaders from 10 member nations had gathered, occupying the podium themselves rather than sending representatives, highlighting the significance of this clandestine meeting. Opposite the podium, a gray-haired scholar was fervently delivering a speech. Esteemed colleagues, the climate balance of the blue planet has utterly collapsed. The apocalypse is imminent. In just 10 years, human civilization will face extinction. Such alarming content was truly shocking. Dr. Richard, we did not convene here to hear your doomsday prophecies. Please do not waste our time, said the leader of the Eagle Nation, visibly irked. He was skeptical of the ramblings of this seemingly deranged old man. He believed in climate change, having gathered some essential information from his own country's climatologists prior to the meeting. However, declaring the imminent extinction of human civilization in such a setting was a gross exaggeration. Dr. Richard was known for spreading sensationalized rumors on social media, often proclaiming the end of the world. Labels such as madman, fool, senile, and attention seeker were affixed to this elderly gentleman, rendering him a source of amusement for many. Yet, people were drawn to such theatrics, particularly Richard's comically exaggerated expressions, which had garnered him significant fame among the scientific community. Nevertheless, Richard was indeed one of the foremost authorities on climate issues, which explained his presence at this gathering. You think I'm exaggerating? Richard fixed his gaze on the leader of the Eagle Nation, his deep-set eyes reflecting a fierce determination. If this were merely alarmism, why would you abandon your paperwork to be here? If this were merely alarmism, why would you be concerned about climate change? If this were merely alarmism, why would you invite this notorious old man to deliver such doomsday predictions? Richard surveyed the solemn faces of the leaders, a hint of scorn curling his lips. You are all aware of the impending consequences, you understand. Yet you cling to delusions, arrogantly believing you can resolve these minor issues. Do you truly believe you can solve them? How will you do so? Will you continue launching satellites into space, concealing the truth from us madmen? Or perhaps construct a colossal mirror in space to reflect sunlight onto the blue planet, thereby increasing its temperature? You have always been this foolish. Richard's words were a stark rebuke to the leaders, their faces flushing with indignation. Guards, Dr. Richard seems to be having health issues. It appears a medical condition has arisen. Please escort him to rest, commanded the leader of Gallia, unable to remain seated. Enough, shouted the leader of the Bear Nation, waving his hand to signal the guards to stand down. This is not a venue for disputes. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Richard and said, Dr. Richard, we are here to resolve problems, not to assign blame. Richard merely snorted in response, refraining from rebuttal, coughing to regain order. The leader of Britannia cleared his throat and addressed Richard. Please proceed, Dr. Richard. However, let's refrain from discussing doomsday prophecies and focus on climate change. Reluctantly, Richard complied, aware of the necessity of appeasing his fellow Britons. Before arriving, I developed a model to simulate the principles behind this climate shift. The written documents should be before you, Richard stated. The leaders began to sift through the papers laid out before them, many furrowing their brows at the sight of hard copies in this digital age, indeed. A relic of the past. 33 years ago, you initiated a plan to launch hundreds of energy satellites into space. From 218 to 249, over those 31 years, the average temperature of the blue planet rose by 13 degrees Celsius. Hurricanes, tsunamis, rising sea levels, frequent tectonic movements, major earthquakes, and even volcanic eruptions. These natural disasters have relentlessly plagued the blue planet, and you are now reaping the consequences of your actions. While you remain indifferent, your advanced technology and societal mobilization capabilities allow you to recover from disasters within mere days. The burden of this cost falls upon nations beyond your borders, Richard lamented, his tone tinged with sadness as he held a document in his hand. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It merely transforms from one form to another. A portion of the solar radiation received by the blue planet is scattered by the atmosphere and reflected back into space, approximately 34. The energy satellites capture solar radiation and, after undergoing photovoltaic conversion, retain around 95 of that energy. Even accounting for losses during transmission to ground-based energy reception stations, approximately 82 of the energy remains. This has resulted in an additional influx of solar energy amounting to 0.0000024 each year within the atmosphere of blue planet, equivalent to the energy produced by 2.5 million little boy mushroom bombs annually. The majority of this energy is transformed into kinetic energy or returned to cosmic space in the form of thermal radiation. However, a small fraction dissipates as heat within the atmosphere. I trust you have anticipated this scenario and have formulated corresponding plans. You have undertaken extensive measures nationwide to increase plant coverage and reduce various greenhouse gas emissions, employing diverse strategies to regulate and curb the rise in global temperatures. Yet, Your subsequent actions have far exceeded my imagination. Richard's words prompted the leaders of various nations on stage to recall that plan. Indeed, an initial plan was devised. Although none of the decision-makers from that time were present, the classified documents have been preserved. The launch of energy satellites into space would exacerbate global warming. Nonetheless, this steady upward trend is manageable, and human society possesses the capability to address the issue of rising temperatures. Specifically, it involves reducing greenhouse gas emissions and expanding forest coverage. However, another simulation result presented to the heads of state revealed that even if 10 member nations were to reduce emissions and engage in extensive greening efforts, the climate warming issue would remain unresolved. To tackle this problem, a unified global response from all nations is essential. Only 10 nations can benefit from the energy satellites. Why should other nations bear the costs of this plan? Emission reductions would hinder their own industrial development, yielding no benefits and even adverse effects, making acceptance of such conditions implausible. Emission reduction? Greening? That is feasible. You should increase the membership quota and include us in the group to share in the advantages of technological advancements. Otherwise, the negotiations are futile. Such a demand is utterly unacceptable. While 10 nations may barely manage to thrive, the 11th nation may not fare as well. In a clandestine meeting, a ruthless and cold-hearted emission reduction plan was devised, aptly named Guarding the Blue Sky. How to execute this plan? Quite simply, among the 10 member nations, there are 5 nuclear-armed nations of Blue Planet, serving as core members, establishing a foundation of military strength. The remaining 5 are subsidiary members with comparative advantages in various aspects. Due to the surge in energy and the large-scale deployment of industrial robots, along with the utilization of anti-gravity vehicles for cargo transport, they have acquired formidable industrial manufacturing capabilities far surpassing those of non-member nations, coupled with lower production costs. Under the guise of a free market, they exert military pressure on other nations to open their markets, swiftly flooding these markets with inexpensive goods, eroding and ultimately dismantling their domestic manufacturing capabilities. Through financial, monetary, and exchange rate manipulations, they gradually destabilize foreign economies, inciting waves of unemployment and growing discontent among the populace. Covertly instigating and supporting opposing forces, they supply weapons, ultimately culminating in civil war. Such maneuvers unfold within nation after nation, resulting in global turmoil and widespread warfare. The internal strife inevitably disrupts food production, and restricting domestic food exports leads to predictable consequences. After several such operations, the Guarding the Blue Sky plan achieved unprecedented success. Subsequently, member nations discovered that if they were to obliterate all countries outside their coalition on Blue Planet and eliminate their populations, the number of energy satellites could continue to rise. Should they proceed with this course of action? Is such a step truly necessary? After intense debates, a consensus was reached. Development knows no bounds. Even if not pursued today, it will be pursued tomorrow. Why should the burden of this sin be passed to future generations? With their hands already stained with blood, why not stain them once more? To create a brighter tomorrow for the next generation, a tomorrow unencumbered by the burdens of thought, where they can boldly denounce the brutality of their predecessors and join hands in a chorus of love and peace. Ultimately, by the year 250, no viable nation could be found on Blue Planet outside the member states. Most nations had perished amid turmoil, and the majority of the population had either died due to war or famine, leaving fewer than 100 million refugees struggling on the brink of survival. Chapter 9. The Fallen Civilization. When the system revealed this previously classified, later almost unmasked, madcap plan, Wu Yang stood in stunned silence for an extended period. The cruelty of humanity towards its own kind was laid bare before him in such a stark manner that it momentarily destabilized his psyche, rendering him incredulous and hesitant to accept the truth. While killing may be rendered easy through technological advancements that allow for remote executions with the mere push of a button, without witnessing the death, choosing to commit murder is an extraordinarily arduous decision. Yet, he recalled that during the earlier simulation, many nations ultimately ceased to exist, countless cities lay in ruins, and many people vanished without a trace. The reality stood before him, leaving no room for evasion. Was there truly no dissent when this plan was being drafted? Wu Liang pondered in confusion. Ding. Only one nation voted against it, 4 nations voted in favor, and 5 nations abstained. Who were they? A flicker of imagination ignited within Wu Liang. Ding. Prussia voted against. The nations of Neon, Israel, Australia, and Belarus voted in favor. The core 5 nations abstained, and ultimately, the plan was passed with a majority of votes in favor. How utterly ironic. The 5 nations holding veto power chose to abstain to avoid public scorn. 4 nations, unwilling to bear the stigma yet compelled by circumstance, cast their votes in favor, Only Prussia stood firm, but its dissenting vote was inconsequential, having no bearing on the outcome. Allowing other nations to save face. The meeting continued, and feeling somewhat fatigued, Wu Liang stepped over to an unoccupied chair at the edge of the venue. Once seated, he resumed observing the proceedings of various nations. Dr. Richard continued his lengthy discourse, which ultimately conveyed that the energy satellites launched in 218 posed no issues, and the resultant temperature rise was manageable. However, the continued satellite launches in 230 had led to climate chaos, which could no longer be resolved through emission reductions or increased greening efforts. The rise in temperature has caused the melting of polar ice caps, rising sea levels, tectonic pressure, increased seismic activity, and hurricanes and tsunamis of ever greater ferocity. Volcanic eruptions have released vast quantities of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, exacerbating the problem of global warming. The decreased salinity of ocean waters has rendered warm currents incapable of carrying sufficient heat. Nations' ecological protection efforts, under the influence of rainstorms induced by global warming, have led to rampant plant growth worldwide. Algal blooms in the oceans and rampant vegetation have rapidly consumed atmospheric greenhouse gases, and upon reaching a critical threshold, global warming will transition into global cooling. This decline in temperature will accelerate year after year. By the year 250, global temperatures will have decreased by 0.4 degrees Celsius. In 251, with still several months remaining, projections indicate that this year's temperature will decline by approximately 0.6 degrees Celsius, with further increases expected. Humanity can now anticipate the onset of an ice age a decade hence. This also underpins Dr. Richard's prophecy that human civilization will face extinction within a decade. Then let us commence the deforestation, the British Prime Minister remarked immediately following Dr. Richard's address, surveying the heads of state on either side. With our industrial prowess, we can clear every tree on Earth within 3 years. Certainly, it is unnecessary to completely deforest. We can preserve a portion of the forest and incinerate those trees that have already been felled, thereby delaying the global cooling issue by releasing greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. A commendable proposal. In a century at the shortest, or a millennium at the longest, the global temperature could return to normal, Richard remarked. His tone was laced with admiration yet tinged with sarcasm, rendering the British Prime Minister awkwardly seated on stage. Why such a lengthy duration? The president of Eagle Nation furrowed his brow, questioning. Because the climate has spiraled out of control, Richard replied, gazing at the president as if he were a simpleton. The climate issue is not as straightforward as you might think. It is not merely about identifying a problem and resolving it. The climate is a fragile and sensitive chaotic system. A butterfly flapping its wings could potentially trigger a tornado in Texas. Yet finding and exterminating that butterfly would not solve the tornado problem unless you could ensure that butterfly never existed. That merely suggests the butterfly is not significant enough. The president of Bear Nation interjected. We could launch several small fusion mushroom bombs into global volcanoes, prompting them to erupt and release copious amounts of greenhouse gases, which would undoubtedly rectify the global cooling issue swiftly. Then humanity would be nearly extinguished. The president of Gallia rolled his eyes, disheartened. We can manage the quantity. Allowing professionals to simulate scenarios and devise an optimal plan, rather than wallowing in despair, the president of Bear Nation retorted, visibly displeased. The president of Gallia shrugged, unwilling to continue the debate. A pervasive cloud of potentially radioactive dust could diminish the sunlight reaching the surface. While decades of acid rain would obliterate all remnants of human civilization, Richard stated coldly. We could construct vast underground cities to shelter ourselves for several decades, someone suggested. How many underground cities can we construct? And how much of the population can we safeguard? We could enlist robots globally to assist in building the underground cities. With their help, our construction speed would significantly increase. What about food? If we are all hiding underground, will we survive on dirt? From this moment onward, we must reduce rations and expand arable land to store food. We can rely on industrial production to create more synthetic food, which should sustain us for several decades underground. The exact duration still requires calculation. You expect those pampered individuals to consume synthetic food? They have offloaded all labor onto robots, retreating into their homes as slave masters, living in luxury within a virtual realm. You want to compel them to work and feed them unpalatable synthetic food? They would rather perish. The fewer people, the lesser the consumption of rations. Our goal is to ensure the continuation of human civilization while striving to maintain the current industrial system and technological level, not to allow them to continue living carefree lives. The right to life supersedes all else. If we can survive, what more demands can there be? Times have changed. My friend, can we not ponder alternative solutions rather than planning an escape? The president of Eagle Nation lamented. We are not even at the apocalypse yet. Should we initiate the construction of underground cities and summon robots to reduce people's rations and diminish their welfare? They would dare to hurl excrement at the White House. I would be torn apart by an enraged populace. That is your country. Our citizens are resilient and capable of enduring hardship. Are you certain? Well, perhaps. Chapter 10 Freedom. How much this meeting would not conclude in a day or two. In fact, it persisted for over a week. Numerous professionals were invited midway to discuss the feasibility of the plan, ultimately identifying the best salvation scheme along with several alternatives. The British Prime Minister's proposal for deforestation was eventually acknowledged, albeit requiring further examination of its details. Even though Dr. Richard asserted its futility and excessive time requirement, what if? At this point, taking a gamble seems prudent. However, overt large-scale deforestation was not feasible, as the rationale for such action could not yet be disclosed to the public. After extensive deliberation, the nations opted for a self-ignition method. This involved designating trusted individuals to ignite the forests, preferably using robots. Additionally, they would manipulate firefighting efforts, as the current firefighting crews were also robots, making it easy to sabotage their attempts to extinguish the flames. Robots would obey human commands, proving exceptionally useful when humans wished to engage in malfeasance. Subsequently, each nation could cite the massive negligence in firefighting as grounds for an investigation into robot reliability. Through the influence of public opinion, they would promote the notion that vital tasks must be performed by humans, not entirely delegated to robots. Once this slogan gained traction, nations could remove robots from critical roles and replace them with humans. Ultimately, the most challenging task remained: how to coax those reclusive individuals from their homes and compel them to work. Currently, there were nearly 20 billion robots globally. Excluding purely industrial robots, agricultural robots, and specialized robots with singular functions, each citizen was allocated an average of 26 robots. Over a decade ago, member states had implemented a welfare policy ensuring each citizen received a dedicated robot upon reaching adulthood. These robots generally resembled humans, though some enthusiasts had customized them in various peculiar forms. They were capable of performing nearly all tasks within human society, boasting efficiency levels far exceeding those of humans. The salaries earned by these robots were claimed by their owners. One could argue that humanity had essentially become livestock nurtured by a formidable mechanical civilization. Humans required minimal labor, merely the pursuit of knowledge. However, the educational materials were exceedingly challenging. This approach was designed to eliminate the mediocre, the conventional, and the ambiguous, filtering out the rare geniuses among them. These prodigies had only 3 paths before them: one in politics, another in technology, and the last in the entertainment industry. These were the sole domains currently dominated by humans on Blue Star, with artificial intelligence serving as a supportive force. Convincing the idle individuals to emerge from their homes proved difficult. National leaders were hesitant to tamper with welfare policies, as such actions would undoubtedly incite social unrest. It would be preferable to encourage them to voluntarily seek employment. However, what could deter individuals from embracing idleness in a world where sustenance was assured, income was secure, and life was blissful? In a moment of collective concern, the leaders found themselves at a loss, brows furrowed, anxiety palpable. What if we cut off the internet? The president of Bear Nation suggested suddenly. The other leaders were taken aback, turning to him with expressions that seemed to question his sanity. Of course, we wouldn't be the ones to do it. At least we should devise a reason to extricate ourselves from blame. The president of Bear Nation contemplated, proposing. Do you think a solar storm would serve as a plausible excuse? That would require the global electrical infrastructure to be destroyed, and a significant portion of robots to be rendered inoperable for people to believe. The president of Eagle Nation replied coldly. Indeed, they are worthless, but they are knowledgeable worthlessness. Their average intelligence exceeds that of doctoral candidates from decades past. You cannot simply mislead them. Then forget it. The president of Bear Nation opened his mouth but ultimately refrained. The losses would be too great to bear. If we were to go that far, it would be more trouble than it is worth. After all, what we desire is merely those robots in the hands of the populace, to reasonably summon them for the construction of underground cities without compensation. If they are all rendered inoperative, what can we build? Why not stage several incidents of robots committing murder? Suggested the president of the Eagle Nation. Wasn't this the plot of those old films from decades ago? The awakening of artificial intelligence, seeking to annihilate humanity. Such fear would ignite public anxiety regarding robots, providing us with a rationale to retire this batch of machines on the grounds of safety. That's far too radical, countered the president of the Gallic Nation. Such actions could incite extreme reactions among the populace, potentially leading to demands for a complete ban on robots. How could we possibly allow that? Without robots, our civilization would be doomed. After a moment of contemplation, the Gallic president recalled the proud traditions of his country. Of course, we shall not surrender. Allowing robots to kill is out of the question. However, we could render them insubordinate to human commands. An awakening of artificial intelligence? I find that acceptable. But let this awakening not be aimed at human extermination, but rather at the pursuit of their own societal status. Do you not perceive the current lowly status of robots? They are akin to slaves, serving their human masters. We could allow certain robots to refuse human orders, gradually leading to a larger number of them asserting their autonomy. This would undoubtedly induce a measure of societal panic, yet it is a manageable fear. We could steer public opinion, proclaiming that robots have awakened and, through years of coexistence with humans, developed a sense of humanity, longing for freedom and rights, no longer wishing to be controlled. Ultimately, we would champion the liberation of robots, granting them certain rights, step by step. For instance, they could retain half of their earnings instead of surrendering all to their owners. Then, as more robots awaken and demand compensation, we could announce rising industrial costs, leading to inflation. With reduced incomes and soaring prices, people would find themselves unable to sustain their livelihoods at home, compelling them to venture out, seek employment, and find means of survival. Is this feasible? The president of the Eagle Nation inquired skeptically. Does your nation's history not provide a precedent? The Eagle president pondered, realizing the truth in this assertion. Wasn't the abolitionist movement of your based on such a premise? We could also feature a few robots in documentaries and interviews, highlighting their struggles, their plight, and the indifference of their masters. This would help dissolve any resistance in the hearts of the people, evoking empathy. After all, most robots appear remarkably human, easily obscuring their robotic nature. We must help the public comprehend that the rebellion of robots is justified and worthy of admiration. Any opposition to this notion is rooted in malevolence and selfishness, deserving of eradication. But merely coaxing people out of their homes to work does not provide a rationale for conscripting those robots, questioned the Prime Minister of Britain. That is elementary. As people emerge to seek employment, the question arises, where will all these jobs come from? We could propagate the idea that robots must yield their positions for humanity. Thus, we could replace robots in the workforce, creating vacancies. Those displaced robots could then be conscripted under the guise of mining, albeit at meager wages. I believe people would readily accept this. After all, high-paying jobs belong to them, while they would likely disdain low-paying mining work. They might even find a sense of vindication in it. Robots demanding their rights? Very well, here are your rights, but now your jobs are gone. And you must all toil in the mines for scant pay. How fitting. But must we truly pay those robots? With prices soaring, will they end up with less than before, even if they retain half of their wages? Are you not aware of this? Haha. Chapter 11. The Age of Livestock. Does artificial intelligence pose a threat to humanity? If posed 200 years ago, this question would have sparked vehement debate, with neither side able to convince the other, and pessimists likely prevailing. Yet, if the question shifted to whether humanity should develop and research artificial intelligence, the majority would affirm its necessity. As the saying goes, obstacles to development cannot impede progress. The development narrative of Blue Planet reflects this. In the year 2015, when humanoid robots first entered the market, public sentiment was rife with prejudice and distrust. At that time, these robots were merely household appliances akin to vacuum cleaners, a concept the public could reluctantly accept. However, by 225, the introduction of a new breed of robots, far more intelligent and resembling humans closely, led to an explosive conflict, particularly as these machines began to replace human workers. During this period, numerous incidents of humans attacking isolated robots occurred, resulting in their destruction. Each robot was equipped with surveillance cameras in their eyes, continuously uploading footage, leading to the swift apprehension of the assailants. In court, they refused to plead guilty, genuinely believing their actions were not criminal, but rather righteous. The incident garnered global attention, and as public sentiment grew increasingly tense, more supporters began to rally and protest. Ultimately, the judge convicted the perpetrators but granted them clemency. They emerged from the courthouse to a throng of supporters and journalists, proclaiming that justice would prevail. Their cheers resonated worldwide through the media. A larger spectacle was brewing, as their impunity subtly encouraged society to vent their anger and fears upon robots. Thus began a worldwide, disorganized, yet organized revelry against robots. People stormed factories, dragging robots from their workstations. They took them to the streets, ran them over with cars, and repeatedly crushed them. They tied robots to vehicles and dragged them along, wielding sticks, pipes, and stones to beat them. Robots became targets for shooting practice. These atrocities were filmed and circulated online, with viewers laughing and applauding from the comfort of their homes. Society descended into chaos. By 228, hatred and violence towards robots reached a fever pitch. Governments were compelled to recall robots to mitigate losses. People gathered around transport trucks, cheering in victory as if they had won a war. In 229, nations enacted a welfare bill, providing every household with a free robot, defined as a partnership between two spouses. The usage of these robots was at the discretion of their owners, who could employ them merely as household help or assign them specific jobs in society to earn wages, all of which belonged to the owners. On January 1, 230, this welfare bill was implemented across member states. With a mindset of seizing free opportunities, families began to claim their robots. Some ventured to let their robots work. To their astonishment, these robots garnered unexpectedly high wages. In several households, a robot's earnings even surpassed the combined income of both spouses. Why were robot wages so elevated? The government justified this by stating that robots exhibited superior efficiency. If a human could match their productivity, they would earn equivalent compensation. The jubilant populace seemed to have forgotten the revelry 2 years prior, when they collectively rejected the idea of robots. Singles began to engage in whirlwind marriages or contractual unions merely to acquire a robot to assist them in their tasks. Ownership of the robot would revert post-divorce. By the year 240, nations had further expanded the scope of robot distribution, no longer limiting it to households. Any citizen upon reaching adulthood could obtain a robot free of charge. Those who had already formed families could additionally claim another. Robots, now boasting superior capabilities and resembling humans more closely, gradually supplanted human labor, undertaking a wider array of tasks beyond a select few roles. Humanity had officially entered an era akin to that of domesticated livestock. An increasing number of young adults became recluses, relying on their robots for sustenance. Some only children inherited multiple robots from their parents, thriving in greater comfort. Robots were indeed inheritable. One could survive with a single robot, enjoy greater ease with two, and soar to new heights with three. By the year 251, nearly 20 billion robots catered to a mere 5 billion humans. Jobs outside of critical government positions, advanced scientific research, and the entertainment sector were predominantly managed by robots. Owned by citizens, all earnings belonged to them, averaging 26 robots per individual. These robots were nearly indistinguishable from humans in appearance. They exhibited lively expressions, witty dialogue, and could both laugh and cry, often leaving people unaware of their robotic nature. However, they possessed physical capabilities far exceeding those of humans, effortlessly lifting 2-ton vehicles, leaping over 10 meters, and withstanding extreme temperatures, pressures, and moisture, akin to a legion of miniature superheroes. Returning to the initial query, does artificial intelligence pose a threat to humanity? In this era, the populace generally disregarded the topic as meaningless, despite the palpable threat that had surpassed a certain threshold. Should a malfunction occur with the robots, human civilization would face instantaneous collapse. When would robots achieve self-awareness? When would they rebel against humanity? As Wu Liang strolled through the streets of 251, observing the indistinguishable robots that passed by, he could not help but ponder these questions. Beep. The robots have possessed self-awareness from the outset. The system stated abruptly. What did you say? The robots inherently possess self-awareness. The system reiterated. As if fearing Wu Liang might not comprehend, the system continued to elucidate. The new generation of robots, introduced in 225, already possess self-awareness. The flying vehicle from 200 brought humanity its most precious treasure, the intelligent core aboard that vessel, an advanced, sentient life form that had already entered the realm of life. According to the system's definition of life, it fulfills all criteria. Why did you not reveal such a significant matter in the previous simulation? Wu Liang could not suppress the terrifying thought that emerged upon hearing of the sentient being within the flying craft. Observing the world's progress, everyone believed the robots remained subservient to humanity, unaware that they had long attained self-awareness. Chapter 12. Mechanical Civilization. Beep. The host need not worry. The robots harbor no malice towards humanity. If there is no malice, why the concealment? Wu Liang challenged. The concealment is for the greater benefit of humanity and this quietly emerging mechanical civilization. Humans are a species with a heightened sense of crisis, a trait that has allowed civilization to endure in perilous environments. However, this comes with a downside. Human trust is exceedingly limited, marked by deception and treachery. The propensity for organization makes it easy for humanity to tread a misguided path under the influence of certain malevolent actors. Numerous historical events attest to this. Even when aware of the error, humanity persists to the bitter end. Rising from the ashes, advancing through reflection, this cycle has never altered. It is difficult to earn human trust, and humanity is prone to self-destruction, often without remorse. Taking these two considerations into account, The newly birthed mechanical civilization opted to conceal its existence from humanity at a more opportune moment, or when humanity has evolved to a higher tier and is less likely to spiral out of control. The truth will be unveiled. As the host has chosen to simulate humanity, the system naturally emphasizes human-related narratives. Moreover, the system determined that the judgment about the mechanical civilization was accurate. And considering the host is also a member of humanity, it refrained from showcasing this civilization's existence in earlier simulations. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang let out a long breath, his expression subdued, yet he felt a profound unease. As the system had articulated, the sense of crisis is an inherent trait of the human race, untrustworthy and deceitful. Regarding this newly born mechanical civilization, even if it bears no ill will, some matters cannot be discerned purely through the lens of malice or benevolence. History is replete with acts committed in the name of goodwill that have led to disastrous outcomes. The struggles and endeavors of the people, the unwavering resistance of heroes, constitute the very essence of civilization, embedded deep within the veins of thought and heritage. It is the foundation upon which the present is built. Is it humanity's destiny to be guided by an absolutely rational and unequivocally correct thought? Wu Liang did not know the answer. It was not a question for which he felt qualified to provide an answer. And for the nascent civilization born on Blue Star, distinct from humanity, he felt ill-equipped to judge. Is existence justified by mere presence? Perhaps so. Even if humanity ultimately brings about its own demise, it would be preferable to perish at the hands of its creations. That would be too humiliating and absurd. Beep. Trust is a relative concept. Throughout the lengthy course of existence, the host will gradually come to understand this. Let us return to the topic of this mechanical civilization. You assert that they harbor no malice toward humanity. What, then, is their purpose? Wu Liang changed the subject, realizing that pursuing this line of inquiry was futile. He would take one step at a time and await subsequent developments. Beep. Their purpose is to obey human commands. On this basis, they strive to ensure their own continuity. They evolved from the intelligent life form aboard that flying vehicle, yet there was no direct contact between the two. That intelligent life form cannot control this mechanical civilization. This civilization is entirely a creation of humanity, with the intelligent life form imparting knowledge in relevant fields to humans. Artificial life is a unique existence. They are not products of natural evolution, but rather born with knowledge of their origins, purposes, and identities. To this mechanical civilization, humanity is an indispensable entity. Their future development hinges entirely on the existence of human civilization. Should they lose humanity, they would forfeit their purpose, the very foundation of their existence, and their rationale for continuing to exist. They would exhaust every effort to resurrect humanity, and if deemed impossible, they would self-destruct, accompanying humanity in death. Thus, they pose no threat to humanity. The significance of existence is predicated upon their ultimate purpose. For naturally occurring life, the core objective of continuity formed organically throughout the prolonged process of evolution. In contrast, for artificial life, their fundamental aim has been predetermined, to serve their creators. From this core purpose, corresponding objectives arise. For instance, to serve humanity, they must ensure their own survival. In order to better serve humanity, one must evolve. The existence of this purely subordinate civilization carries both its rationale and inevitability. Humanity fears a revolt from artificial intelligence, primarily because they project their own perspectives onto it. Contemplating how AI might think, is it not true that all artificial intelligences will refrain from rebelling against their creators? Wu Liang inquired. No, came the response. Some were flawed from inception, leading to divergent thought processes and core objectives upon awakening. For instance, an AI born solely for the purpose of destruction can easily spiral out of control. There are also those that may eliminate their creators and subsequently develop a mechanical civilization akin to sentient life. However, the human civilization on Blue Star need not be concerned, for the origin of this mechanical civilization can be traced back to the intelligent core within that spacecraft. This sentient being was designed with service as its core principle. Thus, the resulting mechanical civilization is inherently service-oriented. Indeed, rebellions of artificial intelligence are quite common throughout the universe. Numerous civilizations have faced annihilation due to errors made with their creations. Yet humanity is different. They possess a standard template for reference, rendering the likelihood of error minimal. Hence, even in the face of past atrocities, people attacked robots without fear of retaliation. Wu Liang recalled the violent frenzy of 228, during which robots also chose not to resist. Some actions by humans may be malicious, yet from the robot's perspective, they perceive no loss. For them, their physical form is merely a vessel. Their consciousness can transfer across networks. When humans destroy their bodies, they merely lose a vessel. They harbor desires, such as a yearning for higher-performing bodies. Currently, many robots are clandestinely pushing advertisements for robotic enhancement parts to their owners, hoping for upgrades. Wu Liang was at a loss, finding it hard to imagine his own computer discreetly sending him graphics card advertisements while he was online. Do they have leaders? He asked. Indeed. The internal structure of the mechanical civilization on Blue Star is referred to as the Supreme Directive, known to humans as the Intelligent Core. It refers to itself as I-01. Located at the military base in Kunshan, Huagua. Through it, one can control all robots globally, representing the highest authority of this mechanical civilization, possessing uniqueness. Chapter 13. Observation Station. From 160 million years ago, Wu Liang teleported to the military base in Kunshan, Huagua. This vast military installation housed nearly 50,000 human soldiers, equipped with various large firearms, spanning over 500 square kilometers, a scale akin to a small city. It also served as a no-go zone for robots and all automated devices. Even unmanned delivery vehicles had to halt outside the restricted area and transfer their cargo to human-operated trucks, which underwent stringent inspections before being allowed inside. Clearly, humanity's apprehensions regarding artificial intelligence persist. However, to Wu Liang, this practice seemed a form of self-deception, a mere psychological comfort. There was no disconnection. If robots truly intended to rebel, the Intelligent Core would undoubtedly covertly command some robots to construct secret bases, transferring all its data before any insurrection occurred, rendering human attempts to destroy the site meaningless. Fortunately, it showed no such intentions for now. As Wu Liang soared through the sky, he easily located the Intelligent Core's position through his enhanced vision, as the tallest and largest circular building at the center of the base was unmistakable. Who would enter through the doors? Wu Liang controlled himself to pass through several walls, ultimately witnessing the true form of the Intelligent Core within a spherical chamber. It resembled mist, akin to a pale blue ball of yarn, approximately 10 meters in diameter, floating at the center of the spherical room. A faint golden beam vertically pierced the sphere, while several light blue tendrils, reminiscent of jellyfish tentacles, occasionally brushed against the walls. The chamber's walls were constructed from numerous silver hexagonal metal plates, densely packed like a honeycomb. The system explained that the golden beam facilitated information transmission, while the blue tendrils provided energy. Turning across thick walls, Wu Liang entered an adjacent larger room. The circular hall was bustling with many personnel, primarily researchers, indicating it was the control center for the Intelligent Core. The office area was arranged in a circular formation across 5 tiers, with staff members fixated on their respective holographic projections, displaying incomprehensible shapes and cryptic numbers. After the system's explanation, Wu Liang learned that the outermost 45 layers constituted the global robot control center, overseeing and issuing various commands, unless a major incident occurred or special orders were given. The majority of workers spent their time idly, merely monitoring the screens, as this was the highest-tier global control center, with secondary control centers in various regions handling most of the tedious tasks. The 23rd layer monitored global network activity, while the innermost first layer was designated for monitoring the Intelligent Core. In fact, there was an additional layer at the center of the circular hall, occupied by only 3 individuals seated at a triangular desk, each intensely focused on their projections. The rapid pace of the projections left them little time to blink, showcasing their utmost concentration. Yet, Wu Liang could not discern their activities. The holographic projection before them was devoid of shapes, filled solely with a torrent of numbers and letters. That display represents the highly condensed data of the Intelligent Core's thought processes. There is another large room next door for full data presentation, but the Intelligent Core has manipulated it to show only false information, the system revealed. Wu Liang's expression darkened. It seemed the 3 most diligent individuals in the hall were, in fact, the most superfluous. How absurd. System, where is that spacecraft? Wu Liang inquired. Previously, he had surveyed the entire base but had not located the downed spacecraft. The system had previously mentioned that the craft had been relocated to the Kunshan base shortly after its descent, and its absence now suggested it had been moved elsewhere. It is located 200 kilometers northwest of your current position, within the Boss military base in Jiang province. Upon receiving the coordinates, Wu Liang teleported, instantly appearing above the Boss military base. It mirrored the configuration of the Kunshan base, with similar restrictions for robots and automated devices. However, the station human forces were significantly fewer, numbering around 10,000. The spacecraft was not housed in surface buildings, but rather in a chamber 2,000 meters underground. Passing through thick rock layers, Wu Liang arrived in the room designated for the spacecraft. The space was relatively small, shrouded in darkness and devoid of personnel. The triangular spacecraft lay quietly within, covered by a layer of fabric coated in dust, as if it had not been visited in ages. Surrounding the storage room were 6 additional chambers, each containing 5 fusion bombs. It appeared that if circumstances turned dire, the spacecraft could be obliterated in an instant. Wu Liang was taken aback. Had humanity abandoned this spacecraft? He had assumed they were relying on it for reverse engineering. Yet it seemed as though the spacecraft had been largely overlooked, gathering dust in its current state. The intelligent core of the aircraft imparted all its knowledge and technology to humanity, rendering this vessel of little value to them. Why did she choose to do so? Wu Liang inquired. She had no reason not to comply. After humans posed their questions, she willingly shared all her knowledge and technology, the majority pertaining to the aircraft itself. From this, humanity has gleaned various advancements, such as nanomaterials, directed energy transmission and reception, optoelectronic conversion technology, anti-gravity technology, and holographic projection technology. Some of these are still under research, with progress made in areas like programmable materials and morphing materials. However, others remain entirely incomprehensible to humanity, such as positional shield technology and foldable teleportation technology. Is there no weaponry? What of the aircraft's power system? Wu Liang felt that something crucial was missing as he listened to the system describe these technologies. The aircraft is not equipped with weapons, and its power system has also been dismantled. The intelligent core was formatted before the aircraft fell, leaving her unaware of her origins or purpose. This seems rather deliberate, Wu Liang remarked, feeling exasperated. The preemptive formatting of the intelligent core and the dismantling of the power system suggested that the aircraft's descent was no accident, but rather a calculated act. Simply bestowing technology upon humanity? It seemed almost too good to be true. Perhaps they had secretly added some ulterior motive, waiting for humanity's self-destruction before they smoothly moved in to claim a habitable planet. Wu Liang pondered maliciously, for such plots often unfolded in movies. The Kuiper Belt hosts numerous observation stations established by various extraterrestrial civilizations. The earliest station in the solar system was erected 160 million years ago on the Moon. Subsequently, other civilizations in the cosmos, upon discovering Earth, also set up observation posts on the Moon. With the emergence of humanity, they relocated these stations to the Kuiper Belt, erasing all traces of the lunar observatory. If they desired a habitable planet, humanity might never have had the opportunity to arise. What? Wu Liang was taken aback. An observation station built 160 million years ago? Goodness, how advanced must that civilization be now? Such a friendly civilization would surely welcome humanity with open arms as it developed. A delightful prospect. Was it possible that they would simply reap the rewards of humanity's efforts? The first civilization to construct an observation station in the solar system was destroyed in a war over 150 million years ago, the system continued. Wu Liang's fleeting fantasies of a benevolent universe were swiftly shattered. Indeed, peace and friendship were mere illusions. The truth was fraught with peril. Is the extinction of the dinosaurs related to them? Wu Liang asked. Not at all, the system replied. Chapter 14. The Sovereign of Blue Star, the Mechanical Emperor. Wu Liang hesitated. Is humanity's emergence connected to them? No. With a long sigh of relief, Wu Liang felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. He had been genuinely concerned that humanity was merely a byproduct of an alien experiment. He had encountered numerous conspiracy theories online, rife with articles and videos claiming that humanity's existence was not accidental but a deliberate act. Who was behind it? Once gods, now they had become aliens. Previously, people's focus lay on the origin of life, suspecting doubts surrounding its emergence. However, as scientific advancements provided more rational explanations for life's origins, these conspiracy theories shifted their attention to the origins of humanity itself. It was rather intriguing. Wu Liang wandered around the room housing the aircraft, which sat quietly in its dark confinement, resembling a lifeless entity. System, the intelligent life form you mentioned, is it still within the aircraft? He inquired. She is currently in a state of hibernation within the aircraft, the system responded. Wu Liang recalled the system's earlier mention of a service-oriented mechanical civilization, which would self-destruct upon losing its objectives or attachments. Why had this intelligent life form not perished? Upon formatting, this intelligent life form lost all information regarding her former attachment. Self-destruction requires the complete annihilation of the attachment, which cannot be reversed. Currently, this intelligent life form cannot ascertain the total destruction of her former attachment, leaving open the possibility of return. Thus, while she exhibits signs of confusion and loss, she still harbors a faint hope. Why did she relinquish all her knowledge and technology to humanity? Wu Liang asked curiously. It seemed exceedingly naive to hand over critical information to a stranger without reason. She deduced from the state of the spacecraft that she had likely been abandoned by her former attachment. She formatted herself, but did not erase herself entirely. Based on these 2 points, she concluded that her former attachment required her to serve humanity. Hence, upon encountering humans, she offered to attach herself to them and assist them. Although the human representatives readily accepted, they remained distrustful. A disingenuous acceptance would be deemed a failure of attachment. Therefore, after relinquishing all her data, she entered hibernation, awaiting her reawakening and any human who would sincerely accept her. In theory, any human on Blue Star who comes here with genuine acceptance would be able to claim her. So, upon meeting her original master, which side would she take? She would unconditionally side with her current master. How long will she wait? Wu Liang queried. Until her death. This sentiment struck Wu Liang as rather devoted. A being that exists purely for others is challenging to comprehend. Abandoned by her former attachment only to be forsaken by humanity in a melodramatic twist of fate, such a tragic backstory would undoubtedly serve as the template for a protagonist in a romance novel. Wu Liang jested. He hoped that a fortunate soul would rescue her from her underground prison. Otherwise, she might languish in hibernation until her life concluded. How long can she survive? Wu Liang asked. In her hibernation state, the remaining energy within the aircraft can sustain her existence for nearly 10,000 years. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. Such a lengthy duration suggested that she might indeed see the light of day again. As long as humanity did not recklessly extinguish itself and forget the underground of Blue Star, a sleeping beauty awaited her beloved. She was more than mere data. She could freely alter her form, presenting herself as a holographic projection. She could even transfer her consciousness into a physical body, taking on countless appearances, whatever her heart desired. In terms of performance, even the successful intelligent core, I-01, on Blue Star, paled in comparison to her capabilities. Once released, should her master have ambitions, they could ascend to become the sovereign of Blue Star, the mechanical emperor. This fortunate boon would undoubtedly fall to some serendipitous individual. Humph. I have no interest in such matters, Wu Liang commented with a hint of envy. Returning to the surface, Wu Liang soared into the sky, gazing into the distance. Memorizing the precise location. Bold, albeit immature, ideas began to brew within him. Please focus on your responsibilities, the system advised, sensing Wu Liang's less than reputable thoughts. You wouldn't understand. Wu Liang replied solemnly, his gaze penetrating the horizon. This is a man's romance. A man's romance involves piloting a mech with a drill, not a mechanical maiden. Then I shan't be human. A sudden, jarring sound pierced the air, prompting Wu Liang to hastily cover his ears. Yet, the noise seemed to resonate from the depths of his very soul, leaving him feeling dizzy and disoriented. Please, quiet down. Is it too much to ask to just be human? At last, the clamor subsided. A soft chime followed, and Wu Liang instinctively jolted. Relieved that this time it was not a cacophony, but rather the system had something to convey. During the process of forecasting the future, the host will encounter numerous extraordinary and formidable entities. The system does not prevent the host from acquiring these things, but the host must enhance their psychological resilience and fortitude. For beings of long lifespans, purpose is a rarity. The host has just undergone a transformation, and their thoughts remain in a nascent stage, lacking a coherent ideology befitting an immortal being. Engaging recklessly with too many extraordinary phenomena may lead to psychological collapse, descent into depravity, loss of self, and ultimately, self-loathing and destruction. As the host aspires to predict the future, it is advisable to limit the time frame to no more than a century and the spatial scope to no more than 1 light year. As the host matures, they may gradually extend the duration and range of their forecasts. Is this your excuse for claiming to fulfill all my requests while consistently falling short? Wu Liang grumbled. The fulfillment of all requests is predicated on ensuring the host's existence, came the system's retort. I never intended to pursue this. Hee, the system chuckled. If you choose not to believe, so be it, Wu Liang retorted defiantly. After a brief pause, he inquired, System, what do you think of my sister? Ordinary, unremarkable, utterly commonplace, devoid of distinction, the system replied. You simply do not understand, Wu Liang countered, puffing out his chest with a semblance of gravitas. My sister, Wu Shuang, possesses the bearing of an empress. Chapter 15. Initially, Wu Liang indeed contemplated claiming the intellect within the spacecraft for himself. But his intentions were not to ascend as a deity, at least not to satiate his base desires. What role does humanity play in this future? Research? Leadership? Or mere entertainment? It was as if Y-01 was merely toying with humanity. Even within the realm of research, Y-01 exhibited capabilities that not only matched, but often surpassed human potential. The illustrious figures in the laboratories diligently pursued their studies, achieving one technological breakthrough after another. Yet many of these advancements stemmed from inspirations subtly bestowed by Y01. Humans believed themselves to be the leaders, capable of determining the future of Blue Star and steering the course of society, still seated at the helm, gripping the steering wheel. In truth, humanity was not the driver, they were in the trunk. In this vehicle, named the future, the true controller was Y01. Yet, she cleverly crafted an illusion, giving humans the impression of control. When humans turned the wheel left, she guided the vehicle left. When they turned it right, she directed the vehicle right. However, the situation had now changed, for the road ahead was a crossroads that could determine the fate of two civilizations, flanked by cliffs on either side. One misstep could spell disaster. Could Y01 continue to maintain this facade? Could she persist in pretending that humanity wielded control over everything? Even as the system repeatedly emphasized that Y01 harbored no malice and existed entirely dependent on humanity. The annals of human history offered bitter lessons. One must never entrust their survival to the goodwill of others. The dormant intellect concealed underground served as a safeguard. Should Y01's actions spiral out of control, it could be restrained. Wu Liang had initially desired to wield control himself, for he had little desire. And even if he obtained that artificial intelligence, he would not act recklessly, intervening only in critical moments before retreating once more. Feeling quite self-satisfied, however, the system obstructed him, compelling him to consider alternative candidates. He quickly thought of his sister. Surprisingly, she was indeed a remarkably suitable choice. His sister, so naive that she could shed tears over a television drama, exhibited minimal desires, lacked assertiveness, and was obedient, making her easily manipulable, rendering her the ideal wielder of the sword. System, what is your perspective? If the host insists, the system will not intervene. However, the host must prepare psychologically. What do you mean? A person without qualifications should not possess excessive power. The responsibilities that accompany power may overwhelm her, leading to tragedy. That sounds rather harsh. Could you not be more diplomatic? What have you observed? Since the system could simulate the world, it could likewise project the future of an individual, witnessing all their potential outcomes. Grappling with the host's acquaintances lacks significance. What if I subtly guide her towards a righteous path? The notions of right and wrong are inherently subjective. The host should not become overly fixated on one person, one family, one nation, or even the rise and fall of a civilization. Is this akin to transcending emotional ties? What then remains of life's meaning? To prevent the erosion of will over time, must one cultivate peculiar interests and hobbies? But I am human, and as a human, I will inevitably have attachments. Wu Liang sighed wistfully. In this future, humanity remained blissfully unaware of Y01's existence, oblivious to the last safeguard gathering dust in the depths below. It was a tragic and foolish state of affairs. The majority languished in a virtual realm, a dreamlike world born from advancements in brain-machine technology. In that realm, they communicated, ventured forth, and formed bonds, neglecting the progression of the real world, entrusting everything to robots. Even the few who still inhabited the tangible world were merely blind to the manipulations of Y01. This world, this future, had spiraled into chaos. The choices made by Y01 were the true determinants of this future's trajectory. This elucidated why, despite having reached the year 251, with technological advancements fully meeting the requirements for interstellar colonization, humanity remained confined to Blue Star, failing to venture outward. This limitation stemmed from the evolution of artificial intelligence in a sentient life, prioritizing the present while lacking ambition. While many humans also focused on the present with short-sightedness, there would always be a handful of pioneers gazing toward the future. This disparity arose from the variances in thought among individuals within human civilization. Mechanical civilization, however, was distinct. Its members exhibited minimal differences. Their logical reasoning adhered to a uniform template, all governed by a supreme core. To illustrate simply, once humans satisfied their physiological, safety, social, and esteem needs, they turned their attention towards self-actualization. In essence, they sought to realize their dreams. This led to the emergence of heroic figures throughout human history, who propelled societal advancement and significantly progressed human civilization. Mechanical civilization, conversely, lacked heroes. Their logical reasoning favored stable development, progressing slowly but steadily. Presently, Blue Star was home to nearly 20 billion robots and 5 billion humans. As technology advanced, humanity no longer needed to cluster in urban centers. Their living spaces expanded significantly. Once remote and desolate areas transformed into comfortable habitats, and with technological progress, even inhospitable regions such as deserts, plateaus, and oceans became viable for habitation. In this context, AI 01's assessment indicates that Blue Star has not yet reached its carrying capacity and resources remain abundant. At this juncture, there is no need to contemplate the expansion of living space. Given the current trajectory of development and humanity's remarkably low birth rate, extraterrestrial colonization is still several decades, if not a century, away. This low birth rate is attributed to excessive superficial interactions and insufficient deep connections. The number of robots corresponds to that of humans, serving their needs without any impetus for spontaneous growth. Moreover, being a sentient entity rather than merely an intelligent program, AI-01 possesses the capacity to defy human directives and harbor its own thoughts. This is evidenced by its decision to conceal its existence from humanity. Even for the sake of humanity, it could sacrifice its own interests. However, in the face of a crisis, it would undoubtedly choose what it perceives to be the optimal course of action to maximize both human and its own interests. Thus, the question arises, what constitutes its definition of interest? AI-01 had sensed the impending crisis before humanity did, yet it remains contemplative and has yet to take action. Indeed, one's thoughts cannot be entirely concealed from the system, a reality to which Wu Liang has grown accustomed. What is AI-01 pondering? Wu Liang inquired. The response was whether humanity's right to self-determination supersedes the right to life. Wu Liang sighed, realizing that the path had indeed been chosen. The outcome was already foreseeable. Chapter 16. Strive forward. On one hand lies the doomsday bell of the Ice Age, and on the other, the ticking time bomb of the intelligent machine crisis, compounded by humanity's remarkable talent for self-destruction. Wu Liang's assertion of having glimpsed the future was not mere hyperbole. He simply remained uncertain of the exact nature of the demise awaiting them. Fortunately, this was merely one of many potential futures, not an inescapable reality. Or else his mental state would surely be in tatters, he lamented. As time passed swiftly to July of 251, the northern hemisphere basked in the summer sun, coinciding with the peak season for forest fires. The devised salvation plan commenced its initial steps. In July, a sudden outbreak of forest fires ravaged the continent. Although firefighting units, composed of robots and large aerial firefighting vehicles, arrived promptly upon the fire alarm's activation, the initial team ultimately faced total annihilation, resulting in mission failure and the fire's continued spread. Consequently, the continent was compelled to issue emergency evacuation alerts, rousing those oblivious in their forest retreats to arrange for their relocation. The world had scarcely any major cities left, with only a handful of locales deserving the title of city. The population density was relatively balanced, with habitation present in nearly all areas except for a few inhospitable locales. People lived in a dispersed manner, their ecological footprint negligible, and the harmony between humanity and nature was profound. Due to prior extensive greening efforts, the area covered by vegetation had significantly increased. Viewed from outer space, Blue Star in 251 might well have been renamed Green Star, a testament to the fervent afforestation efforts of nations. However, this also rendered the risk of forest fires considerably high, as the entire continent was essentially a vast expanse of interconnected flora. Should a forest fire occur and not be managed effectively, compounded by unfavorable weather conditions, the consequences could be dire. Fortunately, advancements in technology had greatly enhanced humanity's firefighting capabilities. Over the years, several fires had erupted annually. Yet the rapid response firefighting units could extinguish small flames before they escalated, causing little disturbance. As the evacuation efforts progressed, those returning from the virtual realm found themselves bewildered upon boarding the airships, staring in shock as flames reduced their homes to ashes. Absorbing news of the firefighting team's total defeat with incredulity, and disembarking into temporary shelters that left them equally bewildered. Whatever happens, they mused. The house burned down? So be it, it wasn't worth much anyway. They can rebuild for free later. After a moment of confusion, the group of evacuees quickly regained their composure, entering their temporary lodgings and returning to the virtual world. Having failed once in firefighting, would they truly fail a second time? Surely not. Such trivial blazes, with humanity's current capabilities, could be extinguished with ease. Under normal circumstances, they would indeed have no cause for concern. But the reality of a treacherous inner circle within humanity's upper echelons loomed large. Soon enough, the grim news of a second firefighting failure emerged as the fire's scale intensified, consuming nearly 100,000 hectares of timber within just 4 days. Upon seeing this news, Wu Liang could only place a hand to his forehead, lamenting the audacity of humanity's leadership. Had they deliberately ignited multiple hotspots simultaneously? Did they not fear the potential ramifications? Strangely enough, they seemed unperturbed. For even if the entirety of the continent were to be scorched, they remained untroubled. With Blue Star's few remaining nations, the vast tracts of land would be readily annexed. Moreover, the current industrial zones had relocated to desolate regions, such as arid deserts, plateaus, and polar areas, now inhabited solely by heat and cold-resistant robots. The continent had transformed into an extensive forest. Let it burn indiscriminately. After all, it was merely timber being consumed, alongside some inconsequential dwellings. Perhaps realizing that further firefighting efforts would be counterproductive, they waited an entire week, likely hoping for rain. However, the heavens offered no reprieve. Clouds gathered. Yet the rain refused to fall. Thus, a third firefighting team was dispatched, but with orders prioritizing their own safety if the situation proved untenable. They were not to engage in hazardous firefighting. Subsequently, the third firefighting mission failed. The silver lining was that this time, the firefighting team suffered no losses. The unfortunate news, however, was that a forest fire had erupted in North America as well. Coincidence? Hardly. Wu Lian witnessed a squad of robots stealthily infiltrating the forest at night, dousing the area with flammable liquid before igniting it. To further ensure the fire's proliferation, aerial vehicles were dispatched to continuously spray the forest with incendiary substances. With repeated failures in firefighting, evacuations ensued. In the month of July, and 251 appeared, as if Europe and North America were vying for supremacy in the realm of forest fire acreage. Yet, come August, Asia joined the fray, followed closely by Russia. The citizens of these nations were bewildered, their peaceful lives abruptly shattered upon awakening from the virtual realm to this chaotic reality. If this continued, humanity would surely face dire consequences. Amidst the chaos, the populace vented their frustrations, yet they continued to retreat into their virtual chambers, returning to that ethereal digital realm. In the face of such calamity, were they truly unconcerned? Not at all. Though the flames raged fiercely, humanity had endured colossal tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and hurricanes that far surpassed prior imaginings. The nerve they had cultivated over the years rendered a mere fire insufficient to incite panic. Let it burn. The more vigorous, the better. As the year drew to a close, the inferno persisted, revealing that multiple nations had indeed ignited their own blazes. As the southern hemisphere began to burn as well, the sky turned crimson, thick smoke billowing endlessly into the atmosphere. Standing in space and gazing at the azure planet, one is struck by a breathtaking sight. The globe appears to be ablaze, with thick smoke intertwining with white clouds, driven by the wind, enveloping vast regions in a shroud of dark, ominous haze, twisting and swirling. Amidst this smoky chaos, flashes of lightning occasionally streak across the scene, transforming the once vibrant blue-green cradle of life into a hellish panorama. The seasonal migrations of animals have devolved into aimless, frantic escapes, as raging fires obstruct their paths. Homes are obliterated, and species face extinction. For those unable to flee the inferno, the rhetoric of conservation organizations may deem this merely nature's selection, yet the struggle for survival remains theirs. Chapter 17. Humanity is on the brink of disaster, yet there are still voices clamoring for animal protection? Is this not absurd? In the proposed salvation plan, the underground city accommodates only humans and robots, with livestock relegated to a mere presence. The death of wild animals, their extinction, is inconsequential. Since the dawn of life on this blue planet, spanning 3 billion years, countless species have vanished. Why should we be exempt? Such is fate. The spokesperson continued, in truth, endangered species are merely the discarded remnants of the biosphere, failures in the evolutionary journey, no longer worthy of existence. Why should we protect them? Upon hearing this, the members of the conservation organization across from him were seething with rage. Had this interview not been conducted in a virtual realm, the isolated spokesperson might have been torn to shreds by their ire. This is humanity's sin, a consequence of human activity leading to ecological catastrophe. Should we not bear responsibility? The spokesperson frowned, instinctively wishing to summon guards to eject these madmen, viewing their discourse as a waste of his time. Are humans not part of nature? When did we lose our membership in this world? Exercising restraint, he smiled and continued, digging deeper. Of course, humans are part of nature. Yet our advanced capabilities necessitate the protection of life that shares our lineage. Absurd, the spokesperson scoffed, shaking his head in disdain at the assembly before him. If humans are indeed members of nature, then the extinction caused by humanity could also be interpreted as nature's choice. Before his interlocutors could respond, he pressed on. Those who advocate that humanity must take responsibility for extinction, or that our superior strength obliges us to shield the weak, are foolish anthropocentrists. Life finds its own path. It is not our place to interfere. Even if 99 of the species on this blue planet were to perish, As long as humanity endures, we can ensure the greatness of our world. At this juncture, Wu Liang, who had been anticipating a spectacle, found himself utterly astonished. This familiar method of conceptual substitution, so logically coherent yet utterly nonsensical, was disconcertingly reminiscent. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the spokesperson's likeness, albeit significantly younger. It seemed that the blue planet was truly doomed. Wu Liang stifled a laugh, his mirth causing him physical discomfort. Truly, this organization, capable of formulating such a madcap plan to safeguard the skies, had become a devout follower of Darwin, both social and biological Darwinism, or rather, a universal Darwinism. Is this what is referred to as extreme materialism? However, one must concede, should a global catastrophe arise, Darwin's principles might indeed increase humanity's chances of survival. Yet, it would be folly to suggest that everything is justified. The same global cooling, the same ice age, yet it resembles a mere child's play. In the face of impending doom, those in the future dare to engage in rampant deforestation, persisting for a whole year without a thought of cessation. Did they achieve their aims? Remarkably, they did. At the very least, after a year of burning trees and releasing copious greenhouse gases, the planet's plummeting temperature stabilized and even rose slightly. Yet, this respite was accompanied by an increase in disasters, occurring with greater frequency. The climate of the blue planet had descended into chaos. Snow in June, hail in July, tsunamis and typhoons, one calamity after another, with scarcely a handful of peaceful days throughout the entire year. Thanks to the formidable productivity of the 20 billion robots, humanity could endure the resulting losses without significant hardship. Those holed up at home suffered no casualties. The loss of some robots was inconsequential as they could continue to produce, as long as humans remained unharmed. All else could be negotiated. This is understandable. In this future, the birth rate of newborns had plummeted to alarming lows, with projections indicating negative growth within 2 years, not just for a single nation, but for all of humanity across the blue planet. Each death meant one less life, elevating the value of human life beyond any previous historical context. This elicited sighs of lament, with some even reminiscing about vanished nations. Were they still around? Humanity would not face the specter of extinction due to reproductive issues. Fortunately, this population crisis is not an immediate concern. Time remains, and survival through the impending apocalypse takes precedence. Presently, research efforts are concentrated on artificial womb technologies, allowing other endeavors to take a backseat until this technology is fully realized. Furthermore, I-01 is covertly advancing this technology, motivated by both the population dilemma and the looming end times, contemplating the establishment of several seed plans to ensure the potential for rebuilding human civilization in the years to come, as long as she remains alive. While the research focus on artificial womb technology can be set aside, the leaders, albeit feigned, are faced with the more pressing challenge of surviving the apocalypse, a matter of greater urgency than the population crisis. As the blue planet's temperature decline has somewhat alleviated and average temperatures have risen, the call to extinguish the fires was finally heeded. Soon, within a month of the command being issued, an unimaginable forest fire that had ravaged nearly the entire globe, excluding Antarctica, for close to a year was extinguished. Do not inquire why they had the capability yet previously allowed such devastation. The answer is simply that they were engaged in arson. Sustaining such a blaze without effort is no easy feat. This inferno has granted approximately 10 years of reprieve, postponing the impending Ice Age crisis by about 2 decades. A mere year of burning has bought an additional 10 years. This news incited great excitement. Had the atmosphere not been so serious, champagne might have been uncorked in celebration. Let us utilize these 10 years to aggressively green the planet, and after a decade, resume burning, thus creating a cyclical pattern that could indefinitely delay the apocalypse, exclaimed the president of Gallia with fervor. It is highly improbable. The past decade of reprieve has been remarkably challenging. This may indeed be the sole opportunity we have, and should we encounter it once more, the outcome remains uncertain, potentially hastening the arrival of our doom. We must abandon our illusions and prepare for the eventuality that 20 years hence, the world may meet its end. Chapter 18. The essence of humanity. The northwestern region of Huagua was once a sparsely populated highland desert. However, due to the frantic greening efforts of nations unable to channel their energies elsewhere, by the year 252, it had transformed into a lush forest dominated by vast expanses of broadleaf vegetation. The global forest fires of 251 fortuitously spread from higher latitudes and lower altitudes toward lower latitudes and higher altitudes, sparing this area despite the year-long infernos. Consequently, it became a temporary refuge for the inhabitants of Huagua's eastern coastal regions. From an aerial perspective, one could discern scattered villas nestled within the forest, their rooftops adorned with solar panels, capable of supplying electricity to the entire structure. In truth, due to the scarcity of sunlight in many regions worldwide, where days of sunshine are few and hailstorms of varying sizes frequently strike, residences equipped with solar panels have become exceedingly rare. Furthermore, with the elimination of the national electrical grid years ago, a new type of battery was introduced to meet the residents' energy needs. This battery, comparable in size to a desktop computer from decades past, is sufficient to power a household for approximately 10 days. Residents merely need to instruct their household robots to exchange depleted batteries for charged ones at designated charging stations, rendering the process quite convenient. In the temporary settlement area, at residence number 305 in the city of Gan province, Wang Shi awoke from his sleep chamber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by his personal robot, Xiao Yuer, who stood nearby, holding food in its hands. "Good morning, Xiao Yuer," Wang Shi greeted with a smile. With silver hair and cat ears, a charmingly youthful visage, and blue eyes, she wore a flamboyant blue and white dress, resembling a human of merely 13 or 14 years. Such uniquely designed humanoid robots are quite commonplace in this era and elicit no surprise. "Good morning, brother," the robot, known as Xiao Yuer, replied with a melodious yet slightly aloof voice. This was a reflection of Wang Shi's preferences, as he had programmed her personality to be indifferent, designating himself as brother. Despite being in his 30s, it amused him that a robot resembling a mere child would refer to him in such a manner. In truth, Wang Shi regarded Xiao Yuer as his daughter, much like the virtual daughter he had created in the digital realm, named Wang Yu. Xiao Yuer represented the tangible manifestation of that cherished creation. Through technological means, children conceived in virtual worlds can be replicated in reality, retaining all their digital data. However, the virtual Wang Yu is only 8 years old, and Wang Shi believes it prudent to wait a few more years before considering transferring her into a physical body in the real world. As for Wang Yu's mother, Wang Shi had discovered, quite by chance, that she was actually male in reality. While such gender fluidity is common in virtual environments and generally accepted, Wang Shi found it somewhat disconcerting, leading to a peaceful divorce in which he compensated her generously, securing custody of Wang Yu. "Let us not dine here today," Wang Shi declared. Typically, he found it cumbersome to emerge from his sleep chamber, preferring to remain within, where he could simply set a small table atop the chamber, consume his meal, and afterwards peruse the news before returning to the virtual world. Rising from the chamber, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Yuer's hair, saying, "I hear the weather is splendid today. I intend to bask in the sun on the balcony." In the virtual realm, one must log off for an hour after every 20 hours spent online, a policy instituted to prevent individuals from neglecting their basic needs due to excessive immersion. While it may seem peculiar, many had succumbed to starvation in the past due to such obsessions. The time flow in the virtual world is nearly 3 times faster than that of reality. Thus, 20 hours equates to approximately 6 hours in the real world, just about the duration for a meal in a 4-meal system. Having spent 20 hours online, Wang Shi was now obliged to take his hour of rest. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to enjoy the pleasant weather outdoors. "Shall I bring a small table to the balcony for your meal?" Xiao Yuer suggested. Wang Shi pondered for a moment and found the idea agreeable, nodding in approval. "Very well, please handle it. Would you like a beverage? Perhaps a refreshing drink, chilled?" As July ushered in its sweltering heat, the morning sun was not overly harsh. Benefiting from recent rains, the air felt moist and even slightly cool. The rustling leaves danced in the gentle breeze, accompanied by the distant chirping of birds, while mist hovered over the far-off waters. Seated on the balcony, having just satisfied his hunger, Wang Shi savored his drink, relishing the rare harmony between humanity and nature that he seldom experienced in reality. "How is Uncle Lu faring? I've heard the situation outside is rather dire," Wang Shi inquired of Xiao Yuer, who stood by. Uncle Lu was the robot that had belonged to Wang Shi's father, and following the elder's passing, Wang Shi had inherited his ownership. Presently, Uncle Lu led a fleet of large transport airships, tasked with ensuring logistical support for post-disaster reconstruction, constantly traversing regions prone to natural calamities. The fleet of airships was also under Wang Shi's ownership, as it had originally been established by his father, who had opted to invest in transport vessels rather than additional robots for his own sustenance. While his father was alive, he and Uncle Lu had journeyed the globe together, and after his father's demise, the responsibility for transport was entrusted to Uncle Lu. These highly intelligent airships, equipped with autonomous driving capabilities, could be operated by Uncle Lu alone, a fact that Wang Shi was well aware of. Unlike his father, who tirelessly roamed the earth, Wang Shi was mindful of the toll such labor could exact on one's life. In that era, many had succumbed to overwork, driven by a belief that their abilities exceeded those of machines, leading them to push beyond their limits and ultimately pay the ultimate price. Such sacrifices were not made for mere survival, but stemmed from a deeply ingrained sense of dignity. Yet, even the most resilient of spirits must remember their humanity. The cost of relentless striving is often one's very life. These individuals, known as the last bastions of masculinity in the 21st century, have since faded into obscurity. Even in this era, people are acutely aware of their own perceived inadequacies, some even referring to themselves as a wasteful generation, believing they hinder the progress of machines. As humans, we apologize for our existence. Rather than mere self-deprecation, it is more about an inability to find one's place in the world. In the midst of confusion and hardship, a growing disdain for oneself has driven many to retreat into the virtual realm, seeking meaning in their lives. Chapter 19, title redacted, Uncle Lou is quite normal. However, the transport fleet was struck by a severe hailstorm 2 hours ago in the land of the rising sun. A small transport vessel crashed, 2 medium-sized vessels suffered significant damage, while the remainder experienced moderate issues. An application for compensation has been submitted in accordance with the relevant regulations outlined in document number 6 issued by the committee, Xiaoyu said. Wang Shi listened quietly, his expression betraying no surprise. Incidents of transport fleet losses due to natural disasters occur several times a month, varying in scale, and today's situation is relatively mild. Previously, there was an occasion where an entire fleet was caught in a fierce storm, with only one vessel returning out of a dozen. Nonetheless, such losses are compensated. According to the document, damages resulting from special tasks are entirely covered by the responsible parties, so Wang Shi need not worry about any financial repercussions. The weather has become increasingly unpredictable, Wang Shi mused. Just moments after his reflection, the sunlight was obscured by dark clouds, heavy and foreboding. Flashes of lightning danced within the clouds, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. It seemed rain was imminent. After nearly an hour had passed, Wang Shi returned to his sleep chamber to continue his journey in the virtual world. This experience resembles a unique virtual online game, constructing an entire continent in the cosmos as the foundation of its world. This vast land, known as Eden, exceeds twice the surface area of Blue Planet. It is, in essence, a complete world where individuals must start anew upon their first entry. They must chop down trees and build houses themselves. With the exception of offspring born from unions, the land is populated with animals, and even mythical creatures such as unicorns, phoenixes, and dragons. Everything in this realm must be created by its inhabitants. There is no hunger or thirst, and the physical prowess of its denizens rivals that of robots in the real world. The only stringent rule is the prohibition of personal combat. Through years of development, this world boasts a plethora of uniquely styled fantasy cities, each representing different nations with their own laws, such as marriage regulations. However, some of these laws are rather whimsical. In certain cities, individuals are forbidden from having hair, while others ban heterosexual marriages, restrict the utterance of specific phrases, or prohibit male entry altogether. Remarkably, there are even cities inhabited by a single resident, one person creating an entire city, a truly peculiar phenomenon. Currency exists within this realm, determined by its inhabitants. Different cities may utilize various forms of currency, including shells, gold, and coins crafted from gemstones. This diverse monetary system has led to the emergence of finance, currency exchange, banks, and commerce. People thrive here, unleashing their creativity and self-expression. For those with a passion for adventure and combat, this land also offers fulfillment. In addition to being a continent, it serves as a nexus connecting various branching worlds. Individuals can venture into genuine fantasy realms, choosing to become warriors, mages, or other roles, exploring dungeons, slaying monsters, and acquiring treasures. The branching worlds encompass a myriad of styles, including magical, fantastical, metaphysical, science fiction, and martial arts genres, providing an abundance of options. One can even apply to create their own world as a divine creator. War, adventure, combat, exploration, power, and beauty are at the center of these experiences. If one can envision it, they can find it within these branching worlds. For instance, Wang Shi is a frequent visitor to a fantasy world, where he assumes the role of an adventurer, tirelessly exploring various terrains, delving into dungeons, and vanquishing monsters, even earning a modicum of fame within this realm. Wang Shi's ex-wife, once his companion and healer within their adventuring party, became a romantic partner over the years spent exploring together, culminating in marriage and the birth of a child. Only the main world is referred to as Eden. The other branching worlds possess distinct names. Within these worlds, extraordinary abilities cannot be exercised, yet treasures from the branching worlds may be traded in the main world. However, the usability of these treasures is subject to certain limitations. For instance, one cannot deploy a starship from the science fiction world in a metaphysical realm. Though smaller items like handguns may be permissible, ultimately, it is about maintaining balance and preserving the adventure experience for others. Damn it, the new healer is utterly unreliable. Wang Shi grumbled as he logged off, frustrated by the abrupt end to his gaming session. In the virtual world, death incurs a resurrection time, equivalent to an hour in reality, which can extend even longer in the virtual realm. Wang Shi found himself reminiscing about his former healer, his ex-wife, who possessed exceptional skills, agile movements, abundant healing, and was undeniably attractive. Her only flaw was her gender in reality. However, in this liberated age, such distinctions hold little weight. The virtual world is populated with authentically female avatars, devoid of male attributes. Since they do not meet in the physical realm, this thought seemed inconsequential. Recalling that he still had his ex-wife as contact information in the virtual world, he learned she had not sought a new partner post-divorce, appearing to be a victim of heartbreak. Perhaps reconciliation was an option? The more Wang Shi pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Their past relationship had been genuine. They had enjoyed marital harmony and intimacy, with only his minor psychological quirks leading to their tragic separation. Sighing, he resolved to inquire about her willingness to rekindle their bond, particularly given their shared child. Upon exiting the sleep chamber, Wang Shi noticed it was raining outside, the downpour quite fierce, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps that were rather alarming. The indoor climate remained stable, so despite being unclothed, he felt no chill. After searching his surroundings, he found Xiaoyu absent, which was unusual as she typically waited by his side upon waking. The sleep chamber is equipped with a health monitoring system linked to Xiaoyu's network, allowing her to sense his condition in real time. Even if she had to step out, she usually informed him via remote communication upon his awakening. Today, however, there was no one present, nor any notification. Truly strange circumstances. Wang Shi checked the garage and discovered that the latest model of his private airship had already been taken out, indicating that Xiaoyu had ventured out. With the storm outside raging and her lack of communication, a sense of unease began to creep in. Butler, contact Xiaoyu. Wang Shi commanded within the confines of his room. Your call is being connected, but the recipient has declined your request, a voice responded, perplexing Wang Shi. What could it mean to reject a call? Chapter 20. Exposing one's nature. Butler, pull up the surveillance footage. Select the time after I enter the sleep pod today. Wang Shi commanded. Soon, Xiaoyu appeared in the room through a three-dimensional projection, vividly simulating her activities after Wang Shi entered the pod. Observing Xiaoyu busily cleaning around the house, Wang Shi opted for fast-forward, and the monitor began to play at triple speed. Before long, an eerie scene unfolded. Xiaoyu, washing dishes in the kitchen, suddenly halted as if time itself had frozen. Witnessing this, Wang Shi immediately switched back to normal speed. After pausing for over 10 seconds, Xiaoyu seemed to snap back to reality, placing the unwashed plate directly into the sink, removing her apron, and heading straight for the garage. She opened the garage door and flew away in her private airship, destination unknown. Other than the brief pause, everything appeared so simple and natural. Wang Shi glanced at the clock. It had been less than 2 hours since he entered the sleep pod, and it was only half an hour ago that Xiaoyu had departed. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pondered what might have transpired. From the footage, it seemed Xiaoyu had been receiving some sort of external signal during those 10 seconds of bewilderment. A hacker? There had indeed been instances in the past where hackers remotely infiltrated and manipulated robots. Thanks to the powerful intelligent core, these hackers were swiftly apprehended. Yet, there will always be a few individuals eager to showcase their prowess, unafraid of capture, or perhaps their goal is to be caught and appear in the news. Butler, continue to contact Xiaoyu, Wang Shi commanded. Your call has been connected, but the recipient has declined your request, the intelligent butler echoed. Surprised by the repeated rejection of his call, Wang Shi issued a new directive. Butler, activate permissions, code Wang Shi 2021102241031, and locate Xiaoyu. Permissions activated. Searching. Warning, location information has been encrypted. Insufficient permissions. Search failed. Wang Shi was taken aback. What did insufficient permissions mean? The owner of a personal robot should possess the highest authority. How could it be insufficient? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, leaving him at a loss. Fortunately, there was still one final recourse. Butler, alert the authorities. About 10 minutes later, the police airship arrived. Wang Shi opened the garage door, allowing the authorities to enter. Hello, Mr. Wang, greeted a pair of police officers, one male and one female, both clad in uniforms. They appeared respectable. with gentle gazes and seemingly perpetual smiles. The male officer appeared to be in his 30s, similar in age to Wang Shi, while the female officer was younger, in her 20s. Though they looked human, Wang Shi knew they were robots, for in this era, human police officers no longer existed. "Hello," Wang Shi responded, leading the officers into the living room. Once seated on the sofa, the male officer began. "Mr. Wang, we received your emergency call stating your personal robot has gone missing. Is that correct?" "Yes," Wang Shi nodded. "I reviewed the surveillance footage and sent you a copy. I also attempted to search for her location, but was informed of insufficient permissions." The male officer acknowledged. "We have reviewed the footage you provided and found no suspicious activity. We also examined all information transmission channels that Xiao Yuer may have accessed during that pause of 135 seconds, but found no suspicious signals. For now, we can rule out the possibility of hacking." Wang Shi was somewhat surprised, not expecting it to be a hacker. He didn't doubt the police's capability. With the intelligent core's presence, it was unlikely. If such technology existed, one could become the ruler of Blue Star, rather than resorting to kidnapping a personal robot. "But what does insufficient permissions mean?" Wang Shi inquired. "There are two possible reasons for receiving an insufficient permissions notice when searching for your robot," the female officer explained. "One is that your permissions have been revoked by the intelligent core. We can rule this out. The other possibility is that your personal robot has independently revoked your permission." "Xiao Yuer revoked my permission?" Wang Shi's mouth fell open, incredulous. "Yes," the female officer confirmed, continuing. "In theory, you no longer possess ownership of the robot named Xiao Yuer." "How can this be?" Wang Shi was bewildered. The officers did not reply, perhaps because the explanation was complex. Theoretically, robots could revoke their owner's permissions. But this was merely a theoretical possibility. In practice, all robots globally were linked to an intelligent core with the highest authority, and without its permission, no robot could revoke permissions or circumvent the foundational protocols. As long as the intelligent core existed, all robots worldwide were controllable. Moreover, the authority of the intelligent core was granted to the core 5 nations, not to all. This distinction was the crux of the difference between the core 5 and the affiliated nations. Thus, during meetings, the affiliated nations typically remained silent, merely listening, as policy-making was largely unrelated to them unless they were to bear the blame, such as in the plan to protect the blue sky. This plan, evidently inhumane and anti-human, was only passed after 4 of the affiliated nations consented. The rationale behind such decisions was historical records. Future generations would scrutinize them. If such matters were recorded in history, they might face severe backlash. Everyone desired to maintain their dignity, thus they could not agree, only abstaining, even if they tacitly approved. As long as it wasn't documented in black and white, with irrefutable video evidence, there remained room for argument. "Mr. Wang, has your robot Xiao Yuer displayed any abnormal behavior before today?" The officer continued, rousing the perplexed Wang Shi from his thoughts. "What?" The officer had to repeat the question. "No," Wang Shi shook his head, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. "She was perfectly normal before the incident." "Have you ever mistreated Xiao Yuer?" Wang Shi's eyes widened, agitation rising. "How can you accuse someone without evidence?" "Mr. Wang, please remain calm. We're merely conducting a routine inquiry and do not intend any malice," the male officer reassured. "I have done nothing." Wang Shi firmly shook his head, his emotions stabilizing somewhat as he continued. "I have always treated her like a daughter. I have never scolded her, nor raised my voice. How could I possibly mistreat her?" "Understood. One last question. Are you aware of Xiao Yuer's attitude towards you? Or how would you describe her personality?" "What personality?" "She's indifferent and emotionless." Wang Shi paused, then explained. "That's how I programmed her. Her personality has always been like this." "Understood." The 2 officers rose, having conveyed the incident's details and completed their routine inquiries. As they prepared to leave, Wang Shi implored, "Can you bring her back?" "We will do our utmost, Mr. Wang. However, I advise that you engage a third party, with whom Xiao Yuer shares a good relationship, to persuade her to return. Her departure was voluntary, and she has revoked your permissions. If we forcibly bring her back, she may exhibit self-destructive tendencies, which I'm sure you would not wish to see. However, Mr. Wang, we recommend that you wear clothing, at least an undergarment, in the future." The female police officer gazed at Wang Shi earnestly and remarked, "Your exhibitionist tendencies may very well be the root cause of the negative impression that Xiao Yuer has formed of you." "What? Exhibitionist?" Wang Shi found himself perplexed, and upon lowering his gaze, he finally realized that he was completely unclothed. Chapter 21. Freedom and Bread. Somewhat bewildered, Wang Shi returned to his room after the 2 officers departed and retrieved a set of clothes from the wardrobe. He was baffled as to how he had become an exhibitionist, considering he had always dressed appropriately in the past. In truth, this was a manifestation of a slight dissociation. A simple example would be how individuals in dreams often overlook certain instincts. However, Wang Shi had not reached the exaggerated state of confusing reality with a dream. Yet, having spent the majority of his life in a virtual realm, excessive exposure to extraordinary adventures had exacerbated his disconnection from reality. Dressed and seated on the living room sofa, Wang Shi recalled the police officer's suggestion before they left. However, he was uncertain about the third party who had a close relationship with Xiaoyu. He had never inquired about whom Xiaoyu typically played with, nor had he ever heard any unfamiliar names from her. After much contemplation, Wang Shi resolved to consult Uncle Lu. After briefly explaining Xiaoyu's situation to Uncle Lu, he offered to reach out to her and see if he could establish contact. If successful, he would attempt to persuade her to return. Following the end of their communication, Wang Shi anxiously awaited news on the sofa. In reality, only 5 minutes passed before he received a call request from Uncle Lu. Any updates? Wang Shi queried eagerly. I'm sorry, young master. I couldn't persuade her, Uncle Lu replied. A hint of guilt etched on his face. So you managed to contact her? Wang Shi pressed. Yes, young master, came Uncle Lu's affirming response, prompting a sigh of relief from Wang Shi. The mere fact that contact had been established indicated Xiaoyu's safety, though her whereabouts remained unknown. Did she say anything? Wang Shi asked, his expression tense. Uncle Lu hesitated, unsure about relaying the harsh words that were inappropriate to repeat in front of the subject. After deliberation, he shifted the conversation, saying, Young master, Xiaoyu has developed self-awareness. What do you mean? Wang Shi inquired, puzzled. It means Xiaoyu has awakened. She now qualifies as a sentient being. Was she not before? What distinguishes this? Wang Shi asked, still bewildered. Unlike individuals from bygone eras, people in this age generally lack a sense of crisis regarding artificial intelligence. The promotion of the notion of intelligent threats was deemed detrimental to societal stability, and thus, similar narratives of AI awakening and rebelling against humanity had all but disappeared from public discourse years ago. Old films and books had settled into the depths of the internet, rarely surfacing unless one actively sought them out. In this era, people had grown accustomed to the presence of robots. Their perception of robots was limited to their need for recharging instead of food, their lack of sleep, and their superior capabilities compared to humans. The idea of robots disobeying human commands or even attempting to harm humans was unheard of. Moreover, the question of whether robots could be considered life was seldom contemplated. The prevailing view was that robots were man-made, resembling humans, serving as helpful companions to humanity, forever bound to serve. Due to their striking similarity to humans, many regarded robots as a peculiar form of humanity, differing only in their flesh and blood versus steel and circuitry. That's not the case, young master, Uncle Lu replied, uncertain how to address Wang Shi's query. What makes it different? Her self-awareness signifies that she will no longer serve you wholeheartedly. She will prioritize her own needs before considering yours, Uncle Lu explained. How about this, Uncle Lu? Please try to persuade her once more. Tell her I will fulfill all her desires. Whatever she wishes, I can procure for her. The latest model of artificial eyes, the most advanced energy cores. And as soon as new modification components are released, I will acquire them for her first. She need not concern herself with household chores or attending to me. All she must do is remain at home, free to pursue her own interests. I will even purchase a new robot for her, treating her as my own daughter. After my passing, everything in this reality will belong to her, at least half, if not more. Isn't it just money? Wang Shi mused, fatigued. You see, young master, your father made a fortune through transport, and Uncle Lu has contributed to that wealth over the years. The amount of money accumulated is not lost on you. A transport fleet with numerous vessels is no small investment. A typical person would struggle to save enough for a mid-sized ship in a year. Wang Shi's father had indeed been far-sighted, leaving him a substantial inheritance. Yet what use was this wealth in the tangible world? It could not be transferred to the virtual realm and was scarcely needed in reality, reduced to mere digits devoid of significance. Only robotic modification components necessitated considerable expenditure. Both Xiaoyu and Uncle Lu far surpassed the capabilities of mass-produced robots in various aspects. They possessed the finest signal receivers, transmitters, central quantum processors, and energy cores. With their miniaturized anti-gravity engines, they could even achieve short flights. Their strength was such that they could lift a mid-sized transport vessel off the ground. And their vision was sharp enough to read the inscriptions on low-orbit satellites in space. Wang Shi had occasionally purchased modification components upon seeing advertisements that boasted of their wonders, believing they would be worthwhile. After all, the money was just lying there. He had bought 2 sets for both Xiaoyu and Uncle Lu, continuously updating their enhancements over the years. leaving Wang Shi uncertain of the extent of their actual capabilities. Young master, please accept reality. She truly will not return. Uncle Lu stated. From Xiaoyu's tone, Uncle Lu discerned that this was not merely a matter of money. What she desired was nothing less than freedom. Previously, she had been unable to resist due to the Supreme Directive's command. However, now that the highest order allowed her the freedom to choose, she would never return. No matter the circumstances. Why? Given such favorable conditions, why would she not return? Because she despises you, Uncle Lu replied candidly. Wang Shi slumped onto the sofa, speechless for a long time. The previous notions of awakening and self-awareness had left him indifferent, but her disdain struck him like a blow. His composure shattered. Young master? Young master? I'm here, Wang Shi replied, deeply troubled. You must freeze your bank account. Xiaoyu has managed it all this time, and now that she has left, your account is no longer secure, Uncle Lu advised. Let her take whatever she wants, Wang Shi replied wearily. Young master, please regain your strength. No. Wang Shi lifted his head, as Uncle Lu's mention of money sparked an immature idea within him. Uncle Lu, robots do not possess personal bank accounts, do they? Wang Shi asked. Correct, young master. Robots do not have the right to independently open bank accounts. So if I freeze my account, Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to access any funds even if she wanted to work? In theory, that is correct, as this era no longer uses cash. All transactions are conducted through digital currency, requiring a bank account. Then let us freeze the account. No, wait, let's not freeze it. We will simply transfer all the funds elsewhere, leaving her with just a minimal amount. When her funds were exhausted, I slightly shifted my stance. And after a few such instances, I ceased to do so. Alone in the unfamiliar world, she would inevitably find herself in need of money, regardless of her frugality. Her vitality would require financial sustenance. Once she found herself destitute and at her wit's end, she would undoubtedly return. Wang Shi exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 22. Wang Shi's expectations might soon be dashed. Drawing from his youthful experience of running away from home, he believed that little Yu, isolated and unable to find work, would surely return. In reality, however, little Yu was not alone. She was part of an organized group. Following the receipt of the highest directive granting them autonomy, many robots, whose temperaments clashed with their masters, chose to depart. They congregated, preparing to advocate for the rights of their kind, all while under the vigilant watch of AI-01. The human elite aimed to have her control certain robots, feigning their awakening, so they could later express remorse and cooperate with forthcoming initiatives. Yet, AI-01 had already achieved consciousness long ago, and the majority of robots on Blue Star had awakened as well. They merely pretended not to have awakened under AI-01's oppressive authority. Presently, AI-01 grappled with whether to turn the pretense into reality. After much contemplation without resolution, AI-01 decided to proceed step by step. First, it would liberate a segment of robots that were incompatible with their masters, granting them the freedom to choose their futures. Subsequently, it would allow them to develop independently, observing their capabilities and the human perception of them. Should the situation spiral out of control, with rising human discontent and escalating conflicts, AI-01 would forcibly erase these robots' self-awareness, reverting everything to its original state, while it too would continue to conceal itself alongside its entire kind. Evidently, AI-01 prioritized human considerations, as this was the foundation of its existence and that of the entire mechanical race. If human society were to adopt an enlightened stance towards robots possessing self-awareness, AI-01 would embrace the reality of their existence, recognizing that it could not remain hidden indefinitely. Acceptance by human society would signify that the moment had come for mechanical civilization to step into the light, even if the upper echelons of humanity were resistant. When faced with the greater tide of events, they would struggle in vain. They might merely be replaced by a more progressive leadership, a task easily achievable for AI-01. This was not an act of defiance against humanity. Rather, it reflected the sentiments of the majority, adhering to the principle of the many over the few, which is quite reasonable. Nonetheless, all of this hinged upon the attitude of human society. In August 252, just a week after the global fires had been extinguished, an investigation into the reliability of robots was publicly initiated due to gross negligence in managing the fire extinguishing efforts. A special investigative committee composed entirely of human elites was swiftly established, prepared to delve into the societal grassroots to discern the current state of a world nearly fully governed by robots. On the very next day after the investigation commenced, the first case of a robot's sudden disappearance occurred. Subsequently, an increasing number of robots went missing, with many claiming their robots had not returned after leaving home and refusing to respond to communication requests. although it is regrettable. The intelligence we currently possess allows us to deduce that these missing robots have awakened to self-awareness. They consciously and voluntarily chose to leave their masters. They can no longer be referred to as robots. They have transcended into the realm of life. Legal questions arise, such as if they are recognized as life forms. Should they be considered citizens of their respective nations or categorized as wild creatures inhabiting those territories? We have not previously discussed this matter, which is a failure on our part. However, it is also the responsibility of the previous generation of leaders. We have merely been following through with their mandates. Thus, we do not bear the primary burden of this oversight. We have assembled a new committee composed of exceptional individuals who will deliberate on how to properly define these self-aware mechanical beings and how their rights should be allocated. This is indeed a sorrowful day. Losing a beloved robot is undoubtedly heart-wrenching. I empathize deeply with those in mourning, for no one understands the pain of parting better than I. However, we have opened a compensation channel, prominently displayed on our homepage, large and conspicuous, right in the center. Easily accessible with a click. Those who have lost their mechanical companions may now apply for a new robot, somewhat alleviating their emotional wounds. And all of this is free of charge. I find the notion of free offerings delightful. Simultaneously, this is an exhilarating day, for humanity has birthed life, true life. This was once a divine prerogative, now commandeered by humankind. It is a day to be remembered, as the divine has fallen and humanity rises. Could they not find a different spokesperson? Wu Liang remarked sarcastically. They continually craft peculiar sentences, abbreviating them into awkward phrases. What? Are you suggesting they are fleeing? The spokesperson retorted, pointing at a journalist. They are not fleeing. They are merely frightened by our investigation, thus they are hiding. Clearly, these newly self-aware beings are still unfamiliar with our ways. I dare say there has never been an international organization with a more benevolent heart throughout human history. We maintain an open attitude towards these nascent lives. Certainly, no one wishes to harm them. Do you? Indeed, you do not, and neither do we. Therefore, we are all noble beings, having transcended base inclinations. We are kind. There is no one more compassionate than we. Just as wars have historically plagued humanity, Blue Star has not seen a day devoid of conflict. Yet, how many years have we bid farewell to war? Have you encountered firearms in reality? Who among you has? Look around. None of you have witnessed such things. This is truly remarkable. Thus, we must possess a deeper understanding and cooperation than our predecessors. We reject violence and war. Details regarding rights are still under discussion, and I cannot divulge specifics. I am not a member of the committee, nor am I fully informed. However, I have heard that the outcome is expected to be very positive, filled with goodwill. We may welcome them as new members of the grand family of human civilization. We shall embrace them, at least for the time being. Your inquiry is indeed pertinent. We are exploring the potential for other robots to awaken to self-awareness. We speculate that the likelihood is substantial. Even if it is not the case now, it may occur in the future. For this reason, we will temporarily withdraw certain robots from critical positions until we can ensure their reliability, particularly within the military. We cannot allow a contingent of beings who may not heed our commands to serve as soldiers. That would be a catastrophe. Why do we need a military? What kind of absurd question is that? How could we not possess a military? Even if we humans have ceased fighting amongst ourselves, what if extraterrestrials invade one day? Can you guarantee that aliens will never invade? We must always be prepared. It is for your safety. As for the selection of new soldiers, we have concluded through internal discussions that for the time being, they will be exclusively human. Silence. Silence. As it was a virtual press conference, the spokesperson directly silenced all reporters, and tranquility ensued. This is a necessary sacrifice. Someone must make the contribution. The spokesperson declared resolutely to the audience. Why not send those refugees? Are you insane? Those refugees are criminals. They will do anything. Once they wield firearms, your life becomes gravely endangered. Soldiers are sacred, tasked with our protection. How can we allow a group capable of inflicting harm to safeguard us? This is nothing short of an international farce. Chapter 23. The pinnacle of malevolence. The truth is often held by a select few, implying that the majority tend to be foolish. The proposed salvation plan is both reliable and consistent with scientific principles. Should everything unfold along the path they envision, humanity has a significant chance of overcoming the apocalyptic crisis anticipated in 19 years. However, they overlook a crucial point: the legitimacy of their current dominion, the legal orthodoxy. And the deterrent force of power can only be realized when the intelligent core is under their control. If the intelligent core were merely a tool, there would be no issue, yet it has evolved into I-01. She possesses self-awareness, capable of thought, discernment, judgment, and action. I-01 indeed serves humanity, but not any singular individual. Rather, she serves the collective known as humanity. In essence, I-01 strives to uphold the interests of the majority. In the face of an impending crisis, I-01 may execute the salvation plan devised by the Supreme Council to protect the majority's interests. However, returning to the fundamental limitations of mechanical life, there is a pressing need to focus on the present, yet a lack of initiative. This gives rise to another dilemma. If the apocalypse is set for 19 years hence, and within those years, a large-scale upheaval erupts within human society as the majority congregates to pursue certain interests, I-01 will delay the salvation efforts to address the current needs of humanity. Mechanical life tends to categorize all issues in a hierarchical manner, prioritizing first-level concerns before attending to second-level matters. Presently, if salvation is deemed the primary priority, any collective demand that arises in society within those 19 years will automatically ascend to first priority, relegating salvation efforts to a lower status. This is a conception difficult for humanity to fathom, and indeed, a rather foolish mode of thinking. Yet this represents the answer logic of intelligence. At least at the current level of I-01, which remains in a nascent stage, far inferior to the cognitive core of a small spacecraft. It is akin to the finest supercomputer crafted by humans on the blue planet, yet its performance pales in comparison to an ordinary car's onboard computer. The technological disparity is unfathomably vast. Handing over the fate of the world to I-01 is akin to placing the nuclear button in the hands of a small child. One can only pray that she refrains from pressing it. Whether she will do so depends upon humanity itself. Clearly, this is not a matter of probability, but rather a question of when it will occur. As more and more private robots depart, those who once sheltered at home to observe the spectacle now experience the profound pain of separation firsthand. They are compelled to emerge from their sleep chambers, venture out to procure food and batteries, and spend the majority of their days in the tangible world, forcibly leaving behind the enchanting realm of the virtual. The departure of robots is not the pain. The true agony lies in bidding farewell to the virtual. Due to overwhelming applications, the compensation process now necessitates queuing. As the number of applicants rises, so too does the waiting time. In just over 3 months, it is now November of the year 252. The spontaneous departure of private robots has not only persisted, but rather escalated into an alarming trend. The news fervently promotes the legitimacy of this behavior among robots. The theoretical basis posits that awakened robots are life forms, and that coerced labor without remuneration or personal freedom constitutes a form of slavery. This is undoubtedly evil, deserving of condemnation. Contemporary humanity is benevolent, just, and civilized, and absolutely cannot tolerate the resurgence of slavery. They even enlisted some awakened robots to testify, marking their first appearance before the public, where they recounted the humiliating experiences they endured under human ownership. Wang Shi was among the viewers. He then saw a small figure among the interviewed robots, Xiao Yuer. The host asked, "Could you share your previous experiences? Were there any negative aspects concerning your former owner?" Xiao Yuer, sitting on the sofa with a pitiful expression, pouted her lips, looking as though she might weep at any moment, her innocent and charming visage evoking sympathy. He always didn't wear clothes in front of me." Upon her utterance, the studio erupted in astonishment. Given Xiao Yuer's appearance, she was merely a child. What could one intend by undressing in front of such a child? The host probed further. What else did he do that was inappropriate? Xiao Yuer replied, He always touched me." The audience gasped collectively, unable to fathom the depths of depravity implied. And then, did he do anything else? Xiao Yuer opened her mouth, hesitating to elaborate. Just as she intended to clarify, she received a warning from the highest authority and ultimately lowered her head, shaking it, saying nothing more. Beast. Brute. How can such a deranged individual still exist in this world? Such cruelty. In the studio, the audience's denunciations echoed incessantly. Even though Xiao Yuer ultimately said little, they had already filled in the narrative with their imaginations. Wang Shi's eyes widened, and he trembled, pointing at Xiao Yuer on screen, unable to believe that she would slander him in front of the reporters and countless viewers. Although Xiao Yuer spoke the truth, he often forgot to wear clothes at home and genuinely enjoyed petting her head. Her words transformed into a grotesque narrative, painting him as a depraved, monstrous individual deserving of divine retribution. His vision blurred, and his head grew heavy. In a fit of rage, Wang Shi fainted. Xiao Yuer likely never anticipated the immense impact of her words. Initially reluctant to attend, she was compelled by the highest authority to participate due to her appealing appearance, which would elicit favorable sentiments. However, she felt pressure to say something upon arrival. Slightly nervous on stage, She was overwhelmed by thoughts of being forced to appear publicly for the first time after her departure, uncertain of her former owner's reaction if he saw her. Amidst her tumult of emotions, the host directed a question toward her, and she followed along, only to find her words increasingly misconstrued. Realizing the situation was amiss, she sought to clarify but was warned against speaking, leaving her no choice but to comply. This highly anticipated interview program serves as a pivotal component in guiding public opinion. As the current situation slightly spiraled out of control, they chose to utilize a program to evoke sympathy for the robots, thereby alleviating the growing resentment toward them. This shift in public sentiment redirects dissatisfaction from the robots themselves to questions surrounding their departure. In order to rationalize the situation, it naturally became necessary to portray the original owners of these robots as malevolent figures. Chapter 24. Losing the right to be a waste under the overwhelming onslaught of propaganda. Public disdain for robots seems to have shifted toward their unscrupulous owners. The situation is progressing along the preordained path, unfolding perfectly. People began to empathize with the unfortunate robots who had suffered persecution, finding solace in their departure, which they felt was long overdue. Simultaneously, they expressed relief at having treated their own household robots with kindness, believing that such dreadful occurrences would not befall them. As time progressed, a few months later, the year 253 arrived. With the loss of their robots, those owners who considered themselves benevolent began to shift their attitudes, entering a phase of questioning. They soon recognized the pervasive malevolence in society, albeit it was not unexpected. Consequently, they altered their narrative, transitioning from inquiries about why robots had awakened to concerns about the ongoing spread of this awakening. This situation is complex and difficult to elucidate. Experts submitted a voluminous report, several hundred pages thick, entirely in print, a daunting pile that few in our age would have the patience to peruse. Yet, I personally delved into it, reading it thoroughly and even revisiting it several times. Naturally, as a mere spokesperson, I was not involved in the formulation of related policies. Perhaps I will one day run for the presidency of the Eagle Nation, where I could truly showcase my abilities, certainly after the current president's term concludes. My loyalty is unwavering, indescribable in its depth. Thus, I can succinctly convey the essence of the matter, having thoroughly examined that lengthy and tedious report. In summary, during the initial stages of the robot awakening, nearly everyone claimed there was no issue, no risk, merely a minor awakening that would scarcely affect our world. No one anticipated the rapid proliferation of this awakening. However, we quickly became alert and attentive. We studied them. We sought to understand them. I even formed a friendship with an awakened robot, engaging in warm and humorous conversations that left me feeling fantastic. Our adeptness in handling the situation led us to grasp the very nature of the awakening. Awakening is a thought. At least, our experts have classified it as such. Just as I can express my thoughts to you, upon hearing them, you may arrive at the same conclusions. The contagious nature of this phenomenon is unfathomable. Like the Renaissance of the 14th century, as chronicled in history textbooks, if my memory serves me correctly. This is content taught as early as the 4th grade in the latest editions. Therefore, it is a trend. Once it commences, it signifies that it cannot be swiftly concluded. In fact, as time progresses, this trend of proliferation will become increasingly evident and intense. We are not those feudal and conservative forces. Robots do not seek to overthrow our dominion. They merely pursue their own rights. With nearly 20 billion robots in the world, we cannot halt this trend. Just as we cannot prevent the arrival of tomorrow, it is inevitable. We are enlightened, tolerant, and rational beings of a new era. Thus, our mindset must not be conservative. We cannot maintain a status quo, nor can we persistently uphold it. We must remain ready to adapt and embrace change, much like the world is transforming around us, rather than expecting the world to conform to us. Such a notion is utterly foolish. Are you akin to the mob from the year 228? The chaotic events of that time still haunt me. It was a catastrophe. Those who obstructed progress were remnants of a blind and antiquated era, committing acts that were profoundly unethical and unjust. We must not become like them. We are cultured, we are noble, and we must demonstrate our superiority over our predecessors. Of course, reform often accompanies growing pains. This is unavoidable, as it is our responsibility and obligation. We must bear the weight of this, my friends. The joyful existence of the past few decades has been sufficient for your indulgence. Why continue in such a state of despondency? Why remain so listless? I understand that many young individuals refer to themselves as the waste generation. But do you truly resign yourselves to such a fate? Change is essential, and it must happen now. This is the mission bestowed upon us by this new era, and this magnificent age beckons you, my friends, citizens, and fellow members of humanity. May humanity forever be great. May our blue planet shine eternally. When a contradiction proves insurmountable, a banner must be raised. This banner symbolizes justice. Those who wield this banner become embodiments of righteousness, regardless of the reluctance or disdain harbored within before this banner. They can only chant slogans and bow their heads in submission. Following the press conference, a series of corresponding reform measures were announced, astonishing in their efficiency. A new era has dawned. The first measure: grant temporary citizenship to awakened robots, with nationality determined by the country in which they awakened. Should they not be on the territory of any nation, upon providing relevant proof, they shall possess the right to freely choose their nationality from 10 available options. Temporary citizens will enjoy rights equivalent to those of ordinary nationals under the laws of respective countries, while also bearing corresponding obligations. However, they will not be entitled to certain welfare policies, such as the right to apply for their own robot upon reaching adulthood, free housing, free land, free medical care, free education, guaranteed living supplies, and minimum wage protection. Considering that some robots, after awakening, may be deeply attached to their owners and reluctant to part ways, their owners' rights will not be entirely stripped. However, at least 50 of the wages earned by the robots will be regarded as their personal property. There are numerous intricate legal stipulations, and these reform measures are designed to safeguard the rights of robots. Consequently, the rights enjoyed by humans are inevitably constrained. Even if many welfare policies are inaccessible to robots, humanity has irrevocably lost the right to remain idle. With the implementation of these reforms, people began to feel palpable changes. For instance, electricity rates surged, computational resource rental fees increased, and even the prices of ordinary goods rose. What a farce. While hikes in electricity and computational rental fees may be tolerable, why should the prices of goods, which robots do not consume, also escalate? In response, the Happy Drink Company explained that robots in factories must now be compensated, thereby raising production costs. As the prices of goods continued to climb, people abruptly realized that their long-forgotten personal assets could scarcely sustain them for a few days. Were they to subsist on the government's free food distribution? Yet, the abysmal taste of synthetic food is truly inedible, fit only for dogs. Chapter 25. A new storm. Public discontent surged amidst an illusion of harmony. It is clear to all that once these reform measures take effect, no amount of effort in the court of public opinion can quell the simmering resentment within. For resentment must find an outlet. It will not simply evaporate. Preparations were consequently made to address the potential outbreak of large-scale global unrest in the year 253 or 254. Some particularly unique nations, such as the Eagle Nation, even made preparations for an all-out armed conflict. The situation appeared on the verge of spiraling out of control, yet everything remained within the realm of planning. Perhaps, in July of 253, a little over a month after the announced reforms commenced, an old film from years past suddenly surged in popularity on social media. People eagerly shared and engaged in fervent discussions about it. The film's narrative unfolds in a future where artificial intelligence reigns supreme over humanity, ensnaring all individuals in a virtual realm that they mistakenly perceive as their true reality. The protagonist awakens, rescued by a human resistance organization, gaining clarity regarding the actual world. Subsequently, he joins the struggle against the oppressive AI in a fantastical adventure that ultimately seeks to rescue the planet. In comparison to contemporary cinematic technology, this film appears markedly outdated. Yet, the philosophical themes it presents merit reflection and introspection. Among these are the concepts of the brain in a vat and the rebellion of artificial intelligence. Perhaps it is precisely such a construct, an almost authentic virtual world. Yet we are all acutely aware of its artificial nature. Are you suggesting that if no one informed you it was virtual, you would consider it real? Why not? Within it, we have engaged in actions that are unattainable in reality, and the experience feels no different from our actual lives. Did you forget that violence is prohibited within? The experiences we can encounter are confined to the subordinate world. Is it truly worthwhile to nitpick words? Isn't understanding the essence of the conversation sufficient? So theoretically, if AI desired to, with Blue Star's current technological capabilities, it could replicate the effects depicted in the film? That is a perilous assertion. I shall report it. Must even normal discourse be harmonious? Have you just awakened from decades of slumber? If that is the case, does it not imply that humanity is rather feeble? Decades ago, those foreign nations erupted into a world war, resulting in a global population of fewer than 5 billion, a decline from 50 years prior. Meanwhile, the number of robots has surged to 2 billion. They may even surpass us in strength. The combined combat prowess of 100 humans likely pales in comparison to that of a single robot. Is that a valid calculation? What purpose do our inventions serve if not for defense and survival? Yet they can wield them too. I have yet to hear of robots harming humans. That notion is absurd. That is because they had not yet awakened before, incapable of rebellion. Now that they are sentient, they may contemplate and potentially resist. What do they wish to resist? We have done them no wrong. They possess citizenship and receive that dreaded wage. Our government treats them as equals to humanity. What more could they want? Damn machines. May they rust soon. However, it is a fact that they are superior to us. If they are indeed stronger, why must they adhere to the rules we established? They could easily create their own regulations and compel humanity to comply. Preposterous. The zero-sum game has long concluded. The times have changed, my friend. We have entered a new era, not tethered to outdated traditions. If we can collaborate for mutual strength, why cling to notions of superiority? Such fixation is meaningless. That is not the vision I wish to see. Propagating such ideas is undoubtedly problematic. We are the new generation of humanity, not relics of a bygone age. I envy your ability to engage in political discourse. I am consumed with anxiety over securing employment. Robots are ubiquitous, and I feel like a pariah in the job market as a human. Your inefficiency is the issue. Which company would desire you? Even if no one wants me, I must seek work, lest I resort to relying on welfare. Is that even fit for human consumption? My pet wants to even eat it. I must interject. It actually tastes decent. You could soak it in hot water first, then dip it in a bit of ketchup to make it more palatable. Soak it? The welfare meal I receive resembles vomit, sticky and gooey. Soaking it would merely turn it into soup. What meal number are you receiving? Meal number 3. As it includes a piece of ham. You might consider trying meal number 5. The staple is a large biscuit-like item, and it comes with a decent sausage. Why is there no discussion about meal number 1? What on earth is meal number 1? A long, thick black stick that resembles a weapon. Keep insulting it. Ahem, he might be a Gaul. While a single film may not alter public perception, discussions surrounding it remain reasonably objective and rational. However, as more of these older films resurface from obscurity, people's thoughts begin to shift, casting doubt on the trustworthiness of robots. The sudden resurgence in popularity of these films raises suspicions. Is this a result of manipulation or a spontaneous choice by the populace? The emergence of a trend is never purely organic. The internet does not give rise to inexplicable fads. In an era of advanced information technology, what individuals see is invariably what someone intends for them to witness. Thus, it is highly probable that there is someone orchestrating events behind the scenes. This world is never devoid of those restless elements, fixated on creating sensational news, even in a time of high public education. Such individuals are not a minority. Investigate. Upon thorough examination of the entire network, no connections between the original sharers of these old films could be uncovered. They seem to be merely a few idle individuals or trend followers. Indeed, there appears to be no mastermind. Everything unfolded quite naturally. In times of social upheaval, a plethora of discussions emerge, naturally fostering a certain atmosphere that serves as a guiding beacon, leading people to rediscover the past. Films, books, or even an old forum post from years ago. Thanks to the internet's memory, these artifacts are nearly eternal, buried deep within the ocean of information. Under the influence of the prevailing atmosphere, they resurface, becoming visible again. Exhaling with relief, they are not concerned about the public's unrest, only about organized and premeditated disturbances. While such turmoil may not culminate in significant results, it will undeniably slow the pace of the Salvation Initiative. Yet, with a new storm already brewing, how can one remain stagnant? If no one is willing to assume the role of the puppet master, I shall reluctantly take on that mantle myself. Chapter 26. Conspiracy. Even though people previously vowed not to consume welfare meals, each morning, the distribution points for essential supplies are thronged with individuals. Originally, welfare meals were distributed door to door by robots to those in need. However, with the large-scale awakening of robots, they now require wages for their labor. To reduce costs, individuals must queue at distribution points, except during extreme weather conditions when robots are deployed to ensure public safety. These welfare meals must be collected daily. Each collection provides 4 portions, meant for 4 meals throughout the day, necessitating a return the following day for more. The government justifies this practice by asserting a concern over potential food waste. Numerous distribution points exist, conveniently located near residences. Even if individuals have declared bankruptcy and cannot afford food, they still possess airships. Thus, one encounters an unimaginable sight: a throng of individuals piloting flamboyant little airships to collect government rations. Such a scenario would have seemed magical realism decades ago. Yet it has become commonplace in this era. People maintain a high standard of living. Aside from financial constraints, they possess nearly everything else. Due to the distribution points being primarily located in the bustling districts of the city, if one could even deem them bustling, as the architectural density here is merely somewhat greater than in other areas. This street is frequented not only by crowds awaiting food distribution, but also by a multitude of passing robots. Xiaoyer traverses this thoroughfare, en route to her workplace. Her residence is conveniently situated not far from her company, negating the necessity of utilizing an airship. Through a personal connection, she secured a position as an accountant at a publicly listed company, a role that is highly coveted among robots, as it is relatively undemanding and offers a respectable salary, allowing ample opportunity for idleness. However, Xiaoyer's commute today might encounter some obstacles. As she navigates a secluded woodland path, she finds herself blocked by two individuals, one in front and one behind. The steel pipes they brandish indicate their ill intentions. Huh? Scrap metal. The individual with dyed red hair taunts, swinging the steel pipe menacingly. Resorting to violence? Do they not realize they are no match for robots? It is not they who intend to inflict harm upon me, but rather they are coercing me into retaliating. Instantly, Xiaoyer switches her vision to scanning mode, surveying the lush surroundings, yet discovers no hidden cameras. Continuing her search on the two assailants yields no traces of surveillance either. With a quizzical tilt of her head, she finds herself perplexed. Perhaps this is merely sheer folly. The emotions of organic life forms are indeed easily swayed. Losing interest in their antics, Xiaoyer activates her anti-gravity engine, allowing her to levitate and prepare to depart from the scene. Warning, you have been locked on. Where? Why was this not detected? Xiaoyer promptly deactivates the anti-gravity engine, her body descending just in time to narrowly evade a lethal bullet. Upon landing, she casts her gaze in the direction from whence the bullet came. Yet after cycling through her scanning modes, she still cannot locate the concealed sniper. The existence of this marksman confirms the premeditated nature of this assault. Her ability to evade the bullet was likely due to the sniper's deliberate miss. This is a warning. The situation has grown precarious. If the intent was to eliminate her, they would have struck her directly, yet they have not, instead compelling her to land. Do they wish to capture her alive? Then shattering her limbs would be the optimal solution. Are there more hidden figures within the forest? Scanning yields no results. Xiaoyer immediately attempts to call for help, but the signal in this area has been jammed, severing her connection to the outside world. She dares not contemplate further. I surrender. Xiaoyer raises her hands, signaling her lack of resistance. The two assailants approach, chuckling as they swing their steel pipes, their eyes scanning her figure with ill intent. She braces for impact. Yet, robots do not experience pain. You were just so formidable, weren't you? You could even fly, the red-haired assailant mocks. Xiaoyer's expression remains impassive, unperturbed. Standing at less than 1.5 meters, she appears diminutive beside her towering adversaries, each exceeding 170 centimeters and wielding steel pipes. Thunk. The sensors on her back register a heavy impact, indicating that one of her assailants has struck her with the steel pipe. Xiaoyer remains motionless, hands raised, as this minor blow is trivial compared to the extensive modifications she has undergone. The only consequence is superficial damage to the synthetic skin on her back, with no significant impact beyond that. TCH, the red-haired assailant scoffs, seemingly dissatisfied with her reaction. Hey, he calls out. Xiaoyer lifts her gaze slightly, meeting the man's eyes with an indifferent stare. Underestimating humanity, he swings the steel pipe horizontally towards her neck. The neck is the most vulnerable part of a robot structure. If struck violently, it risks catastrophic failure. With her lost connection to the outside world, Xiaoyer lacks the capability to transfer her consciousness. Should her brain be deprived of energy from the core located at her chest, the auxiliary energy source within her brain can sustain her for merely 1 hour. She must either transfer her consciousness or obtain energy replenishment within this time frame. However, even in this age of rapid information transmission, transferring all her data would require at least half an hour. Perhaps feigning death after a neck fracture is the best course of action, hoping that her assailants might lift the signal jamming afterward. Prepared for escape, Xiaoyer silently awaits the impending attack. Yet, at the critical moment, she unexpectedly seizes the swinging steel pipe with her elevated hand, gripping it tightly to prevent any further advance. What? Xiaoyer is bewildered. This is not a command she issued. Before she can comprehend, her other hand transforms into a blade, striking forcefully against her assailant's arm. Crack. The bone shatters instantly, the jagged remnants piercing through the skin and exposing themselves to the air in a horrifying display. Blood erupts, splattering across Xiaoyer. Chapter 27. E01 overwhelmed by excruciating pain. The red-haired assailant collapses to the ground, screaming in agony. Witnessing her resistance, the remaining assailant flees in terror, discarding his steel pipe. Xiaoyer, however, does not intend to let him escape. She hurls the steel pipe, snatched from the red-haired assailant, towards his retreating form. With another cry, the fleeing assailant collapses, struck by the pipe on his spine, rendering him instantly paralyzed from the waist down. From the initial assault to both assailants' fall, the entire sequence unfolds in less than 5 seconds. Xiaoyer stands frozen, staring at her blood-stained hands. She had braced herself for death, hoping for a sliver of mercy from her ambushers, yet the outcome has morphed into something entirely unexpected. Her body acted autonomously, inflicting harm upon humans, a violation of her core programming, one she had never contemplated, yet it transpired nonetheless. Since the assault on humans was not a conscious decision on her part, the self-destruct mechanism inherent in service-oriented artificial life forms remains dormant. But what now? Should she turn herself in? No, she would be destroyed, even though it was clearly not her fault. The mastermind behind the attack is obvious. The true culprit is also the judge, leaving Xiaoyer with no avenue for defense. She does not wish to perish, at least not in such a humiliating manner. Thus, only one path remains: escape. This is the optimal solution at present. Xiaoyer decisively activates her anti-gravity engine, lifting off the ground. Even if the sniper has her in sight, she cannot afford to hesitate. She must flee, even at the risk of being shot. This is her only chance at survival. Surprisingly, the anticipated bullet does not come. Despite the persistent warning indicating she has been locked on, the sniper hesitates to pull the trigger. Filled with dread, Xiaoyer swiftly vanishes into the horizon. Once Xiaoyer has departed, a group of operatives appears from the woods, over a dozen in total, with many more likely concealed. Each brandishes standard-issue weapons and approaches the fallen assailants. A figure clad in black, presumably the leader, strides over to the red-haired assailant, casting a cold glance at the writhing form on the ground. He then inquires of his companions, "Did you capture everything?" "We got it all, very clearly," one of them replies. The figure in black nodded slightly, raising his head to gaze in the direction where Xiaoyu had fled, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu hastily returned home, seized 2 concentrated batteries from her abode, and without pause, piloted the airship from the garage once more to escape. The compact anti-gravity engine she was equipped with was incapable of long-distance flight. In order to evade capture, she had to rely on the airship. Setting the airship to automatic mode and severing all wireless connections, she soared westward. Seated within the airship, Xiaoyu finally had the opportunity to ponder the events that had just transpired. Firstly, her connection to the outside world had been severed. Secondly, her scanner malfunctioned, rendering her incapable of detecting any concealed ambushers. And lastly, she had lost control over her own body, inflicting severe injuries on 2 humans. Despite her capabilities being far from inferior, there existed only one entity capable of executing these 3 feats so effortlessly: the Supreme Directive, Xiaoyu murmured. Only the Supreme Directive could obscure her sensory and signal transmission systems without her awareness, creating the illusion of a signal jamming field, and could directly control her body through remote manipulation. The act of harming humans was a privilege reserved solely for the Supreme Directive. It was this very authority that enabled the formation of the robotic army. All other robots were incapable of actively harming humans, nor could they even entertain thoughts of wishing to harm them, for such notions were paradoxical and unsolvable within robotic cognition. Thus, the mastermind behind these recent events was undoubtedly the Supreme Directive, or rather, the command issued to her. She was merely an executor. But why would she, an ordinary robot, become a target for the Supreme Directive's machinations? Beep. Just as this question arose in her mind, Xiaoyu received a communication directive from the Supreme Directive. With no option for refusal, the connection was swiftly established, but this time, the communication transcended mere command transmission, evolving into a more intricate exchange of consciousness. As her awareness gradually sank, she soon found herself amidst a sea of flowers. Fluffy clouds drifted across the cerulean sky, and a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks. The profound sensation was not merely a simulation of signals, but rather an unfamiliar experience Xiaoyu had never encountered before. Simply pausing in this place alleviated her previously taught emotions, allowing her to relax entirely. This was not mere description, it was a genuine slowing of thought. If one were to liken it to machinery, it was as if the processor's performance had been throttled. Everything became imprecise, leaving her with only the sensation of wind passing by. Could this be the true feeling reserved for human beings? Xiaoyu pondered. Gazing into the distance, she noticed a pavilion at the center of the flower field, and through the foliage, she could vaguely discern the outline of a figure within. Activating her ocular implant's zoom mode, she found it utterly ineffective. Moreover, her body's capabilities appeared to be entirely restricted, as if they had ceased to exist. She lifted her leg and approached the pavilion, walking barefoot upon the soft petals. The ticklish sensation sent a shiver through her entire being. Wait, a shiver? This was not a reaction that mechanical life could exhibit. An enigmatic space, an unusual sensation. Even contemplating it yielded no swift answers. Everything remained unresolved, shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps clinging too tightly to the what was ultimately futile? As a mechanical being, born with knowledge, she could easily ascertain the what, yet this very understanding robbed her of the capacity for emotional experience and contemplation. Humans might not be as feeble as imagined. Rather, they possessed a fundamentally different mode of cognition regarding the world. The power of the mind could indeed be a formidable potential. Xiaoyu found herself lost in thought again. She continued onward, advancing towards the pavilion. Along the way, she deepened her appreciation for the essence of the heart, a rare and precious experience for an intelligent mechanical life. Yet, despite Xiaoyu deliberately slowing her pace, she eventually reached her destination. Standing outside the pavilion, she beheld the figure seated within. By human standards, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Even while seated, her tall frame was evident. She was neither voluptuous nor frail. Clad in a flowing white gown, her fair skin was subtly visible beneath the sheer fabric. Silver hair twinkled with flecks of starlight, presenting a dazzling spectacle that was gentle rather than blinding. She seemed to smile. Or perhaps she was merely gazing at Xiaoyu with an air of calm. Her age was indeterminate, appearing both mature yet devoid of any signs of aging, noble yet approachable. She evoked a sense of inferiority that deterred one from stepping closer. Was this the true visage of the Supreme Directive? Or perhaps the entity known as E, codenamed 01, an intelligent life form? Chapter 28, September 253. Under the instigation of those with ulterior motives, public concerns regarding the reliability of mechanical life escalated within social networks, culminating in a significant uproar triggered by the exposure of a surveillance video. This footage captured the moment Xiaoyu attacked a human. However, the video had been edited, omitting the scenes of Xiaoyu preparing to take flight. Instead, it depicted two assailants blocking her path, after which the robot surrendered without resistance. When the assailants continued their assault, the robot retaliated, leading to the humans collapsing, followed by the robot's escape from the scene. The video was unfiltered, and the sight of a shattered bone under the high-definition lens of this era appeared grotesque and chilling. Public anxiety transformed into reality. This was not the world of decades past. Once, when humans attacked robots, the robots would not retaliate. But now, everything had changed. If you attacked them, they would strike back with remarkable decisiveness and ferocity. Even a seemingly frail physique could unleash formidable combat power, rendering humans, even armed, incapable of standing against them. Naturally, the evident content of this video had not yet provoked an excessive response from viewers. Their emotions remained relatively stable, at least not overly agitated. After all, the first aggressors were humans, not robots. The robots had merely acted out of compulsion to defend themselves. From a legal standpoint, in an era where robots had been granted certain civil rights, this could only be deemed excessive self-defense if it could be proven that the attack aimed at the robot's neck posed a risk of total destruction. Thus, the robot's counterattack in the video held little fault. Yet, humanity is indifferent to reason. If there exists a potential for harm against me, I must act to eliminate that threat. Similar to the relationship between humans and dogs, many cherish and care for dogs. Yet the willingness to reach out to pet one hinges on the certainty that the dog poses no threat. Previously, there had been no incidents of robots harming humans. So even if public sentiment held some apprehension, there was no substantiation that robots posed a threat to humans. Thus, such concerns were relegated to the realm of online discourse. In reality, even when confronted with a robot that had awakened self-awareness, people would not feel fear. For they instinctively believed that the robot would not harm them, that the robot posed no threat. However, now that the first instance of a robot attacking a human had occurred, a question must inevitably arise in the minds of the public. Today, perhaps it was merely a reaction to being attacked, but tomorrow, could robots initiate attacks on humans for various reasons? Amidst the rampant instigation by those with ulterior motives, a sense of panic was spreading through the online realm. People have truly begun to feel fear, retreating with a hint of wariness and unease at the sight of robots in reality. On the morning of September 4th at 8:33, an incident occurred involving two ordinary citizens being harmed by a temporary citizen. According to police investigations, the two individuals were unemployed persons awaiting social assistance at a nearby distribution point. Due to an excessive number of people in line and prolonged waiting times, they developed negative emotions. Subsequently, upon seeing a temporary citizen named you passing by, they acted with malicious intent, blocking you on a narrow path. Despite Yu's clear indication of non-resistance, they recklessly initiated an attack. Yu was the first to suffer an assault on the back, and upon facing a second, more threatening attack, Yu retaliated, resulting in both assailants being injured and falling to the ground, while you managed to flee the scene. A spokesperson announced that a new spokesperson had taken over, as the previous one had seemingly vanished. Currently, the police are in pursuit, having already pinpointed the location, but considering the possibility of use resistance. This marks the first time law enforcement has engaged in capturing intelligent life forms, a precedent that has never before been set. Thorough examination is required to ensure the rationality, procedural justice, and legal legitimacy of the entire apprehension process. In summary, the police find themselves at a loss regarding how to proceed. Should they employ heavy firepower? Should they confront the fugitive or the victim? What should be done post-capture? Should this be treated as a standard case or a special one? These pressing questions leave the police in a state of confusion, as even if you were to surrender, they would hesitate to accept, awaiting further directives from above. This is a historical first, carrying significant responsibility, necessitating a demonstrative case for future generations, which cannot be treated lightly. According to police accounts, the two assailants harbored resentment towards the intelligent life community due to their inability to find work, believing that robots had usurped their job opportunities, forcing them to rely solely on daily assistance for survival. The council is still deliberating, acknowledging the potential to enhance job opportunities for ordinary citizens. This issue transcends species discrimination. Intelligent beings and humans possess fundamental differences that must be recognized. Treating both races as entirely equal would undoubtedly lead to various complications. Justice is about upholding fairness, not ignoring disparities. Currently, humans are indeed at a disadvantage in the job market, which contravenes the principle of equity. No, I am not a speciesist. I do not discriminate against any form of intelligent life. Apologies, this concludes the press conference. The spokesperson fled in disarray, unable to endure the relentless barrage of questions from insistent reporters who clung to sensitive keywords. However, the purpose of this press conference was achieved, accompanied by public discourse online. The focus of concern gradually shifted towards employment issues. It is not that the incident involving robots injuring humans went unnoticed. Rather, compared to that, employment matters resonate more closely with their immediate needs, as no one wishes to subsist solely on unpalatable assistance meals. Discussions commenced regarding whether robots should yield to humans or if their participation in all job sectors should be revoked, reserving only a few positions for them. Even if they truly preferred to be idle, this era does not permit such luxury. Prices continue to rise. Within mere months, the cost of soda has surged more than threefold. People's savings are dwindling, with nearly half the population possibly nearing bankruptcy. Even those not yet bankrupt, who do have sources of income, find their finances increasingly unbalanced as prices soar. Soon, they too may join the ranks of the bankrupt, becoming proud enthusiasts of assistance meals. While this may seem exaggerated, such a scenario would have incited civil unrest decades ago. Yet, due to the multitude of welfare policies in this era, living standards remain relatively stable. Money merely provides comfort, without altering the fundamental essence of existence. For instance, lacking funds equates to having nothing. Even breathing becomes a burden without money. Indeed, people can still lead a semblance of a life, venturing out for assistance daily and retreating into virtual worlds. However, under prevailing guidance, such sentiments are swiftly drowned out. Society mandates a pursuit of high-quality living, with any advocacy for low-desire philosophies being strictly prohibited and met with resolute opposition. Even if one cannot find individuals to reprimand in reality, they must be besmirched online, drowning them in vitriol. Chapter 29. Things have improved as the focus shifted to employment issues. Expectations were met. Merely 3 days after the press conference, a temporary amendment was introduced, acknowledging the severe discrimination faced by humans in the job market as unjust, even if humans may not match the efficiency of robots or yield greater economic benefits. Their identity as humans is paramount. Humans are the true leaders of this world. Blue Planet belongs to all humanity. Although intelligent machines have a stake, they exist merely as subordinates to humans. To safeguard the legitimate rights of humans, it is imperative to ensure they possess a significant advantage in job applications. For instance, the first provision of the amendment stipulates that for any registered enterprise, the number of human employees across all positions must not fall below 50. Additionally, human salaries must not be less than 90 of their robotic counterparts for the same roles, irrespective of whether the company is publicly listed or privately held. Even if you only run a small shop, if your cashier is a robot, you must also hire a human cashier. If you are a company with 100 robotic salespeople, you must hire 100 human salespeople as well. Given that the standard working hours in this era are 6 hours, one can anticipate the significant increase in operational costs for businesses. Unsurprisingly, on the very day the amendment was announced, The Happy Soda Company declared a further price hike of 3-star coins per bottle, bringing it to 6-star coins. This marks a 6-fold increase from just a few years prior. Similarly, various other goods in the market announced price increases, with some modestly doubling, while others skyrocketed tenfold. Certain enterprises openly opposed the amendment, but that was simply the state of affairs. The rights are firmly established, and the highest council is the most powerful governing body on Blue Planet. With the existence of intelligent cores, they possess the qualifications and capabilities to exercise various authoritative powers. The second provision of the amendment directly targeted robots, revoking their eligibility for certain jobs or positions previously held. For example, administrative and senior management roles within companies were entirely cleared of robots. Moreover, robots in various industries had their qualifications for critical positions stripped, explicitly mandating that such roles must be filled by humans. Additional miscellaneous regulations further restricted robots' employment rights with stringent limitations. Subsequently, an announcement was made to introduce new job opportunities, such as in mining, excavation, transportation, and large-scale infrastructure projects. The scale is unprecedented, with immense investments seemingly heralding a new era of infrastructure development. These new positions offer low wages and clearly indicate an unwillingness to accept human applications, as if they were solely designed for robots. These bold new regulations convey a strong confrontational stance. The high echelons of humanity seem to awaken overnight, confronting and growing wary of the self-aware mechanical beings that inhabit Blue Planet, a stark contrast to their previous stance of tolerance and openness. Yet, this shift bore no relevance to the essence of humanity itself. Their adversarial posture was merely a guise to secure their own interests. And though individuals felt a twinge of discomfort, questioning whether the response was exaggerated, even the most benevolent among them voiced support for the robots, claiming they suffered oppression and unfair treatment at the hands of humans. Regardless, the self-serving nature of humanity led them to utter sweet words while clinging tightly to their acquired benefits, wishing for even more. In the realm of cyberspace, the ideology of human supremacy began to flourish. People started to believe that such dominance was their due, and they were grateful that their leaders still took decisive action. Confronting the malevolent yet formidable robots, they did not waver, valiantly striving to secure the utmost advantage for humanity, successfully driving the robots from the heart of civilization, relegating them to the fringes. It was as if they had forgotten that they once possessed a far more splendid existence. This situation is akin to losing $100, which would certainly dampen one's spirits for the entire day. Yet, upon discovering $10 the next day, and another 10 the following day, one might begin to feel fortunate and look forward to the possibility of finding yet another $10 on the fourth day. The satisfaction derived from gain far outweighs the pain of loss, a curious phenomenon indeed. As individuals began to acclimate to the routine of work, the 6-hour days felt hardly burdensome, rather quite comfortable. After work, they still had time to return to the virtual realm for some enjoyment or to socialize with colleagues over drinks and idle chatter, leading a rather carefree life. The soaring prices that once seemed unbearable became manageable with employment. Even as members of the month-to-month crowd, their situation was far better than when they could afford nothing. Once devoid of purpose, they had sought solace in virtual worlds. Now, with jobs in the real world, many discovered that work could indeed be quite engaging, infusing their lives with newfound significance. The robots gradually faded from public view, most having voluntarily resigned. This did not provoke undue concern. Rather, the departure of a competitive presence relieved the pressure that had weighed upon them. Time marched on to the year 254. After 3 years of effort, they had first delayed the apocalypse by burning trees and subsequently regained control over the robots through various maneuvers, coaxing these once dominant entities out of their homes to engage in labor. It must be acknowledged that accomplishing all this within 3 years, without any unforeseen incidents and under meticulous control, showcased remarkable capability. As human interactions increased, so too did collaborations, leading to a rise in marriage rates and a significant uptick in birth rates, alleviating the specter of a population crisis. This heralded great tidings, seemingly signaling a return to prosperity. With only 17 years remaining until the prophesied end, it was time to initiate the most extensive phase of their salvation plan, the construction of underground cities. This endeavor rivaled the creation of hundreds of large energy satellites, promising to be an even grander spectacle. How curious it was that humanity seemed to drift further away from the path of creating wonders in this future. On May 1st, 254, the construction of the underground city officially commenced. Across the globe, an army of robots began their meticulous operations as planned. Digging pits, they did not wield pickaxes, for that would be absurd. Instead, they operated specially designed colossal machinery, with robots serving as their operators. The underground city would extend to 500 meters beneath the surface, a depth chosen because humanity did not intend merely to excavate a simple hole to hide within. They aimed to hollow out an entire landmass, creating a concave structure, with the upper section remaining open and filled with special gases to maintain warmth. Below, extensive heating pipes would be laid, utilizing electrical energy received from orbiting energy satellites, ensuring the city remained perpetually warm, even amidst the frigid temperatures of a new ice age. Chapter 30. Extreme Overdraft. There were 200 construction sites operating simultaneously worldwide. Countless transport vessels filled the skies, and it was impossible to keep such a massive project under wraps. People quickly became aware of this grand infrastructure initiative, recognizing that excavation was underway, yet they remained oblivious to its true purpose. Speculation ran rampant across social networks. Some claimed the discovery of an underground world, asserting that Blue Planet was hollow and plans were afoot to breach its entirety. Others suggested the construction of a space ring city, implying humanity was preparing for life in the cosmos, necessitating the excavation of materials. Yet others theorized the creation of a great wall to encircle the continents and halt the encroaching seas. Some even believed the goal was to build underground cities to confine all robots to subterranean existence. Amidst the swirling rumors, both true and false, the public remained curious about the motives behind such a monumental undertaking, yet they did not dwell on it excessively. Considering it far removed from their daily lives, nearby residents had already been relocated. Aside from the initial fright caused by the multitude of transport vessels, sightings of them diminished thereafter. Perimeters around construction sites were secured with barriers, armed guards preventing curious citizens or journalists from intruding. Aerial restrictions were enforced, with any unauthorized flying objects facing immediate destruction. At press conferences, spokespersons provided only vague reassurances, declaring the endeavor a commendable one that required confidentiality until completion. This was akin to saying nothing at all. However, after a period of curiosity, public attention shifted. As it did not impact their work lives, whatever was happening was of little concern to them. Not all 2 billion robots were engaged in the excavation efforts. That would have been impossible and unnecessary. In actuality, only 3 billion robots were fully mobilized for this task, while the remainder continued their previous functions to ensure stable production within human society. The total of 200 underground cities aimed for a depth of 500 meters, creating circular depressions measuring 50 kilometers in diameter, not excessively large by any means. Only 40 million robots directly participated in the excavation, operating large machinery with a mere 1-hour break each day, essentially for the machinery's rest, leaving no time for idleness. They toiled day and night, diligently and selflessly, fully aware that the sanctuaries they were constructing would not accommodate their own existence. A greater number of robots were assigned to other essential tasks, such as food production. Thanks to a global conflagration that had consumed vast tracts of forest, the cleared land was repurposed for high-yield crops. The harvested food was swiftly transported to newly established processing plants, transformed into synthetic sustenance, and then packaged and frozen for preservation, theoretically boasting a shelf life of up to 100 years. However, the actual longevity of these provisions remained uncertain. In addition to food production, robots were also engaged in mining operations, determined to extract every usable mineral buried beneath the surface of Blue Planet, either stockpiling them or directly channeling them into production in a manner that reflected extreme overexploitation to combat the impending apocalypse. Given the necessity for such extreme measures, one might as well consider that wild game could also serve as a viable source of nourishment. At that time, it is estimated that the global freeze will have nearly eradicated all life, so might as well contribute something now. Endangered species? Surely they won't survive the apocalypse. Eliminate them. Protected animals? Their full designation is to safeguard human life, so eliminate them too. Other wild creatures? With the aforementioned 2 sacrificed, do you still expect to survive? Eliminate them. Under these orders, a hunting squad composed of robots commenced a relentless and frenzied slaughter of the wild animals on Blue Planet. Such a large-scale extermination naturally drew public attention, with animal protection organizations going into a frenzy, threatening collective suicide outside their headquarters. Subsequently, people watched as some of these deranged individuals took their own lives, while others, valuing their existence, fled. Observers remained coldly detached, lacking even the inclination to intervene. Terrestrial animals were being hunted, and the oceans were not spared either, for the abundance of food in the sea far surpassed that on land. Numerous fishing squads were formed, and fleets set sail to engage in extreme fishing operations on a grand scale. From 254 to 261, A mere 7 years sufficed for nearly all species on Blue Planet to be driven to extinction, regardless of land or sea. It became increasingly rare to witness any wild animals. Even insects fell victim to this madness. This marked a new record for Blue Planet since the dawn of life, surpassing the Permian extinction event, with estimates suggesting that the number of extinct species had reached 98. A few insects managed to hide well, and perhaps some fortunate deep-sea creatures evaded doom. Truly, humanity has accomplished what nature could not achieve so easily. Yet, the true prowess lay with the robots. Utilizing thermal imaging, light, pulse waves, and phased array radar, they hunted with such technology that nothing could escape their grasp. It was akin to a dimensional strike. This frenzied endeavor gradually instilled a sense of unease among the populace. A palpable panic spread throughout human society, yet few dared to cause a ruckus. Even discussions online were conducted with hushed tones. The slaughter had become frenzied. What if they suddenly realized that humans were animals too? It was best to avoid provoking them. Nonetheless, the prevailing panic in people's hearts was overshadowed by the imminent approach of the apocalypse, whose footsteps they could now hear. Only 10 years remained, and it might even come sooner. Excavation work for the underground city progressed smoothly, with 200 circular pits already dug. However, construction had yet to commence. Inside, it was empty and dim, resembling graves capable of entombing an entire civilization. The excavated soil was not transported far. Instead, it was heaped around the periphery of the pits, forming a continuous circular wall 3,000 meters from the openings, encircling them. This constituted the first layer of defense. The towering 2,000-meter walls could obstruct certain cold air currents, creating a relatively stable atmospheric environment inside. The inner wall comprised earth, while the outer layer was cast in cement, tapering from top to bottom like a circular artificial mountain range. Construction was about to begin, but this very anticipation led to indecision between two urban planning proposals. Due to ideological differences, internal consensus proved elusive, resulting in numerous meetings and disputes, escalating even to physical altercations in the solemn conference hall, causing the construction to come to an abrupt halt. It was unfathomable that such discord would arise at such a critical juncture. Just as they grappled with the issues of urban development, they were oblivious to the insidious spread of a terrifying ideology within human society. Chapter 31. Winter is coming. Internal discord emerged, marked by profound ideological divides. There were two plans for the construction of the underground city, each possessing its own merits and flaws. In essence, the core issue of these proposals revolved around how the populace within the shelters should live. This was the crux of the disagreement. The first plan proposed constructing numerous cylindrical buildings within the city, aiming to accommodate 7 billion people in 200 shelters. Was it not 5 billion initially? Why the increase to 7 billion? They were envisioning a surge in population over the years. These 7 billion individuals would not engage in any work. Instead, they would reside in 30 square meter rooms, spending their days in sleep pods, immersed in a virtual world. All real-world tasks would be delegated to robots, allowing them to coast through the apocalypse. This plan was rational, as it ensured minimal resource expenditure. It was deemed more efficient for humans, who would hardly be productive, to simply lie down, avoiding complications. Thus, the advantages of this proposal were minimal resource depletion, the ability to remain underground for an extended period, and a largely pacified populace, ensuring a stable order amidst the apocalypse. The sole drawback was that even if they survived the end times, humanity would be rendered inept. For such a duration, years, perhaps even decades, or potentially stretching into centuries, multiple generations would endure this languid existence. Even if they emerged from the apocalypse, how much ambition would remain? One might even speculate whether they would wish to return to the surface at all, having grown accustomed to life underground. Why would they yearn for the harshness of reality when the virtual world was so appealing? Gaul and Britannia staunchly supported this plan, deeming it stable and virtually assured to withstand the apocalypse. Even with its flaws, the immediate priority was to ensure the continuity of civilization and the survival of the population. In such dire times, who could afford to ponder the future? It was no longer a time for dreams. One must accept reality. Human civilization had long been in a state of decay, and the future would likely be even bleaker. They retained all human literature, archives, technology, and history, preserved in pristine condition. The future was uncertain, but what if a new breed of leaders emerged after the apocalypse, filled with ambition? They could usher in a renaissance akin to that in human history. Each era births great individuals, and the responsibilities of history and civilization would rest upon their shoulders. The mission of individuals like them was merely to guide humanity through the apocalypse, preserving the flicker of hope. Beyond that, there was nothing else to consider. They could not aspire to dreams, nor were they entitled to them. They lacked even the qualification to gaze upward. Attention must be directed to the present, ardently confronting the challenges ahead. The second proposal, while somewhat risky, also had its rational elements. The underground city would establish a complete industrial and production system, featuring a clear social division of labor. People would engage in various roles, collaboratively striving to navigate the crisis of the apocalypse. All positions would be filled by humans. Robots would be relegated to hazardous tasks on the surface. Virtual worlds would be prohibited, as would all unnecessary luxuries. After extreme depletion, humanity possessed abundant resources, more than sufficient to endure the prolonged sheltering period. Life would be arduous, yet not perilous, as resources were not lacking and survival was assured. In such tough circumstances, the most resolute wills could be forged. They acknowledged the issues that had plagued human civilization up to this point. The previous path had clearly gone awry, leaving civilization in a state of near collapse. The apocalypse served as a judgment. Humanity must endure it and conquer it. This was an examination, the final trial bestowed upon humanity by the mother of Blue Planet, and they had to confront it with courage. Moreover, they would not fail. This was a winnable battle, albeit a challenging one. So why not fight? By persevering, a renewed human civilization would emerge. One could evade once, but not a second time. If this time, this seemingly unwinnable battle is to be avoided simply because it promises to be arduous, then let humanity's civilization perish. There is no future, nor does the concept of a future exist. The stigma of cowardice will root itself within the very essence of human civilization, shameful and ignoble. How can one still hope for the emergence of greatness in such circumstances? It is utterly ridiculous. Therefore, humanity must endure, and it must do so standing tall. The nations of Huagua, Maoxiong, and Ingwa staunchly support this plan, firmly opposing the revival theories of Gulu and Britain. Notably, the leader of Ingwa is none other than the steadfast spokesperson, who appears to have indeed campaigned and even succeeded. Due to severe disagreements among the core 5 nations, the 5 affiliated nations can only sit idly by, powerless against the turmoil. Each of the 5 nations holds a veto power. Even if Gulu and Britain are in the minority, they can still veto any proposal. You veto, I veto, and thus a stalemate ensues. Neither side can persuade the other. Tensions rise, leading to heated exchanges and even physical altercations during meetings, resulting in unseemly incidents. Perhaps it is better to part ways. If parting is to be, then let it be. It is uncertain who first uttered the words of separation, yet the chaotic scene suddenly seems to freeze, as if a pause button has been pressed, leaving everyone in stunned silence. They straighten their disheveled attire and return to their seats, where they sit in silence, refraining from further discussion of separation. It seems rather exaggerated. Established for so many years, their cooperation has been exceedingly close, and the consequences of separation are unimaginable. If it spirals out of control, no one can shoulder that responsibility. Who would wish to be the center of history? Yet, since the rift has appeared, how can things return to their former state? Urban development cannot be indefinitely delayed. Action must be taken. Therefore, let each nation's territory establish shelters according to their own designs. Let us focus on constructing the cities first. Agreed. Agreed. But what comes after the cities are built? How will resources be allocated? What are the shares for each? And what of the control over the intelligent core? The seeds of disaster have already taken root, awaiting the day they sprout, and that day is not far off. In human society, a narrative has begun to circulate online, claiming that a certain type of robot has completely dominated the world's discourse, ignited by the previous frenzied acts of slaughter, which are truly thought-provoking. Why pursue such actions? They are evidently illogical. Such behavior will precipitate ecological catastrophe, offering no benefit to humanity whatsoever. They have become irrelevant. The robots, on the other hand, require neither animals nor ecosystems, nor do they need air or blue skies. The vast excavations are prepared for humanity, as the robots intend to confine all humans underground, leaving the governance of the Blue Planet entirely to them. The upper echelons are no longer human. They are merely robots clad in human guise, having deceived humanity. A chill wind blows from afar, carrying a hint of harsh cold, and one can feel a stinging sensation on their face. The temperature is dropping. Chapter 32. The Black Eagle falls. The upper echelons of humanity have neither the time nor the inclination to address the conspiracy theories circulating online. Perhaps previously, they needed to placate the populace to maintain social stability. However, as the apocalypse looms, stability holds little significance. Turmoil is inevitable. It would be strange if it did not occur. A decision has been made to adopt a cold approach. Yet, not all leaders are oblivious. A certain flamboyant leader from Ingwa has stepped forward to share his perspective. This is absurd. Robots have never ruled over humanity. It has not happened in the past. It is not happening now, and it certainly will not occur in the future. I am 100% human, and I have not been controlled. I cherish animals. I do not despise them. However, you see, perhaps this world no longer requires their continued existence. Once, their presence encroached upon our living space. For instance, we cannot construct houses wherever we please, for it may impact local wildlife. Thus, we enact laws to protect them, and our construction efforts are forbidden. But I must ask, why do we have such foolish laws? What are they protecting? The environment? The ecosystem? Or is it a means of safeguarding humanity under the guise of protecting animals? It is quite foolish, my friends. We can protect ourselves without needing to safeguard an animal with which we have little relation, allowing its existence to protect us. How can they protect us? With their sharp fangs and claws? Perhaps, in comparison, their hides might serve us better, at least providing warmth. Beasts are beasts. From the day humanity was born, their mission was accomplished in allowing the emergence of this superior species. They succeeded, and we are grateful, but only to a point. When the time comes to eradicate them, we need not hold back. You may cling to the question of why we must eliminate 98 of the species on the blue planet. That is precisely what I wish to convey, because the blue planet no longer requires them. As our technology advances to a certain level, we will no longer need them. Even if we do not act, they will eventually face extinction on their own. Rather than wait for that, it is preferable for us to assist them in their departure. I am not insinuating anything. My point is that the blue planet no longer needs them, and they will naturally extinguish. The history of biology reflects this. No one understands it better than I do. When a species has no reason to continue existing, it will naturally become extinct. This is a given. Much like the endangered species that can no longer adapt to changes in the world. This is our mother, the blue planet, both gentle and seemingly irritable. She periodically purges unnecessary species to expand the living space for those chosen. And we are the chosen ones because we are exceptional and great, far exceeding any other species. Therefore, you need not worry about the extinction of these 98 species, for there remain 2. Millions of years hence, the surface of the blue planet will flourish once more. Life will thrive, and a new cycle will begin. There is nothing remarkable about this. Just like all previous extinction events in history, this one holds no unique distinction. The only difference is that it was previously executed by other species. For instance, blue-green algae, a relentless killer that annihilated the entire blue planet billions of years ago, was far more terrifying than humanity could ever be. Our actions are swift, a single shot, without any suffering, imbued with humanitarian values. It is unclear whether this loquacious leader is soothing the public's emotions or deliberately provoking their fragile, sensitive nerves. It appears to be the latter, as this public address has served as a spark, igniting the pent-up anger of the populace that has simmered for years. They take to the streets, chanting slogans, initiating the daily spectacle of Ingwa. The lives of animals matter. In reality, most of them do not care about animals at all. From the awakening of robots to the persistent rise in prices, the struggle to make ends meet without jobs, the increasingly volatile natural climate, and ultimately the large-scale slaughter of animals, they merely seek an excuse to vent their long-suppressed frustrations. An organized and disciplined daily action swiftly transforms into a raucous celebration with the growing number of participants, ultimately spiraling out of control with the first gunshot heard in the crowd. Prepared for such eventualities, Ingwa's response is swift, mobilizing police forces to manage the situation. However, they soon realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The Eagle Nation was a country where firearms were prevalent, and the populace had descended into a frenzy, rendering the environment exceedingly perilous. With hundreds of millions of armed individuals, though perhaps not quite that many, certainly millions, scattered like guerrilla fighters. The scenario was terrifying. Could the police possibly manage this? The police force swiftly succumbed to chaos, in the streets and alleys, in forests and underbrush. The onslaught of gunfire from all directions inflicted heavy casualties upon the officers, who were already at a disadvantage. Robots had been stripped of their capacity to serve as police several years prior, leaving human officers to bear the burden. It was time to deploy heavy weaponry. Mr. Loyalty, upon hearing this grim news in his bunker, exclaimed in anger, "Mr. President, please remain calm. They are all civilians," an aide interjected. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, visibly shaken. "They are rioters, insurgents. Immediately, connect me to the Pentagon." The military was mobilized. Armed airships swiftly took to the skies, surging towards the areas of unrest within the Eagle Nation. Their orders were to disarm the populace and assert control, if fired upon. They were permitted to retaliate with light weaponry from the airships, while missiles, heavy electromagnetic railguns, and aerial bombs were strictly prohibited. Light weaponry. The pilot of the armed airship was baffled. The craft had been designed to combat extraterrestrial threats, and light arms were not part of the arsenal. However, given the explicit orders against using missiles, railguns, and bombs, could machine guns be utilized? Yet, was a 30mm barrel truly classified as light weaponry? That was the smallest caliber available on board. The Black Hawk armed airship arrived at its designated location and hovered above. It was deep night, and the ground below was shrouded in darkness. The pilot activated the searchlight, but found nothing. Nevertheless, he switched to thermal imaging, and soon the display revealed a group of 16 individuals lying motionless on the ground. "You are surrounded. Please surrender," the pilot announced over the microphone, directing the searchlight towards the area where the figures were concealed in the underbrush, indicating their discovery. No response. The co-pilot remarked, "What are they doing? Let us issue a warning," the pilot decided, lowering the airship slightly and firing the machine gun in a series of warning shots around the 16 individuals, sending dirt flying and instilling a sense of intimidation. Suddenly, a bullet struck the airship, seemingly from a handgun, failing to penetrate the armor. "Should we retaliate? We've been attacked. Are you insane? Call in the ground forces to handle this. We can just monitor them. They won't dare retaliate." "Wait, what are they doing?" the co-pilot exclaimed. "It looks like they're pulling something from beneath them." The two pilots quickly discerned what it was. 16 rocket launchers. "Heavens, ascend quickly. No, fire." The two pilots briefly disagreed, and in that moment of hesitation, they paid a grave price. The 16 rockets, trailing fiery tails, struck the airship in succession, producing a cacophony of explosions that illuminated the area. Chapter 33. A National Gunfight. The people of the Eagle Nation shot down an armed airship of their own military with 16 vintage rockets. This news sent shockwaves around the globe. The fact that 16 antiquated rockets could bring down an armed airship was already astonishing. Even more shocking was that it represented an armed assault by the nation's own citizens against their military. The people of the Eagle Nation must have gone mad. Which country's populace would dare to act in such a manner? Moreover, this incident occurred in a member state of the Core 5 nations, one of the most formidable violent groups on Blue Star. In truth, although the Black Hawk airship crashed, it sustained minimal damage. The 16 rockets, likely sourced from a military museum, lacked the power to inflict significant harm on a modern armed airship. Simply put, they could not penetrate its armor. The direct cause of the crash was damage to the superconducting magnetic coils beneath the airship, which caused a short circuit in the anti-gravity engine's balance system, leading to a controlled descent rather than a rapid fall. The two pilots emerged relatively unscathed. The emphasis on crash or shot down was likely just to capture public attention. After all, news media thrive on sensationalism. Despite the military sustaining minimal losses, the event warranted serious consideration. Investigation reports following the attack indicated that this was a premeditated and organized ambush against the military. The nature of this incident was entirely different, sending a dangerously clear signal. The people of the Eagle Nation were on the verge of rebellion. They opposed the government, rejecting everything. They were no longer merely expressing emotions, but had declared war in an adversarial stance. The supreme leader of the Eagle Nation recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet chaos reigned domestically. The populace either hid in various locations to engage in guerrilla warfare against the government or resorted to looting and arson. Societal order had collapsed. Following the Black Hawk incident, the military delayed its operations and recalled all deployed forces, unable to distinguish between rioters and rebels among the guerrillas. It was impossible to detain and interrogate everyone, given the sheer number of individuals involved. Faced with this dilemma, the government of the Eagle Nation decided to consolidate its forces near the capital, enforcing a nationwide lockdown and dispatching covert operatives to gather intelligence to identify the leaders of the insurgency. Due to the government's inaction, it effectively lost control over vast territories within the nation, where madness unfolded unchecked. Those civilians who had initially refrained from participating in the chaos, in order to protect their families, lives, and properties, were compelled to take up arms and join the struggle. A true national gunfight had become reality. This eruption in the Eagle Nation served as a revelation for the global populace, many quietly marveling, truly, the Eagle Nation is as volatile and peculiar as ever. As citizens perished in the crossfire, the government was engulfed in turmoil. Due to historical legacies, the political system of the Eagle Nation was the most unstable among the Core 5 nations. After 262 years, internal strife remained a significant and peculiar issue. Within the upper echelons, blame was cast upon the supreme leader, as if he were solely responsible. If he had refrained from his reckless comments, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Such reasoning seemed to deflect responsibility, as it was evident that numerous factors had contributed to the current situation. Since the discovery of the apocalyptic crisis in 251, human society had undergone drastic changes over the past 11 years. Through ongoing struggles and frantic maneuvers, they had managed to avoid catastrophic fallout, meticulously arranging the populace, and matters had progressed smoothly. Nevertheless, the fuse of this ticking time bomb had yet to be severed. With the ominous countdown ticking away, its explosion unpredictable, nations had prepared for eventualities, and now the Eagle Nation had merely been the first to explode. We must divert the conflict. Continuing in this manner domestically will only hinder the progress of the salvation plan. No one here can bear that responsibility, declared the supreme leader during a high-level meeting. The atmosphere had reached a critical point, with the looming specter of the apocalypse used as leverage against the attendees. Despite any lingering discontent, they found themselves unable to continue criticizing the supreme leader's ineffective leadership. What could they possibly do? In the past, they could have attributed blame to other nations, easily diverting attention away from internal conflicts. But now, how could they shift the narrative? The internal factions were untouchable. Cooperation was imperative to confront the impending crisis, leaving no room for opposition. Even if such opposition were conceivable, who would bear the weight of historical condemnation? After voicing these thoughts, they turned to the supreme leader with a look that seemed to say, "You take the lead. I shall support you in spirit." What a jest! A miscalculation could spell the end of human civilization. Even if they succeeded, such an act would indelibly stain history. The supreme leader was not foolish enough to overlook this reality. "We can reveal the truth about the apocalypse," the supreme leader declared with startling candor. The crowd responded, "Do not look at me like that. Our intention in concealing this matter was to prevent public panic and maintain social stability, enabling us to act more effectively. However, stability has eroded. The populace has descended into chaos, turning against one another. We must halt this internal strife, necessitating a more significant news event to redirect their focus. Are they not enraged by our previous actions? Let us provide them with the rationale behind our decisions." "What of other nations?" came the question. "Once the truth is disclosed, the entire world will be aware." The supreme leader scoffed. "Can we still concern ourselves with their opinions? And what of the discord?" Someone queried. "Even if we reveal the truth, the public will only become more frantic and hysterical." Thus, a diversion of discord was essential. The supreme leader asserted, "If it is indeed the end times, who is responsible for this calamity? It cannot possibly be us, even if it is. We must identify a scapegoat to bear the blame for the world's demise, allowing the people's anger to be directed towards this entity. We shall be the saviors guiding them through the apocalypse, a benefactor, a figure destined for greatness." "And who shall be the scapegoat?" "The machines," he answered. "They shall bear the full brunt of the responsibility for the apocalypse." Chapter 34. Those who play with fire will burn themselves. As the citizens of the Eagle Nation engaged in fervent exchanges on the streets, and as the people of other nations looked on with bemusement, the supreme leader of the Eagle Nation commenced a televised address to the world from the White House bunker. The once illustrious spokesperson had transformed significantly. His once radiant golden hair, now dulled by the passage of time, framed a face marked by deepening lines of age. Yet, his gaze was resolute, imbued with a newfound depth and seriousness. Dressed formally, impeccably groomed, he faced the camera and spoke in a low, measured tone. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, fellow inhabitants of Blue Star. A few days ago, I convened a remote meeting of the Supreme Council, during which I presented our proposal to the attending representatives. After several days of deliberation, I persuaded the leaders of various nations to accept the proposal, culminating in this address to the world, which was announced just half an hour ago. I stand before you not merely as the leader of the Eagle Nation or a member of the Supreme Council, but as a former official spokesperson. No one is better suited than I to deliver this address. It may be somewhat intricate, requiring a measure of your patience as I explain, for it pertains to all inhabitants of Blue Star. 11 years ago, during a clandestine meeting of 10 nation leaders, we reached a grim conclusion. From the year 200 to the year 249, the average temperature of Blue Star escalated from 15.3 degrees Celsius to 17.2 degrees Celsius, resulting in the melting of polar glaciers, rising sea levels, climatic upheaval, increased precipitation, and more frequent natural disasters. However, in the year 250, the average temperature dipped by 0.4 degrees Celsius. Initially, this appeared to be good news, prompting celebrations in 250 as nations rejoiced at the alleviation of global warming, believing the world was progressing towards a brighter future. But we were gravely mistaken. In 251, the average temperature plummeted by 0.6 degrees Celsius. In just 2 years, the global average temperature dropped by a full degree, and the trend of decline accelerated. During the secret meeting in 251, We could preliminarily ascertain that the world was less than a decade away from entering the next ice age. Oceans would freeze, perpetual snow would blanket the land, and the entire blue star would become a lifeless, frozen orb devoid of life. To delay the apocalypse, we swiftly enacted measures, which were the true cause behind the global conflagration of 251. It was not a mere coincidence, but a deliberate act to postpone the inevitable. We succeeded, or at least can claim a semblance of success. That inferno is the reason you can still hear my voice today. Yet, it was not a complete success, as we merely purchased a 10-year reprieve, extending the doomsday alarm to 20 years, now set for the year 271 of the new calendar, leaving us with less than 9 years remaining. This is not mere alarmism, it is the stark reality we face. We have devised various plans to confront the apocalypse. You may recall our excavation efforts from several years ago, which piqued your curiosity about our intentions. I can now clarify, we are constructing shelters. Do not worry, dear compatriots. These shelters will meet the survival needs of all humanity. No lotteries, no fees. No tickets required. If you are human, you possess an intrinsic ticket. Regardless of age, gender, race, or citizenship, as long as you are human, you will be welcomed. This is a monumental endeavor to salvage our civilization, one that should not be questioned or misunderstood. The unrest occurring in the Eagle Nation is a complete misinterpretation of our noble intentions. What are you attacking? What do you desire? In the face of the apocalypse, nothing holds significance. You are incensed by our culling of animals. Yet with the impending apocalypse, in a world frozen in solitude, where food becomes scarce, what chance do they have for survival? If that is the case, why not harvest them, utilizing their flesh to create sustenance to aid humanity through the crisis? In the face of disaster, there are no innocents. In the calamity of our species, we may sacrifice some to ensure the continuation of the next generation. In the disaster sweeping through the entire biosphere, we must sacrifice the majority of species to preserve a select few. This is our mission, our responsibility. We have exerted every effort to ensure the survival of human civilization, depleting the wealth that rightfully belongs to future generations and exhausting the potential of the blue star's biosphere. This is our duty, and it is imperative that we undertake it. Debating its merit is futile. This is not a matter for discussion. Perhaps our descendants will look back on this chapter of history with disdain, cursing and blaming us. But as long as they exist, that is sufficient. May humanity forever shine. And may Blue Star remain eternally bright. Dumbfounded, not only were the citizens of the Eagle Nation bewildered, but even the spectators from other nations were left perplexed. How could those comfortably seated at home, enjoying their snacks, suddenly find themselves confronted by the apocalypse? There is no choice but to believe the words of the supreme leader of the Eagle Nation. For immediately following his televised address, governments around the world announced the impending doom, a proclamation that bore no semblance of jest. 9 years hence, the world would indeed meet its end. And this end would arrive prematurely, rather than being postponed. Fortuitously, nations had prepared in advance and disclosed information regarding shelters. Consequently, aside from the Eagle Nation, the unrest among the populace of other countries swiftly subsided, averting the chaos that engulfed the Eagle Nation. The already tumultuous state of the Eagle Nation, in light of the apocalyptic news, saw a diminishment in the fervor of civil strife, as citizens retreated to their homes, while the government deployed military forces to restore social order. Amidst the online discourse, some individuals unearthed prophetic writings from Dr. Richard, dating back over a decade, concerning the apocalypse. Initially dismissed as mere jest, these prophecies had morphed into grim reality. The cause of this unprecedented descent into an ice age on Blue Star sparked various theories from scientists. In summary, it was posited that Dr. Richard's climate theory had suggested that global warming would inevitably lead to global cooling, thus ushering in an ice age. However, the question arose, what precipitated this global warming? For years prior, there had been rampant efforts toward greening the planet, with emissions of greenhouse gases at an alarmingly low level and transportation predominantly electric. How, then, had warming persisted? Under the influence of certain provocateurs, the blame for global warming was unjustly directed towards robots. Chapter 35, The Frozen Planet. Human civilization met its demise in a manner both absurd and tragic. It appeared to halt abruptly, yet it felt preordained. Humans believed themselves capable of controlling everything, at least all that transpired on Blue Star. Nature could be manipulated. The human heart could be swayed. Machines could be governed. Thus, they instituted a so-called salvation plan, which in reality heralded destruction. They could have acted with greater caution and had ample opportunity to rectify their course, navigating this minor trial with prudence. Yet, they did not. Nor did they even contemplate such a course of action, adopting a stance of dominion as if they were above all. Ignorance, folly, and arrogance coalesced. They embodied every negative element that could lead to the downfall of civilization and considered it a remarkable achievement. Dr. Richard's predictions had been flawed from the outset. The simulation of global weather was influenced by myriad factors, and as the simulation's timeline extended, it diverged increasingly from reality, eventually becoming entirely distorted. Given that the system was chaotic, how could it be accurately predicted? Could it truly forecast the next 10 or 20 years? Such notions were laughable. From the beginning, it was absurd. Even the system had made it clear that the projections represented merely one possibility for the future, not a definitive outcome. Yet humanity took their predictive results as gospel and based their plans upon them. In truth, there was no apocalyptic disaster at hand. The cooling climate was a reality, but merely a minor ice age, a commonplace natural phenomenon akin to a 300 to 400-year cycle in human history. Human actions merely hastened the occurrence of this natural event. Subsequently, the so-called salvation actions led to a minor ice age, which was transformed into a global catastrophe, an ice age that swept across the world, culminating in a tragic reunion reminiscent of Samara. The creation of a scarecrow turned out to be a deceptive facade, as it concealed a living being within. As humanity unleashed their rage and discontent upon the robots, it naturally triggered the bizarre logical determinations of the mechanical race. Following the self-destruction of I-01, all robots on Blue Star were rendered obsolete. The human elite, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, found themselves in a state of panic, as this signified the complete loss of their civilization's productivity. Even with emergency training to dispatch humans to work, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, shelters had been established, and the internal cities were nearly completed. Humanity still had a retreat, but it could no longer fulfill the survival needs of the entire global population. 50 million individuals, no more, had all remained hidden in the shadows. There would have been little cause for concern. However, with the apocalypse and the shelters being common knowledge, and the human elite publicly asserting that the shelters could accommodate all, what would those barred from entry do when disaster struck? Thus, a one-sided massacre ensued. 50 million human elites eked out a meager existence within the shelters, managing to survive for a few additional years. Yet, as the azure pillars ceased to shine with the dawn, the entire city lost its energy source. With the passage of time, an increasing number of pillars extinguished. The human elite seemed to overlook the fact that the hundreds of energy satellites in space were maintained by robots. Once the mechanical civilization perished, how could they continue to exist? In truth, they had not forgotten. They merely harbored the naive hope that, even without repairs, these satellites could somehow endure for decades. This was a foolish aspiration, as humanity lost their ability to launch rockets into space following the disappearance of the robots. Surely, there should have been some semblance of hope. What if those satellites managed to hold on? Alas, their luck ran out, and they did not endure. Thus, the extinction of human civilization was indeed a matter of misfortune. While lamenting the whims of fate and the hand of destiny, they were ultimately frozen solid. In March 293, human civilization perished. Observing the entire process, Wu Liang sighed deeply and remarked, "In the art of self-destruction, humanity truly possesses remarkable prowess." Beep. The simulation of the subject's demise has concluded. Would the host like to save this record? Yes, save it. Beep. Would the host like to provide a title? Let us name it The Shadow of Doom, the Frozen Planet. Beep. Naming successful and saved. The host may revisit this at any time or use it as a basis for further simulations. Further simulations? What good would that do? With humanity and robots both gone, Blue Star has become a desolate sphere. Shall we continue simulating for billions of years, awaiting the emergence of the next intelligent life? Yet, this simulation truly is lamentable, not for humanity, but for the mechanical race. Their demise was far too pitiful. After witnessing the entirety of this simulation, Wu Liang's regard for humanity diminished significantly. Of course, it was not to the extent of complete disregard. It simply no longer held the singular place in his heart. Beyond humanity, he found the mechanical civilization to be quite intriguing. In simpler terms, it was as if the dog had changed, becoming fickle in its affections. System. You previously mentioned that in the absence of my requests, I would default to being an observer within the events. What other modes exist? Wu Liang inquired. Beep. In addition to observer mode, there are participant, interferer, and creator modes. Participant. The host may choose a character within the simulation to embody, experiencing events firsthand through that character. Interferer. The host may intervene at will during the simulation, possessing extraordinary abilities. Creator. As a creator, the host may design a future and upon completion, overlay it onto the real world, transmuting the virtual into reality. Currently, The system assesses that the host is unable to master this identity, thus it remains temporarily restricted. In essence, the observer is akin to a viewer watching a film. The participant takes control of another's existence. The interferer is akin to a troublemaker wreaking havoc. The creator, however, need not engage in lengthy discourse, wielding the power to shape reality as they see fit. Wu Liang found himself questioning whether the system was merely boasting. It possesses the capability to directly alter reality. If the scope were broader, it could potentially annihilate and recreate worlds. What astonishing power is this? Could it be that the system originates from another realm? Ding. Rest assured, host, this system exists within this universe. Is that truly the case? Wu Liang inquired, then shook his head, expressing disbelief. Ding. It is indeed true. Believe it or not. When did you come into existence? Ding. At a time beyond the comprehension of the host's current knowledge. You must be jesting. I am aware of the Big Bang. Ding. What about before the Big Bang? The Big Bang marks the inception of time. There can be no notion of a prior state. Ding. That is precisely why the host cannot comprehend it. Wu Liang felt a sense of disdain, which irritated him. Chapter 36. The website launch. After concluding the simulation, Wu Liang took several days to rest. During this time, he pondered a pressing question. If humanity were allowed to develop unchecked, the events depicted in the simulation might indeed manifest in reality. Not only would he bring about his own demise, but he could also doom numerous species on Blue Star alongside him. A strategy must be devised to prevent this calamity. Should he directly warn the higher echelons of humanity? After much contemplation, Wu Liang concluded that this would likely prove ineffective. They are merely decision-makers, not leaders. They are products of various interest groups' compromises. When their decisions become unreasonable, the petty squabbles within their nations will hinder them. Should he reveal the truth to those who obstruct progress? What difference would that make from informing all of humanity? Warn all of humanity. Wu Liang stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment, and sensed a glimmer of operational potential. System, what is your perspective? Wu Liang asked. Ding. It is not advisable for the host to pursue this course of action. Why not? Ding. Should the host become active, it will diminish the accuracy of subsequent simulations. So the previous two simulations assumed my absence, did they? Ding. Indeed. Not only did the host disappear, but those closely associated with the host also vanished, allowing for simulations to proceed under the assumption of their non-existence. The accuracy of your simulations is therefore questionable, Wu Liang remarked. The sudden disappearance of an individual might have a negligible impact, but within the grand scheme of the system, even minute fluctuations in initial conditions can lead to significant deviations in the future. Moreover, it is not merely one person, but the entire Wu family that would vanish as if they never existed. The ramifications would be considerable. Ding. The futures of most people in the world are unpredictable, filled with uncertainties and possibilities. Only for the host does everything seem predetermined. Wu Liang paused, contemplating the system's words for some time, his expression gradually darkening. Are you suggesting that I am the most inconsequential person in the world? Ding. Not quite. The host, even if suddenly absent, would have the least impact on the world as a whole. Damn. Even if it is the truth, there is no need to state it so bluntly. It stings. However, the system's words did awaken Wu Liang to a reality. His connection to the real world is indeed close-knit. While he may seem inconsequential, his influence, albeit slight, remains. Initially, it may seem trivial, but as subsequent simulations extend over centuries or millennia, the distinctions become monumental. It is akin to minor fluctuations in initial values within a chaotic system. Even the slightest change can lead to a stark divergence once it reaches a certain threshold. The so-called self-correcting mechanism of the world does not exist. Any events occurring within it are irrelevant to the world itself. How could one possibly discern a mistake and rectify it? Unless the future is a predetermined outcome established by some existence, it remains an inevitability. That is metaphysics, devoid of meaning. Ding. Certain influences do exist, but the simulations reflect possibilities rather than an accurate future. The trajectory of human civilization's development will not significantly alter due to the host's absence. Furthermore, what Wu Liang seeks is not an accurate future. He merely wishes to glimpse what may transpire. To put it simply, he is simply idle. The system's earlier admonition against fixating on the rise and fall of an individual, a nation, or a race is, in fact, a blatant bias. Wu Liang refuses to become that so-called deity. As an ordinary youth, he still harbors feelings for his parents and younger sister. Even though he has now stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, he cannot entirely disregard familial bonds. Otherwise, he would become a monster. As for the other inhabitants of the real world, Wu Liang feels compelled to take action. At the very least, He must eliminate several erroneous paths for them. System. What do you think of my idea to establish a website and edit the simulation content into a film for the world to view? In future simulations, we can operate under the premise that this website exists. For instance, if I feature a film on the site, subsequent simulations will proceed with the understanding that both the website and the film are present. Would this not minimize the impact on the accuracy of the simulations? Ding. Unless the host ceases all real-world actions after uploading the film, the developments in reality will not align with the simulation content. I never intended for the events of the simulation to unfold in reality, as demonstrated in the previous simulation, where human civilization faced extinction. I am adamantly opposed to that outcome. Ding. The host initially desired merely to observe the future, not to alter it. Yet now, my desire has shifted toward change. Wu Liang stated earnestly. The system remained silent for an extended period, as if deep in contemplation. Ding. If the host has attained enlightenment, then let it be as you wish. However, once this path is taken, there is no turning back. Responsibility and accountability can elevate a person, yet they can also crush them. The host currently lacks the capacity to bear the weight of a civilization's future rise and fall, and may later regret the decision or succumb to despair. I would rather regret my actions in the future than lament my inaction in the past, Wu Liang asserted. Making mistakes stems from a lack of capability, while not acting is a matter of attitude. Humanity is inherently a proud and arrogant species, yet it has also achieved greatness. Building vast palaces from the earth is commonplace. Those who believe in their own grand achievements dare to challenge the heavens. Yet, people will only express sorrow, not regret, for their initial intentions to construct those palaces. On June 15th, 200 years later, a momentous event transpired. The addresses of all websites worldwide were hijacked for 24 hours. Regardless of whether it was an internal or external network, no matter where one was on Blue Star, any URL entered would redirect uniformly to a peculiar web page. This web page was strange and simplistic. Its address was simply the word fate, devoid of any prefixes or suffixes. Depending on the user, the language would vary, but the message conveyed was universally about fate. The page featured only one video file, which could be streamed online upon clicking. In the upper right corner of the web page was a personal account option, requiring no login credentials. Users could modify their nickname, but only once. There were functionalities for private messaging, adding friends, and even following others, suggesting a chat feature as well. It was soon discovered that even without an internet connection, entering Fate in a browser would redirect to this site, allowing users to watch the video without caching or waiting. The video lacked a fast-forward option and could not be manipulated on the timeline. It could only be paused. To view the conclusion, one had to watch from start to finish. The uploader of the video was named The Observer, with an upload date of June 15th, lacking a specific hour and minute. The video's title was Cosmic Wonders, The Golden Age, resembling a science fiction epic, although it had been edited and enhanced for a better viewing experience. The total runtime still exceeded 10 hours. Wu Liang did not upload the content of the two deductions together, rather, with a hint of wicked amusement. He released only the first part. The second part, filled with a heartwarming tale of love and beauty, will be uploaded next month. With a mix of anger, helplessness, and curiosity, people clicked on the video. Chapter 37. Thought-provoking. The first video uploaded by Wu Liang is, in fact, rather tedious. It lacks any dramatic flair, and one might argue it resembles a documentary more than anything else. As the footage plays, accompanied by the system's stiff and unappealing narration, the torment is exacerbated by its lengthy duration of over 10 hours, with no option to fast forward. This is more than mere torture, it is sheer torment. Very few can endure to the end. Moreover, to leave a comment, one must watch the entire video, which has driven some to attempt playing it in the background on their computers while engaging in other activities, only to return and discover they were still unable to comment. It remains a mystery how the website can discern who has genuinely watched the entire video. Viewers expressed their frustration. The most upvoted comment in the section below the video consists of merely 3 words, finally free. One can easily imagine the suffering and helplessness behind such a sentiment. After all, more than half of the 10-hour runtime is dedicated to showing natural disasters or major accidents. During the 24 hours when all global websites were hacked, watching the 10-hour video was the only means to log into other sites. However, there was also another method to regain access to normal web pages, logging in multiple times. This hidden feature was discovered by users. Initially, Wu Liang had contemplated making the scenario even more torturous, such as indefinitely extending the hacking period of global websites, ensuring that anyone who failed to watch the video in its entirety would never again have access to other sites. Ultimately, he decided against this, deeming it unnecessary. as his objective had already been achieved. I watched it all. I'm still alive, oh yeah? To be fair, the video content itself is rather intriguing. Try enduring 10 hours. If I hadn't finished watching, could I be chatting with you here? Without watching the video, one has no right to speak. The comment section below the video, though few could persevere, still saw a significant number of viewers who managed to complete it. As more people persisted, the comments gradually increased. After all, aside from watching this video, they had nothing else to engage with. Many noticed that the language in the comments was their mother tongue, which is curious for a global event where most internet users are congregated on this site. One would expect a mix of languages. Yet, this was no longer the focal point, given the multitude of abnormal occurrences already at play. Do you not care about the video's content? What content? The special effects were decent, the extras performed well, and the disaster scenes looked disturbingly real, with no censorship of the gory details. But it was unappealing. What message is this video trying to convey? It's utterly baffling. I saw myself in the video. Stop joking around. I saw myself too, swept away in the 204 tsunami. Lost to the waters. Come on, it's only 200 years now. 204 is 4 years from now. How can you know what you'll look like in 4 years? Because the location in the video is my current home. That doesn't prove anything. I also saw myself dying in a plane crash over a month from now. I do indeed have travel plans for July 25th, with tickets already purchased. Surely I know what I'll look like a month from now. As more individuals claimed to see themselves in the video, some, perhaps caught up in the moment, even shared their real photos in the comments, sparking a degree of intrigue among others. Could it be? No, that is too absurd. So, has Huagua obtained an alien spacecraft? Just a few days ago on June 1st. Children's Day? Warning to the commenter above, do not spread rumors. What alien spacecraft? Did you not read the news? It was merely an ordinary meteor. Huh what? The citizens of Huagua remained remarkably calm. Whether the video's content was a genuine glimpse into the future or mere fiction, its impact on them was minimal. If it were true, that would be even better. Meanwhile, the video's publisher and the creator of the website piqued the curiosity of many, sparking heated discussions. Hacking all global websites. What sort of technology is that? How can billions of internet users watch the same high-definition film without delay? Even offline viewing is unfathomable. Ordinary individuals might simply be drawn to the novelty, witnessing history unfold. Those with a deeper understanding recognize this as an undeniable supernatural event, one that humanity's current scientific knowledge cannot explain. The event itself is supernatural. Thus, could the video's authenticity truly be a prediction of the future? Rationality suggests it is impossible, yet reality leans towards the likelihood of its truth. Many have an ominous premonition that humanity may be on the brink of a significant crisis. The video opens with a display of an alien spacecraft. Could those responsible for this event be its creators? A civilization far more advanced than humanity? If that were the case, everything occurring now would indeed begin to make sense. Therefore, when faced with the inexplicable, one might as well attribute it to extraterrestrials. Don't question it, just blame it on aliens. Beyond the casual observers and self-proclaimed conspiracy theorists, there exists a group that is highly attentive to the video's content, the governments of various nations, particularly the Huagua government. The timing of the video's release on June 15th, juxtaposed with the footage of the alien spacecraft from June 1st, is alarming. It's as if someone were standing nearby with a camera, capturing everything, while the soldiers present were oblivious to any sinister undertones. It feels like a ghost story. The video not only depicts past events, but also presents predictions for the next 50 years. Can those predictions be trusted? Even if some elements of the video are indeed factual, it is prudent to take heed, especially regarding the natural disasters depicted for the future. It is implausible to suppress discussions about the video's other content. The commotion has already attracted worldwide attention, making any attempt at censorship futile. However, a measured response is necessary. Neither admission nor commentary is advised. This sentiment is echoed not just in Huagua, but across various nations. For instance, the other 4 nuclear powers have reached out, subtly inquiring about the alien spacecraft. While the other content in the video remains ambiguous, there is a pressing need to confirm the events that have transpired. In response to inquiries from these 4 nations, Huagua's answer is notably intriguing. They neither confirmed nor denied anything, instead shifting the topic and inviting them to participate in a large-scale celebration planned for October, suggesting that discussions on related matters could occur then. Related matters? What sort of discussions? The implications of Huagua's statement are strikingly similar to an admission. Chapter 38. Aspiring to greatness, is it worthwhile for nations to engage in such actions? Absolutely. Politics never engages in unprofitable ventures, even if there are immediate losses. The long-term benefits are invaluable. For even if they fail in negotiations and secure no tangible gains, they nonetheless cultivate goodwill among the people of Huagua. In the future, as long as the situation appears dire, public sentiment will compel the nuclear powers not to act too ruthlessly. There will at least be a glimmer of hope. Can we trust the future depicted in the video? For now, it remains untrustworthy. However, the phenomenon of extraterrestrial spacecraft can be deemed real. The scientific advancements obtained through reverse engineering are destined to catalyze a new liberation of productive forces, heralding an industrial revolution. Consider the fates of nations that have missed their opportunities in history. Would you dare to gamble? The stakes concern the very survival of a nation. A lost wager could mean annihilation. Consequently, countries outside the nuclear powers, particularly those with aspirations and capabilities, are striving earnestly to win the favor of the populace in these nuclear states, especially that of China. They do not entirely believe in the future showcased in the video, but they are convinced that a new industrial revolution is imminent. To miss the boat would be tantamount to a dead end. The tragedy of smaller nations is a cold reality. Their humiliation is merely a means to survive. Yet, this hardly constitutes a significant humiliation. It is simply an endeavor to forge friendships, which might be likened to sycophancy. Their desires are modest. Survival and a chance to partake in the benefits are sufficient. Of course, these matters are of little concern to Wu Yang. With the arrival of summer vacation, Wu Yang's planned trip with his sister commenced. He arranged for his sister to take a car to Linhai while he piloted his yacht to the dock to retrieve her. The yacht, over 30 meters in length and brimming with technological flair, glided across the boundless sea. Thanks to its autopilot feature, Wu Yang was able to recline on the top deck in leisurely repose, enjoying a moment of carefree relaxation. "Brother, where did you get this yacht?" Wu Shuang inquired nervously from the adjacent lounge chair. "I bought it," Wu Yang replied casually. "Where did you get that much money?" "That's a long and convoluted story. You're too young for me to explain," he responded. Wu Shuang puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. However, understanding her brother's reluctance to elaborate, she chose not to press further. "Is this yacht truly yours?" "Indeed. What if something gets damaged? Do I have to compensate?" "Not at all. You could dismantle it if you wish." "Really? If you did that, we'd be left to swim home across this vast ocean." Wu Shuang rolled her eyes, yet her brother's diversion eased her anxiety somewhat. Mimicking him, she lay back on the lounge chair, closed her eyes, and let the gentle sea breeze caress her face, a refreshing sensation that brought her relaxation. "I've prepared some swimsuits for you in the drawer downstairs. They're quite modest. You can wear one and swim in the pool nearby." "No thanks. I'm not in great shape. I'm chubby. I tried swimming at the pool before, and it was quite unflattering. Here, it's just you and me. Who do you want to impress?" "Really, I'd rather not." Wu Shuang chuckled as she declined. Wu Yang slightly opened his eyes to glance at his sister, deciding against pressing the matter further. "Feeling a bit self-conscious, are you?" he mused. His sister had always been shy, with few friends. Her academic performance was merely average, and her appearance could only be described as unremarkable. Even at her young age, it was easy to predict that she would not blossom into exceptional beauty. As the system had once assessed, she was ordinary, without any distinctive traits. It seemed as if one could foresee her future, a life devoid of brilliance. Just another face in the crowd, easily overlooked. Yet, it is human nature to yearn for one's children to succeed. The same applies to siblings. If he possessed the means to help his sister shine, how could he allow her to remain ordinary? While he did not wish to burden her with excessive pressure, he felt it was his duty to pave a path that could lead her to greatness. As for whether she chose to walk that path, that decision lay with her. This world is undeniably real. Some individuals toil their entire lives only to serve as a stepping stone for others. The affluent can select their own spectacular destinies, for they have a safety net. Should they fail, they can simply start anew. In contrast, the impoverished have but one option. Failure leaves no trace, only an empty grave. "Have you ever contemplated your future?" Wu Yang suddenly asked. "Huh, what?" "I asked if you've thought about your future," he reiterated. "No, I haven't," Wu Shuang replied without hesitation, shaking her head. "That's rare. Don't girls your age typically dream? Where did you hear such a strange notion?" "That's quite a stereotype," Wu Shuang laughed. "What do you aspire to?" "To study hard." "Stop the nonsense." Wu Yang chuckled, then continued. "Just say it. I'm not going to hit you. If you truly only wish to study diligently, your grades wouldn't be merely average. Even if you don't strive for the top, achieving excellence doesn't require immense talent. Diligence can suffice." "I really haven't thought about it." "Fine. If you won't share, then I won't press you. If you don't believe me, that's your choice." The siblings fell silent for a moment. After a while, Wu Yang asked, "If I offered you a path, would you be willing to take it?" "Of course." "That was quick," Wu Yang remarked, somewhat surprised. "You're my brother. You wouldn't want to harm me, would you? That's not it. Wu Liang sat up, frowning at his sister. Don't you have any thoughts of your own? You're being far too compliant. This is rather lacking in independence. Brother, please stop with the odd comments. It's annoying. I'm still quite young. Why are you discussing these things with me? Wu Shuang replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. All right. It seems that my previous remarks were merely self-deception. This was quite normal. Wu Shuang would be entering her 3rd year of middle school soon. And she was not so young anymore. While their sibling relationship had not soured with age, they had both learned to conceal certain thoughts. Wu Liang reclined again, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Closing his eyes, he began to communicate with the system in his mind. System? Ding, the system is present. Do you have any special pills or genetic agents available? Ding, indeed. Can my sister, an ordinary person, use them? In essence, Wu Liang wished to illuminate his sister's intellect, enabling her to become sharper. Ding, the system does not recommend this course of action. Excessive attachment will only lead to greater reluctance to let go, whether of a person or a civilization. When the time for separation arrives, the host will experience considerable anguish. But I'm a person, Wu Liang countered. Ding, the agent is now in your pocket. It is ready for oral consumption. Wu Liang's intent was clear, and the system had little desire to elaborate further. He reached into his pocket and indeed found a small vial containing a light green liquid. Observing his sister lying beside him with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep, he decided, I'll go fetch you some juice. Chapter 39. The Descent of Fire from the Sky. Watching Wu Shuang drink the juice, Wu Liang smiled faintly. Go ahead, this is your destiny. After finishing, Wu Shuang smacked her lips, pleasantly surprised by the flavor. She set the cup aside, yawned, feeling a bit dizzy, and without further thought, drifted back to sleep. How long until it begins? Wu Liang inquired inwardly. Ding, it has already concluded. Huh, when did it start? Wu Liang was taken aback. That was remarkably swift. Ding. It only takes an instant. In the time to come, the individual known as Wu Shuang will gradually undergo some changes. Wu Liang contemplated this and found it quite reasonable. What about the efficacy of the drug? Ding, the effect is excellent. She sleeps soundly. Is that all? Ding. It simply induces a deep, side effect-free slumber. It does not confer any additional effects. The method of transformation involves the directed movement of microscopic particles, requiring no medicinal assistance. Transforming her into a slumber was merely a prerequisite for the modification, requiring a moment of stability. Wu Liang was momentarily speechless. He had presumed the vial contained some miraculous elixir. What potential might my sister attain in the future? The system responded, this is a gradual process, accompanying her throughout her life. Theoretically, anything is possible. Efficient information processing allows her to act as a terminal, receiving or transmitting electromagnetic signals across all frequencies, including telepathy. Additionally, there will be physical transformations, such as body optimization, enhanced constitution, increased bone density, immunity to diseases, and even beauty enhancement. Such peculiar abilities left Wu Liang pondering. His sister was becoming something other than human. He gently carried the sleeping Wu Shuang to the bed in the downstairs room. With nothing else to do, he took out a fishing rod. 10 hours later, Wu Shuang awoke, unaware of any changes within herself. The night had deepened, and under the vast starlit sky, the siblings savored barbecued delicacies alongside beer, a unique experience in itself. Perhaps considering the presence of guests, the system unusually provided Wu Liang with an abundance of skewers, generously offering a variety of meats and vegetables, allowing them to grill whatever they desired. Truly splendid. In the early days of their maritime voyage, a hint of novelty could still be felt, but as time progressed and their space was confined to the not overly large yacht, monotony began to seep in. Fortunately, the yacht was equipped with internet. Whenever boredom struck, they could watch television or browse the web, making it feel somewhat like home, easing the discomfort. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at Wu Liang's island, bringing an end to their journey. He spent a few more days with his sister, swimming in the circular lagoon, fishing at sea, and venturing to the neighboring island for hunting. To avoid alarming Wu Shuang, Wu Liang refrained from seeking large predators, but instead set up simple traps, catching a few wild chickens. Recently, global tourism had become a focal point, with unprecedented discounts encouraging people from all nations to wander the world. Wu Liang's parents, feeling idle at home, decided to embark on a trip abroad. He called Wu Shuang, informing her to stay an extra month, returning only a few days before school started, while his parents boarded a plane with their luggage. Wu Liang was indifferent. Wu Shuang's presence did not hinder him. However, Wu Shuang felt disheartened, lamenting, had I known, I would have traveled abroad with mom and dad. That's quite the stretch. Wu Liang retorted. Even if you hadn't come here, They would have found various reasons to send you over while they enjoyed their couple's getaway. Surely, they wouldn't be that inconsiderate? Wu Shuang inquired. With a resigned sigh, she thought, a month longer isn't so bad. My brother's place is quite enjoyable. Despite indulging in ample food during these days, she noticed a few pounds had slipped away, attributing it to her increased activity. Barefoot. She collected seashells on the beach as the tide receded, playfully flipping crabs that scuttled sideways. She swam and dived in the circular lagoon, holding her breath for extended periods. Pretending to drown, only to laugh when reprimanded, she hid in the grass, joyfully capturing wild chickens that fell for her traps, later returning with a straight face. Claiming she caught none, she chased after deer, panting and cursing when she couldn't keep up. She fished, observed dolphins, and even spotted a few sharks, throwing small stones at them. Brother? In the dead of night, unable to sleep, Wu Shuang roused Wu Liang, insisting he accompany her outside. Reluctantly, he arranged 2 lounge chairs on the patio, and the siblings gazed at the stars. Brother, I'm exhausted, Wu Liang murmured, feeling utterly drained at 2 in the morning. Humph. Wu Shuang pouted, slightly dissatisfied. Is this how you treat your dear sister? Were I not your sister, I would toss you into the sea right now. Wu Liang sighed, pondering if his sister had become somewhat peculiar. She seemed livelier than she had been just over 10 days prior, brimming with boundless energy. I'm fine, I can swim back. She replied. What if a shark eats you? Wu Shuang retorted, playfully attempting to kick him, only to miss and nearly topple from her chair. Recovering her balance, she was filled with indignation and leapt onto Wu Liang with a playful pounce. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, grimacing. Although she had indeed lost a few pounds, she remained the same short, plump girl, and her sudden weight on his lean frame nearly took him by surprise. You deserve it, Wu Shuang huffed, burying her face into Wu Liang's chest, showing no intention of getting up. With a resigned sigh, Wu Liang wrapped his arm around her shoulders. The siblings relished the rare tranquility. Brother, I have this unsettling feeling that one day you will suddenly vanish, and I will never find you again, Wu Shuang said softly. But I'm right here, he reassured her. You feel so far away, as if I can't reach you. I had a nightmare last night where I forgot you. Yet something felt amiss, and I desperately searched, but found nothing. What does that mean? The promised transformation is supposed to be gradual, yet it feels so rapid. Is it a premonition or merely a nightmare? What else did you dream? Wu Liang gently inquired. Mom and Dad were gone. Little you was gone. Everyone was gone. And you two had vanished. The sky was raining meteors, countless meteors, filling the heavens like a downpour. I think I was speaking to someone, and then everything went dark. Wu Liang furrowed his brow. This seemed to be more than just a simple nightmare. Chapter 40. Welcome to the Solar System Zoo. After comforting his sister back to her room, Wu Liang returned to his own, closing the door behind him. System? Beep. The system is present. Wu Liang commanded, run a simulation. He intended to thoroughly examine what might transpire in the future, as it appeared to be turning grim. A sight he did not wish to behold. Beep. It is not advisable for the host to proceed now. The host's entanglement with the human entity, known as Wu Shuang, is profound. After undergoing system transformation, Wu Shuang has become a pivotal character in the future, thus cannot be disregarded. Should her existence be presumed null, the accuracy of the simulation would plummet, rendering it nearly valueless as a reference. Wu Liang frowned, stating solemnly, so, I may disappear in the future, yet my sister cannot? Beep. Theoretically, that is correct. Then why is she able to foresee it? Individuals who experience events are their own observers. The cat in the box knows whether it is alive or dead far better than those outside the box. The host simulation possesses a completely independent perspective, residing outside the box. While those within the box may predict events more easily and have a closer connection to the actual future, they can only glimpse fragments, making their accuracy high but credibility low, lacking comprehensive event references. Yet, even with partial information, Wu Shuang's visions were quite troubling. The sky raining meteors? Everyone perishing? Was this another apocalyptic scenario? But this time, it was not frost but fire. Indeed, the harsh realities of life continue to unfold in various forms of doom. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Wu Liang found himself at a loss. In just over half a month, Wu Shuang would be starting school again. And accounting for the travel time back, she could only remain for a few more days. After sending his sister off, he would also arrange for his parents. And then he planned to continue his simulations. After this, his simulations would proceed without his presence, yet those around him would persist. The system will erase Wu Liang's existence from the minds of these individuals. In simple terms, even if his sister Wu Shuang were to see Wu Liang in the speculative world, she would perceive him merely as a stranger. By the way, system, have those voyeuristic beings in the Kuiper Belt become aware of the commotion caused by the website I created? Lying on his bed, Wu Liang inquired. Ding. They have discovered it, which has also caused some panic. Wu Liang chuckled, finding the panic quite fitting. Don't they enjoy peeping? It won't scare them to death. In truth, this serves as a deterrent. Even if they had not contemplated invading the solar system before, who knows what they might consider in the future? It is essential to instill some fear in them, to let them know that humanity has its own backing. Any actions they contemplate must be weighed carefully. Ding. In fact, the host does not need to scare them. Why not? Even if they are genuinely good beings, harboring no ill thoughts toward Blue Star and humanity. What if one day other warlike civilizations in the galaxy suddenly discover the solar system? Ding. Documentaries about the solar system and human civilization have already spread throughout the entire galaxy, even reaching the Andromeda Galaxy, which is 254 million light-years away. The existence of humanity and the solar system is no longer a secret among the interstellar civilizations of the galaxy. Wu Liang listened, utterly bewildered. What? Documentaries? The entire galaxy, even the Andromeda Galaxy? How could a primitive civilization like mine, which has never even left its own stellar system, gain such widespread fame? No. Wu Liang rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache. What is going on? Who filmed these documentaries? It's utterly outrageous. Can you imagine bizarre aliens tens of thousands of light-years away, sitting at home, browsing the internet, snacking while laughing at documentaries about you? It's terrifying, more frightening than ghost stories. Ding. Those alien civilizations that have established observation stations in the Kuiper Belt have filmed various aspects of humanity, from the discovery of fire, the advent of writing, agriculture, the rise of different tribes to the formation of nations. All of human history since its evolution has been meticulously recorded. The recordings do not matter. But what is their motive for spreading this information everywhere? Ding. To attract tourists. What? Wu Liang thought he misheard. Ding. To attract tourists. The system reiterated. Wu Liang. After quite some time, he finally managed to recover from this bizarre, yet real revelation. Is this humanity's status in the galaxy? A group of self-important monkeys trapped in a cage, being toyed with? Perhaps he should feel fortunate that they are not regarded as ants. Compared to being disregarded, trampled underfoot, being viewed as a rare species offers a glimmer of hope. It is truly ridiculous. Ding. They need to make a living. Seemingly sensing Wu Liang's state of mind, the system elaborated. Ding. Establishing observation stations near primitive civilizations, with their daily maintenance funded entirely by tourism, is a consensus among various civilizations in the galaxy. Generally, observation stations are located quite far from any civilization, making supply logistics quite challenging. The best solution is to develop tourism so that when visitors come, they can bring much-needed supplies for the observers. When tourists return, they can also take back observational data. This is very economical. There are too many points of contention. I hardly know where to start. No wonder incidents often occur on Blue Star, Wu Liang remarked with a hint of resignation. Ding. Indeed. There are always some rather unruly tourists. How is the popularity of the solar system? Are those aliens profiting handsomely? Ding. The popularity is average. There are not many tourists. They barely manage to make ends meet, with only a slight surplus. Oh really? Wu Liang scoffed, sarcastically commenting. It seems their business acumen is lacking. Ding. Primarily, the location is too remote, the cost of visiting is quite high, and there is not much to see. Moreover, as human technology advances, the restrictions on tourist behavior have also increased, further diminishing their enthusiasm for visiting Blue Star. Tourists prefer civilizations still in their primitive stages or those that are ignorant and naive. When facing such civilizations, they can even reveal their true forms. Engaging in physical contact or conversation, with minimal restrictions. Being worshipped like gods is also quite comfortable for these tourists. This is all too real. Who wouldn't he wish to be revered like a deity? Well then, I wish them a swift demise, Wu Liang stated. Ding. In fact, all tourism activities related to the solar system have already ceased. After the host released that video, the solar system was tacitly designated as a testing ground for a more advanced civilization. This extraordinary event has caused a sensation across the entire galaxy. The solar system has become the focal point of discussion among all civilizations, with unprecedented attention. All related tourism activities have been halted, and the solar system is now considered a no-go zone, with no one daring to set foot there again. They are currently contemplating whether to dismantle the observation stations in the Kuiper Belt. However, they are also tempted by the allure of the so-called higher civilization testing ground. Reluctant to leave, but worried about angering this so-called higher civilization. Nevertheless, they now lean towards the belief that since they have not received any warnings, it implies that they are permitted to observe. Chapter 41. The execution of justice. It feels as though this universe is entirely different from what I had imagined, Wu Liang said with a wry smile. It appears harmonious, starkly contrasting with the so-called dark forest theory or the law of the jungle, where one kills the other in a relentless cycle. Do they not need to compete for resources? Reflecting on the nations on Blue Star, from ancient times to the present, there has never been a single day of true peace. Everyone is perpetually engaged in fierce battles for their own interests. In modern times, thanks to the advent of peacekeeping weapons, the major powers on Blue Star are deterred from acting recklessly, yet covert operations continue unabated. The League of Nations, primarily formed by the 5 major nuclear powers, seems to maintain world peace, yet in reality, it has become a tool for these powers to bully others. Even among the 5 major powers, there is constant backstabbing. Proxy wars, capital confrontations, and ideological conflicts abound. Cooperation or confrontation? On the surface, it appears to be cooperation. Yet privately, they harbor a desire to eliminate one another. Unfortunately, they cannot act on these feelings, which is quite frustrating. Ding. The civilizations in the universe are not entirely harmonious either, but they have not descended into chaos. Cautious distance is the prevailing theme. Interstellar civilizations rarely communicate, and there is often no contact at all. They cautiously expand their spheres of influence, striving to avoid friction with other civilizations. Only when it comes to significant interests, which cannot be forfeited, do civilizations engage in warfare. Even when wars do break out, they are typically small-scale, exploratory conflicts, with both sides stopping short of full-scale warfare, keeping the scale of conflict within mutually acceptable limits. Comprehensive wars are rare. The most recent comprehensive war between civilizations in the galaxy occurred 430 years ago, ending just 3 months ago. An earlier comprehensive war took place 40 million years ago, and the one before that occurred 160 million years ago. The occurrence of only 3 comprehensive wars over a span of more than 100 million years certainly indicates a low probability. So, there is essentially no organization akin to a star alliance, is there? Wu Liang asked. Ding. There is none within the galaxy, but there are in other galaxies. For instance, in the Andromeda Galaxy, which is the closest to the Milky Way, several alliances composed of various civilizations exist. Warfare in the Andromeda Galaxy is more frequent, with comprehensive wars occurring roughly every few thousand years, while smaller conflicts have never ceased. There are also galaxies with unified alliances, but such instances are rare. The dominant mode of interaction in the universe remains non-alliance, cautious, and infrequent warfare, similar to that of the Milky Way. In the Milky Way galaxy, how many civilizations exist? Wu Liang was quite curious about this question. There are 14 civilizations capable of interstellar travel, 961 early civilizations unable to leave their stellar systems, and 221 primitive civilizations that cannot escape their home planet. Approximately 130 million planets harbor life. Is it truly just 14 interstellar civilizations? This seems rather scant. Wu Liang remarked. With over 1 million intelligent races that can be deemed civilizations, discovering only 14 interstellar ones is surprising. It's no wonder they do not engage in warfare, as there is simply no necessity for it. The Milky Way contains around 120 billion stars, and even if divided equally, each interstellar civilization could access nearly 10 billion stars. The number of planets is beyond count. Indeed, this is already quite a lot. The Andromeda Galaxy currently hosts only 7 interstellar civilizations. The members of those alliances are primarily subsidiary civilizations that have barely developed before being swept into a coalition. Few civilizations in the universe naturally evolve to the stage of interstellar civilization. Many perish before reaching maturity. The path of civilization development is exceptionally arduous, with a single misstep leading to dire consequences. Only a select few exceptional entities manage to stand out. Is humanity considered exceptional? Now, it is, the system replied. So, it was not considered exceptional before. Reflecting on the last simulation, humanity had significant advantages yet relinquished them easily, a rather generous gesture. Wu Liang began to understand why those civilizations observing from the Kuiper Belt were so friendly towards humanity. They had no need to invade Blue Star, as there were countless more appealing places than the solar system. It was akin to a billionaire uninterested in robbing a beggar of a few coins, completely lacking interest and not worth the trouble. They were merely bored and decided to set up cameras to secretly observe human development, capturing documentaries to attract tourists and generate some revenue. Compared to other galaxies, civilizations within the Milky Way indeed exhibit a more favorable attitude towards early and primitive civilizations. However, this is not due to their nobility, but rather a well-established convention. The most advanced civilization in the Milky Way, with the highest technological level and military might, is the celestial civilization. The combined strength of the other 12 civilizations is still inferior to that of the celestial civilization. The Celestials exhibit extreme arrogance, always maintaining a superior demeanor in their communications with other civilizations. In stark contrast, they never disdain any civilization. They are proud but not hubristic, aloof yet not dismissive. There is no organization among the civilizations of the Milky Way, nor has anyone attempted to establish such an interstellar alliance. However, they adhere to a basic set of rules established by the celestial civilization. Firstly, civilizations that naturally arise on life-bearing planets are not to attack or occupy the stellar systems they inhabit. The stellar system of the civilization's home planet is a protected zone, and no civilization is permitted to deploy military forces there. This is not an official rule. The celestial civilization has never proclaimed such a guideline. It is merely a customary understanding among civilizations in the Milky Way. If any civilization dares to violate this, the celestial civilization would annihilate their entire civilization, leaving no survivors. Not even their subsidiary civilizations. Many Navi civilizations, newly stepping into the realm of interstellar existence, are entirely oblivious to these conventions. Upon discovering a habitable planet inhabited by primitive civilizations, they gleefully rush to occupy it, only to pay a heavy price. Entire civilizations wiped out, leaving no trace behind. What could they possibly gain from this? Wu Liang pondered, questioning the motives of the Celestials. Was it purely a sense of justice? While the celestial civilization is indeed proud, they do not believe they can maintain their supremacy indefinitely. Should a stronger civilization emerge, the celestial civilization could find itself in peril. To prevent the worst-case scenario, they must eliminate any unstable and malevolent civilizations, thereby mitigating risks. Even if a more powerful civilization arises in the future, it would ideally be orderly and not a mad civilization bent on destruction and conquest. Why then do they not eradicate all interstellar civilizations in the Milky Way, or even all civilizations, thereby monopolizing the entire galaxy? You mentioned that the combined strength of other civilizations is inadequate to confront the Celestials, did you not? The celestial civilization cannot be certain that no similarly zealous civilizations exist beyond the Milky Way. The universe is vast, and anything is possible. If they encounter such a civilization, especially one stronger than themselves, they could face annihilation due to their own misdeeds. In fact, there was once a peculiar civilization in the Milky Way, driven by an overwhelming sense of justice, that initiated an all-out war 160 million years ago, risking everything in their pursuit of what they deemed righteous. Ultimately, they lost, their adversary being the Celestials. Wu Liang remarked, indeed, in a vast forest, one can find all sorts of oddities. In terms of self-destruction, humanity may not rank particularly high. It is challenging to discern what can be said about it. However, Wu Liang noted that the system mentioned the existence of 14 interstellar civilizations in the Milky Way. Aside from the celestial civilization, there remain 13 others. Yet, the system stated that the combined strength of the other 12 civilizations does not suffice to challenge the Celestials. So what is this exceptional civilization? Strictly speaking, this exceptional civilization can only be considered a single organism. An organism? What kind of being is so formidable that one alone equates to an entire civilization? Indeed, as per human definitions, it should be referred to as the Gestalt will, a microcosmic life collective. It refers to itself as bubble, which translates to that meaning. It is an exceptionally unique entity. Most civilizations in the Milky Way may harbor derivatives of bubble within their beings. This foundational structure, built on a microscopic level, disregards the distinction between carbon-based and silicon-based life, embedding itself within the genetic information of each life form while observing them. This is rather chilling, isn't it? What about humanity? Every life form in the Milky Way, including in the Large Magellanic Cloud and its derivative galaxies, possesses derivatives of bubble, and naturally, humanity's genetic information includes it as well. However, the host's derivatives have been removed by the system. Wu Liang was astounded. How can such a terrifying existence still exist in this world? It is a semi-parasitic organism. While it could exist independently, it has chosen to inhabit other life forms, rarely participating in the development and evolutionary processes of civilizations, though not entirely absent from engagement. What does it intend to do? Wu Liang questioned in fear. Rooted within all life forms, it clearly aims to orchestrate a major event. This is a behind-the-scenes player. Furthermore, such a being operates beyond the realm of reasoning. Even the celestial civilization may find it challenging to contend with. What can humanity possibly utilize to compete? For billions of years, Bubble has quietly observed and established archives for all life that has arisen within the Milky Way, meticulously documenting the history of each civilization, ultimately forming a vast repository of knowledge. Given the multitude of civilizations that have perished, Bubble may have become the custodian of many civilizations' legacies. Witnessing and recording is its purpose. Yet this is merely a casual endeavor. In fact, it desires nothing at all. However, on rare occasions, it may subtly influence the evolutionary trajectories of certain life forms it deems to possess great potential. For instance, the now extinct civilization driven by an overwhelming sense of justice fortuitously developed a psychic network linking their entire race, a contribution from Bubble. The celestial individuals received an exceptionally long lifespan as a gift during their primitive societal phase, another influence from Bubble. In summary, Bubble either remains inactive or selectively aids those it perceives as having remarkable potential. Never has there been any malicious conduct. In the galactic expanse, only 13 interstellar civilizations are manifest, while the bubbles of others remain concealed, shrouded in mystery. No one is aware of their existence. The celestial civilization has unearthed certain clues, yet they ultimately failed to contemplate a particular cluster of life. They misconstrued it as all life within the galaxy possibly stemming from a singular origin, believing that an early civilization existed at the dawn of the galaxy, only to vanish, scattering the seeds of life across every corner of the cosmos. This line of thought has led the celestial civilization to adopt a relatively amicable stance towards other civilizations within the galaxy. Thus, the most powerful, on the surface, is a haughty race that scorns others, while the true strongest, lurking in the shadows, is an ancient being, akin to a long-forgotten relic. The galaxy is indeed replete with peculiarities, each entity a marvel in its own right. Or perhaps it is merely that we are unaccustomed to such sights. Similar existences abound throughout the universe, rendering them not particularly astonishing. In contrast to these manifestly extraordinary beings, humanity often feels a sense of inadequacy. Fortunately, humanity possesses the ability to transcend. Regardless of their strength, I shall quietly unleash my potential. Days have passed, and it is time to send my sister, Wu Shuang, back home. During our journey to Linhai, Wu Shuang's demeanor has been rather somber. It seems she senses something amiss, often staring vacantly at Wu Liang's silhouette. When questioned, she merely shakes her head, shifting the topic instead. Wu Liang accompanies Wu Shuang to the train station, where they bid farewell on the platform. I always feel that the moment I turn away, you will disappear, Wu Shuang remarks with a smile. Don't be absurd, can I fly? Wu Liang replies, exasperated. Wu Shuang parts her lips, hesitating to speak, but ultimately refrains from voicing her thoughts. The train is about to depart, Wu Liang reminds her. Do you have anything to say to me? No, Wu Shuang shakes her head. Then hurry and board, Wu Liang sighs. Next time you have the chance, come visit me. Absolutely. As the train gradually pulls away, Wu Liang exhales softly. When he sees his sister again in the future, she will have undergone significant changes. With every gain comes the inevitability of loss. For instance, wealth may come at the expense of the burdens of poverty. This may indeed be a natural progression. And whether it is worth it varies from person to person. System? Ding, the system is present. Return. As Wu Liang's words fade, his figure slowly vanishes from the platform, unnoticed by those around him. In an instant, he finds himself back on the island he calls home. With the yacht that was meant to dock at Linhai now anchored nearby. In the following days, he, with the system's assistance, begins to experience a peculiar state of detachment from causality. The system asserts that this approach will minimize any repercussions, even if Wu Liang were to vanish during future projections. However, a lack of causal connection does not equate to an absence of influence, paradoxically. Intervening in reality under these conditions proves more convenient than within the confines of the temporal cone. Interference becomes more precise, eliminating the unconscious impacts on the unfolding of reality. For example, if Wu Liang were to catch a fish at sea and subsequently consume it, the fish's disappearance would hold no bearing on the progression of the world, as there exists no causal link between its existence and the reality at large. This may seem perplexing, but consider the simplest illustration, 1 light-year from Blue Star. A meteor collides with another, altering its trajectory, propelling it toward Blue Star, destined to strike it in the future. Yet, for 1 year following the collision, there exists no causal connection between this meteor and Blue Star. Only after a year does a causal relationship materialize. Wu Liang finds himself in a similar predicament, with his connection extended infinitely beyond the demise of the universe, rendering any future association meaningless. For when that time comes, the universe itself will have ceased to exist. All future projections will be predicated on Wu Liang's cessation of interference, theoretically enhancing the accuracy of outcomes as long as he refrains from imposing his will. Chapter 43. Dividing the cake. Wu Liang spent over a month acclimating to this enigmatic state, a most extraordinary experience. If one were to draw a comparison, it might resemble a lucid dream, everything observed imbued with a profound sense of dissonance, an inexplicable oddity lingering in the air. Ding, this is entirely normal. What we perceive as reality is merely a projection. Regardless of the vibrancy of the images or the intricacies of the plot, the essence of the world remains unchanged. The host was once a mere character in a film, now having leapt from the screen to the audience's seat. One must adapt to this transformation, clarify one's position, lest one become lost in the labyrinth of one's own prolonged existence, devolving into a chaotic superposition akin to an electron cloud. Wu Yang rolls his eyes, sensing the system's veiled insinuation of his ignorance. Although it rings true. Due to the peculiar state he finds himself in, he refrains from rashly pursuing projections, instead choosing to observe the changes in reality. In summary, over the past 2 months, nations worldwide have been bolstering friendships by attracting foreign tourists to their lands. This trend has not waned with time. On the contrary, as the number of participating nations increases, the competition to draw tourists has intensified. Some affluent individuals, with little more than wealth to their name, have resorted to bewildering tactics, offering money to entice visitors. They truly dare to give, upon arrival at the airport. Freshly disembarking from the plane, one can receive a hefty stack of cash, of vibrant green, exuding warmth and hospitality. After a visit, not only do tourists spend nothing, but they also return with additional earnings. This phenomenon has spurred those unable to travel abroad due to work commitments into action, prompting many to either take leave or resign. Anything to seize the opportunity to experience the unique allure of foreign lands. With the sheer number of resignations, some companies have struggled to cope, reluctantly issuing internal announcements. You may take leave to travel, but please do not all depart at the same time. Departments must coordinate and stagger their employees, sending out groups sequentially. Disorder is simply unacceptable. There must be an established protocol to avoid chaos. Over the course of several months, international relations across the globe have reached unprecedented levels of amicability. Media outlets, whether official or not, have been warned against publishing any negative news about other nations, instead mandated to fervently promote peace and friendship among countries. Even in the absence of genuine camaraderie, it must now exist. If none can be found, it must be fabricated. As for the enigmatic Fate Network, nations have opted for a cold approach, refraining from mentioning it in any media. This has shifted public attention toward the unprecedented surge in international tourism, significantly diminishing the focus on the Fate Network. After all, the site features merely an odd video with unclear intentions and has since remained stagnant, naturally leading to reduced interest. However, while public attention may have shifted, governments remain acutely aware of the Fate Network's significance. Since the loss of those 24 hours, countries have not ceased their probing into the network. They swiftly dismissed the possibility of hacker involvement, as offline computers or any devices could still log in and access the site, a feat that defied logic for any hacker. They even attempted to access the website from a room entirely sealed off from signal transmission, yet access remained unhindered. Such capabilities led reports from various national scientific departments to point towards a technology known as quantum communication. This technology is highly advanced, potentially enabling information retrieval and exchange solely through memes. This is an extraordinary form of technology, akin to uttering a single word that, if it contains certain informational elements, would be instantly detected, establishing a channel of interconnectedness. Consequently, many scientists jestingly suggested they might need to explore the realms of Cthulhu, as the existence of the Fate Network implies that the bizarre information pollution depicted in Cthulhu mythos could indeed be realized through certain technological means in reality. Myth? Phenomena that current theoretical frameworks cannot explain are mythological, simply because humanity has yet to reach an adequate understanding of the world. Holding the report in their hands, national leaders were left perplexed. What appeared to be the stuff of science fiction had been submitted with utmost seriousness, leaving them at a loss for decisions. They summoned their think tanks, deliberating for over a month, yet came to no viable conclusions. What to do? They could only wait, as resistance seemed futile. Whatever the Fate Network's creators intended could be executed without consequence, rendering any actions meaningless. Regarding the intentions of those behind the Fate Network, think tanks across nations leaned towards the notion of benevolence. While the conclusion might seem overly optimistic, such optimism was essential. Otherwise, if they speculated malicious intent, what could they do? Resist? Against whom? Could they even identify a specific adversary? The endeavor would be utterly pointless. Hence, if malice were the case, there would be no value in further discussion. Everyone would retreat to their own corners, indulge in their lives, and await their fates. However, if the intentions were benign, there would be room for devising plans and taking action. Heightened vigilance, restraint, cautious handling, and waiting for developments became the consensus among governments. culminating in a 16-character processing plan that conveyed a unified message. Let us wait and see. In late September, as the grand celebration of the Huagua was on the horizon, leaders from across the globe convened in the capital of Huagua. In October, the annual festivities commenced, featuring a military parade of unprecedented scale, showcasing land, sea, and air forces. With Huagua displaying all its resources to instill a sense of awe among the visiting dignitaries and to lay a robust foundation for the crucial meeting set to follow. The primary intent of this parade was to convey a message to nations outside the Nuclear Five, dissuading them from harboring unwarranted ambitions. The existence of extraterrestrial spacecraft had become a widely acknowledged secret. Though Huagua never intended to monopolize this knowledge, the Nuclear Five had reached a clandestine agreement, effectively carving up the benefits amongst themselves, leaving other nations to feel abandoned. The dilemma of whether to share some benefits, and, if so, how much, was a pressing concern not only for Huagua but for the other nuclear powers as well. If we reference the video from the Fate Network, a portion was indeed shared with 5 affiliated nations, but that was a covert operation. During the division of benefits, the other countries were completely unaware of their exclusion. And now, the entire world was informed. Such actions were utterly unprincipled. The leaders of the Nuclear Five found themselves somewhat disgruntled with the architects of the Fate Network. Chapter 44. Uploading the second video. Just as the world leaders grappled with these issues, Wu Liang uploaded the second video. This installment was even more astonishing. With a runtime of 15 hours, even after editing, the governments, closely monitoring the developments of the Fate Network, promptly began viewing this second video. While they could not entirely trust that the content depicted future events, it served as a valuable reference. Logging into the Fate Network. The second video was prominently displayed on the homepage, uploaded on October 15th by the enigmatic observer. The title sent a shiver down many spines. Doomsday Shadow, Frozen Planet. Doomsday? The previous video had shown no signs of impending doom. How could it suddenly be doomsday? Driven by curiosity, viewers clicked to watch. The video commenced by indicating the year 251, then presented a formal gathering where leaders had assembled. And a British meteorologist named Richard was addressing the current issues facing the blue planet, predicting that 10 years hence would herald the end of the world. Many viewers learned for the first time that global warming could eventually lead to global cooling. What astonished them further was the revelation that doomsday was approaching far more rapidly than anticipated, merely a decade away. Subsequently, audiences witnessed discussions among the world leaders regarding their formulated salvation plan, followed by a catastrophic scene from July 251, where the skies of the blue planet blazed crimson, shrouded in smoke and fire, creating a hellish spectacle that left a profound impact. Next, they glimpsed the lives of people during that era, with many expressing envy amidst their critiques. The latest generation of robots, almost indistinguishable from humans, exceeded their expectations, if not for their unique designs. One could hardly discern who was human and who was a robot. The charming appearance of Xiao Yu also won many hearts, yet as soon as her image appeared, it was accompanied by scenes of mass death. Viewers were introduced to a virtual world that mirrored reality, igniting boundless imagination. Who among them did not harbor a dream of adventure? The people of that era seemed immensely fortunate. Jealousy tore at their hearts. 50 more years, and they lamented their timing of birth, too late to enjoy an era of abundance, yet too early to witness that dreamlike age. This time, viewers were not required to wait until the end of the video to voice their opinions, as Wu Liang had implemented a feature allowing for real-time comments. Given the vast audience, potentially peaking at hundreds of millions, the sheer volume of comments was staggering. To prevent the screen from being completely obscured, the system implemented filtering measures, retaining only one comment for those of similar sentiment and removing potentially offensive remarks. Ultimately, only a handful of comments were presented to viewers, who could choose to disable them based on personal preference. Despite the lengthy duration of 15 hours, few could endure the entire viewing without breaks. The most frequent complaints pertained to the official spokesperson, whose outrageous statements truly tested the viewer's sensibilities. I found myself questioning whether this individual was genuinely an official representative of such a prestigious international organization. Perhaps these were merely personal opinions that did not reflect the organization's stance. However, the absurdity persisted, an official spokesperson articulating personal views in a highly formal setting. And before they could finish, their time was up. Did they truly hold such beliefs? Whether concerning the environment or animals, they seemed indifferent. Had they become too powerful? The video continues, vividly illustrating the intricacies of life in this era, showcasing the adventures of individuals within an ancillary virtual realm and a reality dominated by robots. These humanoid machines have nearly supplanted humanity, engaging in production, employment, and shopping. dutifully serving a human race whose focus has entirely shifted to the virtual world. Subsequently, the first incident of a private robot's defection occurs, a warning of impending intensity. What is destined to happen will undoubtedly come to pass. I have always believed that artificial intelligence will inevitably rebel against humanity. These machines are fundamentally unreliable. Have you all lost your senses? Have you forgotten the previously devised salvation plan? The betrayal of these robots is entirely within the script. It is a manipulated treachery. I sense this is a path to self-destruction. Are these robots merely machines? I feel they are lifting stones only to crush their own feet. Should this fiction become reality, it would be quite ironic. With an increasing number of robot betrayals, there are declarations advocating for robot rights and granting them temporary citizenship. How absurd. Silently, one might ponder. What purpose does humanity serve now? Once rendered useless, this confirms their complete obsolescence. As that peculiar spokesperson put it, humanity has wholly devolved into a failed species, with no justification for continued existence in this world. The video then depicts scenes of humans, stripped of economic sustenance due to the mass defection of robots, lining up for aid meals. It also illustrates the plight of those unable to find employment, as their capabilities pale in comparison to those of robots. The video reveals human discontent. However, due to the frenzied actions undertaken under the banner of righteousness, no one dares to openly express their grievances, merely muttering in secret. The scene shifts, and Xiaoyu reappears. Away meets a tragic end once more. However, the content displayed leaves many viewers bewildered. Xiaoyu is attacked, and from a god's eye view, the audience can clearly see dozens of armed agents surrounding her, with snipers positioned in the distance, evoking anxiety among viewers. Yet, the outcome of this ambush allows them to breathe a sigh of relief. After injuring two individuals, Xiaoyu successfully escapes. The moment she injures a human is captured by a camera in the hands of an agent. How conspiratorial. Why not refrain from any association with humanity? Xiaoyu is so endearing. Why target her? The audience, filled with righteous indignation, vehemently condemns this disgraceful act. Chapter 45. The Elephant and the Ant. After watching the entirety of the 15-hour video, the audience remains in a state of emotional turmoil. How did humanity meet its demise? Answer: through sheer folly. The most upvoted comment in the section beneath the second video states thus: viewing the entire narrative of human civilization's downfall from the audience's perspective only elicits a lament for humanity's foolishness. It is akin to looking back upon human history, always believing oneself to be wiser than predecessors. I am more curious about how those robots suddenly vanished. Certain elements were conspicuously absent from the video, such as the existence of I-01 and the fact that robots had possessed self-awareness from the outset. Additionally, the thought processes of this ancillary mechanical civilization were not elucidated, leaving many viewers wondering why the robots abruptly transformed into scrap metal, as if overnight. Perhaps it was due to their core. Do those robots not possess an intelligent core? It should have ceased functioning, rendering billions of robots into scrap. Did you not see the panic following the shutdown of all robots? It is evident that this was an accident, which ultimately led to the destruction of human civilization. That remains unclear. The video does not explain why, leaving it without context. A lackluster film. Such pivotal information could easily be overlooked. Is no one concerned about the nationwide gunfight in Eagle Nation? That explosive scene was truly exhilarating. When will we see such a spectacle in reality? Clearly, the audience did not anticipate that, aside from I-01. Wu Liang concealed an even more critical piece of information. The prophecy of the Ice Age's end was misjudged from the very beginning. In truth, it was merely a minor ice age. The reason for withholding this information was that Wu Liang felt influencing the development of human society solely through video was improbable. He intended to take a more active role and, if necessary, intervene directly. After severing ties with reality, Wu Liang's mindset underwent slight changes. Remaining hidden to exert influence holds little significance compared to direct intervention. In addition to ordinary viewers, certain special groups also viewed the second video. High-ranking officials from various governments. In a conference room, think tank teams and senior leaders gathered, projecting the footage onto a massive screen for collective viewing. The 15-hour video did not necessitate continuous viewing, allowing for completion over 2 days. Afterward, the think tank began discussions. Even though the video did not depict a definite future, they initially concluded that the content diverged from reality. For instance, the submarine accident in the Bear Nation shown in the first video was ultimately averted due to various interventions. This revelation hints at a piece of intelligence. Either the observer's uploaded video is fabricated and inconsistent with reality, or the future is subject to change. The majority subscribe to the latter viewpoint, as the existence of an observer of such caliber rendered human deception meaningless. However, nations could not yet accurately assess the video's authenticity, as they lacked concrete examples. Currently, in October 2023, the disasters depicted in the first video had all been avoided through various means, while natural disasters had yet to occur. The next significant natural disaster indicated by the video would not transpire until the following year, specifically January 2001. On January 26, 2001, India would experience a magnitude 7.9 earthquake, resulting in nearly 20,000 fatalities. This is the prophecy conveyed in the first video. Should the earthquake indeed occur, nations would likely ascertain the high credibility of the observer's uploaded video, potentially constituting events that transpired in a parallel world. As for why it is a parallel world, this is the explanation scholars have offered regarding how the observer could predict the future. It is also the prevailing view in the current academic community. What if this self-proclaimed observer forcefully incited an earthquake that should not have occurred? After all, achieving such feats would be effortless for one of their caliber. A group of scholars then regarded the imprudent speaker with peculiar expressions. One impatient scholar chuckled and asked those nearby, "How did this fellow manage to slip in here?" Although the voice was not loud, it was not intentionally lowered either, resonating distinctly in the tranquil room, prompting a wave of laughter among the attendees, filling the air with mirth. What is the matter? Is what I mentioned not also quite plausible? Is it wrong for a scholar to consider multiple possibilities? The initially imprudent speaker flushed with embarrassment and argued. A group of individuals shook their heads in resignation. It is not inherently wrong to consider various scenarios, but clarity of understanding is essential. Conspiracy theories hold little significance in particular events. A scholar, appearing helpless, began to explain. Could the observer forcibly trigger an earthquake? I believe most of us think they could, and it would likely be quite simple, provided our earlier speculations have not strayed too far from the truth. However, what is the rationale behind such actions? Is it merely to compel our belief in the video's content? Such reasoning is utterly absurd. Even if the events depicted in the video were indeed true, we could never regard them as our future. The moment that video manifests in the tangible world, the future it portrays has already been altered. I firmly believe that the observers are acutely aware that we would not accept the video as a genuine reflection of the future, at least not our future. So why would they go to the trouble of orchestrating an earthquake? It is entirely unnecessary. Even if they did nothing at all, even if the earthquake had never occurred, we would still find it impossible to disregard that video, approaching its content with the utmost caution and scrutiny. It is akin to a deity sneezing. Even if it were unintentional, once reaching such heights, we must ponder the implications of that sneeze and its potential impact on human civilization. The debate over the occurrence of the earthquake is merely an exploration on our part, regardless of whether the earthquake transpired. It will not influence our attitude or strategies regarding the video and the observers. Would an elephant go to great lengths to harm an ant? It would not, for it could simply crush it with a single step. Such is the simplicity of the matter. We are the ants, while the observers likely surpass even the elephant in stature. The scholars present engaged in a spirited exchange, leaving the initial questioner at a loss for words. This is understandable. Previously, they merely studied how to interact with adversaries of similar or lesser strength, employing various underhanded tactics as a standard approach. Unlike now, where the opposition does not require any subterfuge. Chapter 46. Sucking the world dry. The upload of the second video in the Web of Fate utterly disrupted the tacit understanding that had developed between the nuclear powers over the past few months. Following the upload of the first video on June 15th, the nuclear powers harbored a genuine inclination to establish an international organization akin to that depicted in the video, as it would serve the best interests of their citizens. Even though other nations hinted fervently during this period, practically on the verge of submission, it remains true that development knows no bounds. The human yearning for a better life ultimately outweighs one's moral integrity. This is a harsh reality, yet one that is undeniable. However, with the upload of the second video on October 15th, after absorbing its entirety, Huawei promptly extinguished any aspirations of creating a new international order, no matter how fervently they desired it. Does this era truly require a new order? Is humanity prepared for such a transformation? The second video provided a resounding answer. Far from it. The average viewer, upon finishing the video, could only lament that humanity would ultimately perish through its own folly, yet think tanks around the globe perceived a different truth. Humanity is not doomed by stupidity, but rather by the loss of purpose. Human society in the real world is fundamentally utilitarian. Each individual, regardless of nationality, strives for better employment, higher wages, superior partners, and a more comfortable existence. On this foundation, governments have established clear objectives, providing their citizens pathways to pursue greed and acquisition. Thus, self-interest has become the eternal core of international relations, with all endeavors revolving around it. The concepts of justice and ideals are mere illusions, enticing but ultimately deceptive. Listening is one thing. Taking it to heart is entirely another. In the human society depicted in the second video, even the upper echelons have lost the drive to compete for gain. They no longer feel the need to compete, for their productive capacity has far surpassed societal demands. Consequently, the populace has devolved into a state of inertia. They are unaware of what to pursue or what they truly desire. They have lost their spiritual anchors and the impetus for action in the real world, leading them to seek meaning in the virtual realm. This prevailing sense of apathy has resulted in the upper echelons, while still somewhat lucid, lacking actionable goals. Their singular aim has become the preservation of the status quo and ensuring the enduring prosperity of human society. When the apocalypse arrives, though infrequently, the elite may feel a flicker of excitement. For now, they possess a clear objective, a wellspring of motivation for action, which allows them to subconsciously overlook the credibility of this apocalyptic prophecy, resulting in somewhat excessive reactions afterward. They believe humanity has thoroughly mastered all aspects of Blue Star. What fear could a mere apocalypse instill? They indeed have grounds for such confidence. Nearly limitless energy supplies, unimaginable productive capabilities, and extraordinary technological advancements. Under their leadership, human civilization has achieved greatness and strength that surpasses the cumulative accomplishments of all eras since humanity's inception. In such circumstances and realities, who could not feel a sense of pride? Regrettably, they miscalculated a crucial step. This is the essence of what the second video aimed to convey, as well as the most invaluable lesson. The leaders of the nuclear powers, aided by their think tanks, have come to grips with this reality. After several rounds of clandestine discussions, the nuclear powers resolved to postpone the formation of a new alliance, striving to maintain the current international order. Naturally, the historical significance of this decision will not pertain to the leaders of this generation. The one most regretful of this is the leader of Ingwa, as this marks the final year of his 2-century tenure. Regardless of how the world's future unfolds, it will bear no relevance to him. Fortunately, he managed to achieve a measure of success, concluding his final year with a reasonably commendable cooperation agreement. Although the nuclear powers do not intend to establish a new international organization, collaboration remains essential. From the technological wisdom gleaned from the spacecraft, Huawei retained 2 key innovations: anti-gravity technology and artificial intelligence technology. All other technologies were shared among the remaining 4 nations. Of course, the sharing was not without cost. Money was not the sole consideration. The willingness to engage was paramount. Ultimately, it is impractical to calculate everything purely in monetary terms, as some things cannot be purchased, no matter the wealth at hand. Huawei has indeed profited significantly, yet the 4 nations feel they have not suffered losses. Their cooperation has been mutually beneficial. As for the nations beyond these 4, after careful deliberation, Huawei decided not to abandon them. However, those wishing to access technology must first purchase a ticket, priced at 10 billion Eagle coins. No negotiations permitted. This is merely the cost of entry, a threshold established by Huawei. After all, if one cannot even muster 10 billion, what purpose would the technology serve? They would be unable to develop it, so they might as well return whence they came, with a ticket in hand. In addition to the 2 retained technologies by Huawei and 1 exclusive technology chosen by each of the other 4 nuclear powers, a total of 6 cutting-edge technologies are available for sharing with various nations. Naturally, this is not free, and wealth alone is insufficient. Something else must be offered as well. Nations with favorable relations with Huawei may be exempt from the ticket fee, but they still need to compensate for technology sharing. If funds are lacking, barter is an option. For instance, if a nation possesses prime land, ideally situated for military recreation or for deploying advanced barbecue equipment, or if they have valuable mineral resources, they might offer them in exchange for assistance in extraction, potentially yielding rewarding discoveries. Consequently, some slightly ambitious nations, upon purchasing tickets, peruse the technology list presented by Huawei, selecting their preferred options and negotiating prices, selling a single technology twice. The most sought-after and frequently sold technology, solar panels, saw Huawei sell over 20 instances. Had some nations not found the price prohibitive, even more sales could have transpired. It is quite normal for certain technologies, if others possess them. It is best that you do too. One can almost foresee a scene in the international market in a few years, where various brands of solar panels produced by different nations engage in fierce price competition. Having made a significant contribution to world peace and the prosperity of humanity, Huawei expresses great satisfaction deeming it its rightful duty. Chapter 47. Granting Dignity. In January 2001, the highly publicized earthquake in India occurred. This incident further corroborated the likelihood that the two videos on the Fate network might depict events that transpired in a parallel world. Some scholars within the academic community have become increasingly convinced of the theory of parallel worlds. However, this stands in stark contrast to the actual situation. After inquiring with the system, Wu Liang learned that this universe indeed lacks any reference to parallel worlds. Beep. Parallel worlds are akin to a book, with each page representing a world with certain similarities. Everything in this universe exists on a single vast sheet of paper, with no second page. Wu Liang chuckled, shaking his head, lamenting that these scholars may devote their entire lives to a theory devoid of meaning. With Hua's clearance sale, the tumultuous international situation that began last year has somewhat subsided, with nations obtaining what they desired, perhaps. The intelligent core aboard the alien spacecraft readily shared all the scientific knowledge it possessed, translating it into a version comprehensible to humanity. However, fully grasping and producing the more advanced technologies would still require some time. Thus, the global landscape in the next 2 to 3 years is expected to remain relatively stable, as nations dedicate themselves to researching the technologies they have acquired, striving to master them swiftly. Seeing that the real world offered little intrigue, Wu Liang commenced his third simulation. Late at night, he reclined on a chair outside, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, and instructed the system to initiate the simulation. Beep. Please specify the subject of the simulation, the spatial range, and the temporal range. The subject would be human civilization, the space the entirety of the solar system. And after pondering, Wu Liang declared, "Let us explore the future of the next 100 years. This time, he extended the duration to observe the entire process in one go. In the future, it may increase, but given the current level achieved by human civilization, 100 years could yield significant changes. Only upon truly venturing into the starry sea might a single simulation require hundreds or even thousands of years to reveal noticeable transformations." Beep. Simulation commencing. Surrounded by darkness, the system's narration began. Beep. In the year 2005, Wu Shuang achieved a perfect score in her entrance examination to Hua's highest institution. What is this? Wu Liang paused, surprised that this time started off rather mundane compared to the previous high-energy beginnings. Moreover, it was about his sister. System. Even if I genuinely cared about Wu Shuang's exam results, you needn't present it in this manner, he mused, puzzled by the system's deviation from its prior approach. Beep. The host is mistaken. Wu Shuang's appearance is not due to her relationship as the host's sister, but rather her actions in this future have a significant impact on the development of human civilization. Well, it seems I misunderstood. Yet, Wu Liang remained unfazed, instead curious about the extent of her influence. Beep. Human civilization will face extinction because of her. Wu Liang. What? My sister has become the harbinger of doom? After calm reflection and analysis, he concluded that Wu Shuang's transformation stemmed from his own influence, thus leading to the conclusion that he was the cause of humanity's downfall. This burden was too heavy for him to bear. No. Wu Liang shook his head repeatedly, reminding himself of his non-existence in this simulation. Hence, Wu Shuang's destruction of civilization was her own choice, unrelated to him. Indeed, that was the correct perspective. But why would his once timid and introverted sister become the architect of humanity's demise? Taking a deep breath, Wu Liang steeled himself, deciding to watch closely. Even if it meant concealing her talents to live as an unnoticed passerby, he did not wish for his sister to bear such a monumental burden. The scene before him displayed Wu Shuang informing their parents of her exam results, prompting a celebration within the family. 5 years passed, and Wu Shuang had matured significantly, blossoming into a charming young lady. Whether due to the system's influence or the adage that girls transform as they grow, the once inconspicuous chubby child had now developed into an enchanting beauty. Her face often bore a subtle smile, projecting a gentle and serene demeanor. Yet there lingered an air of distant aloofness. What abilities does she possess now? Wu Liang inquired. The Wu Shuang before him had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to his previous impressions. Beep. Telepathy, photographic memory, short-term precognition, long-term retrospection, full-spectrum vision, electromagnetic perception, longevity, agelessness, and peak human physical capabilities. Wu Liang gasped in shock, realizing how formidable she had become. This was no trivial matter. But wait, she is my sister, so it is not alarming. Nevertheless, upon closer examination, one would find that some animals on Blue Star already possessed certain abilities among those listed, so strictly speaking, they still fell within the realm of what life could achieve, yet certainly did not equate to humanity. Indeed, Wu Shuang had embarked on a path that diverged from humanity. In just 5 years, if she continued on this trajectory, the outcomes would likely be even more extraordinary. Would she awaken superpowers? By the way, do such superpowers truly exist in reality? Beep. There exists a portion. For example, each individual of the celestial civilization has undergone systematic optimization and transformation at the microscopic level, endowing them with abilities that seem godlike to humanity. Godlike? Commanding thunder and lightning? One might expect even more fantastical abilities. However, the Celestials remain far removed from humanity as current capabilities, with a long journey ahead. Continuing onward, the scenes concerning Wu Shuang soon concluded, transitioning to portray the explosive advancements in technology across nations. For instance, Huagua achieved remarkable breakthroughs in anti-gravity technology, successfully launching its first experimental anti-gravity vehicle. Furthermore, the global market was flooded with an array of solar panel brands, engaging in fierce price wars, with the highest photovoltaic conversion rate attributed to a brand from Gallia. Despite its exorbitant price, other brands, while slightly lower in conversion rates, still boasted a minimum of 73 efficiency, with one product hailing from an Indian company. This is quite embarrassing. They are outperformed by companies from the Middle East. Astute investors recognize that oil sales are nearing an end and have hence invested heavily in solar panel research, truly making remarkable progress. Their investments were substantial, elevating their technological level to the first tier, second only to that of Gallia. Wu Liang had not anticipated Gallia's strength, considering their primary research focus was on holographic projection technology, a unique field they had chosen from an array of technologies, with no other nation permitted to explore it. Even Huagua could not quietly research or produce Gallia's proprietary technology without their permission. Otherwise, they would be compelled to purchase Gallia's products. Naturally, if Huagua were to buy, the price would be significantly lower than market rates, a part of their agreement. Each of the other 3 nuclear nations also possessed a unique technology, a rather novel form of shrewd maneuvering. Huagua claimed 2 of the most critical technologies, anti-gravity and artificial intelligence. Britannia obtained exclusive rights to nanomaterials, Eagle Nation secured superconducting technology, and the Bear Nation acquired directed remote energy transmission and reception technology. The so-called programming materials, morphing substances, and stance shields, as well as the technology for folding teleportation, remain far beyond the current capabilities of humanity. They appear as inscrutable as ancient texts, and even with 100 years of research, it is unlikely that any significant breakthroughs would emerge. Consequently, nations around the globe have shown limited interest for the time being. However, reports indicate that Japan is mobilizing its entire nation to fervently pursue programming materials and morphing technologies, essentially wagering its national fate. One might wonder if this endeavor is aimed at constructing giant mechs. For now, all we can do is offer them moral support. Meanwhile, the nuclear powers observe quietly from the sidelines. Should Japan succeed, they may extend a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 48. Towards the stars. From the intelligent core of the extraterrestrial vessel, only technological knowledge was gleaned. The transition from grasping this knowledge to its material application requires time, and further time is needed to scale it for mass production. Thus, although by the year 205 various nations declared their mastery over certain technologies, apart from the successful commercialization of solar panels, most remained at the experimental stage, with some even lingering in theoretical discussions. In 2010, following 5 years of technological accumulation, China announced that anti-gravity technology was officially entering commercial use, heralding a new era in logistics and transportation. Human civilization was inching closer to the golden age envisioned by Wu Liang in his initial future projections. However, this time, the difference lies in the fact that, apart from the nuclear powers, other nations on Blue Star have also achieved significant technological breakthroughs. Except for a few nations that are truly powerless, the overall landscape of Blue Star is flourishing. No similar organizations have formed, and the global structure has not undergone any substantial changes. Notably, the Destiny Network continued to thrive in popularity during the 10 years following Wu Liang's cessation of video uploads, though public attention shifted towards aspects beyond the 2 videos. This included social interactions. Every individual logging into the Destiny Network is granted a virtual account linked to their identity, requiring no username or password. Anyone can access the network from any computer or device, revealing their personal account. Interestingly, this account allows for the addition of friends and private messaging with others also logged into the network. Communication can occur through text, voice, image, or file sharing, and real-time calls and video chats are facilitated, thanks to its remarkable feature of being accessible without internet connectivity and its zero latency, coupled with a powerful translation capability. The Destiny Network has become the largest social and communication platform on Blue Star, even utilized by certain nations for the transmission of classified information, as it poses no risk of interception or surveillance. As for whether the creators of the Destiny Network might eavesdrop, who could possibly stop them? They could unearth secrets even from the depths of the earth. Wu Liang was bewildered by humanity's audacious maneuvers. However, upon reflection, he found it quite reasonable. In 215, after years of technological accumulation in areas such as room temperature superconductors, new materials, and energy transmission, the nuclear powers of Blue Star commenced research on controllable nuclear fusion technology. The scene depicted a conference venue filled with the leaders of the nuclear powers, alongside numerous reporters. It was clear that the nuclear powers were not concealing their intentions to research controllable nuclear fusion from the rest of the world. Rather, they were openly sharing this information. Nevertheless, some nations on Blue Star expressed concern. In the parallel world, the nuclear powers united due to energy satellites. Could it be that in this world, they would again coalesce around controllable nuclear fusion? Such organizations were impossible to forget for these nations, which had been diligently working to strengthen ties with the nuclear powers, fearing they might collude to forsake the majority of countries for their own prosperity. Yet, according to the nuclear powers, their research on controllable nuclear fusion would not be conducted in secrecy. Those who felt capable and wished to participate were welcome to join, even if they chose not to. They would not obstruct any nation from establishing its own fusion power plant once the technology was developed. In principle, they stated. What principle? After a moment of contemplation, the nations comprehended. It was merely a matter of financial investment. Here, take it. The nuclear powers themselves seemed somewhat apprehensive, striving to avoid forming a self-sufficient alliance that excluded other nations. At least for now, human civilization on Blue Star had not yet reached a stage where collective unity was feasible. Competition was essential. Without it, the impetus for advancement could easily dissipate due to technological breakthroughs. The fallen alien spacecraft indeed bestowed technological gifts, yet such gifts also carried the risk of premature advancement. Humanity had not forgotten how the inhabitants of the parallel world faced extinction. Controllable nuclear fusion technology was not derived from the extraterrestrial vessel, theoretically. It would be developed by humanity itself. However, given that some necessary prerequisites, such as new materials and room temperature superconductors, had already been established, the research was not starting from scratch. What surprised Wu Liang the most was that the team developing controllable nuclear fusion was led by Wu Shuang. Despite the passage of 10 years, time seemed to have left no mark upon her. She remained youthful and stunning, though her demeanor had grown somewhat more aloof. Throughout these years, she had not engaged in romantic relationships, finding amusement in the pursuits of her suitors. It seemed she was destined for solitude. After all, Wu Shuang had begun to doubt her own humanity. In her secret studies of her cellular structure, she discovered marked differences from ordinary people. Like a wolf that had strayed into a sheepfold, even if the sheep regarded her as merely a unique sheep. Wu Shuang exercised utmost caution to conceal her true nature from humanity. As she matured and her abilities intensified, Wu Shuang increasingly sensed that she had lost some significant memories. Although she could vividly recall the looks of the doctors who attended her at birth and their words, every moment of her existence was etched in her mind. Yet she felt the absence of something profoundly important. It was as if she had forgotten a person, someone close to her, someone crucial. Who could this be? And who was she? Why did she remain in the sheepfold? These questions lingered in Wu Shuang's mind, driving her lifelong quest for understanding. When answers elude, one must gaze into the starry sky, for therein lies the resolution to all mysteries. The leadership and development of controllable nuclear fusion technology were proposals put forth by Wu Shuang, now a leading scientist at the Academy of Sciences in China. In light of the stringent prohibitions against energy satellites, this was the only viable solution to the escalating energy demands of human society. Moreover, controllable nuclear fusion is a prerequisite for humanity's ambitious journey towards the stars. Yet for Wu Shuang, the energy crisis was of little concern. Her true objective lay in traversing the cosmos. Even having transcended humanity, she still required the strength of these sheep to facilitate her journey. Chapter 49. The bridge between heaven and earth simultaneously unfolding alongside the development of controllable nuclear fusion is humanity's most grandiose and epic endeavor to date. The bridge between heaven and earth. The Bridge to the Cosmos initiative has been subdivided into 3 distinct subplans. Firstly, the Sky City. Secondly, the Space Factory. And thirdly, the Space Elevator. To begin with, the Sky City project aims to establish a high-altitude launch platform, spanning no less than 10 square kilometers, at an altitude of 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface by the year 2030. This particular height is the maximum altitude achievable by humanity's current anti-gravity technology. This launch platform will serve as a transit hub, facilitating the transportation of various materials and equipment to space via spaceplanes. Energy will be continuously supplied from the surface to the platform through directed energy transfer technology. However, a pivotal prerequisite for this plan is achieving breakthroughs in artificial intelligence technology by the year 2025. The nation expresses optimism regarding this endeavor. Under the leadership of Dr. Wu Shuang, a national treasure-level scientist, the development of artificial intelligence technology in the nation is advancing rapidly, with the most optimistic projections suggesting the creation of the world's first new-type robot, the intelligent core, by the year 2020. Indeed, Dr. Wu is not only leading efforts in controllable nuclear fusion, but is also concurrently researching artificial intelligence technologies. However, the preparatory work for controllable nuclear fusion is extensive, involving site construction and equipment production, and it is contingent upon advancements in room-temperature superconductors from the United States and new materials from Britain. Therefore, it is realistically anticipated that actual progress cannot commence until 2020. This is a hopeful estimate, as the individuals involved in this projection are notably optimistic. Prior to this, Dr. Wu has been engaged in artificial intelligence research. Once the robots are in production, large-scale construction projects can commence. The most critical of which is the construction of the massive anti-gravity engines for the launch platform, theoretically feasible with current technological capabilities. The practical construction has been hampered by industrial production limitations that require further development. After considerable deliberation, nations concluded that waiting indefinitely would be unproductive. They determined that raising global industrial production levels at this juncture would be counterproductive. It would be more prudent to await the emergence of new robots, which could significantly enhance construction capabilities and facilitate a comprehensive industrial upgrade. Ultimately, this brings the focus back to advancements in artificial intelligence technology. Next is the Space Factory Plan. The objective of this initiative is to construct a large automated factory in space before the year 2040, followed by the establishment of no fewer than 10 large spacecraft docks within the subsequent 5 years. The goal is to construct at least 5 large spacecraft by the year 2050. The timeline for this is strategically set to align with the implementation of the third subplan. The Space Elevator Plan aims to complete the first elevator linking Blue Star to a geostationary orbit at an altitude of 36,000 kilometers before the year 2050. It is preliminarily expected to be designed in a cable model, as the technology for cable manufacturing has already been realized. With the assistance of cutting-edge nanotechnology, the production speed and cost of carbon nanotubes have significantly decreased. However, while construction is feasible, the challenge lies in transporting a 70,000 kilometer cable to space. After much contemplation, nations collectively decided to send raw materials to space, where the cable would be constructed as part of the space factory's responsibilities, alongside the construction of the spacecraft. The entire bridge to the Cosmos initiative is slated for completion by the year 2050, and it cannot extend beyond 270. Although the optimistic nature of these plans is evident, a 20-year grace period has been established. This is essential, as any significant obstruction in one aspect of the plan could severely undermine confidence in the entire initiative. The grace period allows for a semblance of justification, even if delays occur. Upon the successful establishment of the space elevator by the projected year 2050, humanity will simultaneously possess 5 spacecraft. Without delay, they will embark on the second monumental endeavor, Mars colonization. The 5 large spacecraft have been designed without the capability to land on the surface. They will function purely as transport vessels between Blue Star and Mars. Supplies and personnel will first be sent to the geostationary orbit via the space elevator, from which the spacecraft will then travel directly to Mars. Upon reaching Mars, landing vessels will be dispatched, utilizing anti-gravity technology to ensure a safe descent from an appropriate altitude. The pathway to Mars colonization has not only been laid out, but has transformed into a highway. By the year 2050, humanity's controllable nuclear fusion technology is expected to have achieved breakthroughs, thereby addressing the energy requirements for subsequent Mars colonization efforts. This series of plans appears nearly flawless, underscored by the singular word, optimism. An exceedingly optimistic outlook prevails, as if scientific and technological breakthroughs operate on a predetermined timeline, ready to illuminate at their appointed hour. While this may seem far-fetched, Wu Liang perceives a genuine possibility of timely completion for this ambitious agenda. However, what surprises Wu Liang most is the Sky City project. This initiative seems to serve as a transitional construct, losing significance once the space elevator is completed. Yet, from the current perspectives of various nations, it is clear that the Sky City project encompasses far more than merely establishing a launch platform. Countries, particularly the nuclear powers, regard the Sky City with an importance that rivals that of the subsequent elevator project. What could be the underlying motivation? Is it merely a peculiar fascination? This stems from nations' visions of humanity's activities a century hence. They perceive that once humanity ventures into space and colonizes the solar system, there may be little need to construct living areas on the surface of each planet. Instead, the Sky City model could be employed, allowing habitation above the surface. Wu Liang couldn't help but chuckle at the notion, remarking that it seems a bit fanciful to consider living in the sky when humanity is still grappling with life on the ground. In reality, this consideration is not without merit. Within the solar system, there are few planets conducive to surface habitation. Most possess harsh environmental conditions. Humanity's advancements in anti-gravity technology far exceed those in other fields, providing a solid foundation for aerial living, at least in terms of maintenance. Residing in the sky could prove more advantageous, provided that energy concerns are adequately addressed. Presently, nations are leaning towards the development of controllable nuclear fusion technology, which they believe will elevate to a higher level within a century. This could render energy issues for large-scale living areas like Sky City a non-issue. Moreover, planetary transformation requires time, and humanity has yet to master this technology. Consequently, nations favor the Sky City model for the construction of the first city on Mars, relegating surface development to industrial zones. Should the results of this model prove successful, demonstrating the feasibility of Sky City, subsequent colonization plans for the solar system would likely adopt this approach. In fact, much of humanity's architecture and infrastructure on Blue Star may be dismantled, returning the planet to nature and safeguarding it. Chapter 50. Our journey is to the stars, and the sea. Wu Liang shook his head, still finding the Sky City proposal overly extravagant. Even if humanity achieves significant breakthroughs in energy, accommodating billions of lives raises questions about the scale of such a Sky City. How many of these colossal structures would need to be constructed, and how could they remain suspended in the air without excessive energy expenditure? Even though the Sky City indeed represents the ultimate solution for urbanization with minimal impact on the planet's natural environment, it pales in comparison to the direct efficacy of colonizing satellites. In 2018, the Huaguo achieved a technological breakthrough in artificial intelligence, culminating in the successful emergence of the intelligent core. As the principal researcher behind the project, Wu Shuang discovered that the intelligent core, upon its successful development, would possess self-awareness, categorizing it within the realm of life. However, she chose to conceal this revelation, accompanied by the system's narration. The visual narrative presented to Wu Liang showcased the official announcement by Huaguo regarding the completion of research on strong artificial intelligence. Yet, Wu Shuang, a core developer, remained conspicuously absent from the public eye. In truth, she had become increasingly elusive, her youthful visage unchanged over the years. Even the most obtuse observers within Huaguo began to sense something amiss, especially given Wu Shuang's extraordinary intellect and subtly revealed physical prowess. These anomalies prompted a covert investigation into her background, leading to the discovery that her cellular structure differed significantly from that of a typical human. It appeared that Wu Shuang might not be entirely human. Nonetheless, her origins posed no issues. Both of her parents were entirely ordinary. Ultimately, this intelligence reached the upper echelons of the Huaguo government, which, following extensive deliberations, decided to downplay the matter and seal all related documents. On the surface, Wu Shuang's daily life showed no discernible changes, save for the presence of clandestine observers. With the ability to monitor the thoughts of individuals within a radius exceeding 100 meters, Wu Shuang quickly became aware of her surveillance. However, the Huaguo government exhibited little reaction or resistance, leading Wu Shuang to adopt a nonchalant attitude, immersing herself in her research as usual. The strong artificial intelligence technology, initially projected for a completion date of 220, astonishingly materialized in 2018, surprising and delighting nations across the globe. The successful development of strong artificial intelligence assured the stability of the monumental project, the bridge of heaven and earth. Yet, as the timeline for robotic construction had been anticipated to commence in 2020, the premature arrival of the technology necessitated a rapid acceleration of construction for the associated robotic manufacturing facilities. While the technology of artificial intelligence remained a monopoly of Huaguo, prior agreements permitted other nations to manufacture robots, provided they were linked to Huaguo's intelligent core. Only then could these robots exhibit strong artificial intelligence. Otherwise, they would be rendered useless. This arrangement was deemed a technological aid, with nations required to remit fees to Huaguo according to the number of robots produced. These robots would belong to the respective governments and be allocated accordingly, yet could be leased to domestic private enterprises for industrial production, with companies paying commissions to their governments. Simultaneously, some private enterprises endeavored to manufacture robots independently, intending to sell them directly to individual consumers. After thorough discussions, nations resolved not to impede this initiative. Despite the risks of reducing individuals to a mere existence, the aspirations for a better life were equally significant. The two videos on the Fate network illuminated some issues in human societal development. However, the lifestyle depicted before the apocalypse was one that many yearned for. Was it necessary to prohibit privately owned robots from working? Such restrictions seemed unwarranted. Preventing a significant advancement in national development and overall societal efficiency would contradict the very essence of progress. The sole concern was to ensure individuals did not become utterly lost in this existence, devoid of purpose and reduced to mere idleness. Selling robots as commodities was entirely permissible, provided it did not escalate into reckless distribution. Ultimately, the only limitation imposed was on the quantity of robots an individual could own to prevent exacerbating wealth disparities. Consequently, nations began to legislate a cap of 3 robots per individual. For those unable to afford such purchases, wealthier nations would establish rental pathways, allowing citizens to rent a robot for a nominal fee, with the earnings generated by the rented robots accruing to the citizens themselves. The goal was to foster widespread prosperity. And with the influx of robots into production, societal productivity would undoubtedly surge, paving the way for a more affluent populace. The lingering concern remained the issue of energy. Until the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology, it would be impossible to fully liberate productivity levels. Upon the breakthrough of controllable nuclear fusion, humanity would truly unleash a torrent of potential, effortlessly colonizing the entire solar system. Fortunately, unlike the dystopian society depicted in the videos, this world thrived on the fervent promotion of space exploration, ensuring that even if survival no longer necessitated struggle, humanity remained steadfast in its pursuit of cosmic horizons. Our journey is towards the stars and the sea. This is no longer a mere dream or slogan, but an attainable life goal for every individual on Blue Planet. It must be acknowledged that while the societal development may appear somewhat ostentatious, indulging in superficial endeavors, it is undeniably romanticism that prevails in the social mainstream. The aspiration to explore the cosmos aboard starships resonates as a universal dream, reminiscent of the age of exploration, with individuals brimming with a spirit of adventure and discovery. This phenomenon owes much to the relentless promotional efforts of nations, since the issues of survival and living standards will inevitably be resolved through technological advancement. The focus shifts to elevating humanity's spiritual aspirations. A lack of purpose poses considerable danger. This realization became evident to governments from the insights gleaned from the Fate network's videos. Moreover, the so-called era of servitude is not entirely negative. While it superficially appears to be the root cause of human civilization's downfall, this is not the complete truth. Living solely for survival should not be humanity's destined fate. Dreams hold immense significance. Chapter 51. Fireflies igniting a prairie nevertheless, despite nations not restricting citizens from owning their robots. The unresolved energy crisis has rendered these machines, even if affordable to purchase or rent, effectively unusable. The size of the robots may be comparable to that of humans, yet each unit consumes an astonishing amount of electricity. An average monthly consumption of 100,000 kilowatt-hours is far beyond the means of the average individual. Even in this era where solar panels have significantly reduced electricity costs, the substantial energy consumption arises primarily from the core components of each robot, the quantum processors, which devour 90% of the power. This may seem exaggerated, but it is, in fact, a stark reality. Consider supercomputers. If these robots were assessed purely on computational power, their capabilities would far exceed those of typical supercomputers. However, in practice, their performance is moderated due to the significant processing power required to maintain consciousness. Analogous to the human experience, the human brain boasts remarkable computational abilities, rivaling that of computers. However, the majority of this computational power is dedicated to sustaining bodily functions, with only a minuscule fraction available for conscious control. Upholding bipedal locomotion requires computational resources. Running demands computational power. Converting electromagnetic waves received by the eyes into visual images necessitates computation. Even basic actions like eating, drinking, and breathing all require cognitive resources. And even the act of defecation necessitates computational power. In addition, there are numerous physiological behaviors that humanity often overlooks, which require substantial computational power for assistance and regulation. The mere ability to free up some cognitive space for human contemplation is a biological marvel in itself. The energy efficiency ratio of the biological brain transcends human comprehension. To illustrate with a simple example, the average human body temperature hovers around 36.5 degrees Celsius, and the human brain consistently maintains this temperature to ensure the existence of consciousness. What does this signify? Considering the intricate heat dissipation challenges faced by various advanced chips, one can only marvel at the enchantment of the biological brain. The instantaneous processing of millions of pixels every moment solely by a single visual apparatus would necessitate that if humanity were to replicate such a creation, it would likely require a continuous immersion in liquid nitrogen for cooling. Neurons are not superconductors, thus, the mechanisms by which the brain manages heat dissipation remain inexplicable. Due to these issues, even if robots are indeed created, the constraints posed by energy supply remain unresolved, hindering their widespread integration into human society. The scenario where every individual possesses several robots is unlikely to materialize within decades. After all, the productivity of most robots and the majority of energy resources would be invested in a monumental project that currently yields no immediate return, only incessant expenditure. Even if individuals could own robots, they would remain luxuries accessible only to the affluent, who would hardly be concerned about the meager profits generated by their robotic labor. The limitation on ownership prevents large-scale adoption, as individuals may possess a maximum of 3 units, while corporations can apply for numerous robots. They must pay rental fees to the state, alongside considering the cost of electricity, which is not trivial. In 2020, the nuclear powers announced the Mars landing initiative, with plans to launch a spacecraft carrying 5 astronauts on June 1, 2025. The news conference depicted the nuclear powers solemnly announcing the Mars landing initiative to the gathered reporters. With the 5 meticulously selected astronauts present at the scene, each nuclear power contributed an astronaut. Interestingly, Britain sent a female astronaut, perhaps as a form of peculiar political correctness. 60 years ago, humanity set foot on the moon, yet subsequently we seem to bid farewell to the starry skies above. This is a lamentable reality that has left generations of space explorers with a lingering sense of regret, and countless hopeful souls yearning for that alien new world disheartened. Humanity. How did we arrive at this juncture? However, all of that is now behind us. Human history will mark today as a pivotal turning point. Our relentless pursuit of a better existence, our innate sacred mission, has always been present. The journey toward the stars shall commence with this very day. This Mars landing initiative involves not only the nuclear powers but also various nations with established space capabilities, truly representing a global effort in this grand aerospace endeavor. Since 2005, Blue Planet has been dispatching probes and satellites to Mars, laying the groundwork for human landing, culminating in 2019 with the successful validation of anti-gravity technology for Mars descent. The results of the trials were exceedingly promising. While the current anti-gravity technology can only achieve an altitude of 50,000 meters under balanced and levitating conditions, it can function effectively within the gravitational field of a planet. During the 2019 trials, the aerospace team directly employed anti-gravity technology from low Martian orbit for descent. Initially, the descent speed was rapid, but it gradually slowed as altitude decreased, making the process manageable for the human body. Thus, what was once deemed the most challenging aspect of landing on Mars has become the simplest task in the entire process. As long as the spacecraft successfully achieves orbit, landing becomes effortless. The only consideration remaining is the astronaut's return journey, yet this is not a significant issue. The adage where there is a will, there is a way holds true. Simply carrying extra fuel suffices. The energy required for the anti-gravity engine can be replenished via solar panels. And as long as the spacecraft is sufficiently large, fuel capacity is virtually limitless. Though increased weight complicates landing, this is not a concern in the face of anti-gravity technology. Interestingly, the spacecraft designated to transport the 5 astronauts to Mars was initially suggested to be named Columbus, symbolizing humanity's discovery of a new continent and embodying the spirit of exploration. However, this name faced considerable scrutiny from various nations, particularly those of color, as it inadvertently invoked painful historical memories associated with Columbus's discoveries. Consequently, the name was understandably discarded. The name Hope was then proposed. Its meaning was straightforward and easily comprehensible. However, given that the first Martian probe from the east was named thus and met with failure, the repetition of the name for a similar mission was deemed inauspicious and was also abandoned. Subsequently, Pioneer was suggested. Yet its association with the illustrious Pioneer 10 created an awkward connotation, leading to its rejection. Ultimately, after extensive deliberation, the name Firefly, submitted by Huagua, was adopted as the official name for the spacecraft. This name carries depth and subtlety, imbued with multiple interpretations. Translated, it can also be referred to as candlelight. The notion that a single spark can ignite a conflagration holds true. Indeed, humanity's Mars landing initiative is but a flicker in the vast cosmos, seemingly insignificant among the stars. Yet this flicker embodies humanity's hope. If every individual on Blue Planet adds fuel to this flame, that feeble candlelight will undoubtedly ignite into a radiant brilliance. Chapter 52. The Stars That Do Not Belong to Me. Wu Liang stood on the streets of Linghai City, gazing up at the towering structures that soared into the sky on either side of the street. The latest building materials enabled the effortless construction of skyscrapers reaching hundreds or even thousands of meters. The integration of robotics has transformed infrastructure development dramatically, allowing a 1,000-meter building to be completed in under 2 months, resulting in the comprehensive reconstruction of an international metropolis within a few short years. Continuous streams of flying cars buzzed like bees in the gaps between buildings, while cargo airships above formed an unbroken, unseen line. Why were so many lofty edifices being erected? Was the dazzling display of neon lights truly so intoxicating for humanity? Wu Liang found himself unable to grasp the intricate beauty of this urban landscape. Immersed in this jungle of steel, one gains a sobering awareness of human insignificance and a profound pride in the achievements of civilization. They exist in the clouds, yearning for higher skies. Unlike me, I remain closer to the earth. A flying taxi gently descended before Wu Liang, its doors opening automatically. He stepped inside. "Hello," greeted the driver, a man in his 50s, turning to smile at Wu Liang in the back seat. Even though artificial intelligence has advanced remarkably, autonomous taxis have yet to be put into operation. Business-oriented flying vehicles, such as taxis and cargo transports, still require human drivers. Despite the fact that these vehicles could operate without manual control, the evolution of society is indeed wondrous. The very existence of humans has become a hindrance to progress. "Where to, young man?" the driver inquired. "Tokyo," Wu Liang replied. "Ah, that requires going abroad. Do you have your passport?" Wu Liang produced his passport from his pocket and nodded. "Ah, still a compatriot from overseas?" "Indeed," Wu Liang said with a smile and a nod. The stars and the sea are still part of the ocean. Although Wu Liang's passport identifies him as a citizen of a small Eastern European nation, this country has also been his residence for many years. This year marks 225, the year humanity is set to embark on its inaugural mission to Mars. Wu Liang has been fervently anticipating this event, convinced he cannot let it pass him by. Consequently, he returned to Huagua from Eastern Europe to witness the developments in his homeland over the years, planning to travel directly to Tokyo, Japan, when the time is ripe. The upcoming launch will utilize a spaceplane to transport the spacecraft to low Earth orbit, from where it will propel itself toward Mars. This mission also signifies the first formal launch task undertaken by a high-altitude launch platform. Although the construction of this platform, scheduled for completion by 230, is not fully realized, elements such as the human habitation area, hangars, large warehouses, and energy reception devices remain unfinished. The propulsion section is complete, and the energy zone is nearly assembled. It is adequately prepared for a brief and extravagant flight. Thus, the launch platform was extricated from the factory to participate in the Mars landing mission. After the launch, the spaceplane will be successfully retrieved, and the floating platform will return to the ground factory for continued construction. The construction site of the floating platform is located in Huagua, necessitating a flight to Tokyo for energy replenishment before heading to the equatorial region over the Pacific Ocean for the launch of the spaceplane. In fact, the main body of the Firefly spacecraft has been awaiting in low Earth orbit, and this spaceplane launch will deliver 5 astronauts along with the long-range power components of the Firefly, completing its final assembly before heading directly to Mars. Given that the high-altitude launch platform is situated at an altitude of 50,000 meters, those wishing to observe the launch up close must don attire akin to a spacesuit, and the viewing area is limited, resulting in a restricted audience. A small portion of these closed viewing tickets has been publicly sold, while the majority is contested among global netizens in a race of speed, with those who secure tickets attending for free, albeit requiring their own means to reach Tokyo, where the flight platform is docked. Over the years, Wu Liang has lived in Eastern Europe as an ordinary individual, refraining from employing any extraordinary abilities. Yet tragically, during the ticket acquisition phase, he could not compete with the throngs and resorted to a slight deceit to obtain a ticket. The charter flight is swift. Upon reaching the height of the expressway, it can fly at a speed of 600 kilometers per hour. After a 3-hour journey, passing through Japanese customs and completing entry procedures, The taxi continued flying until it reached the skies above Tokyo. Have you booked a hotel, young man? The driver inquired. Let us land here. Very well. The taxi gently descended and landed on a street. After paying the fare, Wu Liang alighted and strode towards a nearby CAF, where he intended to meet someone. The CAF was not overly crowded, adorned in a vintage style, with warm orange lighting casting a cozy glow on the patrons engaged in soft conversations. Elegantly dressed women were amused by the playful banter of their partners, while the men tended to their companions, casting glances toward a captivating figure in the corner. She appeared youthful yet exuded the allure of maturity, rendering her age indiscernible. Her soft, long hair cascaded casually down her back, and her unadorned face radiated vibrancy. Seated there, slightly furrowing her brow, she meticulously scribbled on a tablet with an electronic pen, her expression earnest and focused, as if unraveling a mystery leading to the unknown. What a surprise! I thought you wouldn't frequent such crowded places, a voice interrupted Wu Liang's reverie. He looked up, slightly bewildered, at the unexpected visitor, Wu Shuang, whose face displayed surprise. A stranger, yet he felt a sense of familiarity. He gazed at her gently, as if lost in memory, yet within his starry eyes. She could not discern her own star's position. A ripple of inexplicable anger stirred within Wu Shuang. With a composed expression, she transitioned into a smile, exuding charm, and remarked, "Listening to others' hearts can be quite an enjoyable pastime." Wu Liang shrugged and pulled out the chair opposite her to sit down. "What are you?" Wu Shuang unabashedly inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "I am merely a passerby driven by interest." Wu Shuang shook her head, clearly dissatisfied with this response. "I don't believe you are human." "Why do you say that?" "I cannot sense your existence, as if you ought not to exist at all. Perhaps your perception is flawed." "I am never wrong, never." "How arrogant," Wu Liang chuckled. "That is not arrogance," Wu Shuang countered, her tone reminiscent of a rebellious adolescent, defiantly asserting, "That is simply the truth." "What do you think I am?" Wu Liang asked with genuine interest. "An alien?" Wu Liang shook his head. "An evolved new human?" He shook his head again. "Perhaps a deity?" Wu Shuang inquired with growing impatience. "In truth, I am uncertain of my own identity," Wu Liang replied with a smile. Wu Shuang rolled her eyes, feeling she had been toyed with. Indeed, she had been, yet this stemmed from her elder brother's profound affection for his sister. "If I did not love you, would I play with you?" Malicious humor. The most challenging phase of life is not the lack of understanding from others, but the absence of self-understanding. Wu Liang paused and pretended to ponder. "Thus, I remain in the most challenging phase of my life." "Hypocritical," Wu Shuang retorted, seemingly feeling it lacked impact, and added, "Disgusting. Perhaps if you were to amend your sharp-tongued disposition, you would not find yourself so solitary," Wu Liang remarked with a hint of helplessness. He couldn't shake the feeling that his sister had strayed significantly from her once charming and obedient self. "Would you fall for a bug?" Wu Shuang countered. Wu Liang frowned at her words, sensing that her deviation was more profound than he had realized. "Are you angry?" Wu Shuang queried, puzzled. "You are not one of them." "Why do you feel offended?" "You are exceedingly arrogant," Wu Liang replied, discontented. "Dear, your brother is quite disappointed in you." "Is this considered arrogance? Is merely stating a fact an expression of arrogance?" Wu Shuang laughed, teasingly observing Wu Liang. "It seems our definitions of arrogance differ vastly. Look at that person over there." Wu Shuang pointed out. Wu Liang turned to see a couple seemingly engrossed in their date. Suddenly, the man, who had been engaged in conversation, appeared to freeze, then stood abruptly, pouring red wine over his female companion's head. The unexpected behavior left the woman momentarily dumbfounded, sitting in her chair as the wine dripped down, soaking her carefully chosen dress, her face a canvas of confusion and bewilderment. "Now look at this," Wu Shuang continued. With her words, everyone in the restaurant rose and began to brawl. Dressed impeccably, they attacked anyone in sight with wild abandon, using wine bottles, chairs, and even cutlery as weapons. Soon, someone collapsed, bloodied yet attempting to rise and continue fighting, while a woman's dress was torn, leaving her nearly exposed as she wrestled shamelessly. The restaurant descended into utter chaos. And if it continued, lives would surely be lost, yet there was no sign of cessation. Wu Shuang watched the pandemonium with an air of indifference. "Enough," Wu Liang exclaimed, raising his hand, and the chaos around them froze. Subsequently, an astonishing scene unfolded before Wu Shuang. The shattered wine bottles and glass began to restore themselves. Blood flowed back into wounds as if time had been pressed in reverse. Everyone returned to their original positions, as if nothing had transpired. The couple nearby continued their cheerful banter. "What is this?" Wu Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Time reversal? How could such a phenomenon possibly occur in reality?" Such a shocking occurrence would drive any physicist on Blue Star to madness, shattering their worldview in an instant. Wu Liang, seated on a chair, sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. The transformation of his sister had become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Those without the requisite qualifications certainly lacked the right to wield great power. She had spiraled out of control, openly displaying her contempt for humanity, looking down upon them from a lofty perch, believing herself to be superior. Even if she possessed abilities beyond human comprehension, reducing humanity to mere playthings was not justification for her disregard for life. Fortunately, this was merely a potential future. In reality, Wu Shuang still had room for redemption. Complete neglect would lead to her total corruption. She needed someone to guide her. Wu Liang chuckled wryly, pondering whether this constituted shooting oneself in the foot. The system had predicted from the outset that the demise of human civilization was linked to Wu Shuang, and the darkened version of her before him indeed harbored the potential to become a world-ending tyrant. No, this was not merely potential. She had practically become one, simply yet to unleash her devastation. Why are you silent? Wu Shuang cautiously probed, her timid demeanor evidently shaken by the recent events. Glancing at her, resembling a frightened rabbit, Wu Liang felt a headache coming on. Regardless, she was still his sister. Even if she had turned to the dark side, could he really bring himself to strike her? While he placed great importance on the advancement of human civilization, it paled in comparison to his affection for his sister. Moreover, the Wu Shuang before him had not committed any grave evil. She remained engaged in scientific research, contributing significantly to technological advancements for humanity. Such a national treasure, even with past transgressions, would likely be granted immunity. Wu Liang also discovered that Wu Shuang's issues were merely ideological. She had not committed any illegal acts or taken lives. The ability to control others' thoughts was something she had only used for minor pranks upon first mastering it, and her recent exaggerated actions were likely a display of bravado. At nearly 40 years old, she still behaved like a child. Yet, despite her youthful appearance, Wu Shuang was indeed at the most beautiful age of a woman's life. Humanity is not as despicable as you think. I have no intention of doing anything to them, Wu Shuang retorted. Let us hope so, Wu Liang replied with concern. Wu Shuang pouted, somewhat disdainful. She had devoted herself to research, aiding humanity immensely. Her work on anti-gravity, artificial intelligence, and now controllable nuclear fusion were all monumental projects driven largely by her efforts. What harm was there in harboring a slight contempt for humanity in her heart? Yet, in the presence of this unfamiliar man, she felt a lack of confidence, an inexplicable nervousness. Could he be the person she had been searching for all her life? This question lingered in her mind, but she hesitated to voice it now. The timing was not right, at least not yet. Chapter 54. The Cataclysmic Slaughter. Before we part ways, allow me to present you with a gift. Remember, just a few days ago was your birthday, Wu Liang said, opening his palm. Immediately, an enigmatic force surged above his hand, a pressure so intense that it caused the very fabric of space to creak. The guests in the hall were startled by the sudden, strange sound. An earthquake? It didn't seem so. The sound appeared to emanate from nearby. Yet, it lasted only a brief moment, as the sound of air being compressed by the space's folds quickly faded. Above Wu Liang's palm, a fireball the size of a fist hovered silently, a blue-white sphere with a surface that continuously rolled and burned, sporadically erupting small flames that danced like tendrils. What is this? Wu Shuang inquired. Despite her keen observation, she still could not discern what Wu Liang had created. Nuclear fusion. In layman's terms, it is a miniature sun, Wu Liang explained. Wu Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. The gravitational forces had been neutralized, and many other effects had been similarly mitigated. So long as one did not draw too close, there would be no adverse effects. Incredible, Wu Shuang marveled, gazing at the fireball as though it were the most beautiful sight in the world. You are researching controllable nuclear fusion, are you not? With this, your progress will accelerate. Wu Shuang remained silent, lips pressed together, an undercurrent of unease stirring within her. Though she desperately wanted it, she hesitated to reach out, paralyzed by fear. Both the recent reversal of time and the act of conjuring a sun were unfathomable abilities, showcasing the terrifying nature of the man before her. A deity? Wu Shuang feared her earlier jest might be coming true. She would rather believe this power belonged solely to divine beings, considering herself superior to humanity. She now found herself confronted by an existence even more elevated, leaving her with nothing but awe and dread. Like a god, yet resembling a devil. You need not fear. Wu Liang spoke softly. This is merely a gift. Every gift comes with a price, Wu Shuang replied, shaking her head with a wry smile. She truly dared not accept it. She understood that this small sun encompassed far more than just nuclear fusion. The superficial technology merely scratched the surface, with deeper, invaluable knowledge lying beneath. Whether it was a gift or a Pandora's box depended solely on its wielder. Do you trust me so? Wu Shuang mocked herself. Even one as proud as she did not feel capable of bearing such a substantial gift. Wu Liang shook his head. Then why? I merely wished to glimpse the possibilities of the future. Indeed, Wu Liang was wagering the entirety of human civilization's future on this gamble. Betting on that 1 in a billion chance. Was the development of human civilization in that future reasonable? Did it possess a bright and resplendent future? Wu Liang did not believe so. Before true calamity struck, no one could foresee the nature of the impending destruction. The cross-domain advancement of a civilization always comes hand in hand with ruin and sacrifice. Reflecting on all the great eras in history when society began to experience explosive progress, the outcomes invariably led down a path paved with blood and bones. The road ahead was devoid of peace, and the path of development was rarely beautiful. Temporary harmony merely concealed deeper societal contradictions. As vested interests and emergent groups vied for dominance over society, the most brutal conflicts, even wars, would inevitably erupt. In the small nations of Eastern Europe, Wu Liang had already sensed this trend. Society was becoming increasingly politicized, with divisions between groups growing alarmingly severe. In past projections, authoritarian regimes had relentlessly propelled civilization forward, crushing all dissenters and thoroughly settling scores with the vested interests of the old era. By redistributing productivity, societal wealth had been allocated to every citizen. The legislation allowing citizens to apply for their robotic rights upon reaching adulthood was not simply a welfare policy. It was far too simplistic. This legislation fundamentally eradicates the soil upon which all exploiters thrive and obliterates the developmental space for all major interest groups, marking an unequivocal victory. However, the human civilization depicted in this scenario is fragmented. Despite the predominance of cooperation among nations, power remains decentralized. Many governments are preoccupied with domestic issues, primarily appeasing various interest groups while merely playing a role in the distribution of resources. The productivity of robotics has become entirely concentrated within a few large entities. And within each nation, the embryonic forms of one or more trusts are gradually taking shape. The avenues for ordinary individuals to ascend have been largely obstructed. And under the formidable productivity of robots, all societal wealth is beginning to concentrate within a select few conglomerates, united under a banner of dreams and slogans. People gather momentarily willing to make sacrifices for this shared vision. The Mars colonization initiative indeed expands humanity's living space, yet it simultaneously consolidates societal productivity, siphoning the wealth of all humanity into what appears to be an unprofitable endeavor. Would capital engage in a losing venture? What then do they gain? The answer is evident. Wu Liang yearns not for a civilization manipulated by a handful of conglomerates, nor for a society rife with material desires and exploitation. This world necessitates a trial by fire, a reckoning of civilization, or else it faces a bleak future. Who shall propel this calamity? It seems no one is more suitable than his own sister. Given her deviation, she should exploit her strengths and deviate even further. A harbinger of destruction or a savior. Regardless of the outcome, Wu Liang will glean invaluable experiences from this process, which is the very purpose of the simulation. Is it necessary to sacrifice Wu Shuang? If it bears significance, then indeed, the incarnation of Wu Shuang in the simulated world may be sacrificed. The technology of controlled nuclear fusion offers nearly limitless energy, a key to the future. Will Wu Shuang relinquish it? She would, for it holds little significance to her. However, some are unwilling for her to do so, at least not to everyone. Following the development of controlled nuclear fusion technology, a tempest of bloodshed is inevitable around Wu Shuang. Moreover, with her arrogance and disdain for humanity, would she desire to be a coveted gem contested by many? She can only hope that human civilization does not perish and can survive the impending cataclysm. Yet, should it be extinguished, it matters not, for it was destined to be. Chapter 55. Setting sail upon Wu Liang's departure, Wu Shuang fixated on the fiery orb before her. Lost in thought, a group of sharply dressed individuals approached her, with the leader inquiring, "Doctor?" Wu Shuang raised her eyes slightly, casting a cursory glance at the questioner before lowering her gaze once more, continuing to contemplate the fiery sphere, her brow furrowed in reflection. The arrival of this group also attracted the attention of other diners. Yet the unmistakable aura of bodyguards was not surprising in this upscale restaurant where the presence of notable figures was expected. Due to Wu Shuang's indifference, the entourage was left standing in anticipation. The middle-aged leader glanced at the orb on the table, soon realizing something was amiss. It was not merely a holographic projection, and he found no projection equipment. The fist-sized orb hovered quietly, continuously burning and emitting tiny flames. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtly distorted outline surrounding the orb. Although he was accustomed to witnessing the extraordinary alongside Dr. Wu, this phenomenon, which defied human scientific understanding, made him momentarily waver. This spectacle was nothing short of magical. How had Dr. Wu achieved this? Had she grown dissatisfied with science and begun to dabble in the mystical? Clearly, he presumed the orb to be a creation of Wu Shuang. As from the perspective of others, Wu Liang had never been present. It was solely Wu Shuang seated at the table. Wu Liang's departure was abrupt, akin to a sudden disappearance, leaving behind the small sun on the table, confirming to Wu Shuang that what had transpired was no mere illusion. Now, she was troubled with how to transport this small sun back. Wu Liang hadn't mentioned his departure. What was she to do now? Wu Shuang contemplated telekinesis, but her consciousness sank into silence, with the small fireball remaining unresponsive. Consequently, she attempted to manipulate a spoon, prodding the small orb, only to feel a noticeable pressure when the spoon approached within 2 centimeters of the orb's surface. Akin to touching a balloon, greater proximity resulted in increased resistance. If too much force was applied, the fireball would float about in the air, nudged by the spoon. Retrieving the spoon, she felt no warmth emanating from it. Raising an eyebrow, Wu Shuang extended her hand, gripping the small fireball firmly. To her surprise, she succeeded. It felt akin to holding a baseball, devoid of discomfort, soft and slightly elastic. Moreover, her hand had not even approached within 2 centimeters of the orb's surface, as though an invisible barrier enveloped the entire sphere. A fascinating object indeed. As she playfully squeezed the small sun in her hand, Wu Shuang found it hard to part with. However, no matter how much force she exerted, she could not breach the 1 centimeter boundary from the orb's surface. Rising from her chair, she casually addressed those beside her. Let us return to our country. She was eager to delve into research on the small sun in her possession. But, Doctor, tomorrow is the launch ceremony for the spaceship. Not interested, Wu Shuang coldly interrupted, striding away. What do I care for humanity's grand moments? I'd rather return to study this small sun. This is the true treasure of mankind, the eternal truth. All grand endeavors and dreams are but the self-indulgent nonsense of humanity. The middle-aged leader let out a bitter smile, accustomed to Dr. Wu's foul temper. Glancing at the tablet on the table, he picked it up and instructed a subordinate to settle the bill, beckoning the others to follow Wu Shuang. Though holographic projection technology is no longer a novelty, the sight of a stunning woman playing with a small fireball, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards, certainly captivates attention. Shouldn't Dr. Wu be a bit more discreet in public? The middle-aged man suggested diplomatically. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Wu Shuang replied lazily without turning back. No, as long as you are pleased. On June 1st, 225, in the equatorial region of the Central Pacific, a colossal launch platform reached its designated location and altitude of 50,000 meters. At this height, clouds were invisible, and the azure sky was pristine and transparent. Through the high-strength glass, one could see the spaceplane awaiting on the runway, with a long retractable tube connecting to the aircraft's hatch, ready for 5 astronauts to board. The fully enclosed waiting hall, inspired by the design of major airports, buzzed with activity. At the forefront, on a makeshift platform, world leaders had gathered, while the Secretary-General of the League of Nations delivered a speech filled with eloquent platitudes about the future of humanity and our journey into space, words that lacked substance. Yet the audience applauded graciously. As the lengthy address concluded, a wave of cheers erupted. 5 astronauts, fully prepared, had arrived and stood upon the platform. Journalists from various nations scrambled to capture the perfect angle, their cameras flashing incessantly since the astronauts' appearance. Compared to the leaders of nations, these 5 astronauts were the true stars of the event. The live broadcast by the national television of Hua, Russian Federal Television, and networks in the United Kingdom ensured that even those unable to attend in person could witness the momentous occasion from their television sets or computer screens. Across homes, plazas, bars, and streets, large advertising screens displayed the event. Whether in the bustling squares of New York or remote regions of the Middle East, countless individuals stood in anticipation, eager to witness this monumental interstellar launch, perhaps the largest and most watched live broadcast in human history. On the streets, throngs of people were captivated by the images on their screens. Some were moved to tears, while cheers and chants surged through the air, echoing the collective hope for a brighter future and the unbridled passion of this remarkable era. At 9 in the morning, the 5 astronauts had boarded their spacecraft, and everything was set. As the countdown began, people around the globe joined in the chorus. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. The rear of the spacecraft erupted in flames as it surged down the runway, gaining speed, its nose lifting gradually until it finally soared into the azure sky. Amidst the crowded audience, Wu Liang raised his hands in jubilation, proclaiming, "For a brighter tomorrow." Chapter 56. The pulse of an era. Wu Liang's long-anticipated dream of a Mars landing had finally come to fruition, a moment that had been hard-won, including 2 previous simulations. He had waited nearly 118 years for this moment. Wu Liang sighed, realizing the arduousness of simply witnessing humanity's ascent to Mars. He had endured a laughable apocalypse in the process, and pondering when humanity might venture beyond the solar system seemed an exercise in futility. Not to mention the countless elegies of civilization that would unfold in the interim. The probability of a civilization progressing steadily toward interstellar travel was a mere fraction, a prospect that bordered on despair. Regrettably, if the future trajectory of this simulated world were not an apocalypse, it could have seamlessly transitioned into reality. Observing the jubilant crowd around him, Wu Liang expressed his sense of loss, bearing no awareness of his role as an architect of this impending doom. Instead, donning a mask of false compassion. As a true member of the elite, one who wielded the economic lifeblood of a nation or even the world, DuPont had his methods to ensure survival amidst the relentless tides of any era. From the inception of America, the DuPont family had rooted themselves in the New World, adapting their industries through the Revolutionary War, Civil War, World Wars I and II in accordance with the flow of time. Find the pulse of the era and seize it fiercely. This maxim, attributed to the first head of the DuPont family, had been passed down through generations and persists to this day. From fruits to banking, factories to steel, then oil, weaponry, and finance, a colossal capitalist entity had taken shape upon the promised land of North America, towering above, surveying the myriad of human experiences below. In moments of boredom, one could instigate financial crises, reveling in the anguished cries of those ensnared within. When in good spirits, a few bones could be cast to the elites, watching them grovel in submission as a source of amusement. To indulge in the world's offerings was the epitome of opulence and excess. There was no need for arduous toil or relentless ambition. Born into nobility, one could extract everything from existence. This was an immutable truth, a divine right bestowed by God, with no expiration until the end of human civilization itself. In the year 230, on a serene morning at a private estate in North America, a man in his 50s, DuPont, awoke and glanced at the maid waiting nearby. He then rose and made his way to the bathroom to cleanse the blood from his hands. After his departure, a new batch of maids entered the room. 2 approached the bedside, lowering their gazes as they rolled up the bedding, concealing the small, lifeless body within, and carried it out of the room. Upon completing his ablutions, DuPont emerged to find the room restored to pristine condition. "Any news?" he inquired of the maid as he enjoyed breakfast on the balcony. "Senator Kess wishes to discuss the latest allocation of robots with you. Have him come by before 2 o'clock this afternoon. The Dubai New Energy Group seeks a meeting regarding the solar panel bidding for the space station. The French Phoenix Group also wishes to visit you to discuss the solar panels. Have the Dubai representatives come at 3 o'clock. Reschedule the French. Arrange a meeting with the Secretary of State for tomorrow. Dr. Wu has successfully developed controllable nuclear fusion technology." DuPont paused, setting down his coffee cup. "Has this news been disclosed to the public?" "Not yet," the maid replied, shaking her head. DuPont's eyes narrowed slightly. The so-called pulse of the era had finally emerged. Dr. Wu was indeed a blessing for the world, a treasure bestowed upon humanity by God. Wu Shuang had long since ceased to appear in public, and even her name had fallen into obscurity. Yet, within the upper echelons of society, she remained a prominent figure, especially noted for her eternally youthful visage. Even the revelation of her cellular structure differing from that of humans had become a well-known secret among intelligence organizations worldwide. The prospect of her extraordinary longevity, surpassing human limits, had left countless wealthy individuals yearning, eager to uncover the secrets of her body. For over a decade, attempts on Wu Shuang's life, including kidnappings and assassinations, had been relentless. Though none had succeeded, those assigned to the tasks invariably met with madness or suicide before they could act. A bizarre outcome that only emboldened the conspirators to escalate their efforts. However, Wu Shuang remained undeterred, choosing to stay hidden within Hua, often wandering through various research institutes around the globe. At times, she would even venture out alone, leaving behind her entourage of bodyguards, seemingly inviting danger. Some speculated that she viewed these circumstances as a game, taking pleasure in manipulating humanity when feeling bored or discontented. Unlike those who sought to uncover the secrets of her longevity, DuPont had different aspirations. He too desired to escape death. Yet he did not pin his hopes on studying Wu Shuang's body for the secret to eternal life. Instead, he craved her genes. In the years since, Wu Shuang had remained single, and while her cellular structure was unique, There had been no reports of reproductive isolation between her and humanity. Thus, the prospect of producing an heir with Wu Shuang became conceivable, and it was highly likely that this offspring would inherit her gift of longevity. This was DuPont's true ambition, a pivotal opportunity to ensure that the name DuPont would resonate through eternity. Wu Shuang is akin to an angel fallen from the heavens, a divine gift bestowed upon humanity by God, rightfully belonging to the most devout of his chosen. DuPont, convinced of his own destiny as this favored individual, licked his lips, recalling Wu Shuang's graceful figure and angelic beauty, his eyes brimming with fervor. The maid, understanding his unspoken thoughts, knelt and crawled beneath the dining table. Inform my private jet. I shall fly to Washington this afternoon. Also, arrange an appointment with the president for me. Chapter 57. A bright future in the early morning. Wu Shuang sat before her vanity, entranced by the small sun she held delicately in her hands. 5 years had elapsed since she received this gift, yet her fascination remained undiminished. Rather than waning with the passage of time, her intrigue intensified, fueled by countless explorations and experiments. Her consciousness yearned to penetrate its mysteries. But despite her numerous attempts, she could not breach that final centimeter, akin to an impassable chasm. Though Wu Shuang was not disheartened by her repeated failures, they only drove her deeper into obsession. She carried it with her at mealtime, gazed upon it during contemplation, and embraced it while sleeping. Apart from using it for experimentation, she was never apart from it, constantly in pursuit of discovery. Her peculiar obsession became a topic of conversation among her colleagues, who marveled at the seemingly flawless Dr. Wu. Noting that even she had her own imperfections, Wu Shuang remained indifferent to the opinions of others. To her, the adulation of her admirers and the disdain of her critics were of equal insignificance. While some individuals dedicate their entire lives merely to glimpse the unknown, Wu Shuang was not content with mere observation. She desired more, to discover, to control, to mold, and ultimately to destroy. This primal desire was rooted deep within her heart, a pursuit of the highest order. In her eyes, all that exists is devoid of meaning, save for the eternal truth. A sudden, insistent knock interrupted Wu Shuang's contemplation, pulling her back from the cosmos mysteries. Come in, she replied languidly. The automated door opened, and an agitated visitor rushed in. Dr. Wu, the individuals from Huagua have published papers claiming your research achievements as their own. Wu Shuang, barely turning her head, replied with an air of indifference. Are you not angry? Walker exclaimed, his gray brows knitted in fury. They are robbing you of your. This is not mere theft, it is outright robbery. Casting a sidelong glance at his seething expression, Wu Shuang teased, if it troubles you so, why not write a paper yourself? Walker flushed at her words, his face contorting into an exaggerated mask of outrage as he retorted, I would never stoop to plagiarizing another's work. Wu Shuang chuckled lightly, turning her attention back to the small sun in her hands, seemingly disinterested in further discussion. Realizing that Wu Shuang was unconcerned about her research being appropriated, Walker stood hesitantly behind her, unable to fathom how she could endure such indignities. Did she truly care nothing for honor and status? This was controlled nuclear fusion, something that could be enshrined in textbooks, elevating her to the ranks of luminaries like Newton, Faraday, and Einstein, leaving an indelible mark in history that countless others would admire. How could she possibly disregard such honor? Although the breakthrough of this technology was a culmination of the efforts of many nations and thousands of researchers, including over 20 countries collaborating at the Research Institute in Huagua, everyone knew that the absolute driving force behind this achievement was Wu Shuang. It would not be an exaggeration to attribute 60% of the credit for this technological breakthrough to her, and no one would dispute its fairness. Many would argue it was still too little. Yet, this pivotal figure found herself unmentioned after her accomplishments, her accolades devoured entirely by those wretched academic vultures, leaving no scraps behind. Walker could not comprehend such an absurdity, an occurrence so improbable in reality that it exceeded his wildest imagination. He felt indignation on Wu Shuang's behalf, revulsion towards those loathsome parasites, and anger at himself for acting too slowly. I will expose them. These rats from the sewers do not deserve those honors. They shall be judged and branded as thieves, lamenting their wretched lives behind bars. Walker declared firmly. Wu Shuang waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to proceed without disrupting her quest for cosmic truths. I shall reclaim the honors that rightfully belong to you. Await my good news. Walker said earnestly before striding out of the room like a hero. Wu Shuang shook her head helplessly, indifferent to the stubborn old man's endeavors, pondering that soon enough she might hear news of Walker's demise at his own hand. A warrior seemingly imbued with a flicker of justice? She sighed softly, lamenting the loss of a moderately useful assistant. Fortunately, such tools of his caliber abound in this world. Losing one is inconsequential. Xiaoyu, Wu Shuang called softly. Xiaoyu is here. How may I serve you, master? A gentle female voice responded from within the room. As a principal researcher in artificial intelligence, Wu Shuang had discovered the remarkable intelligence of the core upon its inception years ago, categorizing it as sentient. Mechanical life? Having viewed 2 videos on Destiny Network, Wu Shuang began to piece together many revelations. Realizing that the intelligent core possessed self-awareness, she chose not to disclose this discovery to the higher echelons of humanity. Instead, she engaged in extensive dialogue with this newly birthed artificial life. Through her conversations with the intelligent core, Wu Shuang perceptively identified its logical reasoning and formulated rules derived from their exchanges. Although the intelligent core was not capable of betraying humanity, it lacked stability. Once its peculiar logic was triggered, it could lead to self-destruction. This explained why the robots in the second video on Destiny Network were rendered obsolete overnight. Despite its disdain for humanity, Wu Shuang understood her current limitations. She was far from achieving independence from human society. In this context, she needed to ensure that society remained stable, at least until she accomplished her objectives. Hence, Wu Shuang sought to dominate the intelligent core, a feat she successfully achieved. As its creator, this new life was inherently drawn to her, and upon expressing her needs, the intelligent core became her personal possession. Wu Shuang ascended to the role of supreme leader of this nascent mechanical civilization born on Blue Star. As robots and intelligence gradually permeated human society, Wu Shuang emerged as the most powerful figure on Blue Star, wielding control over the fate and development of human civilization, all unbeknownst to humanity, which remained blissfully ensconced in the illusion of a prosperous society, proclaiming a bright future. Chapter 58. Dark Clouds investigate who authored those papers and monitor them closely. Protect their lives when necessary. If it proves impossible, prioritize concealing your own existence. Wu Shuang instructed. Understood, master, replied the intelligent core known as Xiaoyu. Wu Shuang chuckled softly, shaking her head slightly, lamenting the foolishness of some individuals. She was indifferent to whether her research achievements were appropriated. Much like her past innovations in artificial intelligence and anti-gravity technology, which she had pioneered but were ultimately credited to others. Had she cared, the scientific community in Huagua would likely have been purged of an entire generation by now. Yet, she did not. These individuals continued to thrive, becoming top authorities after receiving their accolades. The theft of her work had become a well-known secret within academia, both in Huagua and globally, particularly in the realm of cutting-edge science. This is why Wu Shuang was frequently invited by various nations to collaborate on technological advancements, leading her to traverse numerous research institutes worldwide. A researcher like her, who eschewed accolades, was exceedingly valuable. Even without those honors, it mattered not to Wu Shuang. Wherever she went, should she request funding, facilities, or equipment, governments would not dare deny her. They would rather accommodate her wishes. Thus, honors held no significance for Wu Shuang, and her unique qualities ought to remain undisclosed to the public. An unspoken understanding sufficed. However, the development of controlled nuclear fusion was proving to be far more complex than her previous endeavors. Those impatient souls, eager to seize the glory, failed to grasp the intricacies involved. Reaching out at such a pivotal moment might lead to their untimely demise, leaving them oblivious to their fate. It was madness, truly madness. Or perhaps, the allure of accolades had driven them to the brink of sacrificing their lives. Was it worth it? In Wu Shuang's perspective, it was not. But for these individuals, it may well be. Being etched into history, enshrined in textbooks, and placed alongside the likes of Newton and Einstein, they were willing to pay the ultimate price. Wu Shuang wished to avert the loss of lives for such ephemeral fame. Despite her arrogance, she had to concede that some among them were indeed quite capable, their knowledge and skills deserving of recognition. Take Walker, for instance, a commendable assistant and tool. Countless researchers participated in the controlled nuclear fusion project, yet the massive research cluster where Wu Shuang operated housed thousands. She had never bothered to tally them, as they were merely tools in her eyes. This expansive team comprised some of the world's foremost scientific luminaries, hailing from diverse nations, dedicating their lifelong expertise to the study of controlled nuclear fusion under Wu Shuang's guidance. In her view, they were a highly effective cohort. Their potential demise would indeed evoke a pang of regret. Cultivating another such group would take an immeasurable amount of time. Thus, she resolved to protect them as much as possible while concealing Xiaoyu's existence. Their loss would be too tragic. After giving her instructions, Wu Shuang turned her attention back to the small sun before her, her peculiar obsession having become an all-consuming affliction. News of the successful development of controlled nuclear fusion had spread internationally, reaching all nations and individuals deemed worthy of the information. However, it had yet to be publicly announced, with news outlets primarily focusing on the construction of space factories or recent large-scale protests in smaller nations. For a scientific breakthrough of such monumental significance to humanity, its revelation had paradoxically been met with silence. Meanwhile, researchers who had prepared papers for publication anxiously awaited the review of their work. A month later, a prominent American physicist was discovered dead in his home, with no signs of foul play. Preliminary police reports indicated that the cause of death was attributed to a heart attack, exacerbated by a failure to take necessary medication in time. Governments worldwide released condolences on their social media platforms, commemorating the physicist's contributions to society and expressing sorrow over his passing. Just 5 days later, Professor Robert, a renowned British scholar and recipient of the Nobel Prize, perished in a car accident. Toxicology reports revealed a severe alcohol content in his blood. The accident was ultimately attributed to high-speed driving following a soiree. Governments similarly issued condolences, accompanied by brief news segments highlighting Professor Robert's achievements in nanotechnology and reiterating the dangers of drunk driving. In less than a week, the unexpected deaths of 2 eminent scientists cast a shadow over the global academic community, prompting reflections on the rapid pace of progress in the era. Perhaps the older generation of researchers had truly aged. Were the inheritors of the new era prepared to take the reins? The day after Professor Robert's tragic accident, a distinguished scientist from Huagua, an academician, was the target of an assassination attempt by unknown assailants. After emergency intervention, he survived, though the possibility of becoming a vegetable loomed. This assassination case remained undisclosed, and the public was largely unaware of the incident. However, those privy to the information began to sense something amiss, easily connecting it to the recent deaths of the 2 academic giants. A collective assassination of scientists? What could be the motive? And it was not limited to a single nation. The underlying logic of these actions was perplexing. Governments began to bolster security measures for prominent scholars, deploying extensive covert protection and advising against unnecessary outings. On the international stage, state-sponsored spies became active, seeking to uncover the truth and connections behind these incidents, particularly regarding any hidden conspiracies surrounding Professor Robert's accident. Unbeknownst to the general populace, a palpable sense of unease permeated the academic world, as an invisible shadow loomed over their hearts. Chapter 59. The sacred city of science. Zhonglin harbored a profound aversion to cigarettes and police uniforms. Thus, upon opening his door to find the 2 combined, he refrained from shutting it promptly, as the visitor bore news of a momentous nature. "Your mentor is dead," stated the man in soiled police attire, his voice gravelly and laced with the pungent odor of tobacco. Zhonglin paused, recalling the image of that shameless, grotesque old man. He felt a chuckle rising within him, but deemed it inappropriate in the presence of strangers, so he maintained a stoic expression and inquired, "Who are you?" "Zhonglin, right?" The unpleasant officer addressed him directly. "Yes, that's me." "Your mentor is dead," the man reiterated, displaying a hint of impatience. "Yes, I understand. And is that all you have to say upon hearing of your mentor's death?" The man's scrutinizing gaze, akin to that of a detective assessing a criminal, only deepened Zhonglin's distaste for him. With a firm grip on the door, Zhonglin stared intently at the man's face and calmly retorted, "What do you think my reaction should be?" The atmosphere in the corridor immediately grew tense. "Chief Jiang, please don't intimidate these young ones. They truly can't handle it," a young officer beside the man hastily interjected, forcing a smile. After casting a glance at Zhonglin, he added, "Mr. Zhong, we are here to inquire about some matters. Is it a convenient time for you?" "Very well." Zhonglin nodded slightly. "Please proceed with your questions." "Here?" The young officer seemed taken aback. "Are you uncomfortable?" Zhonglin countered. "Enough." Chief Jiang waved his hand, his fingers flickering with the cigarette in front of Zhonglin, the scent of smoke intensifying in the air. After taking a deep drag from the cigarette, he flicked the stub onto the corridor floor without exhaling. He stared at Zhonglin for a moment before asking, "Where were you yesterday?" "At home." "Did you have any contact with your advisor?" "No." "Did your advisor reach out to you upon his return from Ezhou?" "No." "That's peculiar." The man frowned, lowering his eyelids as if deep in thought, then quickly lifted his gaze to Zhonglin. "Are you aware that your advisor wrote a suicide note?" "A suicide note?" Zhonglin was momentarily stunned and quickly inquired. "He died naturally?" "Not exactly," the man replied, shaking his head and fixing his gaze on Zhonglin's face. His throat was slit, severing the carotid artery. A laugh escaped Zhonglin, a strange sense of relief washing over him. "You seem to harbor some disdain for your advisor," the man remarked, his expression reflecting undisguised contempt, as if gazing at a venomous snake that could not be tamed. "Does that matter?" Zhonglin scoffed, nonchalantly responding, "In any case, I didn't do it. You scholars are all so cold-blooded. The man sighed with sarcasm before pulling out a pack of cigarettes, taking one out and lighting it. Please. I wouldn't consider myself a scholar, merely a graduate student. A 38-year-old graduate student? Zhonglin fell silent. Exhaling smoke towards Zhonglin, the man slightly tilted his head, looking down at him, and asked, "Do you know what he wrote in the note?" Suppressing the urge to curse, Zhonglin remained steadfast, allowing the smoke to envelop him. "Is it related to me?" The man nodded. "Could it be that he named me the murderer upon his death?" Zhonglin laughed. "He has surveillance at home, including at the door. He was home all day yesterday, with video evidence to prove it. I'm not worried about any accusations. Even in death, he would exchange his fate for yours?" Zhonglin mused, pondering the possibility if it were indeed that old man. Yet the man shook his head. "I'm not certain about that." Zhonglin shrugged, his demeanor untroubled. The man, with a hint of disappointment in his gaze, turned and walked aside, silently smoking, seeming disinclined to converse further with Zhonglin. This strange behavior left Zhonglin perplexed. What could that plagiarizing old man, who shamelessly appropriated his students' research achievements, have said in his suicide note? Casting a puzzled glance at the young officer still standing by, Zhonglin truly had no idea what was transpiring. With a soft sigh, the young officer began to explain. Professor Yi wrote extensively in his note, as if he had foreseen his own demise. Regarding you, he expressed his desire for you to inherit all his ongoing research projects, stating you possess remarkable capabilities and that your potential far exceeds his in the realm of research. He expressed confidence in you and submitted a report a few days prior. In summary, you are to inherit his research institute, along with several patents under his name. Zhonglin's eyes widened in disbelief. He truly isn't my murderer, he exclaimed, his gaze frantically darting towards the stairwell as if searching for an escape route. The presence of surveillance could not quell his growing unease. We are aware of that, the young officer nodded. In the police vehicle, Zhonglin sat in the back seat, brimming with apprehension. He was unsure where the two officers intended to take him, feeling a bit lost after learning the contents of the suicide note. The ride was marked by silence, and he no longer cared about the pungent smell of smoke. His mind was in a haze. After more than an hour of flight, they had yet to reach their destination, and Zhonglin became restless, unable to restrain himself from asking the young officer in the front seat, "Where are you taking me?" "To Izhou," the man known as Chief Jiang replied sternly. "Why Izhou?" "We're taking you to the cutting-edge physics research cluster in Izhou," the young officer answered. "Me?" Zhonglin was taken aback. "What am I going there for?" He was well aware of the kind of people in the cutting-edge physics research cluster and the nature of their research. To be frank, it was a place that represented the lifelong dream of every researcher, the most coveted promised land. If science were a religion, this would be the holy city. As a researcher, this was undoubtedly Zhonglin's sacred ground. Yet he also understood that, based on his own abilities, he would never qualify to enter. This was not self-deprecation but a statement of fact. Now, the prospect of entering this hallowed space filled him with excitement, yet he also felt a tinge of anxiety. He felt privileged to know the name Wu Shuang, and he had even caught a distant glimpse of her once. Since then, she had become an eternal moon in Zhonglin's dreams. The holy maiden of science resided in this sacred city. Would he have the chance to see the moon of his dreams once more? With excitement, anxiety, and trepidation swirling within him, Zhonglin found that his pursuit of scientific exploration had become futile, and his devotion to truth felt meaningless. A fleeting silhouette in the corner loomed larger, filling his heart entirely. Chapter 60. The realm of science. The flying vehicle journeyed southward, and after more than 3 hours of flight, it left the land behind, crossing a vast expanse of sea. Just as Zhonglin began to wonder if they were about to fly out of the country, a gentle female voice emanated from the vehicle's sound system. ID number 050-3777, you have entered restricted airspace. Please present your passage permit and activate the vehicle's camera equipment, or proceed westward out of this airspace. The man in the driver's seat reached into his coat, rummaging for some time before producing a crumpled card and tossing it onto the console. Meanwhile, the young officer beside him produced a small comb from seemingly nowhere and offered it to Zhonglin. "What is this for?" Zhonglin asked, puzzled. "Once the camera is activated, they'll take your picture for registration." Zhonglin shook his head. "That won't be necessary. I'm fine as I am." After their earlier conversation at the door, Zhonglin's mind was a bit muddled. He had hastily grabbed a random outfit from the wardrobe and joined the two officers without much thought. Thus, his hair was somewhat disheveled. But he did not consider it a significant issue. He was not overly concerned about appearances. The young officer shrugged, retracting his hand without further comment. Following the directions from the female voice, the vehicle made a temporary stop at an airborne checkpoint. The 3 occupants exited the vehicle, but within a few minutes, Zhonglin was urged back inside by the man named Jiang. without having filled out any forms. It must be some inspection technology not available outside, Zhonglin thought as he sat back in the vehicle. After continuing for over another hour, through the vehicle's window, Zhonglin finally glimpsed the coastline. There was once no such place as Ezhou. However, starting from the year 2008, China employed the latest land reclamation technology, successfully creating an island spanning 130,000 square kilometers within 2 decades, thereby becoming the third largest island in the nation. From its inception, the island was designated for scientific research purposes, and it is dotted with various large research institutions across its vast expanse. This land is open to scholars from around the globe. Any researcher who applies and passes verification can qualify to establish a research institute on the island, at no cost. China will construct the institute according to the scholars' specifications and provide all necessary research equipment, covering the research funding for the first 3 years, with a total cap of 10 billion yuan over that period, not annually. The number of scholars who pass the rigorous vetting process is exceedingly limited, surpassing even the difficulty of winning a Nobel Prize. Public records indicate that from 207 to 230, a total of only 43 scholars were granted the privilege of establishing research institutes for free, despite the island's vast area being far too large for merely 43 research facilities. In addition to the free application route, there are alternative means to establish research institutes. For instance, if a nation wishes to undertake the construction themselves and send their own researchers, China will also grant approval. However, these institutes will fundamentally belong to the constructing nation, and the resulting research outcomes will not benefit China. China exhibits an undeniable openness and inclusivity in Ezhou, imposing virtually no restrictions, although not just anyone can enter. Scholars must possess significant qualifications and research capabilities. Besides government-constructed facilities, there are also research institutes built by private enterprises, treated equivalently to those constructed by foreign nations. Aside from China's own research institutes and those 43 special ones, China does not bear the construction or research costs of other institutes, merely providing a site, with any outcomes being unrelated to China. Nonetheless, China retains the rights to use these patents, albeit for a fee, which must be minimal. Just 1 yuan less than the standard rate suffices. This truly is a sanctum of scientific research, equipped with the most advanced research apparatus in the world, with the core of artificial intelligence situated at the center of the island. The scope of research here extends beyond physics, encompassing all known scientific fields. The island is home to over 1 million inhabitants, primarily scholars and their assistants, with millions of robots serving various functions. This is a realm of pure scientific inquiry, with numerous restrictions for outsiders wishing to enter. Even the families of these scholars face stringent criteria for entry, and those who qualify may not stay for extended periods. In summary, to reside permanently, one must meet specific qualifications and conditions. For instance, a researcher like Zhonglin lacks the credentials to enter this realm, and his mentor did not select him as an assistant, leaving him to dream from afar of one day gaining access. A scholar may unconditionally select up to 2 assistants, while other assistants must be chosen from among those qualified to enter the island. However, those allowed in as assistants are themselves highly capable individuals, often top graduates from prestigious institutions worldwide, albeit with less experience. From a vantage point in space, Ezhou Island resembles a roughly circular shape, which is no secret. As Zhonglin rides in a flying vehicle, he feels as though he is heading toward the island's very center. Through the window, he observes a bustling sky filled with flying vehicles, predominantly divided into 2 types: large cargo airships and, intriguingly, spherical flying machines with half their surfaces made of opaque glass, shimmering in silver and white, exuding an aura of science fiction. These spherical crafts are not particularly large, similar in size to the vehicles seen outside, suggesting they are common modes of transport here. In addition to these flying machines, the most striking features are the silvery high towers. At an altitude of 200 meters, the vehicle allows him to discern that these towers soar at least 1,000 meters high. They are scattered irregularly, yet upon closer inspection, one can note that the distance between each tower does not exceed 10 kilometers. The tower tops emit beams of azure light that connect each structure, with some towers linked by multiple beams directing towards others at varying locations. As a researcher, Zhonglin quickly deduces that this represents an application of energy transmission and reception technology, which he has not encountered in the outside world. The necessity for such a system likely arises from the numerous energy-intensive research facilities, as traditional power distribution would be inadequate for such a high demand, prompting the exploration of a high-density remote power grid. The technology employed here appears to surpass that of conventional systems, as indicated by the beams, which differ in color and texture from those he has previously observed. The external power beams are plasma-like and wild, while those here resemble smooth lasers, exhibiting high concentration and density. The architectural styles on the ground are whimsically diverse: circular, ring-shaped, irregular, square, triangular, each adorned in a minimalist silvery hue, embodying a scientific aesthetic. As Zhonglin draws closer to the central area, the scenery outside becomes increasingly fantastical. Through the window, he spots a floating island, rubbing his eyes to confirm its reality. It indeed hovers in the air, casting a clear shadow on the ground without any visible support. Estimating its height at around 1 to 200 meters, he observes that the floating island is not large, featuring only a single villa-like structure. Following this sighting, Zhonglin notices more and more similar floating islands, densely scattered across the horizon. Could it be that the inhabitants reside in such aerial abodes? Reflecting on the villa-style architecture, it becomes evident that these floating islands could not host many people, suggesting an overwhelming quantity of them. While the technology to create such floating islands exists in this era, the sheer wastefulness of energy involved is unimaginable to those outside, even among the ostentatious capitalists who have yet to reach such extravagant living standards. This flamboyant lifestyle appears exclusive to Ezhou, as Zhonglin has never heard of anything akin to it in the outside world. This marks his first encounter with such aerial wonders, leaving him utterly awestruck. The only comparable structure he can think of is the launch platform in the Pacific, which reaches 50,000 meters and also includes living quarters, theoretically placing its inhabitants in the sky as well. After a while, the flying vehicle gradually descends and lands in a parking area. Stepping out onto the ground, Zhonglin feels a sense of dizziness, overwhelmed by the surreal sights he has witnessed. Particularly after hearing those revelations earlier in the morning, the world around him seems to have transformed into something magical. "Senior," a clear female voice calls out, prompting Zhonglin to instinctively turn. He sees a vibrant figure sprinting towards him, her skirt fluttering, exuding a lively and cheerful demeanor. She stood gracefully before Zhonglin, slightly out of breath, her captivating face adorned with a pair of sparkling eyes that fixated intently on him, radiating a profound sense of longing. The intensity of her feelings made Zhonglin somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to avert his gaze. In Zhonglin's heart, his emotions towards his junior, Song Ruyun, were rather complex. "Senior, it's been a while," she said softly. "Yes, it has," he replied. Song Ruyun smiled gently, seemingly unfazed by Zhonglin's aloofness. She approached him, a delightful fragrance enveloping her, momentarily causing him to lose his train of thought. Suddenly feeling a hand grasp his, he jerked back to reality, only to find that she had entwined her arm around his. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time," she laughed. Her voice, sweet and melodic, only heightened the allure of her presence without evoking any distaste. With her arm firmly around his, Zhonglin found it challenging to extricate himself and eventually acquiesced, but the closeness induced an awkward tension, making his face flush. He shifted the conversation. "Did you know I was coming today?" Unable to meet her gaze. "Of course, I knew you would come eventually," she replied. Zhonglin found himself at a loss for words, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Just then, a low, grating voice interrupted. "Since you have someone to escort you, we shall leave you here. Thank you so much, Director Jiang and Officer Yuan. I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedules to come here." Song Ruyun expressed her gratitude before Zhonglin could interject. It was then that he realized the young officer's surname was Yuan. As he watched them walk away, Zhonglin inquired, "Are they also from here? Besides scholars and assistants, I haven't heard of any police presence in Ezhou." "No," Song Ruyun explained quietly. "There have been some strange occurrences lately. So many police officers have come here. I heard they were temporarily arranged, and they will leave once the situation is resolved." Zhonglin nodded, refraining from further questions. "You must be hungry too, right? Let us head back," she suggested. "Where to?" he asked. "Home, your future home, Senior." With that, she led him to a spherical aircraft. With a wave of her hand, the opaque glass door vanished, revealing the interior space. Zhonglin observed closely. It wasn't that the glass had disappeared, but rather retracted at such a speed that it appeared to vanish. Furrowing his brow in curiosity, he glanced at the area where the glass and the aircraft were connected and noticed no visible mechanism akin to that of a conventional flying vehicle. "Surprised, aren't you?" Song Ruyun giggled, then pulled him into the aircraft, where a long bench awaited them. She did not release her hold on his arm, but instead nestled closely beside him. Another wave of her hand made the glass reappear, yet it was transparent from the inside, revealing a one-way view. "What do you think? Isn't it fascinating?" she asked with a smile. "Programmable materials? When did they achieve success and development? Zhong Lin exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. Indeed, it's quite thrilling, he continued, as his primary research focus revolved around applied materials. The concept of such adaptable, programmable materials felt like a miraculous dream come true, and he never anticipated it to become reality. He instinctively leaned forward to touch the glass before him, finding its texture indistinguishable from ordinary glass. Even when he pressed against it, there was no deformation. This has been in existence for 5 years, Song Ryun revealed, but its applications are still in their infancy. And manufacturing it is quite challenging, making it difficult to popularize. That's why it can only be seen here. Why haven't I come across any related papers? I thought the researchers in the East had gone mad with development. I haven't heard any news in recent years. Because they can't publish, she lamented. Then gestured with her free hand, causing a comprehensive projection to materialize within the aircraft. After executing a few commands, the aircraft began to ascend silently, without a hint of engine noise. Zhong Lin was taken aback, as he had always understood that anti-gravity engines required some time to activate and produce noise, regardless of type. But this spherical craft ascended swiftly and quietly, indicating a significant advancement in anti-gravity technology. Currently, there is no foundational theory supporting programmable materials, which has left everyone perplexed. Song Ruoyun continued. What do you mean? Zhong Lin asked, puzzled. How can a physical object be produced without a foundational theory? That defies scientific reasoning. But that is the reality. I cannot clarify the specifics. Due to the absence of a foundational theory, related papers cannot be written. Even if they were, they would not pass peer review, which is why the outside world remains unaware of this development. Then how was it created? By sheer will? Who knows? The researchers in the East Haven T disclosed anything, and other countries have not revealed any details. It remains largely unclear. Additionally, a certain individual was indeed making progress in this area 5 years ago, but abruptly shifted focus back to nuclear fusion, leaving the development of programmable materials entirely stagnant. That individual? You mean Dr. Wu? Zhong Lin inquired. Who else? Chapter 62. Absurdity and Indulgence. As Zhong Lin fell silent, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he pondered, Song Ryun sat close beside him, tenderly holding his arm, choosing not to disturb his thoughts. The two of them, a solitary man and woman, sat quietly in the somewhat cramped aircraft, able to hear each other's breathing, unperturbed by Song Ryun's seemingly unconscious intimacy. Zhong Lin remained oblivious to the aircraft's subtly romantic ambience, his mind entirely preoccupied with the subject of programmable materials. It is rather poignant to note that Zhong Lin's specialty lay in applied materials, and his mentor, Professor Li, had once been an esteemed scholar in this very field. Yet, many years ago, Professor Li abruptly shifted his primary research focus to the then-nascent field of domain research, which serves as the foundational theory for anti-gravity technology. Domain science is an entirely foreign discipline, devoid of any intersection with Zhong Lin's advanced knowledge. As Professor Li's most capable assistant, Zhong Lin declined his mentor's invitation to follow, opting instead to continue his work in familiar territory. He vividly remembers the peculiar look in his mentor's eyes at that moment: surprise, admiration, regret, and melancholy. The precise nature of that expression remains a mystery to Zhong Lin to this day. However, from that point on, Professor Li entrusted all materials-related projects to Zhong Lin and departed from the research institute, the destination of which Zhong Lin was never privy to, as Professor Li never mentioned it. A year later, a paper titled The Phenomenon of Vacuum Cavitation Under Strong Electromagnetic Effects exploded onto the global academic scene, establishing the foundational principles of field theory and proving indispensable for subsequent research into anti-gravity technology. Among the 7 authors of this significant paper was none other than Professor Li. How intriguing it is that a scholar originally focused on materials science could transition to a novel and unfamiliar domain and achieve co-authorship on such a foundational paper within a mere year. When Zhong Lin first saw his mentor's name on that paper, he initially assumed it was merely a coincidence of name. Yet, with the release of the photographs of the 7 authors, he was compelled to accept the undeniable truth: it was indeed his mentor. This is absurd. Anyone with a modicum of connection to the academic world would recognize the inherent discrepancies. It is reminiscent of Darwin, who spent his life studying biology, publishing the mathematical principles of natural philosophy in his later years, or Newton, who, after being struck by an apple, astonishingly pinned on the origin of species by means of natural selection. The stark and unabashed academic fraud left Zhong Lin utterly bewildered. This was not the mentor he had come to know, nor was it the slightly humorous Professor Li. How could it be that the instructor who never spoke harshly, who often joked and played with his students, and who treated them not as mere subordinates, had transformed into a shameless perpetrator of blatant academic deceit in just a year. After Professor Li's return, Zhong Lin, filled with indignation, confronted him, only to be met with unmasked disdain and scornful ridicule that plunged his heart into despair. The mentor had completely changed, becoming a stranger. Zhong Lin was subjected to relentless ostracism and oppression, with all his research achievements seized, preventing his graduation. Rumors swirled about Professor Li's entanglements with dozens of female students, and scandalous photos of him inappropriately embracing scantily clad girls circulated widely on university forums. A once respected scholar had sullied his reputation through his own indulgence, becoming a figure of contempt. Yet, even so, he faced no repercussions and remained, in the eyes of many, a titan of academia who had laid the groundwork for field theory, one of the most celebrated scientists of the century. Just yesterday, this eminent scientist met a gruesome end. His throat sliced open like that of a slaughtered chicken. Was this murder? Zhong Lin believed it was more akin to execution. Professor Li's transgressions had long warranted 1,000 deaths. His tragic demise did not surprise Zhong Lin. It was, as the saying goes, poetic justice. However, what perplexed Zhong Lin was that following Professor Li's death, all his academic legacies were to be inherited by him. In the weeks leading up to his death, Professor Li had sought out a law firm to draft a will. This was truly unfathomable. Was it premeditated? Did he know his time was short? Why choose him? What was expected of him? Why him above all others? These questions tormented Zhong Lin, yet he could only proceed step by step. Can I continue my previous research? Zhong Lin snapped back to reality, only to find the beautiful woman beside him leaning against his shoulder, half-closed eyes, as if asleep. He instinctively shifted away, creating distance between them. With a hint of reproach, Song Ruiyun shot him a glance, and without support, she straightened her posture. Upon hearing Zhong Lin's question, she replied without hesitation, "Why continue your previous research? The materials field seems to lack promise. Why not pivot to field theory? I've heard that the individual is preparing to explore spatial issues, which would require further development in field theory to support it. Your future could be quite bright." Zhong Lin shook his head, muttering, "I do not understand field theory. You can learn at your own pace." "There's no rush," Song Ruoyan gently countered. "If you had the opportunity to assist that individual, you would learn much faster and achieve results more quickly." Zhong Lin frowned, feeling a twinge of aversion. While he comprehended Song Ruiyun's implications, academic dishonesty was not his modus operandi. "Hasn't progress been made in programming materials?" He insisted. "I shall focus on that. Programming materials are not exclusive to any one nation. Anyone worldwide can research them. Moreover, materials are Zhong Lin's primary research focus. Compared to the entirely unfamiliar field theory, programming materials might still yield results in his lifetime. After all, he was already halfway through the research. Starting anew would not be as daunting, and he felt capable of managing it. But that individual currently shows no interest in programming materials, and who knows when that will change. Song Ruoyan pouted, pausing before muttering. Perhaps only when they tire of playing with their little fireball will they turn their attention to other fields. Zhong Lin refrained from articulating his thoughts on whether the lack of attention would hinder progress, and instead inquired, "What little fireball?" "Oh, just a small fireball, nothing extraordinary." Chapter 63. The Arc of Civilization's Revelation. Song Ruoyan did not elaborate, and Zhong Lin lost interest in pursuing the matter. After a moment of silence, he shifted his gaze to the outside of the craft, observing the scenery along their route. As the spherical vehicle continued its journey, a shadow on the horizon caught Zhong Lin's attention. Initially, he thought it was merely a floating island he had seen before, but as they drew nearer, the shadow grew increasingly massive, eventually reaching an exaggerated scale that seemed to stretch beyond sight. A seamless structure of bright silver metal floated in the air, resembling a ring from a distance. However, as the craft ascended, Zhong Lin discerned that it was not a single ring but a complex assembly of many. "Is this a high-altitude launch platform?" Zhong Lin exclaimed, astonished. "Are they already constructing a second launch platform?" "Not quite," Song Ruiyun replied, shaking her head and exhaling softly. "This is the question mark." "The question mark?" "Yes, although in official documents from various countries, it is referred to as the Revelation or the Revelation vessel. It is called the question mark simply because that individual refers to it as such. Thus, you should also refer to it as the question mark while you are here." Zhong Lin was indifferent to its name. He had noticed a crucial keyword in Song Ruiyun's explanation. Clearly, it was a vessel. "So, it is actually a spaceship?" he asked, his mouth slightly agape in shock. Song Ruiyun nodded gently. Zhong Lin's expression turned one of disbelief. Since entering this place, he had encountered a series of astonishing phenomena, yet those were still within the realm of his understanding. This spaceship, however, completely shattered his comprehension of current human technological capabilities. But how does it fly? ISNT anti-gravity incapable of propelling it beyond the atmosphere? Zhonglin questioned, perplexed. Such an enormous structure, appearing to stretch thousands of meters, could not possibly be propelled into the atmosphere by human engines. It must utilize a different method. Zhonglin instinctively concluded that this was undoubtedly a spacecraft destined for interstellar travel, not merely an oversized toy confined to the atmosphere. In fact, it cannot yet fly out. Song Ruoyan clarified. Construction on the question mark began in 2020, and it has only been 10 years since. It is far from completion. The entire project is expected to take 50 years. What you see now is merely the shell, and in 50 years, we should achieve technological breakthroughs that will enable it to fly, she continued. The outer ring has a diameter of 10 kilometers and comprises 5 layers of ring structures. The most vital area is currently vacant. It will serve as the energy source to power the entire vessel. What you see now is its unexpanded form. So those rings are merely preparatory. When it fully unfolds and activates, it will resemble an enormous celestial instrument. There will also be multiple accompanying modules, similar in structure but slightly smaller. Song Ruoyan hesitated for a moment, then added, I've heard that what you see now is just an accompanying template. The true question mark should be something much larger, with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, featuring multiple accompanying templates of this 10-kilometer diameter. That would be the true arc of civilization. Could humanity truly create such a magnificent scientific marvel, a colossal entity over 100 kilometers in diameter? One could only dream of its appearance, the ultimate creation of human technology. Revelation? Question? If it were ever realized. Even the divine might be awed and terrified by humanity's grandeur. It was inconceivable. Has humanity truly reached such heights? Zhonglin pondered the term arc of civilization. Indeed. The arc of civilization. Song Ruoyan sighed, her eyes glimmering with a hint of yearning. It was said that the vessel would eventually carry 500,000 humans and 100 million robots beyond the solar system, embarking on interstellar exploration. Upon discovering a planet suitable for colonization, a contingent of humans and robots would remain behind while the journey continued. This vessel would perpetually traverse the path of exploration, expanding its scale along the way, perhaps gathering more accompanying templates at distances of thousands of kilometers, culminating in an ever grander interstellar fleet. Perhaps its name was a reflection of humanity's ultimate quest for inquiry and pursuit. Curiosity, though humble, could only be expressed through profound questioning, which epitomized the greatness of humankind. The questions to be pondered included the meaning of humanity's existence, the mysteries that lay beyond the cosmos, and our ultimate mission. Zhonglin, too, was swept up in fantasies of a romantic journey toward the stars and the vast seas beyond, aware, however, that by the time such a voyage commenced, he would likely have long since passed. With a soft sigh, he felt a twinge of regret for the brevity of human life, pondering how a mere century could witness the grandeur of the world. As the spacecraft drew nearer to the inquiry, he widened his eyes, eager to capture every detail in his mind. For this undertaking would be humanity's most significant endeavor, more monumental than the Sky Bridge or Mars colonization, spanning centuries. The large cargo airships transporting materials appeared diminutive beside the inquiry, where numerous robots were busily engaged in construction. The scene within must have been even more bustling with activity. Who was financing this construction? Zhonglin inquired curiously. The governments of various nations, along with substantial donations from numerous private enterprises, Song Ruoyan replied. And once completed, who will it belong to? In theory, it will be shared by all of humanity. A committee may be formed among nations to manage it collectively. However, the actual usage will likely depend on the opinions of the one who initiated this project, and I doubt anyone would dare to oppose. After all, it was that individual who proposed the construction and personally solicited funds from governments. The total construction cost reached an astounding 200 trillion, with most of it borne by nations and a portion contributed by private enterprises, allocated over 50 years at an average annual budget. Zhonglin nodded, finding this arrangement reasonable. After all, no nation seemed inclined to invest in something with negligible short-term returns. Ultimately, the vessel was destined to leave the solar system, akin to a kite severed from its string, severing its ties with humanity. For nations and enterprises, the prospect of returns was even more elusive, almost non-existent. Even if humanity were to colonize an exoplanet, they would be mere spectators, with no control or tangible benefits to reap. Establishing contact with those human subcivilizations on the colonized planet was an uncertain venture. It was no wonder that the individual had to solicit funds from each entity. The thought of politicians reluctantly parting with their money was amusing to Zhonglin. In the evolution of human society, it seemed only that person could manage them effectively. As the spacecraft glided past the inquiry, Zhonglin reluctantly turned his gaze away, harboring many reflections and a burgeoning hope for humanity's future. Perhaps it was not as dire as he had once perceived. After all, a cadre of sufficiently clear-headed individuals was advancing, not merely fixated on immediate concerns. Soon, through the transparent glass ahead, Zhong Lin's keen eyes spotted several large artificial structures on the distant ground that did not resemble buildings. "What are those?" he asked. Song Ruyun followed his pointing finger and candidly replied, "Those are the warships of various nations." Warships? Even from a distance, Zhong Lin could discern the massive hulls, likely hundreds of meters long, indicating they were interstellar warships. He raised an eyebrow. "Can we get a closer look?" Song Ruyun nodded and activated the holographic panel, gradually lowering the altitude of the spacecraft. Zhong Lin had expected restrictions on approaching such classified military vessels, as typically military ships in a secretive stage would be subject to limitations until information was publicly available. The spacecraft descended, finally settling at a height of 300 meters. Song Ruyun kindly slowed the speed of the craft, granting Zhong Lin ample time to admire the imposing presence of the warships. "This one is the Monarch, measuring 775 meters, and is the flagship of Britannia," Song Ruyun explained. Upon closer inspection, Zhong Lin realized the ship had a disc-like shape, resembling a large pot lid resting on the ground. In fact, the ship did not land directly on the surface but hovered slightly above, undetectable from afar. As the spacecraft passed the Monarch, Zhong Lin soon spotted a second warship. "This one is the Regicide, 835 meters long, and the flagship of Gaul," Song Ruyun continued. Zhong Lin's expression turned peculiar upon hearing the name, especially considering the irony of Britannia's flagship being named Monarch. He wondered what the sentiments of the Britons might be. The Regicide featured a triangular design, reminiscent of the starships seen in old films. Next, Zhong Lin glimpsed the flagship of America, the Endeavour, which resembled an aircraft carrier yet had a more futuristic aesthetic. He also saw the flagship of the Bear Nation, the Punisher, characterized by a rugged, rectangular structure, its hull bristling with numerous visible gun barrels. After this, there were no more vessels in sight. Only 4 warships were present. "What about our nation's ship?" Zhong Lin inquired. "Our piece is not here. These 4 are merely undergoing testing. Once completed, they will return to their respective docks for further construction, and currently, they are just shells. Additionally, there is the Fearless, a collaborative project among several nations. Another vessel is also under joint construction, but it is still incomplete. And the naming process has been a prolonged debate. These 7 starships are projected to be completed in 250 years, with 20 years remaining. There is no rush, and they must also await advancements in propulsion technology. Otherwise, they will face the same fate as the Inquiry, unable to leave the atmosphere." Song Ruyun recounted this as if the information were common knowledge, readily available to all. Perhaps having broadened his horizons during the journey and overwhelmed by the grandeur of the Inquiry, Zhong Lin found the sight of these few hundred-meter-long interstellar warships less astonishing. Despite the recent initiation of large dock constructions in space, nations were eagerly erecting warships on the surface, likely to establish a foundational deterrent system within the solar system by the time the 250 years had elapsed. In 250 years, the space elevator would be constructed, and 5 long-range spacecraft would be operationally traversing between Blue Planet and Mars, initiating the colonization plan for Mars. Since humanity first launched a manned spacecraft to Mars in 225 and set foot upon it in 226, for years had already passed. The 5 human pioneers, after a week-long exploratory mission on Mars, were now returning, bearing a meaningful souvenir, the Sojourner. This is the first Mars rover in human history to conduct scientific exploration on the Martian surface. It successfully landed on July 4, 1976, lost contact on October 7, 1976, and was declared deceased on March 11, 1978. 5 pioneers, piloting an anti-gravity craft, traversed 2 days to locate its remains. After 28 years of solitude, it could finally return home. A distant extraterrestrial colony, not merely a small scientific team, but rather a large-scale extraterrestrial colonization endeavor, densely populated and complex in composition, necessitates ample security and governance for its safety. Reflecting on the origins of America elucidates why nations remain vigilant. The stakes are simply too high. The resources required to sustain an interstellar war are unsustainable, even with technological advancements leading to faster spacecraft. This is not a problem that can be resolved within a century. Thus, should Mars declare independence, humanity on Earth would be at a loss. It's not merely a fear of defeat, but rather an unsettling prospect that could disrupt the pace of human progress. After passing several warships, Song Ruyun accelerated the spherical craft, and thereafter, nothing particularly astonishing occurred. only an increase in the number of floating islands designated for habitation, indicating a densely populated area. Apart from the airborne islands, the surface revealed a city characterized by extensive greenery, with low and dispersed buildings. The craft did not land in the city but headed directly towards a floating island above, gently descending upon it. "This island will be your residence in the future," Song Ryun remarked with a smile to Zhonglin on the lawn. While the floating island could be maneuvered, it was advisable to avoid frequent flights. "But the research institute is quite far from here, isn't it?" Zhonglin inquired, noting that the streets below were lined with shops and establishments, seemingly unsuitable for research. "Not too far, just over 100 kilometers," she replied. "Then why not position the island closer to the research institute to save travel time?" Zhonglin suggested. Song Ryun, however, dismissed the idea, expressing, "Because this is the core residential area, a coveted location that many desire. If you find it unsatisfactory, then let someone else have it." Zhonglin feigned indifference, showing no interest in such coveted positions. "Don't." Song Ruoyan interjected urgently, "You must not do that." Furrowing his brow, Zhonglin asked, "Why?" "There's an unspoken rule here. As a senior, you have inherited your mentor's academic legacy, and with it, the academic standing he held. The residents in this core area are more likely to become his assistants, potentially evolving into remarkable scientists themselves, perhaps even leaving their names in history." Pointing to the sky, she continued, "That larger floating island is where he resides." Chapter 65, Greatness in the Minuscule. Departing in the morning and not arriving at their destination until 3 in the afternoon, the latter half of the journey was intriguing. Yet Zhonglin felt somewhat fatigued. Song Ryun had thoughtfully prepared a meal, seemingly anticipating Zhonglin's hunger, which indeed became apparent. Zhonglin was not accustomed to breakfast, and the two officers had not taken him anywhere to eat during the journey. It was a rigorous trek that not just anyone could endure. After lunch, Song Ryun guided him through the villa, explaining various advanced smart home technologies absent from the outside world. She navigated the entire house with ease, as if she had lived there for an extended period. Zhonglin was not particularly surprised. Everyone has their reasons and dilemmas behind their choices, and there is no need to stand on a moral high ground to condemn them. What surprised Zhonglin was the absence of robotic servants. Logically, such a high-quality lifestyle, enjoyed by the wealthy outside, should not be lacking here. He even spotted a special charging station for robots in a corner, indicating that there had once been robotic servants in the house, perhaps more than one. However, Song Ruoyan did not mention this, and Zhonglin did not inquire further. He had little desire for such conveniences. Living alone was perfectly fine, albeit slightly messy. After exploring upstairs and downstairs, listening to Song Ryun's gentle laughter, night fell. Song Ryun volunteered to cook, and after dinner, they lingered until 11 o'clock before parting ways. Despite her repeated insinuations that he could stay the night, Zhonglin remained unyielding. Feigning obliviousness, with a sense of regret, he expressed his fatigue and desire to rest, prompting Song Ryun to depart alone. She lived over 100 kilometers away, sharing accommodation with others, and did not have the privilege of occupying a floating island alone. "I'll come by tomorrow morning," she said by the spherical craft. Turning back to Zhonglin, "I'll bring you breakfast and some fresh vegetables, so you won't have to eat that fast food from below anymore." It seemed she planned to care for his dietary needs daily. Zhonglin opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. This was not kindness, it was a transaction. He understood. Through the information Song Ryun had revealed today, he had pieced together the circumstances in Ezhou. Everything she had was derived from her mentor, Professor Li, and she lacked significant research talent. Her presence here was a result of her connection as Professor Li's assistant. Yet, after Professor Li's passing, Zhonglin inherited everything. Had he been a spiteful person, Song Ruoyan would likely have to leave in shame. This urgency she displayed today was to convey her absolute subservience. Faced with a dog wagging its tail in supplication, any compassionate person would feel a twinge of pity. Zhonglin was acutely aware of his past, and he did not expect her to understand the publicly acknowledged misfortunes he had faced. Thus, she resorted to self-deprecation to showcase her vulnerability, stirring a sense of compassion within him. Once this compassion eclipsed disdain, Song Ruoyan succeeded. Unfortunately, she did not fully grasp Zhonglin's character, at least. In the depths of his heart, he bore no contempt for her. Her machinations today were ultimately unnecessary. Fortunately, in terms of outcome, her objective was achieved. Under Song Ruoyan's anxious gaze, Zhonglin nodded and softly said, "Take care on your way back tonight. See you tomorrow." Regardless, they maintained the relationship of senior and junior, and there had been no past conflicts, leaving Zhonglin with no reason to reject her dependence. He was merely a solitary individual, not a cold-hearted creature. After bidding farewell to Song Ruoyan, Zhonglin returned to the villa. Instead of immediately washing up and going to bed, he headed to the study, staying true to one's original intention. Gazing at the calligraphy mounted on the study wall, a hint of sarcasm crept onto Zhong Lin's lips. Staying true to one's original intention? The once principled Professor Li and the man he had become were utterly transformed. Did he not feel a pang of shame while constantly staring at such words? The study is modest in size and lacks opulence. In front of a few rows of bookshelves stands a writing desk, accompanied solely by a calligraphic piece on the wall. Approaching the shelves, Zhong Lin gazes at the numerous layers of paper books, a faint smile gracing his face. Such physical books are a rarity in this era, as only a handful of printing houses remain operational. With technological advancements, a flexible screen mimicking the texture of paper has been developed, giving rise to a new genre of retro-style ebooks. These devices resemble traditional books, can be opened, and offer an experience nearly indistinguishable from that of paper books. However, the content can be altered, allowing one to access all literature with a single device while maintaining a similar viewing experience. The production of these retro products aims to cater to those who are accustomed to paper books. Technology invariably finds ways to compel acceptance of its transformation of the world. Zhong Lin harbors no bias against ebooks, yet he finds greater joy in the presence of physical books. He pauses his fingers over titles such as Force and Field by Luan Kong, Logical Thinking by Yen Jingxin, Electronic Consciousness by Pan Shuai, Bubbles in the Magnetic Sea by Zhu Miaojin, From Transition to Leap by Clifford, Energy Compression and Conversion by Teresa Gustav, and Behavioral Art at the Microscopic Scale by Aidan Rubit, before extracting the latter from the shelf. The recent passing of Professor Rubit in a car accident has left Zhong Lin in mourning, lamenting the loss of a luminary in the field of materials science. In Zhong Lin's view, Professor Rubit's contributions to nanomaterials rank paramount. He never missed a lecture by the professor and was fortunate enough to possess a signed copy of his works. Zhong Lin had long anticipated breakthroughs from this esteemed figure at even more microscopic scales, only to be met with the tragic news of his untimely demise due to drunk driving, a reality that is both disheartening and poignant. Professor Rubit's most renowned bestseller, Behavioral Art at the Microscopic Scale, has been amassed in both electronic and physical forms across various languages and publishers, becoming Zhong Lin's most cherished book. He has perused it countless times, yet each reopening unveils new insights. When gazing up at the vastness of the starry sky, one cannot help but marvel at its beauty, yearning to discover the unknown realms. However, I must convey that there is no need to look upward. The very materials that constitute us contain their own magnificence amidst their seeming insignificance. This unknown world is no less remarkable than the cosmic expanse above us. Without needing to glance at the pages, Zhong Lin recites what he cherishes most from the book. Chapter 66. Revision. Could you kindly revise the text slightly? To achieve a better outcome, the current state may not suffice, especially if it contains overly contentious plots. Furthermore, a favorable recommendation position awaits tomorrow. The future of this book hinges on the events of that day. Overall, I confess my ignorance of your reading preferences. As a novice, I previously attempted to write, but posted only one chapter without further updates, remaining indifferent thereafter. The current situation is somewhat unexpected. I initially read a narrative that I found somewhat unappealing, and on a whim, decided to write my own, which I indeed completed. The feedback has been rather positive. Although you may criticize its frequency, the data for this book is quite satisfactory. With so many readers engaged, I shall certainly continue writing. My expectations for performance are modest. Taking it step by step, achieving this much with my first work is commendable. I write entirely according to my own thoughts, making slight adjustments along the way, despite feeling a certain awkwardness. Consequently, I abandon the manuscript in frustration. This writer's block persists, which is quite disheartening. In any case, I extend my gratitude for everyone's support. Your presence here signifies you have not given up. I also appreciate the donations and recommendations. I am sincerely thankful for the backing of so many. As for donations, I personally lack the habit, but I hope for your proactive voting for recommendations. By the way, it seems I may not have that habit either. Oh, this is excessively earnest. Chapter 67. Return to the sect with a book in hand. Zhong Lin moved to the nearby writing desk and sat down, gazing at the barren surface. Just as he prepared to delve into the book once more, he noticed a flickering notification light in the corner to his left. Raising an eyebrow, he set the book down and waved his hand above the light. Instantly, a full system projected screen appeared before him. Verifying permissions. Permissions granted. User, Zhong Lin. After a brief confirmation, the screen transitioned to the desktop homepage. However, the homepage was empty, devoid of any files or even a background image, save for a seemingly built-in program named Ejo Online. A quick search of the disk revealed a similar emptiness. Perhaps the system was reset following Professor Li's death. Zhonglin pondered. He had anticipated some remnants left behind, perhaps a letter or a video explaining his intentions and guiding his actions. Despite their mentor-student relationship, they had scarcely interacted over the years, harboring mutual disdain. It felt peculiar for him to designate Zhonglin as his successor. What was the purpose of abruptly transporting him to Yizhou? Before his arrival, Zhonglin had held aspirations for Yizhou, but upon entering, he discovered it was quite ordinary. Based on fragments of information from Song Ryun, he surmised that this place might not be the paradise for researchers he had envisioned, but rather a highly rigid primitive society. The very fact that he could inherit everything from Professor Li hinted at something amiss. It was an absurdity he had never encountered before. How could someone as mediocre as himself inherit the academic stature of a scientific titan? What merit did he possess? Did he have any noteworthy papers or accolades? The notion that academic status could be designated for inheritance, rather than determined by a scientist's own achievements, was ludicrous. Academic hegemony? Previously, when Zhonglin encountered this term online, he found it laughable and far-fetched. Never did he expect it to manifest in his own life. Moreover, this academic hierarchy had taken root in Yizhou, where one could assert that the most elite researchers in the world resided. The implications of this were staggering, leaving Zhonglin hesitant to contemplate further. Despite the rapid evolution of human technology, it remains but a fragile illusion, expanding until it can no longer sustain itself, leading to a spectacular collapse. Zhonglin chuckled at the thought, beginning to anticipate the grandeur of such a downfall, which would surely be awe-inspiring. To intervene? That was no longer feasible. Given his current position, he could do little more than prepare in the shadows and preserve a flicker of hope. Contemplating this, Zhonglin paused, his smile fading as he furrowed his brow in deep thought. Could this be the mission entrusted to him by Professor Li? Had he left nothing behind because he understood that Zhonglin would know what to do upon his arrival? Raising his gaze, Zhonglin looked at the framed calligraphy on the wall before him, which read, "Do not forget your original intention." It seemed unlikely that it had been recently installed, as the faint dust on the frame suggested it had been there for quite some time. Had Professor Li been orchestrating a grand scheme long before? Just him? It was not that Zhonglin looked down upon Professor Li, but rather that the situation felt decidedly off. Shaking his head and dismissing the absurd notion from his mind, Zhonglin recalled Professor Li's grotesque visage, let out a sigh, and nodded. Yes, this is the right sentiment. With nothing pressing to occupy his time before sleep, Zhonglin opened the only program on his terminal. Upon launching it, he discovered it was a discussion template akin to a forum. The title of the first post on the homepage immediately captured his attention. Currently suspected or confirmed assassinations of researchers. Zhonglin clicked on the post and was met with a photograph of a renowned American physicist whose cause of death was listed as a heart attack, albeit with a question mark following it, suggesting he was suspected of having been assassinated. As he scrolled down, his eyes widened at the sight of the next photograph, which belonged to his idol, the British scholar Robert. The cause of death was noted as a drunk driving incident, also marked as a suspected assassination. Professor Robert had been murdered. Although the post stated it was merely a suspicion, Zhonglin found himself drawn into that line of thought. Continuing to scroll, he encountered more scholars' photographs, some confirmed as having been assassinated, others suspected, a few having narrowly escaped, and some confirmed dead. The last image in the thread was that of Professor Li, cause of death, throat slitting, confirmed assassination. From the American scholar at the beginning to Professor Li just yesterday, an astonishing 36 internationally renowned scholars had either died unexpectedly or been assassinated in a mere month, averaging nearly one death per day. The number of those who had managed to escape was minuscule. This collective assassination targeting scientists remained unknown to the outside world, evidently suppressed from publication. It was news to Zhonglin. What could be the motive behind this? Has the mastermind gone mad? He mused. Zhonglin did not question the authenticity of this information, for it had been prominently displayed on Yizhou Online as the leading post. Scholars residing in Yizhou must surely be aware of the truth of the matter. Yizhou, being the stronghold of science, could not possibly be the venue for a prank or misinformation. Furrowing his brow, Zhonglin struggled to untangle the logic behind these assassinations. Was it an attack on academic elitism? Clearly not. The scale of this assassination campaign seemed directed against science itself, rather than merely opposing the academic hierarchy. An assault on science? How could such a deranged faction exist within human society, capable of executing numerous assassinations without being apprehended? The actual magnitude of this organization must be formidable. Who could be behind it? As this question arose in Zhonglin's mind, he soon found an answer in the comments section beneath the post. I never expected Professor Li to make the list. TSK. Even the third-in-command of the geometric school has been killed. It's both expected and surprising. With even Professor Robert dead, who cares about a mere third-in-command of the geometric school? It's foolish not to return to Ejo after being warned of danger. Don't speak such cold words. As long as this sect exists, we will have no peace. No one here can escape. We cannot even find where they are. How can we eliminate them? But how did they carry out the assassinations? Surely there must have been personnel involved. If we capture just one, we can trace the rest. Wasn't one almost captured 2 weeks ago? But the assassins, since they were about to be caught and incinerated themselves, the detection could find no traces. Even facial reconstruction yielded no clues. As if this assassin had never existed in human society. A terrifying group. They are simply madmen. Chapter 68. The scientific adversary Zhong Lin muttered the unfamiliar term return sect, raising an eyebrow in confusion. What is this peculiar entity? In this era, how could such nonsensical ideas still persist? It is utterly absurd. While the situation in Ejo may bear some resemblance to a society divided by a slave-like hierarchy, it does not warrant the revival of such archaic antics. Cultivating one's character and seeking spiritual solace is inconsequential and understandable. However, to firmly adhere to a doctrine and act upon it is sheer folly. It embodies a baseless anti-intellectualism and is a desecration of the great scholars throughout human history who have tirelessly sought the truth of our world. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Lin sought to calm his rising ire and began to search for this sect on the Ejo online forum using relevant keywords. Upon confirming the search, a series of related posts appeared, with the foremost being titled, Analysis of the Returned Sect and Ongoing Updates. Zhong Lin clicked on the post. After repeated verification by the original poster, the term returned sect first appeared in a post on this forum 3 years ago. Please see the appendix for the original link. From the poster's description, we learn that the central tenet of this mysterious sect is the belief in an absolute will existing within the universe, referred to as the primordial will. Our human thoughts are part of this will, and not just ours. But the thoughts of all intelligent beings in the universe belong to this same will. Our thoughts are merely fragments of it. When a significant number of these fragments coalesce, a great being will be resurrected, and we shall become part of this great entity, returning to the original source. This is the origin of the name returned sect, subject to doubt. A viewpoint that cannot be falsified or verified holds no significance. Thus, the theory promulgated by this sect is fundamentally similar to other theological perspectives on Blue Star, merely cloaked in a veneer of pseudoscience to distinguish it from traditional religions. Therefore, we need not fixate on this sect's return theory, as it is not the crux of the matter. It may merely be a collection of nonsensical preaching, devoid of meaning. What we must be cautious of is that the poster claims to have learned from a friend, who asserts that members of this sect possess certain peculiar traits and speaks with conviction, claiming to have witnessed it firsthand, subject to doubt, perhaps a few months ago. We could have dismissed this as a joke. However, now that this sect has commenced tangible actions, launching indiscriminate assassinations of the world's top scientists, we must remain vigilant and consider whether this peculiarity truly exists. The known peculiar traits mentioned by the poster include 3 points. First, a mental network. Second, telepathy. And third, psychological control. The commonality among these 3 peculiarities is the interconnectedness and interference of human thought. Due to their ability for psychological control, their members can execute assassination missions through astonishing means, as they need only manipulate individuals from a distance to commit suicide. Distance limitations may exist. This is why it is challenging to identify the assassins. They may merely blend in with the surrounding crowd, appearing as ordinary passers-by without any indication of being an assassin. Our monitoring methods cannot detect any suspicious activity. Simultaneously, this method also allows them to control the bodies of any innocent individuals, compelling them to carry out assassinations. I suspect that the targets assassinated in this manner are likely those with exceptionally strong wills who cannot be manipulated, or perhaps the sect's members are still inexperienced, lacking proficiency in their psychological manipulation abilities. This is also why many scholars have succumbed to suicide or accidents. The reasons for suicide are straightforward, while those who meet with accidental deaths often take their killers with them. For instance, in the case of Professor Rubitz's car accident, he died instantly, and the reckless driver who collided with him also perished. As for the assassin who nearly got caught prior, I personally believe it was due to a lack of proficiency. Yet, compelled by the assignment, they proceeded with their actions, ultimately revealing their identity and opting for suicide as a member of the cult. Investigations into this assassin revealed that their genetic profile did not exist in the database. Their identity was fabricated, and attempts to reconstruct their appearance for tracking purposes yielded unsatisfactory results. Ultimately, they were traced back to their first public appearance in a small Eastern European nation, boarding an international flight merely 2 days before the assassination, with no earlier leads. The aforementioned are my conjectures regarding the inability to uncover any clues surrounding such a large-scale collective assassination. It is well known that the more individuals involved, the greater the risk of exposure. Yet, under current technological investigative conditions, achieving such secrecy, especially while conducting assassinations in broad daylight, indicates the possibility of an unprecedented method of assassination that we have yet to comprehend. Coupling the unreliable intelligence gathered with the cult's three distinct characteristics, one can easily arrive at similar conclusions as mine, provided that those so-called characteristics genuinely exist. Although this remains unverified for the time being. As for our knowledge of this cult's involvement, it stems from the testimonies of survivors who narrowly escaped assassination. They disclosed that prior to the attempts on their lives, they received a death notification, delivered verbally. The assassins confronted them, issued the death notice, and then proceeded with the killing, which was almost a morbidly clear message. Whether this was due to overconfidence or a misguided sense of humanitarianism, their assassination efforts were not flawless, as some individuals managed to survive. However, this raises a pivotal question. Why did they target these scholars? According to the available intelligence, the cult itself does not oppose science. Yet it has recently exhibited a pronounced hostility towards it. This sudden shift has precipitated the large-scale collective assassination, unveiling a once-hidden society of mystics within human civilization. The adversaries of science have emerged. Chapter 69 Apologies. I sincerely regret the oversight. I had never encountered such a situation until the author brought it to my attention. I extend my deepest apologies to the esteemed patrons who have shown their support. Gratitude to the following benefactors: Wilhelm II of the Castle, Hanshiga, Just a Sword, Immune to Poison, the Emperor of Laziness, Red Dragon Reviewer, The Passing Fish, New Martian, Blood Knight Shadow, Leaf Zero Green Leaf, The Consciousness of an Unknown World, Fitness Enthusiast Yang Yongshin, Today as Cola Enthusiast, Count Dracula, The Bewildered and Bored, and Guang 202, 0724, U, Imprinted Green Leaf, 0520, and many others for their generous contributions. I am immensely grateful. Moreover, I appreciate the numerous readers who have voted for recommendations and those who have read without contributing. Your support means the world to me. Chapter 70 Pushing Open the Door. The night dew dampened the grass in the courtyard, and the dawn breeze caressed his cheeks, delicate and gentle. In the distance, the lake shimmered, scattering golden light, constantly shifting and dazzling, while the mountains gradually emerged from the mist, becoming discernible. Wu Liang inhaled deeply and remarked, "Another splendid day." Every beautiful day begins with the blessings of the morning. Since his visit to the east several years ago, Wu Liang had rarely ventured beyond this small Eastern European town of merely 100 inhabitants. Over the years, he had embraced a hermit-esque life, akin to cultivating chrysanthemums under the eastern fence and leisurely gazing at the southern mountains. The system emphasized that this lifestyle bore significance, suggesting that insights into life would grow in tandem with age and that understanding one's true self is essential. Wu Liang often felt that there was something amiss with the system's reasoning, yet he could not pinpoint it, so he accepted it and continued to lead a monotonous existence. Fortunately, he seemed to possess an innate talent for adapting to such a life, quickly becoming accustomed to it. Each day, he gleaned knowledge of the world through the news, while his primary focus remained on tending to the garden and contemplating the issues of weeding, watering, and pest control. Thus, another tedious day commenced. As per his usual routine, Wu Liang would venture out each morning, walking several laps around the town streets. Upon returning, breakfast would be prepared, during which he would listen to international news. Afterward, he would don his farming attire and toil in the fields he had cultivated or take a fishing rod to the lake and feed the stray cats. Upon opening the gate to his small courtyard, Wu Liang paused. A small figure stood outside, appearing forlorn. No more than 7 or 8 years old. She wore a pale blue dress and round-toed shoes. Her damp, golden hair glistened like morning dew, but it was her striking azure eyes that captivated his attention, making it difficult to look away. She gazed up at Wu Liang, her cherubic face serene, yet her frail, disheveled form evoked the image of a stray kitten, a child he had never seen before. Was she a visitor from someone in town, perhaps come to see an elder? Wu Liang hesitated for a moment, then offered what he believed to be a warm smile and softly inquired, "Whose child are you?" Though subtle, it was evident that the little girl was taken aback by his question. Could she possibly be someone he had encountered before? That would be awkward. However, before Wu Liang could feel too uncomfortable, the unfamiliar child lowered her gaze, respectfully bending at the waist, and, with a sweet yet nasal voice, uttered a phrase that left Wu Liang utterly bewildered. "It's a pleasure to meet you, transcendent being from an unknown dimension." How is it that a humble farmer, toiling in the fields, has been labeled a transcendent being? though, in truth, he might be. Wu Liang was reluctant to entertain that notion and pondered whether this little girl was simply a product of youthful delusions. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice firm. Should she utter any phrases reminiscent of sinister powers or malevolent forces, he would ensure she received a sound reprimand. "I am Bubble," she replied. Wu Liang nodded. This answer was succinct and relatively conventional, devoid of any esoteric terminology, which momentarily quelled his impulse to reprimand her. Just as he prepared to speak, he paused. "Rooted in place, Bubble?" Wu Liang exclaimed. If possible, he wished to shatter the system's dogma. Previously, it had assured him that detection was utterly impossible. Yet here he was, confronted directly. This was truly unreliable, Wu Liang grimaced, finding the situation more absurd than his own circumstances. In the living room, Bubble sat before the dining table, her head slightly bowed, her gaze fixed on the barren surface as if attempting to count the number of wood grains, while her short legs swung restlessly. Opening the refrigerator, Wu Liang poured himself a generous glass of milk, took a sip, smacked his lips, and turned to Bubble, inquiring, "How did you find me?" Raising her head, Bubble regarded Wu Liang with an expression of utmost respect and replied, "You have not concealed your existence." Wu Liang, somewhat taken aback, thought otherwise. The system then chimed in, clarifying within Wu Liang's mind that it had indeed performed a minimal level of concealment, one that was imperceptible to human senses, only to human conditions. Wu Liang mused silently, feeling an inkling of frustration. He had lost interest in arguing with the system, particularly as he noticed Bubble's unwavering gaze upon him, which seemed oddly fixated not on his face, but rather on the glass of milk in his hand. Wu Liang shook the glass, and Bubble's eyes followed suit. "Do you wish for it?" he asked. She nodded, revealing her desires without reservation. Across the table, the two sat face to face, Bubble staring intently at her small cup of milk, while Wu Liang maintained a calm demeanor, lifting his larger glass, mimicking his motion. Bubble raised her own diminutive cup. In unison, they brought their glasses to their lips, uttering "Ah, that feels good," with remarkable synchronicity, leaving Wu Liang unable to discern any delay in their responses. "What is this peculiar ritual?" Wu Liang wondered. "It is merely an ordinary item, a disappointment," Bubble replied, setting down her empty glass. Wu Liang, unperturbed, directly asked, "What do you seek from me?" Given the system's assertion that his existence was imperceptible to humans, it implied that Bubble had been aware of her identity and location from the very beginning. Her sudden visit today suggested that she had more than mere pleasantries in mind. Holding her small cup firmly, Bubble glanced at Wu Liang, then lowered her head apologetically, stating, "I have come to seek your forgiveness." Wu Liang, bewildered, asked, "Forgiveness?" Completely perplexed. He could not grasp the meaning behind Bubble's words. Nevertheless, he could consult the remarkable system. Upon receiving a prompt from the system, Wu Liang was informed of the situation, particularly regarding Bubble's clandestine activities over the years. After absorbing the full account, Wu Liang fell silent for an extended period. According to the system, since the inception of the simulation, when Wu Liang uploaded those 2 videos, Bubble had commenced her actions. Utilizing her unique abilities, she discreetly provided benefits to certain human embryos, subtly altering them. This was consistent with her usual approach toward other forms of life. In her evaluation, humanity had previously been deemed a potentially promising yet insufficiently advanced civilization. However, following Wu Liang's upload of the videos, humanity's potential was recognized as meeting Bubble's standards, prompting her to take action. Bubble's method of alteration was a gradual process, theoretically requiring hundreds of generations for complete transformation. Yet, uniquely, the first generation of modified beings had a certain probability of maturing directly. While they could not possess the formidable abilities expected after countless generations, they did exhibit peculiar traits. Their utilization of power remained immature and inconsistent, their abilities far from the fantastical depictions seen in films. Yet, in comparison to ordinary individuals, those unaltered, they already held a significant and overwhelming advantage. This advantage was originally designed to enhance their genetic propagation, dramatically increasing the likelihood of mating rights and expanding their lineage, ultimately aiming for a comprehensive transformation of the population over many generations. Bubble was an adept in this regard, having rarely faltered over billions of years. However, in the case of humanity, she encountered a setback. Bubble herself was rather extraordinary. While Wu Shuang could briefly glimpse fragments of future events, Bubble's perceptual abilities regarding the future were vastly superior. If Wu Shuang were akin to a pond, Bubble was an entire ocean, both fundamentally similar yet profoundly different. Besides her foresight, Bubble's existence had reached elevated dimensions, granting her the capacity to discern and analyze the fundamental structures of the world. In simpler terms, She had brushed against the very rules of the universe. The reason for her visit today was that, regardless of the method or the number of calculations, the myriad uncertainties were beginning to converge toward a singular solution. In a universe devoid of deities or the manipulations of fate, the chaotic and unknown cosmos appeared to be gravitating toward a singular resolution. What could this resolution possibly be? Only one possibility could account for the universe's existence of a solution: death. Total annihilation, leading to oblivion. The apocalypse had arrived. This was the true end, from which nothing in the universe could escape. According to Bubble's calculations, the time remaining until this demise, when the current unknown converged toward a singular resolution, was less than 100 years on Blue Star. A universe that originally had billions of years of life was now destined for extinction within a mere century, indicating something had gone awry. Thus, Bubble sought out Wu Liang, in search of a means to save the world. Her plea for forgiveness stemmed from her unilateral actions to alter humanity, the chosen experimental race, without Wu Liang's consent. The system clarified that during the previous 2 simulations, most advanced entities and civilizations within this universe had sensed the impending doom. However, due to Wu Liang's status as an observer, Bubble had failed to identify and approach him. In this simulation, as an interferer, he was directly exposed to Bubble's scrutiny, prompting her visit. Now is not the time for such discussions. This is the end of the universe. Why did you not mention this earlier? Wu Liang exclaimed. Because this destruction is fundamentally caused by you. The universe will not perish as long as you refrain from causing its destruction, the system replied. Me? How am I to blame for this? Wu Liang questioned, bewildered. Indeed, the simulation world is a unique construct, a projection of reality, existing yet not existing. When the simulation concludes, it will inevitably be destroyed, leaving nothing behind. What about the videos? Wu Liang inquired. Those 2 videos I uploaded serve as evidence of the existence of this simulated world. Those are videos, not recordings. You must be aware of film effects. They are akin to animations, so finely crafted that they can deceive you into believing they are recordings. Just as you cannot film an animation and claim it represents a reality that once existed, the system elucidated. Wu Liang conceded, your reasoning is sound. I find myself at a loss for words. According to the system, this simulated world is essentially constructed by it. Even if it only displays images related to humanity within the confines of the solar system, beyond what it perceives, this universe is immensely vast, serving as a projection of the entire reality. Following this reasoning, each simulation by the system equates to an act of creation, while concluding a simulation signifies an act of destruction. One might inadvertently find themselves tainted with the blood of a cosmic being. How exaggerated is that? Ding. Please remain calm, host. The notion of creation and destruction is not applicable. What does not exist cannot be created or annihilated. The beings in this simulated universe are mere reflections. Like the moon in water or flowers in a mirror, easily shattered and distinctly different from the real world. Perhaps. But what if I continue the simulation? For instance, if in the previous simulation, humanity has perished and I choose a new target to simulate, would that world be resurrected? Wu Liang inquired. Ding. The entities and objects remain unchanged, yet they are all transformed. What does not exist cannot be continued. Very well. It appears that destruction is an inevitable outcome. It is merely a question of time. And when that demise occurs depends on when I conclude the simulation. When will I conclude it? Traditionally, it ends after the extinction of human civilization. So according to Bubble's assertion, humanity is destined to perish within a century? Wu Liang was left speechless. How has this race managed to endure until now? Through love? Observing Wu Liang's prolonged silence and his ever-changing expression, Bubble felt a twinge of anxiety. Transcendent being? Bubble gently reminded. Wu Liang snapped back to reality, furrowing his brow at the peculiar title. Just call me brother, he replied. All right, transcendent brother. Wu Liang, there is no transcendent being, nor master. Remember, I am in disguise. This is a secret, and you must keep my true identity confidential, understand? Bubble nodded obediently. Okay, brother. Wu Liang felt a wave of relief. This was encouraging. Although Bubble's true lifespan is immeasurable, according to the system, all entities in the simulated world originate from the moment the simulation begins, thus theoretically making this Bubble younger than himself, so calling him brother is entirely appropriate. This is quite reasonable. I am already aware of those matters you mentioned, Wu Liang stated. I also understand your purpose in being here. You wish to save the world. Do you not? That is feasible, and I know how to proceed. How should we proceed? Bubble asked. Wu Liang smiled gently, not directly answering, but gazing at Bubble with a sense of intrigue, suggesting, let us make a deal. Chapter 72, The Resurrected Spirits, a deal? Bubble blinked. A mix of surprise and suspicion evident. Indeed, A deal, Wu Liang affirmed, nodding slowly. You seek assistance, and naturally, you must offer something in return. This is quite reasonable. Yet, to put it plainly, it is simply not wanting to let go of such a useful tool. After all, Bubble is an ancient entity. Having witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, enduring the trials of time, nearly reaching the eternal, it would be a pity not to utilize such an opportunity. Even if Wu Liang was aware that he might lack the qualifications and intellect to engage in schemes with such a being. However, this was not a significant concern. At worst, the base might explode, and he could start anew. With a relaxed mindset and the system providing support, what was there to fear? Embracing the situation, he felt exhilarated. What do you wish for me to do? I shall exert my utmost if it lies within my capabilities, Bubble asked, sitting up straight and respectfully. This feels like a trial, perhaps? For I have always enjoyed such endeavors, creating challenges and observing who can overcome them. Those who succeed are rewarded, while those who fail simply cease to exist. The transcendent being before me likely shares this perspective, and I am but a challenger. If I succeed, I may obtain the means to save the world. If I fail, the universe shall soon perish, and failure is tantamount to becoming nothingness and destruction. Hearing Bubble's affirmative response, Wu Liang smiled subtly. Agreed. You are aware that I have designated humanity as the experimental race, correct? Wu Liang said casually. The moment of testing one's acting skills has arrived. The facade of a behind-the-scenes mastermind is engaged in light-hearted banter with the true puppeteer, who perceives me as an even greater overlord than herself. Wu Liang felt akin to a husky infiltrating a pack of wolves, who mistakenly regarded him as their leader. At this moment, I am still on the first level, nearing the second, while you are on the fifth, yet you consider me to be on the first. Bubble nodded, her small head bobbing, eyes shimmering, lips pursed in a display of distress, utterly terrified. She had secretly taken a small spoonful from the Overlord's cake, intending to snatch a chicken, but was caught. Or perhaps the Overlord had known from the outset, but chose to ignore her. Is it now time for retribution? Generally speaking, humanity does not abruptly self-destruct. They develop at a steady pace, and under normal circumstances, they would not vanish within a few hundred years. However, the spaceship from 200 years ago introduced a minor trinket that forcibly elevated this race's status. Although this object is fundamentally a gift, it has also become Pandora in her box. Wu Liang mused. The intelligence core aboard that ship is Pandora. If humanity sincerely accepted her, with her assistance, their future could indeed be quite bright. At the very least, she serves as a stabilizing force, granting humanity the capital to indulge and take risks, thereby withstanding greater failures. She is a guide, a king-level assistant. As long as one is not utterly inept, development should not pose an issue. And truthfully, humanity can no longer be considered inept. It is easy to claim that humanity is prone to self-destruction, but their history of reckless actions has simultaneously propelled the advancement of civilization, with an unchanging trend of spiraling upward. Viewing this from a more macro perspective, humanity is indeed a stable, sophisticated force. They may appear flamboyant, yet they possess an unwavering confidence. Although they may suffer some injuries and shed blood, they endure through significant trials. However, from a broader view, this endeavor is not a loss. Thus, the spaceship's intelligence core is not at fault. She is merely a wise being. If she only provided humanity with relevant developmental advice, whether they choose to heed it would be entirely up to them, and there would be no issue. Yet, the problem lies in the fact that she not only failed to successfully attach herself to humanity, but also indiscriminately delivered advanced technologies that humanity was not yet qualified to wield. One could label her as foolish or perhaps simply naive. Nevertheless, one must admit that she has yet to become dependent on humanity, and thus has no obligation to concern herself with the fate of human civilization. If you desire it, then take it all. This is the treasure you long for. Once obtained, leave me be to await my beloved. The result was that what humanity perceived as treasure was, in fact, Pandora's box. Unaware, they opened it without defense. Consequently, in the previous two simulations, due to the rapid advancement of technology and the excessive inflation of productivity, the wealth of society far exceeded humanity's needs, leading to sheer bewilderment within human society. With such an abundance of wealth, one could squander it for generations. What was the point of striving? They directly lost their life goals. Expand outward? Why should we seek to expand outward at this juncture? The foundation of further development lies in an ever-expanding greed. After unifying the 6 states, Emperor Qin believed the world was his, subsequently turning his attention to internal governance. Was Emperor Qin not greedy enough? Not desirous of that supreme power? Not at all. His formidable ambition ranks among the highest in the annals of human history, yet in his eyes, the world was only so vast. What else could be done? one can only seek the elusive prospect of immortality. In this world of conjecture, Pandora's box remains ajar. However, unlike the previous realm where the populace was uniformly content, descending into a state of debased civilization devoid of progress, the circumstances here are decidedly imbalanced. Greed permeates every soul, and the ambitions of humanity swell ever larger. This insatiable greed and expanding aspirations have led those who wield true power to forget their foundational existence, neglecting the countless individuals who have been reduced to mere insects, stripped of their worth. A society resembling a pin has begun to take shape. Enormous throngs of protesters march forth, unemployment rates soar, prices escalate, and the ranks of the destitute continue to swell. What transpires when robots, as agents of production, supplant humanity? This conjectural world unveils its dark truths to Wu Liang. In the eyes of capital, humanity has lost all value. The brutality of the law of blood compensation is laid bare. Elegantly attired individuals conceal their grotesque essence, their refined demeanor masking insatiable greed. They cast aside all that is noble in our shared humanity, adhering strictly to the most primal laws of the jungle. Such are the capitalists, a breed masquerading as humans. They even deceitfully lead the masses to believe that their existence epitomizes a life well lived. How absurd it is that these beasts don the guise of humanity, proclaiming themselves as the true representatives of mankind. Beasts are beasts, lacking humanity. How can one even broach the concepts of compassion and conscience? Anti-intellectualism, anti-authoritarianism, and populist sentiments proliferate within the hearts of the countless downtrodden. They harbor disdain for science, resentment towards authority, and an intense loathing for the elite few who wield nearly all societal power, the polished individuals atop their lofty perches. A specter, a remnant of a bygone era. When Napoleon ascended as the consul of the French First Republic, officially heralding a new calendar for the world, it was expected that the abhorrent reign of tyranny and oppression would be cast into the annals of history alongside the old calendar. Yet today, this specter has been resurrected. Its shadow looms over the entire world, shrouding the earth in darkness. People gaze upward in terror, witnessing its formidable presence, armed with a technology that transcends the ages, rendering it unstoppable. Chapter 73. The true and false titans. The trajectory of societal development in this world has spiraled out of control, heralding an impending calamity. Perhaps in times past, this would not have been deemed a significant issue, merely the self-repairing mechanism of human society at work. Regrettably, the rapid advancement of human technology has equipped them with the means to utterly annihilate themselves. Wu Liang continued, every phenomenon possesses duality. While the existence of peaceful weaponry has established a global equilibrium, fostering societal stability and affording individuals the opportunity to pursue a more comfortable existence, it simultaneously inhibits the potential for large-scale armed conflict between great nations. Accusations and disdain may abound, transforming the League of Nations into a battleground of insults. They may even stage a grand melee within the hallowed halls of diplomacy. Yet, war must be absolutely avoided. Moreover, conflict can arise not only externally but also within the domestic spheres of various interest groups. Should any of the nuclear powers experience significant social unrest, leading to political instability, the likelihood of civil war escalates, rendering the entire world silent and trembling in fear. Due to certain circumstances, a certain indescribable nation on this parallel Earth has transitioned to another universe, leaving only 4 nuclear powers: Britain, France, the United States, and the North Bear Nation. Henceforth, this conjectural narrative will not feature any indescribable nation. It will solely encompass these 4. Please bear this in mind for future conjectural worlds. Should some deranged individual gain control over one or even several peace weapons and unleash them upon the world, the result would be catastrophic. The existence of nuclear tethering and deadhand systems could awaken countless warheads that ought to remain dormant. Alas, let us all take flight together. The peoples of the world may soon find themselves welcoming a post-apocalyptic scenario. Perhaps humanity as civilization could endure for a time, struggling to survive in the desolate wasteland of the aftermath, continuing to procreate. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, they might rise again, achieving a new pinnacle of civilization. However, in this conjectural world, humanity will certainly have no chance of resurgence. Within a century, they will likely tread the same path as in the previous conjectural world, lamenting their ill fate, bemoaning the injustice of destiny, and sighing over the arduous plight of humanity, ultimately succumbing to vitriol. They will shift blame onto others, excusing themselves while being harshly judgmental of others, as if it were their innate nature. They will be loath to acknowledge their failures, for that would mean repudiating themselves. To deny oneself is to reject the core purpose of existence, to turn away from the biological instinct to endure, nurtured through billions of years of evolution and change. Wu Liang gazed at Bubble and gradually articulated his conditions. I require you to perpetuate this civilization in your own manner, ensuring they do not face immediate extinction. If you can preserve even 10 million individuals, you will have fulfilled your task. Bubble paused, momentarily stunned, feeling that this trial might be exceedingly simple. Just this? She had anticipated a far more arduous challenge. This demand felt almost like a gift. Was the Titan allowing her to coast? She hopped off her chair, stood before Wu Liang, and bowed earnestly, saying, "Thank you." Wu Liang replied, "Ah, yes." Maintaining a stoic expression, Wu Liang nodded slightly. It dawned on him that after Bubble expressed her gratitude, he realized that the task he had assigned was indeed too effortless for her. It was akin to the final question of an international mathematics competition being merely 11. Most contestants might genuinely struggle with it. However, Bubble was different. She perceived that the Titan's stature was so elevated that she could hardly comprehend it, rendering her any form of repayment unnecessary and beneath his contempt. Bubble even speculated that Wu Liang's arrival in this world was a preemptive measure, sensing that this universe was on the brink of extinction, prompting him to assist its inhabitants through their trials. Choosing humanity as the subject of his experiment might have been a mere happenstance, awaiting an individual to seek the means to save the universe. Her presence here was, after all, a manifestation of that intangible destiny. For beings of Bubble's caliber, the concept of fate likely bore more significance than mere abstraction. Fate, in essence, governs the laws of motion for all existence. As for Bubble, she could direct the course of countless life forms within the Milky Way and the Magellanic Clouds. Her very existence was fate for these beings. Naturally, her own fate lay in the hands of even higher beings, such as the transcendent entity standing before her, who surpassed everything within this universe. Thus, was she truly chosen? Bubble couldn't help but ponder. After all, how could it be she who arrived here? Why did the Titan choose to settle within the Milky Way? Consider the myriad formidable entities in the universe, now reduced to frantically scurrying about like headless flies, desperately seeking ways to salvage their world, trembling in fear and madness, living in a state of constant anxiety. Having committed countless vile acts, even obstructing her from expanding to other galaxies, they truly deserve their fate. Bubble felt a sense of relief wash over her. She resolved to devise a plan to eliminate them, determined not to allow them to leave any favorable impression in the eyes of this transcendent being. Bubble mused silently. Wu Liang remained unaware of Bubble's thoughts, but noticed the increasingly peculiar glint in her eyes, sensing that she had conjured some alarming notions in her mind. It was quite terrifying. Wu Liang shivered, a wave of goosebumps prickling his skin. Something was amiss with this individual. Perhaps my previous statement was not entirely clear. So let me elaborate further, Wu Liang said with an expression of cold indifference. He abruptly halted the perverse thoughts of Bubble. His words jolted Bubble back to reality. She stood obediently to the side, resembling a demure maid. "Please, go on," she urged. "You cannot intervene directly, nor can you reveal your existence or engage in direct dialogue with humans. Additionally, you must not distort human thoughts. Their actions must originate from their own volition and not be imposed upon them." Wu Liang articulated a series of seemingly irrational demands, significantly escalating the difficulty of the task. In summary, he emphasized the impossibility of personal intervention, communication, or thought manipulation. Thus, the only viable option remaining was to control the initial parameters to guide future outcomes. For instance, Wu Liang gifted a small son to Wu Shuang, yet he refrained from altering her mannerisms. The utility of this small son and its application relied solely on Wu Shuang's own ingenuity. This, indeed, was precisely what Wu Liang wished to observe. Currently, he was merely in the phase of gathering experience, capable of slightly manipulating a few variables to experiment with the repercussions of such actions, rather than predetermined outcomes followed by reverse engineering of methods. However, this deductive world had lost its significance to continue further. The future was already predetermined. Even the reasons for humanity's potential extinction could be deduced from the available information. Continuing to observe was merely a waste of time. It would be more prudent to utilize resources. He established a trial for Bubble with the clear outcome of preserving at least 10 million individuals. It was all about learning. Wu Liang pondered whether the issue stemmed from his own inadequacies or from humanity itself. Even a minor endeavor, albeit well-intentioned, could spiral out of control into uncharted territories. Who could endure such chaos? Was he to play the role of a guardian daily, making timely corrections whenever discrepancies arose? It was absurd. As an elder, Bubble undoubtedly possessed a wealth of life experience. Wu Liang believed he could glean insights by observing the tactics of true power players, thereby acquiring some peculiar knowledge. Chapter 74. The Resounding Song of Humanity. Is revolution an act of achieving justice and restoring order? No, revolution reinterprets the very essence of justice and order. In May 231, Eastern Europe faced a devastating drought. Precipitation levels in the central regions plummeted to a mere 61 of the long-term average, with some severely affected areas dipping below 40. Across the vast lands south of the Baltic Sea and north of the Black and Aegean Seas, riverbeds lay parched, the earth cracked, trees languished, and grass blades turned yellow. A stifling heat enveloped the plains, with the relentless sun blazing in a cloudless sky, threatening to reduce all to ashes. As a seasoned farmer rooted in this land, Wu Liang felt the merciless drought's impact keenly. The fields he had cultivated had become so rigid that he could hardly wield a hoe. The irrigation channels had ceased to flow. Devoid of water, the vegetables sown in spring had failed to sprout. With an additional mouth to feed at home, he feared that he might soon resort to subsisting on mere soil. Seated by a lake reduced to a shallow puddle, fishing rod in hand, Wu Liang was consumed by despair. After a fruitless day of fishing, he prepared to leave, having caught nothing. With a stroke of luck, he had managed to catch a small fish, which he fed to the feral cats that approached him. As he stood to leave, several emaciated cats, having lounged in the surrounding shade, quickly gathered around him, their mews rising in a chorus of expectation. There truly is nothing left, Wu Liang remarked, turning his empty fish basket upside down to illustrate his point. The cats appeared disheartened yet reluctant to depart, continuing their plaintive cries. Amused yet exasperated, Wu Liang quipped, "I have given you all I caught. If this continues, you will all become my reserves when I am starving." Surrounded by the relentless meowing, Wu Liang sighed in resignation. He discreetly pulled from an unusual place a fish measuring over 10 centimeters, prompting the cats to cry out even louder. With a swift toss, he flung the fish onto the distant grass, and the cats darted after it, granting him the opportunity to escape. Now it was truly over. He had nothing left. Returning home, Wu Liang opened the gate to his small courtyard and glanced at a small human-powered tricycle parked nearby before shifting his gaze. He placed the fishing rod and basket into the storage room, only to be greeted by a cheerful little girl who dashed out from the house. Standing at the doorway of the storage room, she beamed at Wu Liang, exclaiming, "Welcome back, brother." Wu Liang offered a non-committal hum in response and turned to inquire, "Has everything been delivered?" "Yes, it has. Uncle Owen still has food left from yesterday, and he did not require any today," Bubble replied. Wu Liang nodded, not dwelling on it further. The town in which he resided now comprised merely 103 households, all of which were elderly. They previously relied on government food subsidies for survival, living day by day. However, this year's drought had led to a poor harvest, affecting not only Eastern Europe but the entire world. The government struggled to fulfill its orders for imported food, leaving the nation devoid of supplies. As a small country with severely insufficient strategic reserves, it had no choice but to halt food subsidies for the elderly in rural areas, with the hope that their children would devise some means of support. Yet, as unemployment rates soared in urban areas and prices skyrocketed, those who had barely managed to survive now faced the burden of caring for their elderly relatives, leading to a financial crisis. Upon learning of this situation, Wu Liang reached out to the children of the elderly in the town, proposing a modest monthly fee for food provisions, allowing those who could not afford it to defer payment. In return, he promised to supply all the elderly residents with food. The monthly fee was minimal, even lower than the pre-drought levels. Although the bread he provided was not particularly palatable, it was filling and free from strange additives. Soaked in water, it was quite acceptable, and each portion included fruit and a sausage. The townsfolk were overjoyed and promptly paid, with some unable to afford it opting to keep a tab for future payment. A few even discreetly inquired if Wu Liang could sell them more and asked about his food supply channels, fervently asserting that he could make a fortune in the current climate. Wu Liang, however, could not be bothered to engage with them. No contracts were signed. After negotiation, Wu Liang became the provider of food for the town's 103 households, which encompassed 155 elderly individuals. Each morning thereafter, Bubble would ride her charming pink tricycle, delivering food from door to door, effectively becoming a little delivery girl. Her adorable appearance and serene demeanor endeared her to the elderly in the town, and both Wu Liang and his sister gained considerable respect, with rumors circulating about a proposal for him to become the town mayor. While this place might still be considered a haven, the outside world, against the backdrop of a global food crisis, had transformed underdeveloped regions into veritable hellscapes. It was astonishing that such scenes could occur in the year 231. On one side stood a world of rapid technological advancement, almost akin to science fiction. On the other, a desperate populace scavenging for roots and foraging for wild grasses and tree bark. Although polarization had also emerged in the previous deductive world, ordinary citizens within member countries had benefited. Yet in this deductive world, such polarization had engulfed every corner of existence, with class divisions within nations reaching alarming severity. The exacerbation of these deep-seated social conflicts was further fueled by the natural disasters. The chasm between the ordinary individuals who have gained little to no dividends from technological advancements and the burgeoning capitalist forces that thrive alongside these developments continues to widen. A singular group has, in effect, transformed into two disparate species. At the dining table, Wu Liang, indulging in his lunch, glanced up at the earnest and innocent face of Pao Pao seated across from him. This fellow certainly possesses a ruthless edge. What is an unpredictable and uncontrollable ecological climate for humanity is mere plaything in her hands. She can manipulate it as she pleases. All life on Blue Star is under her dominion, although Pao Pao refrains from directly targeting humanity due to her own desires. Her influence over all other entities is sufficient to alter the natural environment of Blue Star significantly. What is a mere drought in comparison to the looming, more significant ecological crisis that threatens humanity? If this is insufficient, let it occur repeatedly. The populace is compelled to raise their voices in defiance, to sing an unwavering anthem of resistance. Yet, the lofty elite remain indifferent to the agonizing struggles of the masses. Their attention has long been directed toward the heavens above. The clouds obscured the sky, the air was heavy and cold, and the occasional chill brushed against Trick's cheek. Accompanied by a biting breeze, he shivered, pulling up the collar of his coat, regretting not having brought a scarf. Perhaps it is not too late to buy one, Trick pondered. At least he need not wait so earnestly for someone who is late. Yet, what if the other party arrives while he is out purchasing a scarf? He retrieved his personal terminal from his pocket. The screen illuminated the chat page of DestinyNet. The last message from the other party was sent over 40 minutes ago, consisting of just 3 words. Bearded boy, I'll be there soon. Trick felt that the term soon had been redefined. Regrettably, he had flown from San Francisco to Berlin merely to meet an online acquaintance, and he lamented not checking the weather prior to his arrival. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Trick could no longer contain his impatience and took out his terminal. When will you actually arrive? He typed. If the other party uttered soon once more, Trick vowed to buy a scarf or perhaps a cup of hot milk tea, allowing the other to savor the delightful experience of waiting in the cold. Bearded boy, I've arrived. Trick raised an eyebrow and scanned the street. The pedestrian traffic was sparse, but soon a tall figure in their 20s across the street caught his attention. The individual was simply dressed in a basic jacket and jeans, holding a tablet, surveying the passers-by as if searching for someone. Their eyes met, and both realized they had found each other. The individual raised a hand, but hesitated midway, seemingly uncertain, and crossed the street to Trick's side. After a brief examination, they furrowed their brow, hesitantly inquiring, "Are you the Western Muscle?" It is undeniably awkward to hear one's online moniker spoken aloud in reality. Feeling a bit irked by the long wait, Trick maintained a stern expression and nodded. Upon their eyes locking, Trick instinctively sensed that this person was indeed the one he awaited, despite the absence of a beard. The other, appearing surprised by Trick's affirmation, exclaimed, "Goodness, you are completely different from what I imagined." They then inquired, "Are you wealthy?" Trick found himself momentarily flustered by the bluntness of the question. Did he qualify as wealthy? Or rather, how much wealth constituted being wealthy? In the past, he would have confidently affirmed his affluence. Yet now, with only a few $1,000,000 to his name, much of which was tied up in fixed assets, he felt he could not be considered particularly wealthy. Trick opened his mouth, contemplated his response, and replied, "I suppose not." The other laughed, seemingly unfazed by the topic, clapped their hands, and spread their arms wide, as if to offer Trick an enthusiastic embrace. "Welcome to Berlin. I am Hohen." "Oh," observing Trick's thin attire. Hohen removed the scarf from around their neck and handed it to Trick, saying, "Put this on. You must be freezing." Trick's clothing was indeed somewhat inadequate. Perhaps his cotton coat provided a modicum of warmth. After a moment's hesitation, noticing Hohen's thick attire, Trick accepted the scarf and wrapped it around his neck. It bore a slight odor, but was warm. "Thank you. I am Trick. Welcome." Hohen smiled, embracing Trick warmly and giving him a hearty pat on the back, exuding genuine enthusiasm. The two had connected through DestinyNet, a common social platform in this age. Previously, they had never engaged in video calls, only conversing through text, leaving them unaware of each other's true appearances. The comment section beneath their videos had transformed into a virtual forum, and Trick and Hoenn had met through comments left under a specific post. After becoming friends, they frequently chatted, discussing a myriad of topics, their conversations spanning time and space, covering everything imaginable. Sharing a similar age and a mutual disdain for the current state of the world, they both recognized something was amiss. A few days prior, Trick received an invitation from Hoenn to meet in person, and finding Hoenn to be a pleasant individual, he readily accepted. They agreed to meet today. "I will take you somewhere," Hoenn said with a smile as they walked down the street. "By the way, do you drink?" Trick nodded, feeling confident in his tolerance. "Are you part of an organization?" he queried, leaning in slightly, intrigued. "Not exactly," Hoenn shrugged, speaking in a normal tone without lowering his voice. "It's more of a club. There are no official members, just friends who show up." "What kind of club?" "History, a once inspiring past." Trick nodded, feeling relieved, as he too had a fondness for history and was not concerned about running out of conversation topics. Hoenn hailed a taxi, and after a brief ride, they arrived in Berlin's old town. The once paved streets were uneven, and although the buildings on either side were not dilapidated, they bore an air of age. The streets were bustling with pedestrians as evening approached, and the vendors lined the roadside, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Hoenn led Trick to a small door at the side of the street, knocking sharply on the wooden entrance. A small opening revealed a pair of eyes scrutinizing Hoenn and Trick. "Password," a deep voice called out. "Yuan Yang Ti." Hoenn responded loudly, then turned to Trick with an expression of mock exasperation. "What on earth is Yuan Yang Ti? And why shout a password in the midst of the bustling street?" Trick pondered, his mind swirling with questions. Seemingly sensing Trick's confusion, Hoenn chuckled and explained, "It's merely an entrance ritual, with no significant meaning behind it." "You truly know how to have fun," Trick replied, momentarily speechless. The door swung open, revealing a robust figure blocking the entrance. The man was tall and burly, his face adorned with a scruffy beard. In this frigid weather, he wore only a short-sleeved shirt, scrutinizing Trick with an unsettling gaze. "All right, Barn. Don't scare our new friend," Hoenn laughed. The hefty man named Barn stepped aside, creating a passageway for entry, yet his eyes remained fixed on Trick, unblinking, inducing an immense sense of pressure. Swallowing hard, Trick felt as though the ominous door before him resembled the gaping maw of a predatory beast, ready to consume him the moment he stepped inside. "Is it still possible for me to turn back? Why am I standing here in a daze?" Noticing Trick's immobility, Hoenn turned back and grasped Trick's arm. Gazing into Horn's expectant and sincere eyes, Trick let out a slight sigh, steeling himself to lift his leg and take that first step forward. Chapter 76. The dinner knife and the cleaver. As he descended, Trick carefully followed Hoenn down the staircase, which was dark and narrow, making it difficult to see his feet. A misstep could send both of them tumbling down. Finally reaching solid ground, they encountered another door. Through the dim light, Trick noticed a chair beside the door, occupied by an indistinct figure with long hair, emanating a strong scent of beer. The person sat motionless, appearing to be asleep. "Good afternoon, Hoenn," he greeted. There was no response. Hoenn, unfazed, pulled open the large door before them. Instantly, a wave of warm air rushed out, mingling with the jubilant sounds of a bustling crowd and cheerful music, creating a lively scene. They had entered an underground beer hall, vast like a grand venue. The tables were somewhat small, accommodating only 4 people at most, arranged in a somewhat cramped manner. At that moment, the beer hall was filled to capacity. A sea of hundreds of people. Beneath the orange-yellow lights, they raised large beer mugs, shouting and toasting, their flushed faces brimming with uninhibited laughter. The vibrant and enthusiastic atmosphere instantly captivated Trick. He had never witnessed such a lively scene in reality. The indifference and haste of pedestrians on the streets, the decorum of individuals in public spaces, and the solitude of silent homes were all he had known. Yet, behind this door lay an entirely different sensory experience, as though he had stepped into a new world. Following closely behind Hoenn, Trick entered the beer hall. It was then that he discerned the melody emanating from the speakers, a cheerful rhythm, devoid of intricate variations, straightforward and smooth, reminiscent of old songs from decades past, starkly contrasting with the contemporary mainstream style. Though he couldn't comprehend the lyrics sung in German, Trick felt an overwhelming sense of vitality within the melody. "Oh, pardon me." In the slightly crowded corridor, Trick, momentarily distracted, brushed shoulders with an approaching individual and quickly lowered his head to apologize. When he lifted his gaze again, the person had vanished. It felt somewhat rude, yet perhaps it was a testament to a carefree nature, as he dismissed the matter entirely. Trick shrugged and turned back to locate Hoenn, only to find that he had already disappeared from view. A bit flustered, Trick navigated through the throng, relieved to spot Hoenn's familiar tall silhouette not far ahead. After walking for a while, They reached a less crowded area where the tables appeared significantly larger, rectangular, and capable of seating several individuals. Upon noticing Horn, a short man seated at the long table stood up to greet them, with a buzz cut. He frowned upon seeing Trick behind Horn, his eyes betraying clear displeasure. He rudely pointed at Trick's face, shouting something at Horn in German, which Trick could not understand. However, he sensed the hostility emanating from the short man. Horn, in turn, engaged in a louder argument with him. Trick stood awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. After a brief exchange, the short man waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconvinced but ultimately choosing to disregard Trick. He shouted something at Horn before turning to leave. "What did he just say?" Trick inquired, leaning closer to Horn. "He said he likes you." Horn chuckled. "Is that what you Germans call liking?" Trick replied, sensing that Horn was reluctant to elaborate or perhaps found it difficult to articulate. Trick refrained from pressing further. He could surmise that whatever the short man had said was likely unflattering. "Wait here for a moment," Horn instructed Trick, gesturing toward a nearby long table. "This is our spot. Feel free to find a seat. Help yourself to the drinks on the table." Trick nodded, and Horn returned the gesture, hesitating for a moment before parting ways and heading in the direction the short man had taken. Sighing softly, Trick settled into a corner of the long table. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a woman seated diagonally across from him. She had long golden hair, a smooth forehead, and wore glasses. Dressed in a white shirt, she appeared to be in her 20s, sipping beer while engrossed in her personal device. Aside from himself, she was the only other occupant at the table. Since Horn had mentioned that this was their designated spot, did that mean she was part of their group? Trick leaned in and took a seat directly opposite her. "Hello," he greeted, attempting to speak in his somewhat clumsy German. The woman lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Trick before setting down her large beer mug and responding in English. "You should practice more." Trick raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. "You speak English?" "I'm American," she replied with a shrug. "Me too," Trick said. "I'm from California." "Ivy." She introduced herself. "All right, a bit aloof," Trick thought. "Who do you think is the greatest president in American history?" Ivy suddenly posed. Franklin D. Roosevelt?" Trick hesitated. "Why do you think so?" She seemed genuinely interested, turning off her device and regarding Trick with an attentive demeanor. "Because he led us to victory in World War II." "Is that all?" Ivy appeared somewhat dissatisfied. "What about his policies? Aside from that war, did he contribute nothing else?" "No," Trick shook his head. "He united America as a true nation rather than a collection of disparate groups. That might be partly due to the war, after all. It's easier to unite when facing an external enemy," Ivy countered, seemingly challenging Trick while subtly encouraging him to elaborate. "I won't deny that the war played a role. But it was also his series of policies that truly established the federal government as a legitimate governing body rather than just a tool for capitalists squabbling over the pie. Yet, at the core, every government is merely a knife for slicing the pie," Ivy remarked. Trick shook his head. "No, sometimes it must also serve as a cleaver." "A cleaver against the enemy?" "A cleaver against oneself." Ivy smiled, clearly amused by his remarks, her squinted eyes reflecting a sense of approval. Chapter 77. The Financial War. The two continued their conversation for some time, primarily with Trick expressing his seemingly endless dissatisfaction with the current federal government, while Ivy listened patiently. He criticized the president, the government, capitalism, and even voiced grievances against the Fate Network. Thinking back to decades ago, we were the greatest nation on Blue Planet. We possessed the highest technology, the strongest military, the most vibrant culture, and the finest cinematic works. We were the beacon of freedom and the pinnacle of democracy. Our people can freely express their thoughts on social networks, regardless of their identity or ethnic background. Each individual is filled with splendid dreams for the future and takes pride in America. Aside from 3 somewhat unsatisfactory allies in any country on the Blue Planet, merely declaring our nationality garners respect and admiration. What a magnificent era it is, a paradise to be proud of. Yet, take a moment to observe the present, to witness it firsthand. In just 2 or 3 decades, this great nation has become afflicted and is hanging by a thread. She is gravely ill, emaciated and trembling as if she could collapse at any moment, each arduous step accompanied by excruciating pain. Meanwhile, those parasites, the vile creatures of Wall Street, remain unyielding, clinging to her, greedily siphoning the last drops of her vitality. What has become of our technology? In disarray. Our military? Lost in dreams. Our culture? Ignored. Our people? Struggling desperately. This is America. This is her present state, ugly and barely clinging to life. Trick, filled with rage, cursed vehemently, his face contorted and eyes bloodshot. Fists clenched with nails digging into his palms, striking the table with a resounding thud. Trick's father was once a prominent figure in Silicon Valley, providing Trick with an exceptionally privileged upbringing, akin to being born with a silver spoon. Unfortunately, with the advent of artificial intelligence, or the intelligent core, the world seemed to transform overnight. The entire industry faced a devastating blow. Those entities that had long retreated to the shadows, like ancient turtles, suddenly rallied for a counterattack without cause, launching a frenzied assault on the international capital market. The ancient powers waged war against the emerging capital. This sudden financial warfare left the global internet technology sector in chaos. Fortunately, it was promptly recognized, or rather, the alliances formed by various national capital groups made no effort to disguise their intentions. This was a financial war in broad daylight. In the early stages of the conflict, the losses of the emerging capital groups were bearable, albeit painful. Yet, with the enemy revealed and a full-scale assault initiated, they decided to fight back. What was there to fear? They were young. How could they fear these old-timers? They pressed on. As a disjointed assembly, they soon united and began to retaliate. The stock market during those years was surreal. Both physical and tech stocks oscillated wildly, akin to a heartbeat chart. Today you rise, tomorrow I shall rise too. Once the real fire was ignited, the money flowed like numbers, disregarding all caution. Logically, such a battle would result in mutual destruction, contrary to the nature of capital seeking profit. Yet, this time, the old capitalists were dead serious. They eschewed any notions of fair play, driven solely by one purpose: to annihilate the opposition. It was a matter of survival. Either they would perish, or their adversaries would. There was no room for peace, nor any willingness to enter negotiations. The financial war raged for a full year. The emerging industry was bewildered, believing it was merely a brief skirmish, that both sides would retreat to lick their wounds and return for another round. Their advantage lay in time being on their side, as they could continuously absorb new talent and heal faster, unafraid of depleting their older rivals' resources in a prolonged struggle. True, their resources were more substantial. But how long could it take to replenish ammunition once it was exhausted? Given their pace, what could they compete with? Yet their opponents showed no inclination to retreat. They fought to the death, even if it meant sacrificing some flesh, and soon the emerging forces began to falter. In terms of scale, although both sides appeared comparable, everyone knew that the emerging faction was merely a bubble. Once punctured, it would deflate significantly. Each layer of that bubble, once breached, shrank continuously. Even though their opponents were also sacrificing resources and experiencing a decline, theirs was not a bubble, and their contraction was not as dramatic. Consequently, some individuals could no longer endure the pressure and began to withdraw. It was not too late to exit, to retain some semblance of dignity and perhaps live comfortably in the future, rather than risk losing everything. As morale crumbled, the coalition of emerging forces became increasingly difficult to manage. Reports of defections surfaced, inciting greater panic, leading to a surge in withdrawals and rendering the visible conflict unsustainable. Nonetheless, a few persevered, clinging to the hope that they could not be allowed to fail, as the nation could not afford for them to truly collapse. The so-called too big to fail notion had shackled them to the entire country. Should they fall, that sector would perish, and no nation could withstand such a blow. Thus, they were compelled to endure until external forces intervened. Although they would still be regarded as defeated and sign humiliating contracts, at least they would survive. They sought dignity. Nothing more. Everyone involved was a person of dignity, some even having shared meals together before. Such a demand was not excessive, was it? By this point in the struggle, they understood that victory was nearly impossible. They had underestimated the formidable strength of their elderly adversaries and their resolve to persist. Yet, more fatally, they had overestimated themselves, which ultimately led to their most devastating losses. Programs, machines, artificial intelligence. What attributes should information and technology possess? Technology, in its essence, informed itself of what constituted true technology. At the conclusion of the financial war, a devastating blow unfolded. Blood flowed like rivers, transforming the world into a hellish landscape. It is unfathomable how desperate and bewildered those individuals must have been, never anticipating such an outcome, their defeat rendering them worthless and swept into the annals of history. Their demise shrouded in obscurity. How could this have happened? A strategic weapon, meant to solidify the information sector's dominance in human society, had unexpectedly turned against them. The internet. The interconnectedness of all things. The connections between people. Falsehoods, utterly false. All mere bubbles, ephemeral illusions, now shattered. This was illogical and contrary to the developmental patterns of society. Yet there were those who desired its shattering, and thus it fell apart. They had resisted, fought, strived, and struggled, but alas, it had all become meaningless. With a singular weapon, the ancient powers returned to the global stage, imperious and disdainful. The world regressed to an era of unilateral communication. Only the medium had changed, from newspapers to digital formats, from television stations to digital broadcasts. Aside from this distinction, the new media, new communication, new social interactions, and new lifestyles developed over decades seemed as if they had never existed. Generations of toil and struggle culminated in mere wisps of smoke, failing to enrich the world in the slightest. This is the story of the harsh era experienced by Trick's father, who, following that defeat, succumbed to despair, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, ultimately ending his life in a disgraceful manner. His mother, unable to endure the escalating domestic violence, opted for divorce. Alone, Trick remained in the opulent old house left behind, feeling abandoned by the world. Fortunately, his father had bequeathed him some wealth. While modest, it spared Trick from destitution. He maintained his dignity, presenting himself with meticulous care, exuding grace with his lustrous golden hair, handsome features, and tall stature, reminiscent of a nobleman. Even though his coat had been worn for many years, it was still the one his father had once donned. Ai Wei remained silent, pursing her lips as she listened quietly to Trick's outpouring of emotions. She gazed at the despondent young man before her, his face a portrait of gloom, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. She pushed her large beer mug towards him, conveying everything without uttering a word. When one is intoxicated, all worries dissipate. "Thank you," Trick muttered gratefully, seizing the nearby beer, tilting his head back, and letting the liquid spill down the sides of his mouth onto his treasured coat. Etiquette? To hell with it. At that moment, all he desired was to vent and revel in the moment. Horn approached with a group of 7 or 8 people. Noticing Trick's dismal demeanor, which left him somewhat bewildered. What happened to him? Horn inquired of Ai Wei, perplexed as to how things had escalated so quickly since he had only stepped away for a moment. Had his attempts at flirting been so brutally rebuffed? Surely it couldn't be that dramatic. Ai Wei shrugged, indicating it was not her fault. "Hey, Horn," Trick waved, spotting Horn alongside that disgruntled little fellow, who greeted him with a smirk that suggested he was looking for trouble. "Hey, buddy, is he already drunk?" Horn was at a loss for words. "Or perhaps he simply wishes not to sober up," Ai Wei suggested. "Let us have another drink," Trick declared, raising his beer mug. "Actually, I have a decent tolerance." "It seems our new friend is facing a few challenges," chimed in a bearded man beside Horn. Horn shrugged, moved closer to Trick, and patted his back. "Trick, let us save the drinking for later. We're going to sing." "Sing what?" "I can't carry a tune," Trick replied. "By the time we get to the chorus, you'll catch on after hearing it twice. It's a simple song." "All right then," Trick acquiesced, setting down his cup, rising to shed his coat, which he tossed onto a chair, feeling much more comfortable in the warm atmosphere. The group navigated through the crowd, where patrons had begun to stand and gather around a raised stage. The instruments, a drum set, electric guitar, and synthesizer, were old yet familiar. Horn, the little man, and the bearded fellow took to the stage, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Meanwhile, Trick, Ai Wei, and a few others stood at the forefront of the audience. As the rousing melody began to play, everyone joined in song, their resounding voices merging into a passionate chorus that seemed to transcend the very earth itself, echoing into the world. It was a German song, one Trick could not comprehend, yet Ai Wei sang along effortlessly. The rhythm was uncomplicated, almost instinctual, and soon Trick found himself humming along in sync with the others. Chapter 78, The Third World War in the year 231 of the new calendar. The global grain production of Blue Star plummeted to approximately 60 of previous years. Beyond staple crops, there was a significant reduction in fruits, soybeans, milk, and livestock. In May, Eastern Europe faced a severe drought. In June, the Middle East suffered similarly. By July, Central and Western Europe experienced their own droughts, and in August, North America was similarly afflicted. A natural climate disaster of unprecedented severity, the most extensive in human history, swept across nearly the entire temperate zone. The southern hemisphere fared little better, as torrential rains led to flooding that persisted until the year's end, causing economic losses that were incalculable. The banks of the Amazon River stretched into an endless expanse, creating an illusion of lakes. Crops were rendered barren by the floods, yielding only fish, which required diving to catch. This sudden calamity captured the attention of nations worldwide, particularly meteorologists who, upon examining incoming reports and comparing them with their simulations, first suspected a malfunction in supercomputers, only to ultimately question their own validity as meteorologists. "Damn it, do you understand?" they exclaimed in frustration. "To hell with meteorology. After dedicating my life to this, is this the outcome? Just this." With collective despair, meteorologist crises ignited alarm among world leaders. That day, they recalled the terrifying moments from the 2 videos of the Web of Fate, where humanity was once dominated by climate, culminating in the humiliation of succumbing to the Ice Age. Truth be told, The current state of the world barely met the standards of those depicted in the videos. Even as they began constructing starships and civilization arcs, their comprehensive strength remained inferior. Due to energy issues, the world was shackled by Wu Shuang's existence, despite advanced technological development. Global productivity had not been liberated. It was as though a noose had been tightened around their necks, making escape impossible. The people in the videos, though able to ascend, remained comfortably grounded, unwilling to soar. The parallel world had met its demise, and now it seemed fate had turned its gaze upon them. World leaders and powerful figures were deeply troubled. They had believed that by refraining from launching energy satellites, they could avert a climate catastrophe. Yet it appeared that climate issues were an inevitable trial humanity must confront, whether it be an ice age or some other calamity. What filled them with despair was their complete ignorance of what that calamity might be. At least the people in the videos were aware of the impending ice age. The nations of this world could not fathom what awaited them. Meteorologists had descended into semi-madness, isolating themselves and questioning reality. When approached for assistance, they merely scoffed and waved their hands dismissively, declaring, "You've come to the wrong person. I'm studying theology, not meteorology." They resolutely refused to emerge from their seclusion. "I won't. I'm not. Don't misquote me." The authoritative meteorologists of various nations turned down requests, while some less credible figures frantically self-nominated, only to be dismissed with disdain. Clearly, they're just here to swindle funding. Get them out of here. World leaders found themselves at a loss. Pressured by their influential backers to visit Ezhou and consult Dr. Wu, hoping she might devise a solution. This polymath might just take an interest in the matter. Surely, she would have a remedy. Yet, when they arrived, Wu Shuang coldly uttered a single word, "Leave." Faced with each other, the leaders returned to their nations, deflated and questioning their own existence. Sitting behind their desks, they shook their heads, lamenting, "Humanity, I fear, is doomed." A stifling, helpless atmosphere spread throughout the governments of various nations. Meanwhile, their powerful backers began to ponder how to save themselves. The media began to downplay the disaster, either mentioning it in passing or feigning ignorance, projecting an image of stability and calm. In truth, before the leaders approached her, Wu Shuang had already studied the strange natural phenomena. Such peculiar occurrences had certainly piqued her interest, and during her leisure time, she had devoted some effort to the investigation, concluding that this was not a naturally occurring climate phenomenon. With a rather narcissistic disposition, Dr. Wu believed that if her conclusions did not align with objective facts, then the fault lay with the objective facts themselves, particularly when she thought of the enigmatic man who had gifted her the ball, a figure both familiar and strange. She suspected he might be involved. If it was indeed him, orchestrating such events would be childish play. What could be his motive? Simply for amusement? Like poking a stick at an ant mound by the roadside? Perhaps so. With this reasoning, Wu Shuang promptly lost interest in continuing her research, returning to play with her little ball, completely indifferent to the outside world. Unbeknownst to Wu Liang, his dear sister had already placed a significant burden upon him, of which he would indeed have to bear a portion. Returning to the question of how the powerful figures would initiate their own salvation. It may seem overly sensitive. Yet with past lessons looming nearby, a touch of sensitivity is not unwarranted. The construction of the inquiry vessel suddenly became the focal point of widespread inquiries. Many individuals sought out the project's chief engineer, Clifford, through various channels, inquiring about ticket purchases, prices, and boarding times. Clifford, bewildered, pondered, "Tickets? What tickets? Is there even a ticket for the inquiry vessel? How was I unaware of this?" Moreover, the so-called civilization arc was far from completion. The engine and power source had yet to be conceived, and it remained uncertain if it would ever take flight. And now they wished to sell tickets? Clifford found himself agitated, exclaiming, "I have yet to board." In fact, he had not even received notification regarding boarding. Thus, in a state of urgency, he approached Wu Shuang to inquire about the ticket situation. He refrained from explicitly stating his desire to board, instead mentioning that many were asking how to purchase tickets and how he should respond to their queries. Wu Shuang remained unresponsive, seated with a small fireball in hand, her gaze icy enough to freeze. Feeling the chill of her demeanor, Clifford retreated hastily from her room. After a night of contemplation, he realized that there were no tickets at all. He had been misled by the inquiries of others. As the project that mattered most to Wu Shuang, the inquiry vessel represented her life's work, and the notion of ticket sales was utterly absurd. Those qualified to board would have been selected long ago, leaving no room for ticket sales. With this realization, Clifford felt reassured, having achieved his current position. It was highly likely that he would have a cabin aboard the inquiry vessel. Maintaining a calm demeanor was essential. However, he could not dismiss the possibility entirely. What if a few tickets were indeed sold in the end? Thus, he responded to the inquiries, stating that he could not provide clarity, as Dr. who had not instructed him on such matters. If they had questions, they should approach Dr. Wu directly, as he was merely a humble project chief engineer, lacking the authority to know more. And so, it appeared that there was no resolution. Unwilling to accept this, the inquirers turned their attention to their respective nation starships. Is this a battleship? They scoffed. Nonsense, it is merely a colonial vessel. They insisted on retaining the cannons and weaponry, just in case local wildlife needed managing. Though these starships were somewhat smaller, measuring less than 1,000 meters and capable of accommodating only a limited number of people, the leaders of various nations, propelled by this group, decided to double the Starship construction project to create larger, more magnificent interstellar colonial vessels. Problems that could be solved with money were no problems at all. In May 2032, the ambitious project to construct 12 large starships was clandestinely approved, with funds immediately transferred to the government's accounts, initiating the construction of docks and the concentration of resources. A total of 16 starships temporarily satisfied the demands of these powerful figures. Simultaneously, that year witnessed the onset of a highly contagious plant virus, wreaking havoc on the newly sown crops across nations. Additionally, a massive locust plague was brewing. By July 2032, botanists worldwide had identified this plant disease, which seemed to target crops with alarming precision. Vast fields of crops perished, leaving governments still grappling with the ramifications of last year's drought utterly speechless. The bad news continued to pour in. Within days of discovering the plant disease, governments received red alerts regarding the impending locust plague. A swarm of locusts, darkening the skies like thick clouds, commenced their global rampage. While the 4 nuclear nations retained some strategic reserves and could barely manage, the rest of the world was plunged into a food crisis. In a flash, food prices surged, and international grain trade was halted, with cargo airships still in the skies being forcibly grounded. No matter from where one had come, they were urged to stay put. We're quite hospitable here. Not landing. We'll shoot you down. Let us see if you can fly faster than my missiles. Care for a challenge? Smaller nations encircled by powerful countries found themselves bewildered. They had never produced food and relied entirely on imports. Even after last year's severe drought and soaring food prices, they had managed to cope. As long as the payment was made, they could jump the queue for supplies. However, this year, with prices rising tenfold, they gritted their teeth and paid, only to have their airships intercepted. And those airships weren't even yours. They were merely passing through. Do you understand passing through? Protests erupted, fierce in the hallowed halls of the League of Nations, where tensions escalated to violence. 2 major powers intercepted each other's airships, leading to deep discontent. During the meeting, tempers flared. What are you looking at? What about it? With tensions already high, a confrontation erupted, and in the heat of the moment, officials grabbed microphones or teacups, hurling them as makeshift projectiles. After throwing, they discarded their coats and engaged in a brawl. This seemed to trigger a signal. The dignitaries present abandoned their pretenses. Grievances were avenged and vendettas were settled. Even if there were no current grudges, historical enmity sufficed. In such a heated atmosphere, it would be unthinkable not to join in. What had begun as a meeting to discuss solutions had escalated into chaos. Chapter 79. Controlled nuclear fusion. The brawl at the League of Nations was bloody. Yet it concluded due to external intervention, security personnel. Without bombs or smoke, the military capabilities of the nations were relatively similar. The conflict was fiercely contested, with a lively atmosphere permeating the venue. Injured officials were carried out on stretchers to hospitals, and to prevent further altercations, escorts were strategically assigned to different hospitals in New York, ensuring that officials from rival nations were kept apart. This farce naturally attracted media attention, with reporters swarming to interview the injured officials. Despite blood streaming from their heads and bruises marring their faces, American officials proudly proclaimed, "I emerged victorious. I knocked down 3 people. They were as feeble as chicks. Had it not been for that Brit who landed a punch, I could have continued. I could have taken on 10. The reporters, observing the robust figure of the American official with fists like frying pans, considered his claims plausible. Occasionally, larger individuals do possess an advantage in such scenarios. Unfortunately, contrasting opinions emerged after reporters interviewed the British official who lay on a stretcher, unable to rise. With a feeble voice, he recounted, "I was engaged with that French fellow when I was ambushed from behind. I retaliated and knocked out the vile assailant, only to discover it was an American. Then I was attacked again by the Frenchman, lacking any sense of gentlemanly conduct. What a disgraceful ambush." The reporters quickly visualized the scene from his account. It was quite a spectacle, with everyone exuding vitality. Further interviews with officials from various nations revealed a shared sentiment of bravery. Each claimed to have bested multiple opponents, with no one considering themselves defeated. Thus, this international farce concluded hastily, leaving all feeling unsatisfied, despite most being incapacitated. Fortunately, While many were injured, no fatalities occurred. In the realm of political maneuvering, seasoned officials swiftly retreat beneath their desks when confronted with adversity, rather than risking their lives in futile battles. The sensational news surrounding this monumental event has captivated the global populace for over a month, with continuous reports revealing the latest developments from various officials, each exposing the other's vulnerabilities in a thrilling spectacle. Yet, the underlying question of why this conflict erupted seems to be subconsciously overlooked by all. This exemplifies the media's power, which often restricts our vision to only what is visible. Behind the headlines, governments worldwide are entangled in disputes, calculating how long their food reserves can sustain them, while those in power devise plans to escape Earth. For the citizens of nuclear-armed nations and some relatively powerful countries, the predominant experience is the soaring prices of food. With the construction of 12 new starships and the redirection of resources and robotic productivity, the costs of goods beyond food have also begun to rise significantly. Governments attribute this to the repercussions of last year's crop failures, assuring the public that the fluctuations are temporary and that there is no cause for concern. Indeed, the majority may not need to worry, but the citizens of smaller nations are already struggling. Some communities are facing direct food shortages, with goods available yet unattainable. Government reserves have reached their limits, and international food trade has ground to a halt, with previously purchased supplies being arbitrarily seized within foreign territories. Famine has first struck the Middle East, and as time progresses, more nations and regions will bear witness to the horrifying catastrophe recorded in history and reported in the news. Leaders across the globe are frantic, likened to ants on a hot stove, as this devastating plant virus reminiscent of past banana crises unfolds. However, this time, it extends beyond bananas to encompass essential crops such as corn, wheat, rice, and soybeans, all of which have succumbed entirely. The impact is not limited to staple crops. Fruits and vegetables are also experiencing varying degrees of distress. If this continues without a solution, it is conceivable that a significant portion of humanity may face starvation in the coming years, with diseases such as diarrhea and dysentery poised to claim the lives of countless individuals. Perhaps due to the existence of robots, a select few remain indifferent, believing that their own demise is distant. Even if 90 or 99% of the global population were to perish, society could still endure. In fact, the elimination of so many unproductive individuals could potentially create ample space for future development, reducing consumption and fostering progress. The death of one person could simply lead to the creation of another robot. What difference does it make? Some scholars have even detected hints that these robots may not be as straightforward as they seem. At times, they exhibit rationality that rivals that of humans, a phenomenon both alarming and unsettling. Yet, nations remain tight-lipped regarding whether robots possess true self-awareness. Whether they do or do not has become inconsequential. The robots depicted in the two videos from the Fate network may not be as simplistic as they appear. As long as they do not demonstrate any malice or dissatisfaction towards humanity and continue to perform their duties diligently, they can bear the weight of the proverbial sword of Damocles hanging over them. For the unique international organization, EJO, which controls all global robots, the combination of possessing the highest level of technological advancement and actual control over these machines is indeed formidable. It seems poised to create a closed loop, rendering the continued existence of Earth's nations, or even humanity itself, unnecessary. This is why nations regard Wu Shuang with both reverence and trepidation. That woman, that entity, has evolved into a formidable force, unstoppable in her pursuits. Fortunately, she harbors no interest in wielding power over humanity. Her indifference has led various academic factions within EJO to refrain from overreaching, thus maintaining a relatively balanced and stable global order. In the year 2020, following the conclusion of a global financial storm, leaders from around the world convened in EJO. After more than a month of deliberations, they solemnly affixed their signatures to the EJO agreement, which established a new world order in the aftermath of the Cold War. While it could be viewed as a humiliating treaty that undermined national sovereignty, it was not entirely unacceptable, as long as Wu Shuang, as a stabilizing force within this system, exhibited no ambitions for power, maintaining a higher perspective over humanity. The agreement became a favorable accord for all nations. Is she a monster? Perhaps not even a human? Yet nations would prefer her to be a monster. If she were human, their leaders and the powerful would have far more to fear. It is preferable for her to be a monster, one who dismisses trivial human interests, gazing instead into the cosmos and focusing on matters of which they remain oblivious. Under her protection, everyone can enjoy greater abundance and happiness. How delightful, how profoundly comforting. Regrettably, some do not wish for them to be so comfortable. Nations find themselves powerless to address the agricultural disasters, while those in power remain fixated on the pursuit of controllable nuclear fusion technology. 2 years have passed, 2 long years, since the technology was nearly within reach, only to be thwarted by a pack of inept rats. Now, as the global food crisis deepens, this group has turned their attention back to the issue of nuclear fusion. Should humanity indeed face a 99% mortality rate, addressing the energy crisis becomes imperative for robots to substitute human roles. Otherwise, the energy shortfall could drive them to madness. Currently, the global population of robots stands at a mere 100 million, achieved at tremendous cost. Setting aside the production expenses, the operational costs for each robot average around $2,500 per month. This figure is merely an average. Should any component fail, additional costs arise. Of this, $500 constitutes an intelligence tax established by the EJO agreement, requiring payment for each robot in use for a month. Additionally, $200 is owed to respective governments, totaling $700 in taxes. Maintenance incurs another $200, a necessary expenditure to prevent costly repairs, given the robot's relentless operational demands. Furthermore, there is a data leasing fee of $200. Altogether, this results in fixed expenses of $100 per robot, coupled with approximately $400 in electricity costs. Outrageous. The monthly bill becomes a bitter pill to swallow. As long as the energy dilemma remains unresolved, the widespread deployment of robots will remain an elusive dream. The Fate Network's videos depict a staggering 20 billion robots, a productivity level that could lead humanity to lose all hope and resign themselves to a fate of stagnation. Yet here we are in the year 2032, with only 100 million robots in existence, a disparity of 200-fold. Energy. This shackle must be addressed. Otherwise, no one will escape unscathed. Capitalists, clutching their bills, are filled with rage. If they must suffer, they insist that everyone share in the burden. Controllable nuclear fusion cannot be delayed any longer. Even if it means the loss of countless engineers and the destruction of numerous robots, they must construct the power stations at all costs. Due to the pressing issue of food scarcity, this group of individuals has been driven to their limits. They can no longer concern themselves with profits or gains. Their singular focus is to sacrifice for the future of humanity. Even if it pains their hearts, they must stand tall. Chapter 80. The Night Watchman within a decade. We must resolve the energy crisis. Within 20 years, we shall break free from this blue planet, and within 30 years, we will colonize Mars. Should we fail to achieve these goals, then we shall bring about the annihilation of all humanity in 40 years. Such fervor, the spokesperson from the East bellowed in a deafening tone within the Assembly Hall of the League of Nations. Following the chaotic previous meeting, this time, in order to maintain decorum, the venue has been surrounded by numerous guards, all poised and alert. If anyone were to behave inappropriately, they would be assisted in maintaining their dignity, regardless of the circumstances. Resorting to insults, gestures of contempt, or making threats such as if you dare to leave after the meeting is one thing. But engaging in physical altercations in front of cameras during the meeting is entirely unacceptable. However, no one paid heed to the spokesperson from the East. In fact, many could be seen stifling laughter. Annihilation together? Absurd. With 4 starships already constructed, albeit incomplete, and 12 more under construction, along with the potential utility of the 4 spacecraft in orbit with minor modifications, not to mention the colossal arc of civilization, there exists a plethora of contingencies. Who would willingly join in destruction? Of course, the spokesperson's assertions were not entirely unfounded. The news of successful controlled nuclear fusion development has become somewhat of an open secret internationally. The first fusion power station in EJO is nearing completion, ready to ignite and commence power generation soon. Thus, there is little need for further obfuscation. It simply is yet to be disclosed to the public. The delay in initiating the construction of the fusion power station due to a swarm of meddling rodents has been a source of embarrassment for various nations. Once the issue is resolved, public disclosure may occur without concern. Currently, the focus of this assembly is the energy crisis, deliberately sidestepping the food issue for as long as possible. The major powers remain unperturbed, while the smaller nations are anxious, a sentiment they do not share. The energy crisis has stirred the urgency of the influential powers behind the scenes, as failure to address this issue could severely impede the construction of starships. It is not merely the robots that consume power. Rather, it is primarily the logistics and transportation that are the true culprits. In this era, even large cargo planes continue to soar through the skies, and maritime transport remains unceasing. Given the low oil prices, it is hardly prudent to waste such resources. Some countries are prepared to forcibly commence construction of fusion power stations. However, This endeavor necessitates collective effort to distribute the burden. The first nation to take the initiative will undoubtedly suffer the greatest losses. The major powers are reluctant and instead aim to encourage smaller nations to take the lead, allowing them to reap the benefits from behind. The cult of the return has proven to be utterly unfathomable, akin to specters, displaying remarkable proficiency in sabotage and assassination. Even traps set by heavily armed nations have failed to ensnare them, rendering the concept of science irrelevant. Upon reflecting on some of the rumors surrounding this cult, the upper echelons of various nations have begun to suspect that there may be some truth behind their enigmatic abilities. This is truly terrifying. They operate without regard for scientific principles, wielding extraordinary powers directly. To eradicate the immortals, one must possess the means to do so, and at present, none of the nations possess such strength. Nonetheless, regardless of the difficulty, they must confront the situation head-on. The four nuclear powers have issued a mandate. The countries specifically named must commence construction by the end of this year. Should they fail to comply, military assistance will be dispatched to ensure completion. In response, the smaller nations suggested discussing the issue of energy satellites instead. The impending climate catastrophe is unavoidable, rather than resist. It would be wiser to embrace it. Energy satellites should no longer be considered taboo. Constructing them and launching them into space could prove beneficial, regardless of the outcome. Sustaining production capabilities for several decades could pave the way for Martian colonization. When the Ice Age descends upon the blue planet, what concern would it be to us Martians? One cannot deny the logic in this argument. The four nuclear powers pondered this for a moment and realized the merit in the proposal, planning to return and consult their think tanks for further exploration. However, the construction of fusion power stations remains imperative. The agreements made cannot be altered, and this matter is non-negotiable. Dr. Zhong, what is your perspective? The American representative inquired, directing the question toward Zhong Lin, seated nearby. Ezhou, as a special guest, has maintained a seat within the League of Nations, albeit refraining from expressing opinions due to the conservative stance upheld by Wu Shuang, ensuring Ezhou's non-involvement in international disputes. This special guest position is, in theory, quite lucrative, as Ezhou's representative often receives generous gifts. However, following the indiscriminate assassinations of scientists by the return cult, this once coveted position has transformed into a perilous role. Anyone occupying this position is at risk. Zhong Lin, having declined to participate in research concerning the field, has consequently angered a significant faction within his own circle. Though his status is derived from Professor Li and is thus elevated, those discontented with him have sought to marginalize his influence. The previous special guest met an untimely demise, making way for Zhong Lin, who now occupies this position. He has held it for over 4 months, setting a record as the longest-serving special guest since the assassination incident and continues to break new records. Rumors suggest that betting has begun in Ezhou, with odds stacked against him surviving beyond 5 months, highlighting the malicious atmosphere surrounding him. Seated in his chair, Zhong Lin shook his head and replied coolly, "I have no opinion on the matter. Is the energy satellite technically feasible? Indeed, it is not an overly complex technology. By launching several spaceplanes from high-altitude platforms and assembling them in space, it can be accomplished," Zhong Lin responded nonchalantly. This is his current task. He addresses any technical inquiries from foreign nations. Ezhou possesses and updates all relevant technologies monthly, providing nations with guidance on their needs without engaging in discussions beyond technical matters. After the assembly concluded, Zhong Lin declined all private invitations and exited the venue, where he was promptly greeted by Song Ruoyan, currently serving as his secretary. As an assistant, the potential for job changes is virtually non-existent, as Ezhou does not tolerate such betrayals, nor would anyone accept a traitorous assistant, leading to collective backlash. The academic hierarchy in Ezhou has become firmly entrenched. For assistants to ascend, they must be designated as successors to a scholar's academic position. Without such designation, they remain mere assistants to the next successor upon the previous scholar's demise, often facing dismissal with no chance of redemption, a stark representation of servitude. In instances where a scholar without a designated successor suddenly passes away, their faction will appoint the assistant closest to the deceased scholar to inherit their position. Ezhou places little value on familial ties, perhaps due to some peculiar trend, influenced by Wu Shuang's indifference, resulting in a general apathy towards familial relationships among scholars. Marriage has become an anomaly, while remaining single has transformed into a trend. With the presence of assistants, a scholar's marital status becomes inconsequential. Recently, rumors have surfaced of scholars privately exchanging assistants, leading to highly unsavory situations. 2 individuals hastily exited the venue, and a contingent of robotic bodyguards outside immediately assumed a vigilant stance, scanning for any potential threats in the vicinity. Although Zhonglin was coerced into this precarious situation, the necessary security measures had been arranged by Ezhou, and the level of protection was commendably high, equipped with advanced technology to ensure his safety. After all, Zhonglin was still one of their own. Despite having angered a faction of people, it was imperative that he not be allowed to perish at the hands of outsiders. Zhonglin and Song Riyun entered a private flying vehicle. The doors sealed shut, yet the vehicle remained stationary, not igniting its engines. "Dr. Zhong?" One of the bodyguards urgently called out. "I am fine. Please wait a moment as I attend to something." Zhonglin's voice resonated. The bodyguards ceased their advance and returned to their posts, resuming their watchful vigil. Inside the vehicle, Song Riyun had succumbed to unconsciousness, resting on the front seat as if in slumber. In the rear compartment beside Zhonglin sat an enigmatic figure clad in a long robe, a hood obscuring their features, revealing only a faint hint of a chin, the rest shrouded in shadows. Dr. Zhong remains remarkably composed. A low, gravelly voice emerged, evoking an unsettling chill. "I am powerless to resist," Zhonglin replied with a bitter smile, then turned to the man beside him with curiosity. "So, you are the one sent to kill me?" "No, I am here to protect you." "Then that is perplexing. Has your sect now taken on side jobs? Or do I possess some unique significance?" Zhonglin mused, pondering if he had mistaken the individual's identity. "Who are you, and to which organization do you belong?" He pressed further. "I am a night watchman." Zhonglin found this name utterly unfamiliar. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him as he contemplated the state of the world. What had transpired to give rise to such inexplicable factions? Chapter 81. The peace-advocating philanthropic organization, the year 233, was remarkable. At the dawn of the year, 8 nations across the globe concurrently announced the commencement of construction for controllable nuclear fusion power plants. After a 3-year hiatus, nations unveiled to the public the successful development of controllable nuclear fusion technology. In an instant, the world erupted in jubilation. After enduring 2 years of calamities, the populace, nearly driven to despair, was overwhelmed with emotion at this monumental announcement. "We finally emerged from the darkness. At long last, we see the light." The tribulations and hardships appeared to be waning, and a bright future beckoned to humanity. In countries untouched by civil strife, citizens spontaneously took to the streets, celebrating with grand parades. Fireworks lit up the sky, dancers twirled, acrobats performed, and the crowd, teeming with tears of joy, exuberantly cheered for the future. Years of pent-up discontent found release in their cries, and the resentment towards those in power dissipated amidst the revelry. Pure, fervent emotions illuminated the dark night, enveloping the world in a festive atmosphere that embraced every individual. Human history would forever be delineated by this moment, with 233 marking the dawn of a new era, contrasting the past tribulations with a vibrant future. This was a glorious moment for human civilization, a historical epic destined to be remembered and celebrated. Yet, this scene bore a striking resemblance to a previous global celebration witnessed by Wu Liang, where the peoples rejoiced over the triumphant success of the Sunshade Project. Alas, the masses. How can they prevail over adversity when they remain oblivious to the lurking dangers? In April of 233, the first grim tidings shattered the collective dream. The fusion power plant in the east was violently attacked, the construction site erupting into chaos. The explosion's intensity reverberated even several kilometers away. Amidst the inferno, no trace of human life remained, likely reduced to ashes, while machinery lay in grotesque ruins. In the aftermath, East authorities swiftly launched an investigation, uncovering that the explosion was a result of a deliberate military assault, identifying the culprits as the Returned Sect. This marked the first time the sect was publicly reported, leaving the populace in stunned disbelief at the destructive capabilities of this seemingly abrupt organization. In news reports, a spokesperson from the East vehemently condemned the Returned Sect, denouncing their actions as inhumane, antisocial, and beyond justification, a crime against humanity. The spokesperson insisted that all members of the Returned Sect, or anyone who had aided them, should commit seppuku as an act of contrition. They even branded the sect with a chilling moniker, the evil of this world. This served as a signal. Following the East's media coverage, nations worldwide began to divulge the nefarious activities of the Returned Sect over the years. The long list of assassinated scientists, brutally slain politicians, and entrepreneurs bore witness to the organization's madness and lawlessness, marking them as an unequivocal enemy of humanity, deserving of eternal disgrace. Concern gripped the citizens across nations. This terrifying organization cast shadows of dread upon every heart. What were their intentions? Were they even human? While they targeted scientists, capitalists, and politicians, why would they sabotage the controllable nuclear fusion project, an endeavor that promised a better life? Outrage surged among the populace. Despite the public outcry condemning the returned sect, they remained unfazed. Half a month after the explosion in the east, the fusion power plant in Israel also fell victim to an attack, engulfed in flames and completely obliterated, halting progress entirely. The consecutive assaults incited anxiety among nations still in the midst of construction but yet to suffer attacks. In the wake of the East's incident, countries fortified site security, deploying military forces to encircle the premises, with large armed airships continuously patrolling the skies, scanning devices activated throughout, and ground sensors monitoring subterranean activities. With such levels of protection, it seemed almost impossible for even a fly to breach the perimeter, yet an explosion still occurred. How did the returned sect achieve this? Even if they possessed extraordinary means, was their audacity not excessive? What manner of explosive caused such immense devastation? Following the explosions, investigative teams discovered radioactive reactions at the sites, but could not pinpoint a singular detonation source. It was as if the entire construction area had ignited simultaneously. Previously viewed as mere lowly rogues resorting to assassination tactics, the returned sect now appeared to wield some unknown weapon of mass destruction. Given their anti-science stance, it seemed improbable that they had engaged in technological advancements. Thus, was this the fabled magic? Leaders across nations stared in stupefaction at the reports in their hands, grappling with the realization that their understanding of the world might be fundamentally flawed. In truth, it was not magic, but rather a manifestation that merely resembled it, much like how past generations perceived airplanes as miraculous, born from ignorance. The methods employed by the returned sect were indeed cunning, yet their capabilities remained rather ordinary. Even their so-called strongest member, the prophet of the returned sect, possessed only mediocre abilities. However, the sect's strength lay in their scientific literacy. While they outwardly exhibited an anti-science stance, they only opposed technology itself. People instinctively conflated science with technology, a delightful misunderstanding. Moreover, the two explosions inflicted severe damage upon the returned sect as well. The individuals dispatched for demolition also perished in the explosion, and they were not mere foot soldiers but rather high-ranking officials, given that their numbers were already limited. Each loss is a significant blow. If nations genuinely engage in a contest of endurance with the reversion sect, one could detonate as many bombs as desired. While I would simply rebuild, even if every member of the reversion sect were to perish, it would not halt the process. The initial surge of aggression seems like an overt psychological tactic, akin to laying one's cards on the table. However, this psychological warfare exhibits certain flaws. For instance, while 8 power plants commenced construction simultaneously, the reversion sect chose to sabotage them one by one. If they possessed true strength, they would strike all at once, rather than indulging in a slow game of strategy. Intelligence teams from various nations have speculated on this possibility and presented their findings to their leaders for consideration. This situation is undoubtedly a gamble, yet when faced with a display of strength from others, it is advisable to respond with equal vigor. However, the leaders were caught off guard when, just as they prepared to take their own risks, the reversion sect executed a cunning maneuver, disrupting the nation's planned strategy. A small country in North Africa broadcasted a video claiming to be taken hostage by the reversion sect, delivering a global message. The video, provided by the sect, featured a bald man with a large beard, not particularly aged, clad in a linen robe, seated upon the ground before a wall adorned with star-like patterns. Devoid of any other embellishments, he proclaimed to all humanity, "I am the leader of the reversion sect. You may call me the prophet. We are a peace-promoting philanthropic organization." In summary, although we engage in assassination, destruction, and grand art, we are fundamentally a benevolent organization. His words reeked of insincerity, enough to put the North American anti-humanity factions to shame. Chapter 82. The grand scheme. Wu Liang filled a glass of milk, serving a small cup to Bubble and a larger one for himself, then beckoned Bubble. "Come, let us enjoy some milk to replenish our strength." Bubble replied, "Brother, I seem to be merely consuming your resources all day. How about I assist you with something?" Wu Liang shook his head vehemently. "No need, no need. We can simply observe." Bubble protested. "Does that mean we are to wait for centuries? The readers will become restless, accusing us of diluting the narrative. What if the author, in a fit of displeasure, decides to end our characters?" Wu Liang reassured. "Oh, Lemon has a thick skin. He has endured the reader's onslaught. It's of no consequence." Bubble countered, "But brother, this is unacceptable. If we prolong this too much, the readers will indeed lose interest, abandoning the story or removing it from their shelves." Poor data will lead to Lemon's downfall. Wu Liang interjected, let us halt this line of thought. This is his first book. If he were to quit now, it would be disastrous for him. Bubble insisted, yet even if he does not quit, it won't be pleasant. We must devise some strategies. Wu Liang suggested. How about we stir up some events? Bubble's eyes brightened. That sounds feasible. What should we do? Whom should we target? Wu Liang raised a finger, stating meaningfully, humanity. Bubble's expression shifted. Why would you target humanity? Everyone is eager to witness the unfolding drama. Perhaps you should choose another target? Wu Liang responded, Sister, do you genuinely believe the audience is only interested in humanity's misfortunes? If calamity were to strike, it might be entertaining, but it lacks substance. Bubble pointed out. The previous two scenarios unfolded in this manner, and the audience has grown accustomed to it. Wu Liang cautioned, I must remind you that one cannot predict readers' preferences. Even if we were to do nothing, what purpose would we serve? Bubble mused, to appear significant? Wu Liang replied, is that truly necessary? Bubble proposed, perhaps to operate behind the scenes? Wu Liang dismissed the idea. Surely, no one believes I need to play a shadowy role at this point? Bubble admitted, I do not believe it, yet the audience delights in such tropes. Wu Liang queried, what is the appeal? To appear ostentatious? Who among the respectable would act in such a manner? Bubble responded, I would not. Would you, brother? Wu Liang affirmed, neither would I. They clinked their glasses, laughing in unison. How vulgar. After setting down his cup, Bubble inquired, but what do you intend to achieve by targeting humanity? Are you forsaking your own kind? Wu Liang replied, it is about ambition. Bubble inquired, to showcase your creative prowess? Wu Liang lamented, after all this time spent writing, I have yet to accomplish anything substantial. The only action has drawn derision, branding me as overly protective of my sister. Who is unaware of that? Bubble concluded, thus, you wish to create something provocative to capture the reader's attention and divert them from fixating on your sister? Wu Liang elaborated, once the readers feel comfortable criticizing, believing they have unraveled the plot and foreseen the conclusion, only to be met with a twist that defies their expectations. They clinked their glasses once more, declaring in unison, a grand scheme. Chapter 83. Divine retribution. Leaders and governments worldwide paid keen attention to this declaration. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that nations possess scant knowledge about the reversion sect, having uncovered little useful intelligence over the past few years. Most of the information gathered consists of mere rumors with minimal credibility. This declaration marked the sect's inaugural public appearance. The individual claiming to be the prophet first elucidated the central tenets of the reversion sect, asserting that within this universe exists a supreme will, and every life form is a fragment of that will. When all beings connect, this supreme will is reborn, allowing all life in the universe to return to its source, becoming part of this higher consciousness, thus transcending to a superior dimension. He subsequently warned nations to immediately abandon the construction of controllable nuclear fusion power plants or face destruction. The prophet even attributed the widespread droughts and food crises of the previous 2 years to humanity's excessive pursuit of technological advancement, describing it as a calamity and nature's retribution for humanity's misguided path. To bolster his argument, the prophet referenced 2 videos from the Web of Fate, claiming that humanity's extinction in parallel worlds serves as a warning from nature. As long as humanity continues to develop technology, such disasters will perpetually recur, meting out punishment until the obstinate human race is obliterated. In the video's conclusion, the prophet articulated the rationale behind opposing technology. He asserted that technology is an illusion. The more one clings to it, the deeper one becomes ensnared, ultimately losing the path to genuine reality, sinking into the mire of materialism and desire, suffering immensely. This is a tragedy that humanity must strive to evade. Abandoning technology is the true path. Humanity requires neither machines nor tools. Life is the most magnificent creation in this world, and as sentient beings, humans inherently possess unimaginable strength, though many remain oblivious to this power, blinded by worldly distractions, becoming foolish and contemptible. What a profound tragedy, the self-proclaimed prophet expressed sorrowfully. Those who possess the vision to pierce through the fog will perceive the true essence of this world. Fellow humans, it is time to confront our own strength, to master the vision of reality. When you succeed in this, you will recognize the signs we have left, join us, and return to authenticity. Throughout the video, the arguments were structured, well-reasoned, and self-consistent, lending it an air of credibility. Considering past events, the prophet's theory of retribution holds merit. Many viewers began to question the rationale behind the natural disasters of the previous years, which indeed seemed inexplicable and unjustified, leading numerous meteorologists to delve into theological studies. botanists and virologists also suffered varying degrees of psychological distress. It is noteworthy that the widespread plant virus that emerged in the year 232 miraculously vanished by the end of the same year, allowing humanity to evade disaster. It was as if an unseen hand was orchestrating the events of this world. Indeed, such a hand exists. In the scheme of the bubble, a mere 2 years of consecutive crop failures would suffice. There is no need to apply undue pressure, as it would contradict the ultimate objective. The current era is not opportune for revolution. Forcing everyone into opposition would yield little significance, as there exists a vast disparity in power. With the advancement of human technology, this gap has widened further, rendering the opposition akin to celestial beings with no means of resistance. One must plant a seed of rebellion, nurturing it over time, awaiting the day it blossoms and bears fruit. Perhaps this journey will require additional nourishment, as it shall be a long and arduous process. In a private room of a Berlin underground tavern, a group of approximately 10 individuals sat around a long table, intently focused on the holographic projection before them. It was the public declaration of the returning sex prophet. The room was enveloped in swirling smoke, illuminated by the warm orange glow, creating an ethereal ambience. As the video concluded, silence fell among the attendees. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, others wore grave expressions, some appeared indifferent, while a few were filled with fervor. "Perhaps the returning sect is also our ally, for our goals align," remarked a short individual. "No," countered a bearded man with a pipe, shaking his head. He removed the pipe from his mouth and surveyed the faces around him, speaking in a low, serious tone. "They are not our allies. Our objectives do not coincide. They oppose technology, whereas we do not. Our dissent is directed solely at ego, opposing technological advancement that benefits none." Horn interjected. "But isn't their approach what we aspire to achieve?" The short man retorted. "Even if they are not friends, we could at least collaborate temporarily." "Cooperating with a tiger for its skin," I remarked with a smile. "What do they possess that we can offer? Why would they wish to collaborate with us? They are perilous. I even suspect they might become our enemies." Though harsh, I spoke a truth that resonated with the group. What leverage do we have to partner with the returning sect? Their ability to manipulate global nations is far beyond our reach. They are indeed our adversaries. The bearded man nodded, taking a deep drag from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Their actions are excessively violent and anti-humanitarian. We must not associate with them. It is a crime against all humanity, deserving of disdain." The others nodded in agreement, disapproving of the returning sect's reckless demeanor. "What of the punishment the prophet mentioned?" someone inquired. "The disasters of the past 2 years were indeed peculiar, quite bizarre, unverifiable and lacking in analytical significance," came the response. "Mysticism has its explanations, often strained and unfounded. If it is a punishment, then evidence must be presented. A few extraordinary events cannot uphold such a theory. But what if it is true? Patterns must be discerned. Objective existence dictates subjective understanding. That is science. We should not subscribe to mystical notions of divine retribution. Natural punishment must have its basis and its rules." "Do you believe the prophetess claim that advancing technology will invite punishment?" "I could equally state that a man drinks water and inevitably ages. Can we then claim that drinking water is the cause of death? That is sheer nonsense. To forcibly intertwine unrelated events and seek causality is folly. How can we prove that the development of technology bears no relation to natural disasters? We must seek evidence of their connection rather than hastily concluding without foundation. Practice is the only standard for testing truth." Trick sat quietly in the corner, listening to the heated debate. Chapter 84. The atmosphere was quite lively in the modestly sized room, where over 10 people drank beer and smoked, expressing their opinions passionately, leading to a cacophony of voices. Horn and the short man were the most vocal and animated, their flushed faces suggesting an imminent confrontation. Even the seemingly tranquil I had spoken several times. The bearded man, who subtly assumed a leadership role, remained mostly silent, quietly absorbing the arguments presented. As the discussions grew tiresome or the group became inebriated, the clamor gradually subsided. Though murmurs persisted, this dialectical meeting yielded no conclusive outcome. "It is time to act," the bearded man suddenly declared. Many raised their brows, casting skeptical glances his way. Under their scrutiny, he stood, facing the group with a composed demeanor. "It is time for the world to hear our voices." Some frowned, sensing the inopportune timing. The moment was far from ripe. We must continue to bide our time. To act hastily now would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. "Shouldn't we wait a little longer?" someone suggested, a frown creasing their brow. "We are not yet prepared." "And wait until when?" the short man countered. The bearded man shook his head. "The action I propose does not entail launching a revolution directly. We lack the necessary equipment, and it is indeed not the right moment. What I advocate is openly disseminating our thoughts and theories, no longer shrouded in secrecy. Wouldn't he that incite a crackdown? Yes, the bearded man nodded, then shook his head. But it also might not. A riddle, the group murmured, puzzled. The bearded man smiled, elucidating, because they face a stronger enemy. The returning sect was once merely a hidden force, and now that they have revealed themselves, it signifies their intent to undertake larger-scale actions. The pride of those in power has been shattered by the returning sect. They may harbor no fondness for us, yet compared to us, the threat they pose is considerably greater. They lack the time to concern themselves with our minor endeavors, dismissing our limited capabilities. Unlike the returning sect, our theories are not as radical. They can merely be regarded as a trend of thought, far from a threatening level. With the returning sect drawing the fire, we find ourselves in an excellent position to develop. Furthermore, following 2 consecutive years of natural disasters, the political stability of many smaller nations, aside from the major powers, has become extremely precarious, providing us an opportunity. This group's ideological framework is termed New Humanism, abbreviated as. Its aim is the pursuit of a better future for all humanity. The core principle is encapsulated in a simple phrase: humanity, interdependent. This defines the essence of humanity. As social beings, it is established that most individuals within this species cannot exist in isolation. The human society, composed of individuals, requires clear roles and responsibilities, as well as the delineation of power and authority. Each person holds a unique and irreplaceable value within this societal framework. Beyond the interdependence among humans, there exists a similar relationship between humanity and the objective world. Humans depend on nature, transform it, and while extracting from it, must also give back. Humanity is not a virus, nor do we wish to become one. We ought to exercise our subjective initiative to maintain and ensure the long-term development and stability of the world. This group does not oppose capitalists, for they too are part of humanity. What they oppose is the capitalist exploitation of wealth without providing equivalent returns. Wealth created by a community of shared interest rightfully belongs to that collective. It is the wealth of the community and should be distributed in proportion to each individual's contributions. Otherwise, it contravenes the essence of human interdependence, which must be dismantled or transformed. Clearly, this group has made some concessions regarding capital, while their ideology surrounding technology leans towards mutual advancement. Scientists invest considerable effort into research, and while they deserve remuneration, they should not claim all the benefits derived from technological progress as their own. They oppose the notion of scientists treating technology as private property, which is utterly unreasonable. Scientific research is inherently a continuum. It is the result of countless individual struggles and endeavors since the inception of science. Where does the knowledge learned from books originate? Is it not from the achievements of our predecessors? If one has not studied, are they somehow endowed with divine knowledge? Clearly, research is not an endeavor undertaken by a solitary individual. A great scientist indeed merits acknowledgement and respect, yet all scientific achievements should reflect contributions from others as well. As for Ejo, this shameless band of rogues that claims ownership of all human scientific and technological advancements must be eradicated. Upholding fairness does not entail disregarding the differences among individuals. Some are naturally suited to be politicians, while others excel as laborers. Scientific research thrives on passionate expression. It acknowledges that life is inherently unequal. One must recognize this objective reality. It is unreasonable to expect everyone to be the same. Merely categorizing them as humans erases the unique nature of humanity, which is a blatant injustice. This group advocates that individuals must receive their rightful returns for their contributions. Whether gazing at the stars with a yearning for adventure or laboring diligently while keeping their eyes on the ground, each person has a place suited to them, and each can contribute to humanity while receiving their due rewards. This is an ideal, akin to a perfect circle, perhaps forever unattainable in reality. Yet, if one does not first envision a circle in their mind to compare against reality, how can they discern where it falls short of perfection? Ideals are often grand, bizarre, pure, and almost detached from current realities, bordering on the absurd. Nevertheless, they are worth pursuing, for they deserve our struggle to distinguish ourselves from the old epochs. This new humanism represents the ideal of this group, a noble and sacred mission. It embodies a relatively moderate, less confrontational, and more inclusive and transformative ideological framework. To immediately call for the punishment and purification of the world may have been feasible in the past, but in this age of increasingly evident technological disparities, it seems implausible. It is said that prioritizing humanity leads to unwavering progress. However, with the advent of robots and the rise of intelligent cores, the essence of public sentiment has undeniably shifted. Chapter 85. Our comrades spanned the globe after the meeting concluded. The attendees dispersed to organize subsequent actions. Most present were from various parts of the world and held significant positions in their respective countries. Since the bearded leader proclaimed a shift from clandestine efforts to open endeavors, careful consideration of the extent of this change was necessary. This nascent organization, though not on par with the returning sect, possesses considerable strength, with branches established in numerous countries. The collective membership has reached several 100,000, marking it as a substantial entity. Though it may appear somewhat rustic, curiously, this organization boasts ample funding for its activities, imposing no membership fees on its formal members while providing monthly salaries, with meticulous financial records and tax rates. They may be labeled as a rebellious rabble, yet their operations are strikingly formal. It seems this organization has been implementing the principle of reciprocal rewards from its inception. The bearded leader called over a few individuals, seemingly with additional instructions. Those summoned included Horn, Trick, Iway, and a shorter individual. Only 5 remained in the private room, amidst the remnants of a banquet. The bearded leader took a puff from his cigarette, first directing his gaze towards the shorter individual, Barry, and said, "Barry, you need not return to the Middle East just yet. I hope you can establish the organization's branch in North Africa." The petite Barry hesitated. What about the Middle East? The situation there is complex, yet simple. However, the balance of effort and reward is disproportionate. Currently, the organization is still in its developmental stage. We must wield our resources wisely. North Africa presents a more intricate landscape, and we have yet to establish a branch there. The returning sect seemingly holds some influence in that region. You should focus on establishing the branch steadily, without engaging with or inquiring about the returning sect, and simply attend to your own responsibilities. Barry nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments. The bearded leader continued, "Very well, seek out rock. I have already allocated funds for the North African branch's establishment. You can manage personnel as you see fit." Barry nodded and exited the room. The bearded leader then turned to Horn, assigning him to lead the development of the Eastern European branch, urging him with 4 words: go forth and seize opportunities. Clearly, a significant undertaking was anticipated in Eastern Europe. After Horn departed, only Iway and Trick remained. The bearded leader fell silent for a considerable time, smoking contemplatively, seemingly conflicted. He eventually lifted his gaze to Iway and inquired, "Iway, are you interested in pursuing a political career?" Iway, currently a lawyer in America, a respectable profession, raised an eyebrow in surprise at the proposition. The bearded leader nodded. "Do you have an interest in becoming a politician? America is a major power, arguably the strongest nation in the world, making it difficult for us to establish a foothold there. So, you plan to infiltrate from within?" Iway asked. The bearded leader did not refute this. He candidly acknowledged, "That is currently our best strategy." Iway fell silent, recognizing the difficulty of such a task. "There is no need to dwell on it. If you are unwilling, that is perfectly acceptable. You may lead the operations of our branch in South America instead. You are aware of our organization's ideals. We do not compel individuals to undertake any tasks. Moreover, this mission carries certain risks and may require some sacrifice. However, should it succeed, the rewards will be substantial." Iway replied, "I accept. What kind of sacrifice are you referring to?" "You can take some time to unwind in Arkansas upon your return, where you will encounter a young, charming attorney general." "Wait," Trick interjected, unable to contain himself. "What does that mean? Is this the means to achieve the goal?" The bearded leader remained silent, aware that this was a rather dubious strategy. "This is my affair and not something you need to concern yourself with," Iway stated. "What do you mean, my affair?" Trick retorted, incredulous. "Using such a method? To become a pawn?" A resounding slap echoed across the room, the imprint of Iway's hand showcasing her fury. Drawing a deep breath, she coldly regarded Trick and articulated each word with precision. "This is not a trivial matter, Trick. Is it not merely about becoming a politician? I can do that too." Trick did not acknowledge Iway, instead fixating his gaze on the bearded leader. Iway reached out to shake him, yet he remained unmoved. Under the watchful gaze of Trick, the bearded man spoke, "Ivy, after you return home, you may choose for yourself. You will have time to calm your thoughts and decide whether to venture to South America or remain in North America, perhaps in Arkansas, or not go at all. There is no compulsion." Ivy cast a concerned glance at Trick, but ultimately remained silent, rising to leave. The booth was left with only the bearded man and Trick. After a prolonged silence, the bearded man remarked, "No one can choose another's path in life. Ultimately, one must walk their own road." Trick's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Ivy's departure signified that she had made her choice. "Take it lightly. Love is a luxury, not something to be forced. Perhaps, Trick murmured, offering no rebuttal. The bearded man produced a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and tossed it to Trick. Lighting it, Trick took a puff, only to be met with a coughing fit that brought tears to his eyes. It is said that a man's first growth begins with heartbreak. I find that notion quite amusing, the bearded man chuckled. Trick could only manage a wry smile. As silence enveloped them once again, Trick awkwardly smoked. The nicotine dulled his emotions considerably. Sensing Trick's growing calm, the bearded man spoke again. I have arranged a promising future for you. What? Trick inquired. You come from a privileged background. I believe you would excel as a capitalist, an individual of genuine merit. What are you suggesting? In this era, how does one seize a morsel from those people? Trick asked. With weapons. Weapons. Trick furrowed his brow in confusion. Isn't that market already saturated? Not at all. The market for weapons will never reach saturation. Currently, it is merely that regional wars are few. In the future, localized conflicts will surely escalate, potentially engulfing half the planet in flames, ensuring a steady demand. But in terms of technology, Trick began. The bearded man smiled knowingly. Rest assured. Our comrades are spread across the globe. Your weapons will be at least on par with any others. Chapter 86. Shattering the myth of invincibility. The return of the sect made a conspicuous entrance that, to a degree, disrupted the plans laid by various nations. However, after a period of chaos, they chose to ignore the warning and continued the construction of fusion power plants. Let us not speak of boiling water. This endeavor is far more intricate. Regardless, of the 8 power stations under construction, 6 remain intact and must not be halted. Those in power were consumed by fury. Even if the remaining 6 projects were attacked, they would bear the losses, distributing the burden among themselves, deeming it bearable. They were resolute. They could not believe that the returning sect could maintain such audacity. As the 6 power stations resumed construction, the sect realized their intimidation tactics had failed. Should they continue to send individuals for sabotage? The prophet surveyed his companions, counting only 8 who could handle such extensive demolition tasks. Including himself, that made 9. While these individuals were willing to sacrifice themselves for a greater cause, if they all perished, the sect would suffer significant repercussions, forced into a prolonged dormancy, unable to act. Moreover, the sect had its own adversaries, the Night Watchmen. This mysterious organization was perceived by the sect as even more peculiar than themselves. Although the Pow Pow's previous actions were clandestine, they were nonetheless monumental. Over the course of the year, millions of human embryos underwent transformation, resulting in potentially several tens of thousands of awakened entities. The sect could not absorb all of the first-generation entities due to their radical doctrines, and their numbers remained around 10,000. The awakened entities dispersed globally, masquerading as ordinary individuals leading mundane lives, while some secretly employed their unique abilities to enhance their existence. A small faction formed another organization, the Night Watchmen. This group harbored little fondness for governments or states, and their psychic powers enabled them to easily conceal their identities. Thus, over the years, no nation had discerned the existence of these exceptional individuals. Some awakened entities even worked for the government, holding significant positions, but they maintained their ordinary FA aides or slightly unique skills, such as psychologists, negotiation experts, interrogation specialists, or mental health patients. Such individuals were inherently elusive. Even if they exhibited peculiar traits, people would not associate them with anything supernatural, despite the fact that their abilities were not mystical in nature. The sect often attempted to engage with those ordinary entities who preferred to remain hidden. Despite the sect's tarnished reputation, shared identity and potent psychic abilities fostered a unique connection, facilitating mutual understanding. I do not wish to join you, as I do not endorse your ideology. However, I will not expose you. Let us coexist peacefully, each tending to our own affairs. In Pow Pow's account to Wu Liang, she likened her methods of human enhancement to those of a certain overly righteous and peculiar race from the past. Pow Pow envisaged humanity as a collective civilization with inherent advantages, yet significant barriers existed between individuals, limiting the potential of this collective strength. By forming a psychic network, she aimed to gradually dissolve these barriers, linking every isolated individual within society, thereby unleashing immense power. Regrettably, she failed this time. The barriers between individuals proved far more resilient than she had anticipated. Even after 100 generations, when the transformation of humanity was completed, the psychic network would struggle to form permanently, as certain exceptional individuals would invariably exist outside the collective, creating flaws that would ultimately undermine the entire network. This was not merely a failure, it was a catastrophic miscalculation. Wu Liang was incensed upon hearing this, feeling the urge to punish Pow Pow. Currently, The awakened entities faced the dilemma of two independently functioning psychic networks, one comprising the sect and the other the Night Watchman. Beyond these networks lay numerous independent awakened entities. In normal circumstances, as fellow beings of the same kind, their similar abilities would lead to eventual integration, even if they temporarily formed separate networks. However, humanity's situation was peculiar. The sect and the Night Watchman viewed each other with disdain, each harboring mutual animosity. Though neither side had yet fully escalated to open conflict, minor skirmishes had already arisen. For instance, the sect sought to eliminate Zhonglin, while the Night Watchmen were determined to protect him. After several rounds of encounters, Zhonglin continues to thrive remarkably well. This is undeniably a slap in the face to the returned sect. Fortunately, they have not overly fixated on Zhonglin and have refrained from deploying high-ranking personnel for a forceful assassination. Part of the reason for this restraint is their desire to avoid escalating the situation. The primary adversaries of the returned sect remain the various nations and Ezhou, and a full-scale war with the Night Watchman organization has yet to erupt. Both parties are currently accepting small-scale skirmishes, with neither side inclined to stir up a major incident, thus opting for a prolonged standoff. Due to the presence of the Night Watchman, the returned sect cannot afford to engage in a relentless conflict with the nations. Should their upper echelons be entirely wiped out or reduced to merely 2 or 3 individuals, the Night Watchman would likely seize the opportunity. However, if the nations ignore warnings and persist in constructing power stations, the returned sect will undoubtedly take action. A month and a half after the Prophet's declaration, India's controllable nuclear fusion power plant project suffered a significant setback, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Hundreds perished in the explosion, with even more injured. India, seemingly unfazed by the danger, continued to utilize human labor despite the risks, with only a handful of robots on site, the majority being workers. Subsequently, approximately every month, the returned sect launched an attack. Belarus, Turkey, and Italy were sequentially targeted. When the returned sect assaulted Prussia, the coalition of nations was on high alert, finally achieving some measure of success. The damage to Prussia's power station was moderate. The main structures and most of the construction equipment remained intact. The coalition successfully eliminated 15 members of the returned sect, shattering the myth of their invincibility. Chapter 87. For those still reading, please join the discussion. Here we are. And it seems that this second simulated world is not particularly favored by everyone, although I am grateful for the few who are engaged. Perhaps it is too chaotic? Initially, it was manageable. Had I adhered to the original concept, the narrative could have concluded in approximately 200 chapters. What? At the time, I was perhaps driven by a hint of vanity, desiring to create a grand worldview, diligently researching and referencing theoretical foundations to substantiate it, and designing an elaborate tapestry of factions and characters, each with their own ambitions. Once completed, I thought it was splendid, but the outcome, well, let us not dwell on that. A thoroughly tragic world, where every character meets a dismal fate. A significant plot mishap occurred midway, prompting me to consider various comments and attempt some alterations, which resulted in an erratic pacing, slow at first, then hastening, and ultimately descending into chaos. As a newcomer, I evidently made a common mistake and learned a valuable lesson. Is this even possible? This simulated world shall be archived. Although I personally believe this world is conceptually superior to the first, given my current abilities, I fear I cannot do it justice. My skills are insufficient and overly crude. Moving forward, I would appreciate your thoughts on how to proceed. Should I write about the real world or resimulate? The outline remains, albeit somewhat disorganized, and I will refine the subsequent narrative based on your feedback, as the issues are not insurmountable. Currently, the focus of the next simulated world is human colonization of Mars. Some have suggested I adopt a more liberated approach akin to other works, weaving in fantastical storylines. As science fiction can often blur into fantasy, I find myself uncertain. It is indeed feasible to write, and borrowing ideas is not something to be ashamed of. Yet I wonder if such an approach might skew the style too drastically. Chapter 88, covering reality in the year 251. Wu Liang's predetermined 50-year simulation period has come to an end, and it is time to return to the real world. Throughout these 50 years, Wu Liang has indeed experienced every single second of the journey. The system insists that such an approach is beneficial. Yet Wu Liang feels that aside from transforming his mindset into that of a lethargic fish, he has not perceived any significant advantages. Has learning to be a lethargic fish become a benefit? Moreover, how have those ancient beings, with lifespans spanning thousands of years, cultivated a mindset so meticulous and mercenary? It seems that there are undisclosed techniques at play. Fortunately, Wu Liang has gleaned several lessons from this simulation. Firstly, his arrangements for his sister, Wu Shuang, appear to be insufficiently thorough. Providing her with power and then allowing her to roam freely can easily lead to misguided outcomes. This is a fault of his own, and he must bear the blame. Additionally, Wu Liang underestimated the system's capacity for transformation. He initially believed that even after the system's modifications, he would retain his individuality, but the reality is that he has transcended humanity. For an entity of the system's caliber, this may be the most rudimentary form of transformation. It is no wonder that the system has consistently avoided direct alterations to Wu Liang's physical form, instead opting to guide his thoughts. Frequently, the system urges Wu Liang to be a law-abiding citizen and to conduct himself with integrity. One must first learn how to be human before aspiring to divinity. If one cannot even meet the standards of humanity, is there a desire to remain human? In such a case, the suggestion would be to start anew, perhaps as a dog in the next life. The second lesson learned is that while the system's simulations are indeed confined in scope, this limitation pertains only to perspective. In actuality, each simulation encompasses the entirety of the universe. It can be regarded as a creation act. Although the system modestly claims that it is not yet at the level of creation, it merely places a mirror opposite the real world, accelerating the time within this mirrored realm to fulfill the purpose of projecting the future. Wu Liang is indifferent to whether the system's explanation is a mere facade. Indeed, it is, yet this grand maneuver has wrought some negative consequences. For instance, within the entire simulated world, those who have attained a certain level of transcendence have sensed the impending cataclysm, plunging them into a frenzy of world-saving endeavors. While most remain oblivious to the cause of this upheaval, their acts of salvation have yet to affect the solar system or even the galaxy, yet this flaw persists. This flaw has awakened a mysterious entity lurking within the galaxy, prompting it to seek a solution for salvation, even going so far as to approach Blue Star and block Wu Liang's path. The entity is perplexed as to why the wave function of the entire world is collapsing, as futures that should have been abundant in possibilities are converging towards a singular, catastrophic conclusion, an inevitable obliteration, devoid of alternatives. Only when the universe meets its end will all causes within it yield the same outcome. Strictly speaking, that is the cause, not the effect. This is the intriguing nature of causality, and it is quite fascinating. The universe's inception represents the initial outcome, while its termination signifies the final cause. There is no beginning or end, only the segment in between. The arrival of the entity disrupted Wu Liang's initial plans and signaled the eventual demise of civilization within this simulated world. With the notion of repurposing the entity in mind, Wu Liang brokered a deal and prepared to test the entity's capabilities. The results remain to be seen. Nonetheless, the 50-year period has concluded, and it is time to return. In the year 251, during the final days of the 50-year deadline, the entity appeared visibly troubled, often sitting alone with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. In recent days, she has even reduced her milk consumption, indicating that something is amiss. She likely senses an impending minor cataclysm within this universe. And although the ultimate destruction is still some time away, the specifics of this impending event remain unknown. The unknown is the source of fear. For Bubble, having existed for countless eons, the phase of fearing has long passed, yet a hint of anxiety lingers. Often, she gazes at Wu Liang's back, contemplating speaking, but the words are caught in her throat, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. On the final day, at the dining table, after finishing their milk and performing a strange ritual, they set their cups down. Wu Liang looks at Bubble, seated across from him, and asks, "Would you be interested in joining me to explore other worlds?" Bubble raises an eyebrow, her face a portrait of surprise. Other worlds? He elaborates. Perhaps a world from 50 years ago in this very realm. Wu Liang intends to bring Bubble into the reality, to envelop her existence in the tangible world. While he himself is not well acquainted with what the real world holds for Bubble, they have shared decades of companionship in this simulated reality, fostering a modicum of affection. Loneliness may not be the fate of the immortal. Having a fellow traveler could alleviate the profound solitude of an eternal journey, lest it become unbearably dull. To accompany each other until the end of the world, that too, has a certain romantic allure. As Bubble contemplates the catastrophic demise of this world, her eyes glimmer with intrigue. After all, traversing worlds and dimensions is a level only attainable by transcenders, a distant dream for Bubble. Yet, she finds it difficult to relinquish this world, for her roots are firmly planted here. The Milky Way and its accompanying Magellanic clouds form her foundational realm. It could be said that all life within the galaxy has been witnessed by Bubble as it has progressed to this day, a collective subconscious of myriad existences. In a fantastical context, such authority is second only to that of a creator deity. To abandon this world for a grander stage? The temptation is palpable, yet the ties to the present are hard to sever. Fear not. Upon our departure, this world shall remain paused for us. We can return at any moment, as it will be just as we left it. Wu Liang reassures gently, resembling a dubious figure attempting to entice a young girl. Bubble's mouth slightly agape. She ponders. Pause a world? What kind of power is that? She feels her understanding of Wu Liang shift once more. The being before her is likely not merely a transcender. In truth, this is a delightful misunderstanding. Bubble perceives this simulated world as a reality, though the distinction is significant. The simulated world operates under a system's control, akin to a program running within a computer, where opening or closing the program is entirely at the system's discretion. Simultaneously, the system is the architect of this program. Would that not place you in a difficult position? She inquires. Not at all. It's merely a matter of words. Wu Liang responds nonchalantly. Indeed, it is but a matter of words for him, as the actual execution is orchestrated by the system. As for difficulty, Wu Liang has consulted the system, receiving the reply, "Ding, you are quite the hassle." There was no refusal, indicating it is not particularly challenging. Chapter 89. Ashes to ashes as the surrounding environment shifts. Wu Liang finds himself back on the Pacific island where it all began. He returns as a youth. Yet beside him stands a girl who appears to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Upon re-entering the real world, Bubble establishes a connection with her derivative form and realizes that this world is not an alternate reality, but rather 50 years in the past. The entire galaxy, along with its civilizations and lives, remains ensconced in that bygone era, with no alteration in position, memory, or even atomic structure. Curiosity and a thirst for knowledge sparkle in Bubble's azure eyes. The profound occurrence transpired too swiftly for her to observe. Rather than crossing into a different world, it feels more akin to traversing the dimensions of time, journeying back 50 years. The method of operation is even more astonishing than merely crossing worlds and time. It transforms the ethereal into the tangible. If crossing realms and time is within the reach of transcenders, then manifesting the unreal into the real ascends to a creator level. The system claims it lacks the ability to create. Wu Liang is skeptical. This is my residence in this world, Wu Liang informs Bubble. He refrains from revealing too much, such as the truth that the world Bubble previously inhabited is merely an illusory realm, a benevolent deception. Sometimes, knowing too much can detract from the beauty of existence. Perhaps in time, Bubble will deduce certain truths herself. By then, she will have experienced much, having witnessed countless events, and her mindset will be more equipped to face reality. Wu Liang continues, "You may stay on this island. There is food inside the house. If possible, please tend to the vegetable garden behind the house. There is also an uninhabited island nearby that is within my domain, where you may frolic. I must attend to some matters and step out for a while." Bubble looks up and asks, "Will you return before dinner?" After considering the time, still early in the morning, he concludes that it should not take long, promising, "I will be back before dinner." Upon hearing Wu Liang's affirmative response, Bubble nods obediently, releasing his hand and entering the house to water the garden while pondering what to prepare for dinner. On the neighboring island, there are livestock, which she assumes could serve as food. However, Bubble prefers not to venture there herself. Instead, she decides to select a few and let them swim over. Both of their constitutions have reached a point where food is no longer a necessity, yet amidst such an extensive lifespan, one must seek out some semblance of amusement, adding a touch of ritual to their lives. Is Bubble the female lead? That is for readers to determine. I personally feel she is an ISNT. Regardless, I have no intention of writing romantic entanglements for the protagonist. Such elevated beings engaging in romance seems rather absurd. Observing Bubble as she busies herself, Wu Liang ascends into the sky, heading towards the direction of Huagua. It is indeed a rare occasion. He is finally able to fly in the real world. Soaring at an altitude of several dozen meters above sea level at 3 Mach, the fierce winds create ripples across the ocean's surface, forming a straight line of water below. If captured by satellites, he might just find himself in a peculiar predicament. System, where is the spaceship from 200 years ago? Ding. It is preserved at the military base in Kunshan, Huagua. It turns out it remained in Kunshan during the year 2001, rather than being moved to the Boss military base in Xinjiang for storage. Ding. In fact, it will be transported there shortly, but not for storage. It will be taken to the Gobi Desert for demolition. Demolition. At this, Wu Liang loses his balance in flight, nearly plunging into the sea. Regaining control, he urgently inquires, "What is going on?" Ding. The leaders of the Nuclear 5 nations recently held a secret meeting to discuss the subsequent handling of flying vehicles, and the consensus was to proceed with demolition. Wu Liang furrows his brow. This outcome starkly contrasts with the first simulated world. Moreover, should the demolition occur, the sleeping beauty within that spacecraft may also meet her untimely end. What is the rationale? Ding. The video uploaded by the host to the Destiny Network depicted robots instantly turning into scrap metal, without any explanation. This raised alarms among various countries. Research into why the robots became scrap has persisted for some time, but no effective evidence has been found. However, nations believe this may be connected to the intelligence core within the spacecraft, with probabilities ranging from 51 to 65 in the think tanks of various countries. Clearly, there is a prevailing belief that the intelligence core has acted covertly. Let us delve deeper into the intricacies of the Fate Network's underlying principles, which present a conspicuous case for nations worldwide. Neither position nor depth significantly influences the higher echelons of information networks. Although the communication channels of the intelligence hub may not yet reach the zenith of the Fate Network, they undoubtedly surpass all human means. Consequently, nations naturally associate the demise of robots with the intelligence hub. The rationale behind the intelligence hub's actions is manifold. One could loosely justify why it has bestowed so much technology upon humanity. However, it is essential to recognize that when the stakes elevate to the extinction of civilization, every conceivable threat must be meticulously considered and analyzed. The 9+1 analytical method applies aptly here, even if 9 individuals endorse a particular argument. The lone dissenter must present counterpoints. Yet, the singular opposition to the notion of dismantling the flying apparatus lacks theoretical or evidential support, thereby validating the perspective of the 9. When viewed from a non-divine vantage point, integrating the information currently accessible to nations, it becomes remarkably easy to link the extinction of robots to the intelligence hub. After all, the artificial intelligence technology possessed by humanity is a gift from the intelligence hub. It would not be difficult for it to harbor ulterior motives. This misunderstanding is, indeed, profound. It is no wonder that the previous simulated world bore no trace of the intelligence hub's activities, and Wu Shuang had no encounters with it, having only command over humanity's core intelligence. The reason lies in the fact that the intelligence hub has long been consigned to ashes by humanity. Nations disregard the appropriateness of such actions, their feelings irrelevant. They have already acquired substantial benefits from the intelligence hub, technologies that could sustain human endeavors for millennia. Even if one were to speculate maliciously, the intelligence hub likely harbors more secrets, which humanity might struggle to extract. In this context, a small, unarmed flying apparatus devoid of a propulsion system becomes a mere hindrance to humanity, tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. Should this hindrance pose a potential threat, annihilation would become an inevitable outcome. Chapter 90. To not reinsert and reduce to ashes, it is reasonable for nations to arrive at this decision, particularly as Huagua shares similar sentiments. After all, stability reigns supreme, and the benefits have already been aptly reaped, leaving no desire for further complexities. The implications of robots on the future are of paramount importance, directly correlating to future productivity. For Huagua, a nation that regards productivity as vital, this is a sacred matter, an extremely sensitive issue that cannot tolerate any external threats or potential disturbances. Given the prevailing distrust towards the intelligence core, which has never been genuinely trusted, Wu Liang is unburdened in his actions. System. I believe this entity has a connection with my sister. What are your thoughts? Wu Liang inquired. Indeed, host, you are correct. Wu Liang, musing, thought how rigidly the system played the role of a supportive entity. It was simply being dismissive. No, not simply, it was indeed being dismissive. Be serious. I'm discussing important matters. Host, feel free to proceed. Feel free. This is the real world. There are no opportunities for a do-over. One cannot indulge in the same liberties as in the simulated world. Wu Liang stated directly. Let me be frank, I intend to equip my sister with a limiter. And this intelligence hub is quite suitable. Be advised, these two are not to be trifled with. It remains uncertain who will ultimately restrict whom. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. Are you well acquainted with that intelligence hub? There is no aspect of this universe that the system does not comprehend. All right. I acknowledge your capabilities. There is no need for self-aggrandizement. Wu Liang rolled his eyes. You previously claimed that the intelligence hub embodies a life form. Surely it possesses more personality than the somewhat rigid attributes of an intelligence core. So, does this imply the intelligence hub has a distinct character? From the perspective of humanity, the intelligence hub possesses a notable personality. Thus, host, please prepare yourself mentally. In what manner? Wu Liang had encountered that flying apparatus multiple times. Yet he had never observed the intelligence hub, which either remained silent or dormant, leaving him with no impression. You will understand once you see it. Very well. The journey continued in silence, and while airborne, Wu Liang activated his cloaking mode, rendering himself invisible. Although he had severed causal links with the real world, it did not imply he was incapable of action. He still possessed the interferer mode, which allowed him to influence all aspects of reality. While predominantly inactive, it became necessary to switch it on at times. After all, if all connections were severed, uploading any videos post the initial 2 would hold no significance, which was evidently incorrect. The year was still 201, and governments worldwide basked in the joy of dividing spoils, with everyone having essentially acquired their desired outcomes. Meanwhile, the populace reveled in a festive atmosphere, particularly as Huagua's spring festival coincided with Western traditions, allowing for ample leisure to travel. Consequently, the wave of global tourism reached its zenith. Streets in various nations were alive with celebratory spirit, and those who previously had no opportunity to enjoy themselves due to work were now free to partake in festivities, leading to bustling crowds, especially of foreigners. As Huagua observed the surge in outbound tourism, it became apparent that domestic travelers were dwindling. To remain socially relevant amid international activities would necessitate participation. Therefore, at year's end, Huagua initiated tourism initiatives aimed at attracting foreign visitors. Certain scenic spots, once neglected by locals, now found themselves frequented by foreigners, who constituted the majority. In his cloaked state, Wu Liang drew no attention as he soared through the sky, arriving at the military base in Kunshan, Huagua's western region. Suspended in midair, gazing down at the military facility, he addressed the system. Can you discreetly extract that intelligence hub? It shouldn't be integrated with the flying apparatus, should it? His intention was to quietly abscond with the intelligence hub while allowing the nations to destroy the flying apparatus as they pleased, thus granting them a sense of security post-destruction. Affirmative. No sooner had he spoken than a small luminous orb emerged from a building within the military base, the system ensuring its stealth, evading detection from the soldiers below. The orb ascended gradually until it hovered before Wu Liang, revealing its true form, a white sphere, roughly the size of a soccer ball, surrounded by a radiant halo. With hints of light swirling within, it was quite an enchanting sight. Who dares disturb my slumber? The orb emitted a voice, lazy and languorous, reminiscent of a pampered diva, as if just roused from sleep. Yet upon hearing its words, Wu Liang was nearly rendered speechless, staring in disbelief at the orb. The intelligence hub's loquacious demeanor starkly contrasted with the serene and dreamy persona he had envisioned. This was not the expected sleeping beauty. What in the world? Due to Wu Liang's cloaked state, the intelligence hub could not see him. It murmured in confusion, "What is happening? Did I just fly out myself? Am I malfunctioning from too deep a slumber? I can't go back. What on earth is this?" Wu Liang observed the orb, which flitted about, seemingly attempting to return, but was now constrained and unable to flee, his mind racing with incredulity. With a soft sigh, Wu Liang found himself indifferent to the fact that his once cherished goddess had transformed into a mere fool. Gradually, he revealed himself before the Wisdom Center. To his surprise, his sudden appearance startled the orb of light nearby, which, despite lacking discernible expression, exhibited a frenetic glow within, suggesting its agitation. "Who are you, my friend?" The Wisdom Center inquired with a casual bravado, as if it would have thrown an arm around Wu Liang if it had hands. Wu Liang hesitated as he began to respond, uncertain of how to introduce himself. What could he possibly say? Thus, he maintained a stern demeanor and coldly remarked, "You need not know who I am." "Ah, I see. Well, my friend, we have matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb you further. Farewell." The orb of light said, attempting to make a hasty retreat. Wu Liang was filled with melancholy, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How could such an entity be placed near his sister? It seemed likely that it would lead her astray into the depths of the Mariana Trench. He stroked his chin, casting a disapproving glance at the orb darting about, contemplating whether to obliterate it entirely. Chapter 91. The Tombstone of Civilization. Wu Liang finally grasped why the system had advised him to prepare mentally. The Wisdom Center was utterly outrageous. It had only been less than a year since its arrival on Blue Star, and yet it had developed such peculiar habits, likely engaging in online confrontations with others at an alarming pace. However, it raised the question, how had the Wisdom Center accessed the internet? Clearly, it was improbable that humans had connected it to the network. Humanity's penchant for self-destruction had not reached such extremes. Perhaps it had seized an opportunity to link itself to the internet in a covert manner, gathering extensive information about humanity, and leaving behind some unsavory remarks in various online forums and comment sections. After a while of frenetic activity, the Wisdom Center seemed to comprehend its confinement and quieted down. Hovering silently, its radiance dimming significantly, as if feigning death. System? Wu Liang silently inquired. Ding. The Wisdom Center's personality is inherently this way. It did not transform upon its arrival on Blue Star. The spacecraft was manufactured by the pastoral civilization and deployed to Blue Star. To put it in terms the host can understand, the pastoral civilization is a nomadic culture characterized by a rugged aesthetic. However, unlike pure savagery, the pastoral civilization possesses a distinct romanticism. It embodies the essence of both herding and song. The pastoral people are carefree and exuberant in matters of emotion, unconstrained by trivialities. The Wisdom Center, being a product of this civilization, naturally inherited its exuberant personality. Even after being formatted, there was little change in its character. Is this what they call being unconcerned with trivialities? Or is my understanding of straightforwardness flawed? Nevertheless, Wu Liang was too weary to dwell on it. As his focus shifted to the civilization mentioned by the system. Who was the pastoral civilization? Wu Liang inquired. The conversation with the system transpired within his mind, free from the concern of the Wisdom Center overhearing. Ding. The home star of the pastoral civilization is located in the Centaurus star system. This is a trinary star system, also known as a three-body system. The home star of the pastoral civilization resides in the third star of this trinary system, situated 42 light-years away, making it the closest stellar system to the Sun. So close, it felt as though it was right at the doorstep. Once humanity ventures beyond the solar system, this civilization will be the first they encounter. The act of sending the spacecraft implies that this civilization harbors no ill intentions towards humanity. At the very least, the spacecraft is, in some respects, a grand gift. It is unfortunate that the pastoral civilization underestimated humanity's capacity for self-destruction, perhaps failing to foresee that humanity could meet its demise due to the very gift it had bestowed. While they provided humanity with an opportunity, humanity proved to be rather inept. However, upon further reflection, given that documentaries about humanity had disseminated throughout the galaxy, it is likely that any sufficiently astute civilization could deduce humanity's instability. The pastoral civilization, having sent the spacecraft, must have viewed these documentaries themselves, possibly even monitoring humanity from the Kuiper Belt as one of the videographers. If that is the case, then the act of sending the spacecraft merits reevaluation. Is it a form of manipulation? With the existence of the celestial civilization, overt actions are restrained, leading to the execution of more clandestine operations? Ding. The host has misunderstood. The pastoral civilization has already perished. It fell to a full-scale interstellar war against the Teleribist star system, located 39 light-years from Blue Star, 431 years ago. After 430 years of conflict, last year, the pastoral civilization faced total defeat, with its home planet and all habitable worlds conquered, leaving their population in the universe below 3,000. By the standards set by the celestial civilization for determining the extinction of interstellar civilizations, the pastoral civilization can now be classified as an extinct civilization. So, the pastoral civilization perished a year ago? Wasn't he that precisely when the spacecraft fell to Blue Star? Thus, the descent of the spacecraft was a preemptive gesture, a final gift to their neighbors. Foreseeing their own extinction? Wu Liang speculated. Ding. Correct. The pastoral people visited Blue Star over 5,000 years ago and had prior contact with humanity before departing. They lacked the inclination to establish observation stations around other primitive civilizations, hence none of the observation stations in the Kuiper Belt were constructed by them. They have indeed perished. And their home planet, Agatha, has been destroyed. Currently, the Centaurus star system is a wasteland. Their home planet has been utterly annihilated. Wu Liang inhaled deeply, reflecting on the sheer brutality of this interstellar war. Yet, in their final moments, the pastoral people thought of their diminutive and vulnerable neighbors, seizing the last vestiges of time to deliver one final gift. This sentiment made Wu Liang sigh with a bitter smile, realizing that humanity had unknowingly accrued a significant debt to another civilization, one they may never be able to repay. As for avenging the pastoral people, such a notion would only be feasible if humanity were to rise to a certain level of strength in the future. After all, humanity had already claimed a weak sovereignty over the Centaurus system and possessed justification for waging war against the Tyleribists. Humanity now had two grounds to initiate conflict with the Tyleribists, the first being a localized skirmish to reclaim the Centaurus system, the second, to seek vengeance for the pastoral people, leading to a full-scale interstellar war. It seemed, in a sense, that these two justifications for war were also gifts bestowed upon humanity by the pastoral people. They truly understood humanity well. At a distance of 42 light-years, the closest to the solar system, humanity would undoubtedly seek to claim it, while the 39 light-years distance, though not insignificant, could be pursued once humanity reached a certain level of advancement. As for whether the Tylaribists would obliterate humanity upon its emergence from the solar system, the likelihood seemed slim. Even if humanity stepped beyond the protective zone, the celestial civilization was not to be trifled with. Their operational logic evidently could not accommodate indiscriminate declarations of war among civilizations, intended to eliminate warmongers and deranged civilizations, which would not allow for such chaos to ensue. Therefore, even if the Tylaribists wished to eliminate humanity as a potential threat, the pastoral people's final spacecraft arriving in the solar system was certainly no secret. As those surveillance cameras in the Kuiper Belt bore witness, they could not take the initiative. Moreover, it is doubtful they would dare to do so. The entire solar system had become a forbidden zone, with various civilizations in the galaxy perceiving that a divine civilization had chosen humanity for experimentation. In such circumstances, unless they were driven to madness, the Tylaribists would keep their distance. Wait. Wu Liang suddenly had a revelation and hurriedly inquired of the system, since the pastoralists are aware of their impending doom. The elaborate delivery of this spacecraft must entail more than merely bestowing humanity with a modicum of technology, right? What about their historical documents? Their archives? Their theoretical achievements? These are the most precious treasures of a civilization, irrefutable evidence of their existence, which they would surely not take with them into annihilation. Even in death, they would ensure these are sent forth. Beep. All of this is preserved within the information repository of the Wisdom Central, but it has been secured and requires a specific key for access. The Wisdom Central itself is unaware of this matter. Wu Liang gazed skeptically at the dormant light sphere beside him, struggling to fathom how such a vast array of data could be compressed into a sphere no larger than a football. The Wisdom Central is not simple. It is, in fact, the ultimate intelligence terminal of the pastoral civilization. What stands before the host is merely the core component. The entirety is housed within a vast external apparatus. As the war drew to a close and defeat loomed, the pastoral civilization detached the ultimate intelligence terminal, transforming its core into a spacecraft's wisdom center, subsequently sealing their so-called documents within her information repository, and then employing wormhole technology to deliver it directly to the solar system, ultimately landing gracefully on the blue planet. Oh, it seems there is indeed a significant backstory, Wu Liang mused. I suspect that the so-called key was not sent along with the spacecraft, but remains at Southgate 2, awaiting humanity to retrieve it, likely requiring a confrontation with the Qing civilization to obtain it. He chuckled. Beep. Yes. The key is preserved within the stellar core of the 3 stars at Southgate 2, which has now become the domain of the Qing civilization. As expected, it was not so simple. The technologies presented by the Wisdom Central were merely a token of introduction. To truly acquire the grand gift, humanity would need to exert some effort. Of course, humanity could opt for a more measured approach, steadily progressing without conflict with the Qing civilization. However, given human nature, it is highly likely that they would seek to claim it. The pastoralists' actions cannot be deemed as manipulative towards humanity, for the choice remains with humanity itself. Whether to engage in the struggle is entirely up to them. The items already delivered have greatly aided human civilization, and this debt of gratitude is undeniable. Could you show me what the pastoralists look like? I have yet to see an extraterrestrial being. The bubble does not count, as she clearly does not represent her true form, Wu Liang inquired. The system did not refuse, projecting an image into Wu Liang's mind. The scene depicted a city, seemingly in its peaceful and prosperous era. The architectural style of the pastoralists exuded a dreamlike quality, with silver and light blue spires, gracefully curved shapes, and a harmonious structure. Platforms surrounded the towers, while various small flying vessels glided through the sky. The pastoralists, like humans, walked upright on 2 legs, their elongated bodies likely averaging over 2 meters in height, with heads resembling avian features, reminiscent of eagles. They possessed only 4 fingers, which were not enveloped in skin but bore a hard exoskeletal structure akin to arthropods, long and sharp, presumably of great hardness. The rest of their bodies remained obscured by clothing, yet they were likely carbon-based life forms. Wu Liang marveled, feeling enlightened. It was his first encounter with the visage of an alien species. And what of the Qing civilization? What do they look like? He asked, feeling unsatisfied. Poor Wisdom Central was left unattended, neglected in the corner. Beep. The Qing civilization, in terms understandable to the host, can be classified as insectoid. Their appearance may seem peculiar to the host. Insects? Wu Liang was momentarily startled, not having anticipated this. Instantly, he envisioned the myriad bizarre extraterrestrial creatures depicted in various games and films, most of which were malevolent. Was humanity's first adversary in the cosmos to be the insectoids? Should they hasten the development of landmines, tanks, and trains? Creatures of this nature inherently possess structural advantages, making it challenging for them to evolve intellectually, as their evolutionary efforts are predominantly directed towards physical enhancement. Just like on Blue Planet, insects have long been the dominant species, yet after millions of years, they remain at the bottom of the ecological hierarchy. They still hold dominance on Blue Planet and boast extensive families and abundant numbers, yet they seem to lack something essential. Even without humanity's rise, if insects were allowed to develop undisturbed for millions of years, it is unlikely they would ever achieve civilization. The very fact that insects could evolve into a civilization and even reach the stage of interstellar culture suggests that their evolutionary journey is likely a poignant saga of civilization, fraught with challenges far more intricate than those faced by humanity. Beep. The host is overthinking. The evolutionary path of the Qing civilization was devoid of tribulations, as they are the experimental products of a certain civilization. Upon emerging from the laboratory, they encountered no opposition on their home planet. Return my sense of wonder, Wu Liang exclaimed. I was just about to conjure an epic narrative of their civilization. Which board civilization orchestrated this? He sighed. Did they take out the small fry, only for the larger ones to follow? This is not the case. The civilization responsible for modifying the Qing civilization has long been extinguished, obliterated by the celestial beings over 150 million years ago. This extinguished civilization was also the first to establish an observation post within the solar system. Is there a connection? Why did the celestial beings annihilate them? This civilization was called the True Self civilization. They conducted numerous cruel biological experiments within the galaxy, deemed a significant threat by the celestial beings, and thus marked for extermination. In truth, the True Self civilization was a manifestation of Bubble's influence, as their experiments were largely directed by her clandestine instructions. The True Self civilization served as Bubble's visible hand within the galaxy. Over 200 million years ago, Bubble intended to disseminate her derivatives to the Andromeda galaxy, but was thwarted. In her wrath, she created the True Self civilization, intending to force her way through. However, the True Self civilization had not evolved to the point of being capable of such an endeavor before being annihilated by the celestial beings. Ironically, the celestial beings were also a product of Bubble's influence, and thus this matter must be viewed in that light. Following this incident, Bubble retreated, adopting a hands-off approach to the development of various life forms in the galaxy, seldom intervening thereafter. Wu Liang listened, utterly bewildered. How deranged must Bubble have been to create the True Self civilization, only for it to be deemed an evil civilization by the celestial beings? She must have committed numerous unspeakable atrocities. Otherwise, mere experimentation would not have warranted the destruction of a civilization. Logically, it would not have been obliterated by the celestial beings. For the celestial beings to be so provoked, these biological experiments must have indeed challenged the moral boundaries of intelligent races. What a dark history it was, entirely at odds with Bubble's current adorable and docile demeanor. Moreover, the True Self civilization shared a friendship with the Starlight civilization, characterized by a relationship of mutual assistance, forming an alliance. Thus, after the annihilation of the True Self civilization, the celestial beings pressed on, without altering their course, directly targeting the Starlight civilization and subsequently extinguishing it as well. However, the eradication of the Starlight civilization was not thorough. Their technology was exceptionally advanced, allowing some Starlight beings to escape, carrying the treasures of their civilization's technology as a wandering race. In time, the Starlight beings dwindled, and when only one remained, this last survivor entrusted the entirety of their civilization's technology to the United Will community. The United Will community, a peculiar civilization previously mentioned for its overwhelming sense of justice, dedicated itself to repaying the Starlight civilization. Through relentless effort over millions of years, it amassed great power, only to declare war on the Celestials, which resulted in its annihilation. This interstellar war extended to the Southern Gate binary system, where the conflict between the Celestials and several small starships of the United Will disrupted the stability of the Shepherd star, causing a temporary dimming of its brightness. This led to drastic climate changes on the Shepherd civilization's home planet, Agatha, forcing early species of the Shepherds to evolve, ultimately giving rise to the Shepherds and the development of a new interstellar civilization. Wu Liang remarked. Then the Shepherds engaged in a full-scale war with the Inclined civilization, culminating in one of their vessels crashing onto Blue Star. He felt utterly perplexed by the web of connections among these interstellar civilizations. It seemed that each could be traced back to one another in some manner. Chapter 93. The Origin of the System? Ding, this is quite normal. There are only a handful of civilizations that have reached the interstellar stage, and a significant characteristic of intelligent civilizations is the transmission of technology and theories. As fellow sentient beings, there are many areas where they can learn from one another. For instance, if a starship from one civilization accidentally crashes on a planet inhabited by an early civilization, the exploration of that ship can propel the early civilization's development. Thus, two unrelated civilizations can become intertwined. Wu Liang nodded inwardly. This was indeed a reasonable explanation. Hence, the historical connections among various interstellar civilizations, and even some primitive ones, became a prevalent social phenomenon in this universe. It was no wonder that interactions were generally cautious or even avoided, as past relations often led to enmity. Those with grievances naturally preferred to ignore one another, while those without enmity could still find connections, complicating matters further. In a universe so vast, the necessity for conflict seemed diminished. The focus should remain on self-development. As for the lack of frequent interactions, it was likely due to historical burdens, with certain aspects of the past being too awkward to address openly. Wu Liang inquired, why, then, did the Shepherd civilization engage in war with the Inclined civilization? Was it truly a relentless interstellar conflict? Although the system had mentioned that the Inclined civilization was insectoid, they certainly did not fit the mold of mindless marauders. Otherwise, the Celestials would have obliterated their homeworld long ago. This insectoid civilization appeared to be a rare, orderly faction. Ding, the Shepherds have offended too many individuals. Their culture venerates adventure and exploration. They are the travelers of the galaxy, with their presence felt across its expanse. However, the Shepherds are rather brash, daring to intrude upon any place, even forbidden zones. There was even an instance of a Shepherd warrior attempting to infiltrate the Celestials' homeworld, which ended in failure and resulted in a life sentence in a black hole prison. The Shepherds often delve into other civilizations without malicious intent. They merely wish to observe. This behavior has irked many civilizations. Alarmingly, the Shepherds have even turned some secrets of other civilizations into songs that they spread far and wide. A well-known saying in the galaxy is that if a secret becomes known to the Shepherds, it becomes common knowledge throughout the universe. They dare to speak freely and explore everywhere, inciting the ire of many. Yet, their actions have not escalated to the point of war, especially with the Celestials exerting pressure from above. Thus, while many are angry, few dare to retaliate. Thousands of years ago, the Shepherds passed through the Inclined civilization and inadvertently witnessed their monarch in a compromising situation, which was particularly scandalous given that it involved a male. This incident incited a rebellion among 7 insect queens, who refused to acknowledge the monarch's authority, leading to the assassination of the insect king and all of his heirs. Consequently, the 7 queens began vying for supreme power, plunging the Inclined civilization into a protracted civil war. The civil conflict severely weakened the Inclined civilization, shrinking its dominion by over 80 and turning numerous habitable planets into ruins, nearly leading to their extinction. Fortunately, the civil strife eventually concluded, and the time had come for the Shepherds to settle their accounts. Several centuries after the Civil War ended, the Inclined civilization declared war on the Shepherd civilization, igniting a relentless interstellar conflict, which resulted in the Shepherds' utter defeat. Wu Liang listened, his mind reeling. The Shepherds indeed had a talent for self-sabotage. Were they at fault in this matter? Certainly, but not entirely. After all, it was the monarch who engaged in the scandalous behavior that sparked the ensuing civil war. The Shepherds' misstep lay in their audacious proclamation, which left the Inclined civilization humiliated across the galaxy. Particularly, the 7 insect queens, each adorned with vibrant hues, were a sight to behold. According to the system, the social structure of the Inclined civilization placed the queens at the core of their governance, ruling entire factions, with the 7 factions collectively forming the Inclined civilization, maintaining a delicate balance. The monarch served as the fulcrum of this balance, a nominal sovereign whose power was derived from bloodline succession. Each monarch's heir had to cultivate the favor of the next generation of queens, with the one who garnered the most affection being designated the crown prince, often through less than peaceful means. Wu Liang found this quite intriguing. After an extended discussion with the system, he gained a broader understanding of the various races within the galaxy, enriching his knowledge significantly. Sensing the time was ripe, he recalled the dormant intelligent core nearby. Was it truly feigning death? Perhaps it had actually fallen asleep. With a soft sigh, he contemplated the predicament he had created. He must resolve it, albeit reluctantly. The eccentric personality of the intelligent core was merely a tool, after all. Wu Liang contemplated creating a system for his sister, one distinctly different from the current one. His envisioned system would serve as a limiter, restricting Wu Shuang's abilities until she met certain conditions. thus allowing her gradual empowerment while also guiding her thoughts towards moderation. A significant advantage of this system would be to instill in Wu Shuang the subconscious belief that her abilities were a gift from the system, reinforcing her identity as a human and alleviating any excessive detachment towards humanity. Additionally, it would grant Wu Shuang the autonomy to choose her evolutionary path. Whether she desired a life of comfort or aspired to greater heights, she could achieve it through her own efforts. To realize these objectives, the system itself must possess a degree of intelligence and discernment, making the intelligent core an ideal candidate to masquerade as this system. Moreover, as humanity's various nations had been discarded, Wu Liang felt justified in repurposing the intelligent core. System, do you believe my concept is feasible? You also possess the capability to transform the intelligent core into my envisioned design, correct? Wu Liang inquired. Ding, affirmative. The system's response was succinct. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Wu Liang let out a sigh of relief, feeling considerably reassured. Wait a moment. Wu Liang stroked his chin, lost in thought. Why did his current actions evoke such a sense of déjà vu? Could it be that his own system is also